This novel was requested by Titus of Mormor Clan. It's sudden, but I came to another world !_02. Note this has 4 more volumes to go at the moment. Enjoy. The days go by fast. It has already been 10 years since I came to this Isekai. Just kidding. It has only been 2 weeks. I would have no complaints if I could fly through that amount of time without anything happening. I woke up comfortably, washed my face, and headed to the kitchen. I kindled the fire first. I have gotten used to igniting with the kindle stones. I heated up the soup I prepared a lot of for yesterday's dinner. I boil water in the other pot and hard-boil eggs. I actually like them half-cooked though. I missed the quality of life of Japan. The production of antibiotics would be difficult, but pasteurization should be possible, I think. Boiled eggs are barely in the safe zone if you can maintain the temperature of the water to a certain degree. But there's nothing to adjust the fire. I would like to think up a good method. I throw the boiled eggs inside cold water and wait for a while. I leave the pot stand at the center of the table, rinse 3 wooden plates with water and place them there. I drain the water where the boiled eggs are, move them to a colander, and then to the table. Peel some fruits with a fruit knife at the end. I would like yogurt too. I would like to make bacon egg over boiled eggs, but the production cost of bacon is hopeless. People who make Japanese-style meals from the very morning are truly incredible. I felt this in my bones as I poured the soup on the plates and put my hands together. Peel the shell of the boiled eggs, and add a pinch of salt from the bag. The cooled exterior is slightly chilly, but the inside is faintly warm. That said, this isn't enough to warm me up, so I bring the soup into my mouth too. I let out a sigh and finished eating the first egg. That's when the first housemate came. Shizu. Good morning. Wolf. Good morning, Wolf. You are lively today too. Wolf is always lively. Wolf. The learning speed of Wolf is really high. She doesn't need the possession spell anymore after all. She can't say complicated words, but she can already speak the common language of this world. The possession spell was undone just the other day and it is currently a period of observation, but it doesn't seem like there's any issues. What about the other worlder that's eating breakfast? He is still in the middle of it. Being able to communicate with words was an incredibly appealing thing for Wolf, and her efforts and desire to learn the language was a sight to behold. On the other hand, my habits with Japanese have not gone away yet, and I end up depending on the convenient possession spell unconsciously. But well, I have only been learning for around a week or so, you know. Don't you think it is nice progress that I can say hello and nice to meet you? I did make progress, you know. There's a good amount of times when this possession spell won't translate some terms correctly. If I had to bring out a case of this, it would be with Samperu. Karaji didn't understand the meaning of this at first. The reason is simple. The meaning that a Samperu is a sample was routed in my mind. It apparently transmitted properly after I concentrated strongly on an example of it before speaking it. I noticed that most English words fall into such issues. I tried out using English words like agenda and legume, and it didn't transmit. Well, that's all there was to it though. Mfu. Wolf. Wolf poured soup on her plate while humming and put her hands together like I did. There's originally no custom of placing your hands together for an itadaki masu like on earth. The Ugara church does have the custom of putting their hands together in prayer though. Itadaki masu. Wolf. Of course. The language was Japanese. I am not forcing her to, but she ended up completely learning this one Japanese term. I am impressed at how she eats such a modest meal with such glee though. It makes me want to make a bit more complicated stuff. Shizu, where are you going today? Wolf. I am heading to Marito's place. You go ahead and participate in the training of Karagia and the others or something. Wolf. Okay, why? Wolf. And then, the last housemate, the landlord, arrived. Even though she should have washed her face, she hasn't washed off her drowsy face. Ilias, good morning. Wolf. Good morning, Wolf. Ilias. Ilias poured soup in the same manner and began eating. She stared absent-mindedly at me, stretching my hand towards the fruits, and spoke to me. The first time I saw you, I thought you were a person that has a hard time waking up once you fall asleep. Ilias. My fatigue was at the very limits at that time after all. I normally wake up when I feel the morning sun on my skin for around 1 hour. But well, I sleep like a log outside of that, so there's rarely any occasion where I would wake up in the middle of it. Me sleeping at that time was close to being knocked out. Yup, let's hide the fact that I hold a grudge from being hit awake at that time. I on the other hand thought that you would be the type that would be sharp in the morning. I can get in that mindset more easily once I change clothes though. That's why I make sure to change into my armor at home. Ilias. If I think of a knight's appearance being the same as the suit of a salaryman, I can kind of get it, but it is more like a firefighter wearing their firefighting clothes from home. Yup. I drew my own conclusion here as I begin to peel the skin of the fruits that Ilias and Wolf will eventually be eating. But hasn't that instilled a strict image in the minds of the people? I can't deny it. Ilias. According to Sarah-san, who is the representative of the people and knows the state of the knights well, the impression the citizens have of Ilias is strict, serious, gallant, doesn't look like jokes would get through her, you would die if you make her angry, etc. She looked pretty down when she heard the last one. There's the need to fix that image to a certain degree, so Sarah-san and I are in the middle of planning a variety of things. It is important to bring out results, but you have to be careful in how you portray yourself too. And what exactly should I do? Ilias. If you are greeted, answer with a smile. That should be enough if it is you. Smile. HNN. Ilias. That's not a smile, is it? If you were to respond with that face at a greeting, the random citizen A would go did I mess up somehow? Looks like you need to practice how to smile naturally. You can pull it off once in a while though. Isn't it difficult to smile on command? Ilias. Of course it is. More so when you don't do it normally. You don't lose anything from trying, so practice. What about you? Can you do it? Ilias. Of course I can. I showed a refreshing smile. She was shocked. This rascal. There's a heavens difference between my smile and yours. Okay, got anything to say? No, just surprised you can make a face like that. I will work hard to. Ilias. Ilias changed into her armor after that and headed to the castle ahead of us. I finished tidying up here and began some simple cleaning. Wolf obviously helped out too. It is to the point where Ilias herself would ask for her room to be cleaned. That said, it is not like Ilias hates cleaning. She normally would like to do this every day, but she returns home at evening or at night. With the current state where she can't clean and do the laundry in a satisfactory manner, she does all of that stuff together in her free days. Cause of this, she would normally leave the laundry to the laundry store kind of place that's on the way. We head to the castle after finishing the cleaning and laundry. We unfortunately don't have a personal carriage, so it is on foot. I considered having Wolf carry my body like the gorilla did in order to take it easy, but the gazes of the people bothered me, so I gave up. Let's just accept it as light exercise after a meal. Wolf was following by my side with a hum. A certain someone was humming while making food when Wolf was taking a nap, and it seems like she heard it, and I ended up having to teach her. Since then, I would hear phrases I have heard somewhere in Japan every now and then. The eyes around. It seems like they have gotten used to this to a certain degree. This is in part because black wolfkins have been coming every so often since a few days ago. There was an official announcement from the government as well, and they have recognized this situation as normal despite the being demi-humans. That said, it is not on the level of the reaction from Japanese people when seeing foreigners in Tokyo. If anything, I would say their eyes are like those of wonder from seeing someone from another district. Also, Wolf stands out with her peculiar whiteness. It is to the point where you would want to ask her which bleach she used. She hasn't though. If their reputation increases a bit more, she might become a beast girl popular with the neighbors, but it seems like they still feel apprehensive about speaking to a stranger. By the way, a certain someone has black eyes and black hair despite his normal appearance, so he would sometimes feel the gaze people would direct to foreigners. And we arrived. I showed the pass permit to the guard in front of the bridge, and we entered the castle grounds. The pass permit that Lord Ragudo gave me, an outstanding item that allows me to have audiences with Lord Ragudo and Marito without having to do almost any procedures. The reason it is almost is because there would be times when they are in the middle of a meeting or would be busy receiving outside guests, and I would be made to wait. I headed to the corridor just like that and towards the office room. I greet the soldier and have him lead me inside. Inside, I see Marito facing documents on his desk. Your Majesty, good morning. Wolf, good morning. Wolf, good morning, friend. Marito, will it take a while more? Let's see. Please take a seat wherever and kill some time. Marito, I sit at the chair prepared for me. There was a book of mine there. At this time of the day, Marito is normally finishing up his paperwork. Due to the time he takes to end being erratic, he created a space for us to kill time in this manner. And so, I am having a study session for a while with Wolf. I moved to my original objective after that. Was there any change? Right. Being able to choose the subjects in educational institutions is mostly well received. I feel like we will be able to narrow the candidates for the subjects and apply them. But increasing the education level of the whole populace really didn't get much of an approval as expected. Marito figures. If the period of time they used to study is extended, the children would have already grown to a point where they can help out in work. It would be too precious to lose such a labor force. If it were like in your world, anyone would be able to have hopes of becoming a high official. However, there were many who perked up their ears when it was mentioned that if there's promising children, gold would be given to stimulate their growth, and they would be able to attend the learning institutions of nobles. Marito, did the nobles not show disapproval towards commoners getting involved with work that's mainly composed of nobles? It means that there are no few of such stances as well. But there were always opinions that stated this would also stimulate the self-respect of the aristocratic children and they would be more motivated. Marito, I see. But I feel like the nobles would end up bullying the lower class if this is implemented. Right now what I am doing is responding to the questions of Marito. I was troubled in what to tell him regarding Earth, and he proposed to do things this way. Just how's the governmental system? What kind of reaction will the people have at times like this? I answered the questions he asked even if they were only vague recollections. Of course, there was a lot of specialized knowledge missing within all of that. That's why we would debate why it ended up like that after hearing my answer. After that, if we reached a conclusion he found convincing, Marito would then ruminate about whether it could be of use in this country's government and policies. Even if it is a justified method on Earth, most cases wouldn't match with this world. That's a given. They were things thought up considering the workings of that era and its background, as well as the changes in the environment. After all, if I had to put out an example, it would have to be the election system. It is the system that lets the citizens vote for the people that will run the government. But the preamble for this to actually work is for the populace to understand politics. It is because of this existing that the populace can choose the candidate that has declared the reform that they desire. But the people in this world are not acquainted with politics. Their education system is underdeveloped, and they have only received the bare minimum education to perform their daily activities. They do have their job knowledge, but they have no opportunities to touch upon anything else. If that's the case, the point of elections is dimmed. It will just become a competition of how many votes you can get, and it will become a nation where the ones who are good at those kinds of moves are the ones who hold the power. It would be far more effective for the king, who has learned the politics of this world correctly and has knowledge, to choose the next successor. In other words, it would mean that it suits the hereditary system. But it is not like all systems on Earth are useless here. The knowledge that has been thought up over the long years is not just for show. No matter if the times are different, there are still efficient political measures and policies. The king of Taiza is the one who does the selection, the work of Marito, who is a professional in the structure of this world. That said, when the worlds are different, there's also a lot of ideas that feel really fresh. Accepting the marriage of people from the same gender would be hard in this world, but it is pretty interesting. Marito, it is an era where the people can give their opinion, so with the increase in the world's population, the need for procreation has disappeared. Due to this, an increase in love from the same gender increased, and it was easier to apply it. There's a variety of reasons though. Of course, the biggest reason being that they had to spend an outstanding amount of time and effort, and fought discrimination. A population of more than 7 billion. I can't imagine it. With that many people giving their opinion, things must be pretty hectic. Marito. Right. Where I was born, there's a proverb that says, 10 people, 10 colors. It is natural for the likes and natures to differ by the amount of people there are. There will be overlaps with an increase in numbers, but it is not like everything will be a perfect match. And within those, there's a good amount who you can understand yet can't agree with. There are times when such dissonances will appear in your daily life as well. I think that's enough for politics. Next would be knowledge about the development of civilization. Can you tell me about these electrical appliances related to cooking? Marito. I spoke about the functions and uses for the rice cooker the last time. Next would be the microwave. This is magic exists in this world. It is a world where electricity is not implemented, but it is not like the nights are completely dark. There's magic stones that shine faintly like luminescent paint when being illuminated, and they would be set around as street lights. I can see a variety of instances where things that can't be used without electricity were made possible thanks to the blessings of magic. In that case, if I were to explain the functions of the electrical appliances on Earth, he may be able to judge whether they can replicate such things with magic. That said, that theory cannot be put to practice without specialized knowledge in magic itself. Ilias apparently can use the basics of magic. I remember the time when she managed to light up the fire without using a kindle stone when cooking. It is currently impossible to fill the lifestyle of the populace with electronics, but the significance of these conversations will be big in finding out the practical uses of magic. Fumo, it gets vague when it comes to the explanation of the principles. Marito. I have some rough knowledge of it, but I don't have that much knowledge in science. I also don't know much about magic myself after all. Maybe we need to find a trustworthy specialist. Marito. That would be nice. Research is necessary in order to develop civilization. Then, when are such research is performed? Researching for the desired field is natural, but it wasn't the case a long time ago. A big reason for research is to have superiority in the relationships with other countries. Due to this, there were dizzying advances on events like wars. There's no way there's no such thing in the history of this world. Magic is also obviously used here, but the research of magic has only been performed by a tiny minority. The reason for this is because of the existence of the magic seal stones. The military uses of magic were shaved off greatly due to this. If the worth of magic lowers, it gets taken out from the targets of research. This is the reason why the applications of magic are low in this world of magic. However, it is not like there's no specialists. Even if it is a profession that's not evaluated highly, there are no few who have been charmed by the infinite possibilities of magic. Wolf, isn't it about time for your training? Yeah, I am heading off. Wolf. We had Wolf join up the training of the Ragudo division when she came to the castle. Wolf has learned how to emit and control her mana, so the next thing she began to learn was how to move her body. Since the opportunity was there, we also exited the office room and moved to a place where we can see the training. There's a table and chairs readied at a part of the rampart, so we can watch the training grounds below. Marito has finished up his paperwork, so he has come to peek as a break. Wolf and the Ragudo division members are already having bouts. The growth of Wolf-chan is fearsome. Marito. Yeah. Wolf doesn't skimp in her efforts, but her talent in battle is on a whole other level. Her beast-like way of carrying her body characteristic to Black Wolfkin, and the massive amount of mana that she can use to enhance her body. If it is just in plain strength and speed, she is already comparable to the Ragudo division. In this world, the difference in the amount of mana you have heavily influences your performance. It is because you can strengthen your body with it even without using magic. Wolf possesses abnormal amounts of mana, so her individual specs are beyond that of her peers. That said, she hasn't been able to defeat a single one in the Ragudo division as of present. She had bouts against other knight divisions too, but she lost most of them as well. This is a plain difference of technique and experience. The knights have been trained on the daily in the use of mana, their weapons, and their decision-making on gambles. They excel against enemies like Wolf, who move instinctively like an animal. On top of that, The Ragudo division has a lot of senior knights compared to other knight divisions. They have already passed the peak of their own bodies. The reason why they are still in active duty despite that is because of the experience and technique they have nurtured. If it is against other knight divisions, they would use strategies that take advantage of the difference in the strength of their bodies, and there would be times when she would manage to get one hit in. But Wolf can't even get a hit in when it is against the Ragudo division. It can't be helped, Wolf. Those old men begin evading before you move, you know? They probably didn't even need those techniques of theirs against the bandits because there was so much of a difference. But the height of their specs really show us the level of their enemies increases. The old soldiers of the Ragudo division, their elderly appearance is proof of how they have polished the weapon that is themselves. That's on a whole other level. Yeah. Marito. I move my gaze a bit to the distance. There's Ilias swinging her sword alone. Swinging a sword several times bigger than her body without any issues. The trees around were shaking heavily from the wind pressure it was creating. That gorilla really is dangerous. The strength of Ilias is in a league of its own even within the Ragudo division. Her technique alone is on the same level as the seasoned soldiers of the Ragudo division. She has an overwhelming amount of mana that surpasses Wolf. On top of that, Wolf is apparently above her when it comes to talent alone. But because she spent her life until now in training, the aggregate amount of mana is literally inhuman. And with the synergy of her body strengthening through mana, it just doesn't make sense anymore. I heard something insane before about how she managed to bounce off the spear of Karaji that can pierce iron with just her bare body when she buffed herself. She is not just a gorilla, she is a metal gorilla. Ilias normally does training alone. It is because it is necessary for her to hold back even against the members of the Ragudo division. With the other knight divisions, there would be people who would be crippled for life due to the difference. The only ones who can fight against Ilias, who is within the top 5 of this country, would be a number of knight captains. The fact that there's still several other people on Ilias level is terrifying. By the way, Lord Ragudo can apparently defeat Ilias easily. The depths of this country are profound. Wolf had a bout with Ilias once, but the girl didn't crawl onto the bed of Ilias that night. Considering this, Dokura was a pretty impressive guy for being able to fight against Ilias with one arm even if it was just for a brief period of time. Marito is also acquainted in swordplay, and he has bouts against the members of the Ragudo division every now and then. How is the military power of this country compared to others? If it is in terms of individual quality, then we can without doubt puff our chests out proudly even within the continent. Marito. However, when it comes to power as an army, we are straightforward to the point that we are easily toyed with by bandits after all. Also, our numbers are low. I would say I am confident in our legs. Marito. The strength of the knights is not to be scoffed at and the horses are weird. That's this country. You can reach the location you want to go to with a horse if it is a place within this vast territory. After all, the first bandit lair was close and it was a surprise attack, so it was on foot. But horses were used on the Dokura subjugation. It is to the point where they can deploy the knights in the whole area of Taiza within the night. You should be able to understand how fearsome that mobility is, right? Even if I don't know the speed of the horse, I still thought that speed was weird. Oh, Lady Ratzel is looking over here. Marito. Yeah. She has been glaring this way for a while now. I have been acting as if I haven't noticed. I understand what she is trying to tell me. She is probably trying to tell a certain someone, who made Wolf participate in the training yet is watching from above, to calm down and join in. When Marito waved his hand instead, she hurriedly bowed and returned to swinging. I feel like she is gonna nag at me on the way back. The pain. But the training I can think of is stuff like swinging a sword in a kendo dojo. It is by no means the kind where I mix along in that inhuman domain where I could die from an unfortunate accident. That said, if I don't join in on the training, I feel like she is going to complain to me every day. That would be a drag. Isn't that fine? Training your body and being able to protect yourself to a certain degree isn't a bad thing. Marito. I know that though. First, let's begin with how to use mana. You concentrate like this and Dada is what Ilias said as she crushed a rock with her bare hand. It made me think it was hopeless. Like this. is what Wolf said as she replicated that in her first try. I seriously felt it was hopeless at that moment. Their training is different on a fundamental level just from the fact that I can't use mana. Then can't you just ask the Ragudo division to take that into consideration? There should be a point to teaching you at least the techniques. I am fine with tagging along too, you know? Marito. Right. I can easily tell that I will eventually be forced to participate after all. A sigh leaked out. I feel like Ilias would make a complicated expression from that in itself though. What should I do? I am going to get glared at by Ilias if I continue just watching, so I resume my Isekai exchange. On the way back, I walked the evening cityscape together with Ilias and Wolf. How about just joining in on the training already? Ilias tells me her displeasure of the day with a straight stare. Well, of course she would tell me that. Yup. Marito told me that too. Even if it is impossible for me to do the same amount of time as Wolf, he said that he would create time so that I can participate. Right. As expected of His Majesty, he gets it. Ilias. She nodded happily. Of course she would be if the highest person in the country agrees with you. I personally would like to learn magic rather than swordsmanship though. Magic? I have mastered the basics, so I think I would be able to teach you. Ilias. If you can teach a person who learns through theory, I would like you to. I can. You have to give an oomph to your magic, Ilias. Did you not hear me? You incarnation of instinctive application. Yesterday, Dog's Bone was on a holiday, but today is a work day. So, we headed to Dog's Bone. Welcome, Sarah. The waitress Sarah welcomed us energetically. In this world where most of the necessary nutrition can be compensated with the mana inside the ingredients, salt is simply a luxury good. Therefore, Dog's Bone was prospering greatly today as well due to their dishes with salt in this world where the seasoning of dishes is mostly thin. Unfortunately, I don't see signs of other stores employing salt at full just yet. So I say, but the inventory of salt in Taizu itself isn't that good. Dog's Bone can secure an inventory of salt thanks to Ban-san who is an influential merchant even in this country, but the other stores haven't been able to secure a method to obtain it. There's been word of mouth, so an influx in salt will definitely happen. But it seems like the spread of it will be further in the future. I will need to reduce the price of the salt until then. Nichan, I have finished a new product. Gozu. The one who showed up saying this was the owner of the place, Gozu. The dish brought out was a hot chicken soup with noodles made from wheat flour. I consulted on whether ramen could be made and this is what was created. I tried it out at once. The taste of the soup is extremely good. Since there's no stuff like bonito flakes and dried seaweed, the flavor is on the weaker side, but that's compensated for with vegetables and spices. However, the noodles still leave a lot to be desired. Ilias and Wolf are eating it in glee. This world doesn't have the custom of using chopsticks, so it does give the impression it is hard to eat. There's spoons and forks, but maybe we need exclusive forks and soup spoons. For things like the thickness of the noodles, it should be enough to just match the tastes of the people in this country. Also, considering the ingredients put on top, I feel like you could add them to the menu. Isn't this much enough? Ilias. Tasty. Wolf. The condiments of the grilled meat, vegetables that suit the soup, and putting a variety of things on top of the seasoned boiled egg is a staple in my country of Japan. Fumu. I see. So that's how you complete a single dish. Gozu. That's right. You currently don't have a business rival that uses salt, but they will most likely put their hands on it in the future. When that happens, your menus will overlap. Then, it will turn into a battle of who can one-up their dishes by adding a little extra something. If you test out a variety of things now to create a gap, it will get easier for you in the long run. I see. Then I will consult with the housewives. How about changing the ingredients weekly? Gozu. That's nice. You could hear the opinions of the customers and it would be harder to get tired of it. I was having a light chat with Gozu, but the voice of the housewife from the kitchen calling for Gozu made him return hurriedly. This power dynamic most likely won't be changing in the near future. I was thinking about talking to Sarah too, but it will most likely be a hindrance with how busy it is. Let's confirm with her only on her free days and invite her to a meal in the future. We returned and took our baths respectively. You normally need to fill up the water, light up a fire, and ready up the warm water, but we are being helped out by the skills of Ilias here. By her filling up the water using magic and lighting up the fire, we can ready the bathtub several times faster than normal. These spells serve no use in battle due to the magic seal stones, but it apparently is a priceless treasure when camping. There's a lot of knights who learn basic magic because of such advantages. Being able to easily prepare drinkable water, light the fire, eat your food safely, and even prepare a bath, there wouldn't be any worries in the hygiene department. Ilias is apparently high spec in terms of magic too. A magic metal gorilla. By the way, when Ilias is not present, I would heat up the water myself and just wipe myself with a towel. I tidy up my own bedding while I wait for Ilias and Wolf to finish bathing. And then, I switch after, enter the bath, and wash away the fatigue of the day. When I got out of the bathtub and headed to the living room, Ilias was polishing her sword. I myself grab a parchment and pen, and begin working. I can see the surroundings with the illumination of the magic stones, but it is slightly dark. While I was thinking this, Ilias infused mana to the magic stone, and strengthened the light. Thanks. Did Wolf go to sleep already? Yeah, it seems like she wanted to say good night to you, but she fell asleep, so I carried her to her room. Ilias, I am glad to see that she managed to enjoy her day. Makes me jealous. You would be able to sleep just like that if you train, you know. Ilias, it would be a really appealing offer if I wasn't woken up by pain the next day. That depends on your growth. Ilias, how much will an adult that doesn't get taller anymore grow, I wonder? The two of us chit-chat for a bit. Ilias finished the maintenance of her equipment while we were doing that. Now then, I will also go to sleep. How much longer do you plan to stay awake for? Ilias, when I get to a good stopping point, I will go to sleep, but it will be in around 1 hour. I see. So about this much. Ilias poured mana on the magic stone again and adjusted it. Good night. Ilias, yeah, good night, Ilias. Ilias returned to her room. I resume my work after seeing her off. I finished my work in 1 hour as I told her. I wanted to put a little more work into it, but the light of the magic stone has weakened, so let's end it here. I silently returned to my room and sunk into the bed. Dear acquaintances from Earth, this is how I'm living safely in this world. Ingredients, ready. Equipment, ready. Anything else to prepare? Well, this much should be enough. Shizu, should I put this on the carriage? Wolf, yeah, please do. Got it. Wolf, we put the groceries we bought inside the carriage that was readied in front of the church. We will be moving away from Taizu for a few days, but I would say preparations are mostly done. I guess this would be my first time in this world where I am spending the night out by my will. Man, just thinking about it stimulates the child in my heart and makes me excited. Yup. It reminds me of the educational field trips in the days when I was a student. The trigger was when I went to Marito's place. There was a request from Maya. She wanted to borrow a number of knights as escorts. Marito. I see. It ended up with both Lady Ratzel, who is close to Maya, and the trustworthy Lord Domitikafakon being given the job. Marito. Well, makes sense. Thus, you can go together with them. Marito. What's that about? Let me explain in detail. An envoy from a branch of the Yugara Church has come here under the orders of their headquarters with inspection as their objective. They apparently want to check the state of the churches in the respective villages. Marito. Fume. They also want to ask a variety of things in the villages that have no churches too, and said they want to build churches in them if there's a request for it. Marito. I see. They then requested for knights as intermediaries in the guise of escorts, and chose Karaji, who is a senior and is trusted by the villages, and Ilias, who is close to the Yugara devotee, Maya-san. And so, I should take advantage of this and check the villages? Yeah. The opinions you have that leave the most impression on me are in the spots where you are self-aware of the differences between this world and your world. This city is the only place you have been in until now, right? Marito. The first thing that came to sight when I descended here was this place after all. The village of the Black Wolfkins. Can't be considered within the sphere of this country's culture, huh? You have gotten used to the state of the castle and the city, right? If you check the lifestyle of the residents outside the castle next, I thought it would be easier for you to tell me your opinions, you see. Marito. True, but is it okay for me to accompany them when I am not a knight? No need to worry about it. We have told them we will have a counselor candidate accompany them for the sake of learning while we were discussing the conditions. Marito. I am grateful that you didn't say court jester. And so, I went to Maya-san's place with Ilias and Wolf. Oh, I didn't expect the counselor candidate to be you, boy. You have gone up in ranks. Maya. It is just a front. I was told to study about the difference between this world and mine so I could give useful advice more easily. I see. I think it is better than learning in a class. Considering the members, it seems to be okay to bring Wolf-chan as well. Maya. I will do my best. Studying. Wolf. Good girl. Maya. Wolf. Garage is currently preparing the carriage. He will eventually come. And so, where's the envoy from headquarters? Ilias. It is me. The one who appeared was a young woman. I would say she is around her mid-20s. Her soft-looking hair hangs on her shoulder, and the front is a straight cut. A pretty girl that gives a calm and prim impression. My name is Rakura Sulf. Looking forward to working with you. Rakura. Ilias Ratzel. Ilias. Wolf. Wolf. Here as well. Yume. What should I call you? I don't mind you calling me Rakura, Counselor Sama. Rakura. Candidate though. I will be careful not to get in the way, but if I do something rude, please tell me without reservations. I shake her hand with my formal smile. Oi, Ilias, don't make that weird face. You too, Maya-san. By the way, you have an unusual appearance, Counselor Sama. Black hair and black eyes. Moreover, the amount of mana in your body is really low. Is it alright if I ask your origins? Rakura. Unfortunately, I've been moving from dwelling to dwelling since the day I was aware. Also, I separated from my parents and began living alone. Taiza is the first place where I began settling in this continent. My internal mana being low is by birth. I am not that good at manual labor thanks to that. My. Counselor Sama, you seem to be possessed by a spirit. Rakura. Yeah, Maya-san casted the possession spell on me in order to interact with someone that speaks a different language. Have you already heard that a Black Wolfkin settlement was discovered in Taizu recently? Yes, is the white-haired girl the one of them? Rakura. That's right. This girl has already learned the words of this place, but we have been using this possession spell to communicate with the Black Wolfkins. A merchant friend of mine was the one who found that village, so I have gone to that village myself as a helper of his. I see. You are working really hard despite being young. Rakura. I am the one profiting from being able to work together with a beautiful person like you, Rakura-san. Oh my, Fufu. Rakura. I had an enjoyable chat with Rakura-san. Oi, as I said, stop those eyes. You too. Learn from Wolf. Now then, let's begin our meeting. Rakura-san and I will be discussing the order we will be going to the villages in. I leave the preparations of the materials to you and Wolf. Ilias. Got it. Wolf, Ilias and Rakura-san entered the room deeper in. Now then, let's go shopping. Boy, you dodged the question as if nothing. Maya. I can't really tell her everything about my origins. Did your sensor go off there, Maya-san? No, I couldn't feel a single lie. Maya. That's right. I didn't mix a single lie in that conversation just now. Since Rakura-san is in the same profession as Maya-san, I decided to do it this way since she might have the same power to see through lies like Maya-san. I don't know the specific logic of it, but I have a faint guess of how it works. The special trait of these girls in their sacred profession is that they excel in distinguishing your mana. I have eaten a rye fruit in the past which has special mana in it, and Maya-san managed to tell that from the outside. If they can see through lies as an extension of this, there's the possibility they observe the fluctuations of the person's mana. People have some sort of habit when they lie. A skilled liar can lie without showing it on the outside. But what about the inside? If being aware that you are lying brings some sort of movement to your mana, then a priest or someone in that line of profession who observes those in their daily life. That's basically my guess. If they can see through everything as if they can read your mind, I honestly wouldn't be able to do anything, but I judged that such a possibility was low. The reason is Wolf. The past of this girl is a tragic one. However, I didn't see any reactions of Maya-san that would allude to her reading such memories of Wolf after meeting her. If it is Maya-san who showed clear disdain towards the Tropic of Necromancy, it should have shown in her face if she had read the mind of Wolf. Therefore, I have thought of a countermeasure to this lie-detecting power with this theory in mind. If I tell a lie, I will definitely hit that censor. It sounds like an impossible game at first glance, but that's not really the case. You just have to distort the truth with the truth. It is true that I moved from place to place when I was in Japan. After I began living alone there, the first place I settled in this continent was without doubt Taizu. My amount of mana being low is also by birth. The possession spell is also used to communicate with the Black Wolfkins, so it really was that kind of method. Huh. Maya. Yeah. Did you think up those responses beforehand? Maya. I thought that co-workers of yours might be able to do the same. There's the possibility to meet some since I am commuting to the church. I thought I would get questioned about a variety of things, so I have been replaying this in my head since a good while back. This is the truth too. I assumed these kinds of questions would be common, so this is one of the things I have simulated beforehand. But what Maya-san really wants to know here is most likely whether I can do the same thing for other questions. The answer is yes and number. If there's a topic I want to hide, I can imitate this act in the middle of the conversation. The reason for this being yes and no is because there's the possibility my agitation will be seen through. I didn't want Maya-san to notice this if possible, but with a special case like Rakura-san appearing, it can't be helped. Rather, it would be better to have her understand I have a countermeasure for this, and lower her desire to draw out information from me. Ah, but Rakura-san being a beauty were my real feelings in that moment only. I can tell just by looking with you being that happy and everything. Maya-san sighed. What did that sigh signify? By the way, do you think Ilias is a beauty? Maya. I think that inhuman strength is dangerous. I pity that girl too. Maya. We went out shopping after that, and that brings us to the present. It seems like Karaji grouped up with Ilias and the others after bringing the carriage. They came out from the church together. Ooh, if it ain't the lad. It is a great help that you are here too. I would have felt too suffocated without you. Kara. That goes the same for me. In the first place, they would be pretty much like your children or grandchildren. Yeah. For you lad, it would be as if you were walking with flowers on both hands. Kara. There's one that not only has thorns, but might even have needles growing out of her though. Who might that be? Ilias. Hard, ouch. That's what I mean. I ended up slipping because of the peace of mind Karaji brought. I was on the verge of tapping out due to an injury before departing. The trait of Taizu is that there's a lot of forests, and its territory is surrounded by giant mountain ranges. There's the Taizu Castle at the east side of the region, and most of the villages spread out at the west side of it. Even if a war were to happen and they get attacked, it is a strength of this kingdom that most of the villages won't get caught in the fires of war. On top of that, a march from the direction of Ghani would require them to cross through the narrow path in the forest. Even if they tried to invade through the forest, it would still put an extreme burden on them. And then, the chivalric order that prides on their small number of elites in Taizu would have an overwhelming geographic advantage and mobility in that narrow path. I wouldn't want to attack them even if asked to. Yup. We are currently heading to a northwest village. We will be going around the villages on a route that lets us go through them in one journey without backtracking. That said, the Black Wolfkin village would be an exception. There's a language barrier. They began to have exchanges with the outside not that long, so it was discussed that we shouldn't bring too drastic of changes on them. But it is a village that feared the demon lords and went into hiding. Maya-san said they might be a good match for the Yugara Church. The Yugara Church. Yugara is apparently the name of the hero that received the blessing of God and saved the world. It should be safe to consider it similar to Christianity. The demon lords that were born from the forbidden resurrection magic and dropped the world into fear. The hero that received the divine protection of God defeated them and saved the world. And so, what was born from the desire of preserving the teachings of that hero for posterity was the Yugara Church. The name of the hero remaining for posterity is something you hear often in fantasy, but going as far as developing into the religion is pretty rare. They are mostly young boys from a small village, so it can't be helped. It probably would be easy for the Black Wolfkins to gain affection towards the hero that defeated the demon lords, which were the symbol of their fear. Rakura-san said that it might be a good idea to tell them about the Yugara Church as a further lubricant in their relationship once they get used to the exchanges. Well, the Yugara Church has the most number of believers in Taizu, and the Black Wolfkin are beginning to go back and forth in that environment. It will most likely transmit without them going out of their way to do so. Speaking of which, I have not heard about the damages the villages suffered from the bandits. Were there no attacks? The villages have Knights of Taizu stationed there. The bandits wanted to avoid battles against the knights, so they didn't get close to the villages. There were escorts when moving from village to village too. Ilias. So the ones who suffered from this were the merchants who didn't have the leeway to get knights as escorts. Yeah. But even so, it was communicated to them that they should avoid moving from village to village as much as possible as a precaution. Ilias. I am glad Okura refrained from using necromancy. It would have been difficult to protect the villages with just the stationed knights if undead were to attack. That said, if they did something like that, it would also expose the cards of Dokura. What kind of facilities are there in the villages? First would be cultivation fields. There's also livestock facilities. If it is at the side of a forest, there would be facilities for the sake of lumbering. If it is at the side of mountains, there would be facilities for mining. Ilias. We arrived at the first village, and I decided to talk to Ilias about a variety of things. In the time Karagia and Rakura-san went to talk with the village chief, my image of this being the village in the Middle Ages hasn't changed. I feel like the wooden constructions are somewhat big, most likely due to the effect of this country being predominantly forests. So they are basically cutting open the forest to increase the amount of livable land for people. Right. The villages are expanding with the increase in population. Ilias. Aren't there villages that are not nearby rivers with so much forest and mountains around? Such places utilize the underground water. The water for the cultivation fields relies mostly on rain, but when it is necessary, they can either use the underground water or people who can use magic. Ilias. Magic really is handy in those points too. That said, the amount of water you can create is proportional to the amount of mana you have. So you wouldn't be able to create enough water to satisfy a whole village. Depending on the place, there's also villages that draw water from rivers through waterways. Ilias. In my country, most houses can draw water, so it doesn't feel fresh though. Really? That's impressive. Ilias. I then found the watchtower of the village. This is my first time seeing a wooden watchtower in real life. You have a watchtower? I don't think there's much of a need for that against animals though. The reason for its existence is as a countermeasure for monsters. Ilias. Now that she mentions it, I have barely touched upon that topic until now, but there's monsters and demons in this world. Since the opportunity has presented itself, I asked Ilias about monsters. There's special mana filling the regions where the demon lords ruled in the past. The creatures born from this are different from animals in that they have a great amount of mana inside of them. Those are monsters. There's still not much known about demons as of present. They are like humans, but they act as subordinates of the demon lords. Monsters apparently spawn in the regions poisoned by demon lords even now. Monster subjugations and purification of the land is being performed often in other countries. The place where that's the most prominent is Megis. There seems to be such places in Taizu, but the frequency of monsters appearing in front of people is pretty low. The reason being the existence of the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain. The past Demon Lord territory where monsters are supposed to be born exists on the other side of that mountain, so most monsters are dealt with by the slimes living in that mountain. The danger of that slime is so high that even a dragon, which is considered the highest threat within monsters, would still avoid it. In the first place, it has killed a demon lord, so there's no enemy for it. But there's monsters who luckily get through the mountains without meeting the slime too. Most of them are monsters that fly in the sky like wyverns. Dragons excel in avoiding danger, so they don't even approach the mountain, but unintelligent monsters would try to challenge crossing the mountain. Knights would be stationed permanently in the villages in order to prevent harm from such monsters. That's about the gist of it. Ilias. I was wondering where did a wyvern show up when I heard about the story of Kara, but it originated from such circumstances. But this really is a story that enhances the fearsomeness of past experiences. To think the first place I was thrown into was a danger zone of such magnitude. It is terrible that there might have been a chance for me to encounter a monster too. That's way too nasty. Well, I did encounter the most dangerous one, which is the slime sand though. That there's a watchtower in every village must mean there was a decent amount of casualties in the past. Yeah. There was a large-scale monster invasion around 10 years ago. It is rare even within the history of Taizu. Ilias. The expression of Ilias was harsh as she said this. Considering the age and living of Ilias, it was most likely the reason for her having lost her parents. Let's not touch that topic for now. Villages are normally not structured in a way to use magic frequently. The quality is lower compared to Taizu's capital. But maybe they teach reading and writing at least. In that sense, you could consider their living conditions being better compared to the equivalent era on Earth. The other thing that draws my attention would be the small night station and the existence of a church, I guess. For now, I had her show me the facilities that would let me understand the form of agriculture and forestry of the villagers, and investigate their flow. Rakura-san and Karaji returned while we were doing that. They have apparently wrapped up talks about the management of the church, the frequency of participation in masses from the villagers, the necessary funds, and such stuff. And then, they got on the carriage and headed to the next village. If you are consulting about the expenses for the management of the church, does that mean support funds will be provided from the headquarters? Yes. There's a decent amount of arms in the capital of Taizu because there's a good number of believers, but when it is on the scale of a village, they might be carrying burdens from this. Such circumstances would hinder faith. Thus, we are distributing the donations that have been gathered from sympathizers. Rakura. So it is to investigate how much of that share will be distributed. Yes, how about you, Counselor Sama? Rakura. I am proceeding with my inspection of the lifestyle quality of the villages. Even if it can't be helped for the capital, I would like to deal with the qualitative difference between villages. I talk with Rakura-san inside the carriage. I was taught a variety of things about the relationship between the Yugara Church and Megis. Megis is a kingdom, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Yugara Church holds the real power in Megis despite being a kingdom. The king of Megis has talks with the Pope, and they have the role to transmit the policies decided to the citizens. It is not like he is a complete yes man. He also makes proposals while considering the current state of the nation, but the king himself wouldn't be taking political measures on his own. Well, if most of the citizens are Yugara believers, creating friction between the Pope would make it hard to manage the country. There's the downside of the real power being held, but a part of me thinking that would make it easier for a king might be because a certain someone doesn't wish for such positions of responsibility. However, in that case, my way of seeing Megis changes somewhat. Megis doesn't forgive taboos. The true form of this is that the will of the Yugara Church is rooted strongly in it. Dokora, who was an Anbu of Megis, had deep relations with the Yugara Church, and the ones who cornered him were the Yugara Church too. If we consider this, Maya-san's tolerance is quite impressive. Maybe she is an outlier within the will of the Yugara Church. Speaking of which, the mother of Ilias worked in the church just like Maya-san, right? That means, yeah, my mother was originally from Megis. She came together with Maya to Taizu, and then she married my father who was a knight of this country. Ilias. On Earth, the Catholic sisters don't get married. Do they not have many restrictions like that? It may be connected with a savior, but there must be a good deal of differences when it comes to the teachings of a hero. What do you think of the teachings of the Yugara Church, Counselor Sama? Rakura. I haven't had opportunities to touch upon their teachings, so I haven't affiliated myself somewhere until now. However, I have been taught many things by Maya-san lately, and I understand that the existence of the Yugara Church is extremely important and valuable for the people who have been scarred greatly by the demon lords. My. Rakura, I currently can't blindly accept the Yugara Church, but I am also not so rebellious as to go against religion when I am the minority. If I am going to be knocking on the doors of religion, I do want to consider the Yugara Church. There's no need to wait for you to have deep religious faith. We will always be waiting for you to join, Counselor Sama. Rakura. This feeling of formality is nostalgic. The village tours after that proceeded without any issues too. I investigate the names of the villages, details of the facilities, and how degraded their lifestyle is. That goes the same for the expressions of the villagers as well as the state of their living. It is not like they are all the same, and reasons do exist for those differences. If it were because of the peculiarities of the village, that's fine, but if they can become downsides and problems, they could serve as targets for deliberation. Didn't you come here to learn about the differences between the villages and the capital? Ilias. It would be a waste to just learn, right? There's a lot to earn from testing things out yourself in this fashion. It might even prove beneficial. You have to make use of the chances given to their utmost, you know. I see. Meaning that today is a serious day. Ilias. How rude. There's no day where I am not serious. Even when I am messing around, I obviously mess around seriously. Also, Wolf has come today. I have to show her my dignity as a Shizu. I have been having Wolf state the points she has noticed after comparing the villages. The cows in this village are smaller than the ones in the village before. Wolf. Ooh, is that so? Is that so? Leaving aside the differences between individuals, if there's a difference as a whole, we could consider this being a difference in the breeding environment. The climate and exposure to the sun normally doesn't change. In that case, the size of the livestock pen, the lifestyle rhythm of the cows, and the amount and quality of food might be the factors. Try to derive the reason for this by observing the surroundings of the cows and finding the differences. Wolf. Looks like I need to avoid saying too complicated things. Yup. Become the cow-san and think about why they are smaller. Okay. Wolf. It hit evening while we were doing all that. We secure a place to sleep in the church of the last village we went to today. Ilias and Wolf are sleeping in the same room, and the others in a room of their own. Karaji alone was invited to the house of the village chief, and ended up staying there. When it is outside the capital, Karaji's popularity is higher as a senior compared to the military prowess of Ilias. I can't really say there's absolutely no prejudice and discrimination towards Ilias as a woman, but it is pretty tame compared to the capital. I could have gone to sleep at once, but I decided to organize the papers I wrote down today and headed to the desk. I hang the illumination stone, that Ilias imbued mana into, on the ceiling of the room, and dedicate myself to the desk work while relying on that light. Someone knocked on the door while I was doing that. Come in. The one that came in was Rakura-san. Contrary to her daytime outfit, she was wearing a comfortable completely white robe. It really stimulates my desires. Apologies for coming in so late in the night. I was walking a bit around because I couldn't sleep, and I saw light in the room, so. Is it a bother? Rakura. I don't mind. I was in the middle of compiling what I have noted down today. You are a really diligent one, Counselor Sama. Can I see? Rakura. Go ahead. Please sit on the bed or wherever you find most comfortable. I urged Rakura-san to sit, and gave her the documents I finished writing. Rakura-san was silently reading them. I silently resume my work so I don't get in her way. After a while, there was a reaction from Rakura-san. You're writing it down in quite the detail. To think you would even write down about the games the children of the village play. Rakura. There's reasons for even the smallest things. The possibilities of this linking to the information one seeks merit such efforts. The least I can do as an inexperienced person is to not miss any events I witness as much as possible. I see. Rakura. For example, there's villages where the children play with handmade toys and those that don't. The makers of such toys are most likely the parents. The villages that can afford the time and have the mental leeway to make handmade toys for their children in their busy daily lives, and the ones that don't might have a difference in the amount of work they do, their efficiency, and technique. By watching the state of their work, equipment, and technique while having such assumptions, those kinds of differences are made clear. Or something like that. If someone like Counselor Sama managed to climb to a standing of responsibility, the people must be reassured. Rakura, haha, thank you very much. I suddenly feel a presence closing on me. When I looked back, Rakura-san had walked right by my side. The sweet perfume tickled my nose. I can feel her heat from up close. I could tell my heartbeat was getting noisier and faster. Excuse me, Counselor Sama. There's actually something I would like to consult with you. Rakura, oh okay, if it is something I can do. Klo. Rakura-san's hands were placed on my cheek and lap. Her face approached slowly, and her breath reached my face. There's actually one more objective in this inspection, you see. Rakura, what could it be? Rakura-san showed a glossy smile and said this. We are searching for a certain book. Do you know about a book that has information about necromancy written on it? Rakura, damn it Tilda. Of course that would be the case. The objective of Rakura-san being the articles of Dokura was within expectations. It was on the level where Marito and I went figures. It is not like I was assuming here, but in a situation where we were wary of the movements of the Yugara Church, their headquarters suddenly sent personnel, so it is natural to reach that conclusion. A sigh leaked out. Even though this is the first seductive-looking event I have confronted in this world, the punchline arrived pretty fast. Couldn't we have, build a nice relationship for a few days, aiming for the moment when I completely trust you? I would have had a bit more fun. Counselor Sama, why did you sigh? Rakura, isn't that obvious? You came at me all seductively and what you asked for was information. That's not it. Could it possibly be that the charm magic is not working? Rakura, what's that? She casted something like that on me? Well, you came at me in such a manner, so you could say I was charmed in a way. Ooh. Her face is turning visibly bright red. Please forget about it. I beg of you. Forget it. Rakura. It has been a while since I have been grabbed by the collar and shaken. But this might be the first time I experience feminine physical strength since coming to this world. And now, please calm down. I thought you were really bewitching. That's not it. That required such preliminary motions. Rakura-san appealed with tears in her eyes and a bright red face, a state that I feel she will seriously cry if I tease her any further. I should keep the teasing in moderation. As an adult, it is okay. I was actually charmed. Man, that really made my heart drum. Rakura, but there's times when I lose to the allure in a variety of meanings. Here, have some water. Sob, thank you very much. Rakura. I soothed the panicking Rakura-san and had her sit on the bed. Keep the messing around to a moderate degree. Now then, I have to hear about the details. Let's summarize it. Aside from this time's inspection, you are also searching for something, and you approached me, the counselor candidate, to obtain information. You tried to get information from me quickly, so you used charm magic, and you for some reason couldn't charm me. Yes. Rakura. On top of that, if you use charm magic, the memories of that time will disappear, so even though you mustered courage in using the preliminary motions of the charm magic, you normally would be so embarrassed you wouldn't want to do it. You ended up showing a shameful sight because you failed. Yes. Rakura, if you were to tempt me normally like that, you would have been able to manage even without magic though. She is going to cry again. If it is that embarrassing, just don't use it. You dug yourself into that one when you tried to escape to the easy method, even though it's certainly activated. Why didn't it work? Rakura. Right. Let me confirm this first, but is charm magic the type that you cast to the head of the target? Why yes. To be more precise, it is a spell that lets you charm the target by interfering with their mana through their eyes. Rakura. There. Didn't we have a talk about me having low mana? You most likely didn't make mistakes in your motions, but I don't have enough mana inside of me for you to mess with. I remember the time with the rye fruit. Use the mana of the person that ate it, construct a state of control, and invite the creature to the nest of the slime. It has enough of an effect on animals who have questionable amounts of mana, but a certain someone who is an Isekai beginner probably has around 1 mana point. So you don't even get affected by it. I thought at first I was simply lucky, but when I heard about how I can't get most of the treatments from healing magic, I felt like I was in a state where my insurance was half complete. No way. Then what should I write if I pour my mana into Counselor Sama? Rakura. By the way, is it really okay for me to hear that? Ah, her face got even redder. I pretty much get it now. It is that kind of method, huh? What's with this airheaded beauty? If you are going to go that far, wouldn't it be faster to just seduce normally? There's no way I can do something like that. Rakura. But you were. Now then, we resume our talk after putting a second break in between. But why did you go through such a forceful method? Can you please tell me if you can? You are. Rakura. This is the gist of it. The Yugara Church's headquarters have sealed the taboos and Demon Lord-related records. Someone might one day stretch their hands onto the forbidden and the Demon Lord might appear again. This is a last resort in order to oppose such a situation. But Dokura and Anbu of Megis managed to steal one of those books. She hasn't been told the specifics of it, but it apparently has information related to necromancy written in it. It is inferior to resurrection magic, but necromancy is also one of the forbidden spells. The Yugara Church chased after the trail of Dokura in order to avoid the spread of it. And then, they found the bases when he was in Gani. They found traces of Dokura trying to learn necromancy there. They lost his trail after that, but a request from Maya-san to Megis for data came in. A man with one arm and the possibility to be able to use necromancy, that was without doubt Dokura. Dokura had already lost an arm by the time he was escaping the chase of Megis. After that, the Yugara Church requested the search of the book. It is because Dokura being able to use necromancy at a high level had a high chance of this, meaning that he brought the book to Taizu after all. But the book was not found even when investigating all the layers. Headquarters ordered Maya-san to continue our investigation, but there were no results. This should be, but they can't find it. People voicing their suspicions towards Maya-san began to be raised. A capable person was dispatched from headquarters in the form of Rakura-san in order to clear those suspicions. Capable? It is true. I have learned many high-rank spells, and I am a purification magic specialist. I can deal with undeads even on an army scale. Rakura. Of course she would be capable then. Even the Night Division with the most numbers in this country were having trouble against the undead after all. And yet, this degree of airheadedness is weird. Is it actually an act? If that's the case, what a crafty. No, she could have just succeeded in her first attempt at seduction if that was the case. But after hearing this, it makes me think about how important compatibility is. Rakura-san's strength is honestly low. She is most likely on the same level as me. Let's throw away that sad outline. In that case, she wouldn't be able to deal with the attacks of the knights brought upon by their inhuman movements. But those knights don't have a decisive move against undead. However, a cleric can slaughter the undead one-sidedly. They are already dead though. The gorilla that defeated them in one hit can't fit in the category of compatibility, so let's just put her in the exceptions. And so, you finally got the chance to act outside the eyes of Maya-san. You met a certain someone who you might be able to get useful information from if you used charm magic, and that brings us to the present. Yes. Rakura. So you just self-destructed because you got hasty. Cause. I thought such a perfect opportunity could only be called there. Guidance of God. Rakura. Even if that were the case, I can accept it until the part of the charm magic, but I don't know about how you went straight to your main objective without even confirming whether the charm actually worked. It hasn't failed until now. Rakura. We were really on guard against the Yugara Church, to be honest. Marito and I discussed a variety of countermeasures over and over to act with the utmost caution, so this level of carelessness is pretty rough on me. I failed in my stealth mission and I even showed a shameful sight. I am done for. Now that it has come to this, Rakura, if you are going to kill yourself, please do it in your own room. I will speak in taverns about your gallant figure in your last moments. You really mean that, don't you? If you tell me that, I wouldn't be able to die even in death. I would turn into an undead. Rakura. Despite this being the joke of a pure white cleric, That was pretty black. Please rest in peace. But it would worsen my quality sleep if she were to make me the cause of death. Let's do a follow-up. There's no need to get involved in stealth. Maya-san should have been able to tell that she is being suspected if a person from headquarters is coming at this time. Then just declare it quickly and search for it with no shame. Why are you trying to search for it all secretly? If a book with information about forbidden magic were to be known, there's the fear of people wanting it appearing. Rakura, hasn't Maya-san already been told about the existence of the book by headquarters? Right. Rakura-san hammered her hand. Give me back the effort I put in my formalities in there. Morning. I was dealing with you as if you were a skilled assassin, you know? But if Maya-sama were the one hiding the book? Rakura, even if that were the case, it wouldn't change the fact that she is hiding it. You would actually be able to seal her movements if you were to declare it instead. I see. Rakura hammered her hand. Who was the one who appointed her? That person has no qualifications to pull any stratagems. I am off to sleep. No way. You are not going to help me? Rakura, let's remember what you did just now, okay? Please forget that. Forget. Rakura, no way in hell I will. Hasn't your way of speaking gotten a bit ruder? Rakura, dressed up personalities are only used for the people you have to use them on. You are, even though I thought Counselor Sama was a wonderful person. Rakura, thanks. You were also wonderful, Rakura. Your honest feelings are stabbing me and it hurts. Rakura, good grief. I got it. I will help you search for the book. Fine now? Really? Thank you very much. Rakura, I have no intention of sharing the fact that Marito already has the book though. I left it hazy by using the flow of the events, but I managed to slip away from answering the question. Do you know about the book? By the way, do you know something about the book? Rakura, or not? This woman really betrays my expectations in every aspect. On the other hand, I am the one who wants to hear about this book. Do you have information about its appearance? I heard it is an old book with writing in a language never seen before. Rakura, the inside too? Yes. It is apparently not easy to decipher it. Rakura, I have not read such a book in Taizu. I see. Rakura, safe. I hesitated for an instant there. I have seen the title several times already, however, I have not read the contents of it yet. The issue would be that I was on the verge of saying, I have not read such a book. This would be a lie. It is because I know it is written in Japanese. I have obviously read books in Japanese in Japan. In the case I add the words in Taizu later, it would technically be like trying to take away the lie after the fact, so the lie detector might have caught it. I need to test out how effective it is and how much I can get away with, but I would like to avoid dangerous scenarios like this one. Even if I can deal with it, there's no doubt it is a troublesome power. Do you have no way to search for it? Yes, I do have one in a way. There's special mana imbued in that book, so there would be a reaction if I were to put up a dedicated barrier for it. Rakura, I see, so that's why you were going around arranging the setup for the barrier in the churches, huh? Yes. Wait, how could you tell? Rakura, Wolf told me that your luggage was getting lighter bit by bit. The contents didn't give off the scent of food, and there were things like stones inside of it. You probably even made a simple altar in the villages that didn't have a church with the excuse it is so you can at least offer your prayers. I can imagine that. Wolf's ears and nose are not your average ones. I can only be impressed at this wolf demi-human. When I asked her to tell me the differences and changes, she told me about the luggage of Rakura too. It is easy to imagine the actions Rakura might take by seeing her cards and knowing her objective. Is that barrier big enough to cover a whole village? Yes. But it causes no harm to them. On the contrary, the mana from the barrier corrects disturbances in your internal mana, and gives you benefits like recovering your fatigue and beautifying you. A really useful thing. Rakura, I have not seen minus iron products lately is the only comment that comes to mind here. There's a lot of knights from Taizu that have magic seal stones embedded in their weapons. Does that contraption of yours not get affected by the magic seal stone? Right. The core of the barrier would be affected by the magic seal stone and get undone. However, The mana released from the mana simply has those properties, so it is okay. Rakura, so that means it is okay as long as they don't bring weapons inside the church. It resembles the method of Dokura. No, they are from the same country to begin with, so it might be natural for their methods to be similar to a certain degree. You guys can tell even if it reacts at a long distance? Yes. When the mana of the corresponding book touches the mana of the barrier, it will create a resonance, and will release a characteristic super expansive wave of mana. If we detect that, we will be able to tell which barrier it was that reacted. Rakura. Complicated methods have increased. That said, using the properties of mana feels like the method to avoid the existence of magic seal stones. But can't you create a pretty dangerous weapon if used with bad intentions? I don't specialize in this field, so I don't know what kind of special properties are born when new mana is born from different properties. If there's no reaction after setting it up in all the villages, it would mean that it isn't in the villages for now, right? Yes. If we set it up in the Taizu capital last, we would be able to confirm all the places where people are. Rakura. Well, that's true, but will you get permission for that? How many countries would there be that would say okay when asked whether they can set a barrier of their own country in it? It does output something similar to minor science though. Can't something be done with your help, Counselor Sama? Rakura. I am a candidate after all. I have no such authority. I think I would be able to consult with the king about it, but I won't be able to tell whether I can get an agreement unless I ask him. That alone is enough. Rakura. Next would be setting it up in the city. Let's search for good places together. But if it is a matter of this importance, you should act more carefully. About that, I saw the amount of mana you had and thought it would be safe. Rakura. Oi, Rakura, I will eventually betray you. You hear me? You said that for real. Rakura. And this is how I formed a weird alliance with Rakura. You have been calling me without honorifics by the time I noticed? Even though I am older. Rakura. That bit is getting old. The next day, we went around the villages and finished setting up the contraptions. We took 2 days to go around the villages on the west side, and we went around the east side villages on the 3rd day. But despite setting them up in all the villages, she didn't find the book. It is in the castle, so that's obvious though. I can't help her out in the current stage, so I continued doing work resembling a counselor candidate, but with knights stationed in these many villages and the work at the capital. The Cheval Recorder must be busy. Do they even have enough people? Right. The knight apprentices are helping out in a variety of miscellaneous work too at the capital though. Ilias. Rakura, I heard that the appearance rate of monsters in Megis is high, but how do they deal with that? Let's see. We would offer rewards for parts in the body of the monster, and would ask adventurers to deal with them. The villages would also have temporary contracts with them to safeguard them. Rakura. I see. So you are leaving the monster subjugation to the specialists. I would like our country to imitate that, but not many adventurers come to Taizu. Rakura. Monsters rarely show up, so adventurers can't get a stable income. It would be difficult to have a similar way to manage this as Megis. I would like an element to call adventurers to Taizu. By the way, since when did you two get close? Ilias. No. It is not like we have gotten close though. Aren't you talking to each other as if you have opened up your heart? You are also calling her without honorifics. Ilias. That's because this girl. About that. I wanted to form a friendly relationship with Counselor Sama the same way as Ilias Sama, so I asked Counselor Sama to call me in that manner. I requested him to speak to me in a more informal manner. Rakura. I see. Ilias. No. It is simply because my evaluation of her has plummeted. Why can't you match up with me? Rakura. I wouldn't be that happy to match up with you and get thanked. Staying misunderstood would be more amusing instead. How can you say that honestly? Rakura. Seriously, what in the world happened? Ilias. Shizu Wolf would like to have the same as Ilias and the others. Wolf. I silently beckon Wolf over, have her sit close to me, and pat her head. Listen here, Wolf. It is true that your position is in the minority and different from everyone else. But there's no need to go out of your way to worsen your evaluation. Learn to choose who to imitate, okay? But, Shizu, You are always only kind with Wolf. Wolf, it is not like I am being especially kind with you, Wolf. It is just that the others are low. That's why I am being natural with you, Wolf. Okay. Wolf, wait a moment. Does that mean your evaluation of me is bad too? Ilias, you thought it was good? Don't get surprised. Ilias, I am an intellectual. Don't think my evaluation will increase easily towards someone who solves everything with brute force. Ugh. But it is not like I am an idiot. I am an intellectual to a certain degree. Ilias, as long as you immediately jump into the decision of it would be faster to do it by force every time, I definitely won't acknowledge you as an intellectual, you muscle brain gorilla. What's a gorilla? Ilias, we returned to the capital of Taizu after that. Rakura told Maya-san about the situation at once. Of course that would happen. It can't be helped. I myself would like to clear up my suspicions, so do your best, Rakura. Maya. Yes. Rakura. And so she got permission to do as she pleases. The obstacle to act in the city has disappeared with this. Maya-san, you knew about this pretty much from the very beginning, right? Of course. It would be weirder to not know. Maya. Right. The holy grounds of the Yugara Church that exist in Meges, the place where the hero pledged to defeat the demon lords, and the place where the grand church of the Yugara Church was built. Within the most cramped and simple room in that giant grand church, there's the Pope of the Yugara Church, me, Yuparo Rosero. I don't have a liking for the extravagant and gaudy. However, the Yugara Church is the religion with the most people. Due to this, the Grand Church towers as the leading construction in this world, but my office room is a recreation of the workroom that I had been assigned to in my younger days, and one of the archbishops was called to this room. Yuka Kenaku is at the left wing of the Yugara Church, and it is the person that sent Rakura to Taizu. So, that's why you sent Rakura Solf to retrieve the book, huh? Yuparo. Yes, that's exactly the case, Pope-sama. Yuka. If my memory serves right, she should be a super outstanding cleric. She has learned almost all of the purification spells that are the quintessence of the Yugara Church at that young age, and her achievements in devil hunting are certain. Yuparo. Yes, that is correct. Yuka. I also remember that her other talents are tragic, as if that lone talent of hers had robbed her of every other one. Yuparo. Yes, that's exactly right. Yuka. Why did you choose her? Yuparo. I sighed. Can a battle-oriented cleric like Rakura be able to do her job of retrieving the book properly? No, it would be impossible. I have seen Rakura once after all. It would be a bit impossible for her. Am I the only one who can predict that Maya will be able to see through our objective completely? Yuparo. No, that's our aim from the very beginning. Yuka. Got it. The work of going through this rally of questions and answers is a waste of time, so tell me everything in one go. Yuparo. We plan on having Rakura search for the book as a front. The Taizu Archbishop is a woman with a sharp mind. She will most likely notice it is an inspector sent there no matter who we were to choose. Yuka. Right. Being able to climb all the way to Archbishop at such a young age is not just for show. Yuparo. That's why we have to turn it around. By sending Rakura whose intentions would be discovered easily, we will have Maya notice, and have them do the search with that in mind. Yuka. But was there any need for it to be Rakura? If you sent someone more suitable for searches, Yuparo. Fufafu, there's the need for it to be Rakura. If someone as clumsy as her were to be sent as an inspector, Maya would lower her guard, thinking we don't consider this matter too serious. That's our aim. Yuka. So you have sent someone else in secret? Yuparo. That's our Pope-sama. Yuka praised me with an exaggerated reaction. Who was the one that made this guy an archbishop? Right, me. No, this guy may act like this, but his connections are seriously incredible. The one who is shouldering most of the avenues for the Yugara Church to raise money is Yuka. He has the strong point of others not being vigilant of him because of that personality of his, meaning that he can get along with most people. His achievements in those fronts are so big they can't be made light of. So the current state of things is that other archbishops have no choice but to shut their mouths. We have already sent an bus of Meges to Taizu in the time when Rakura is standing out with her course search. The Anbus will be searching in the shadows and will obtain that book. This is my plan. People lower their guard when given an answer. We will take advantage of this. Yuka. Well, you have a point. If you are properly using skilled people, I have no complaints. But try to avoid aggravating our relationship with Taizu. Yuparo. Yes, leave it to me. Yuka. At any rate, this guy not only has wide connections in Megis, but also connections with the Anbus. Did they have a great chat in a tavern or something? Fufafu, my plan won't ever be noticed. It is perfect after all. Yuka. They must have sent someone else. Right. That's the only possibility I can think of. That night, I went to the place of Marito because I needed to report this, and discussed what actions Megis could take. I doubt it is another cleric. The possibility would be a merchant or an adventurer. Marito. The difficulty of doing an investigation when they are strangers would be high. There's the possibility they are using the Anbus of Megis. Right. If they have the ability to disguise themselves, there's even the possibility that they would infiltrate the castle. Marito. Looks like there's a need to form a countermeasure. Right. I ended up being an assistant of Rakura. It is okay to let her swim around, right? Let's see. Use her well. Marito. Gotch. Understood. And so, what should we do about the book? Judging from what you told me, they are going to be setting up barriers outside the castle, right? We won't be able to bring it outside in that case. Me or Lord Ragudo will continue keeping it in our possession. Marito. It might even be an option to begin the deciphering of the book with the premise that it will get retrieved. Right. But the person that sent Rakura must be pretty bold. It is practically as if they have publicized to Taizu that they possess books related to the forbidden. Marito. They were prepared for Maya-san to discover this, but didn't expect the information to leak to Taizu from Rakura. No, there's no way that's the case. They most likely compromised to a certain degree, and tried to stop the worsening of relations with Taizu. I guess they are upright in that front. I kind of like that. Marito. You told the counselor candidate about the situation? Yuka. Yuka heard the report of Rakura and was dumbstruck. They are using one of the secret arts of the Yugara Church to communicate at long range by using a crystal. The places where it can be used are limited, but it is set in most of the Yugara churches where a bishop or higher are stationed. It is alright. I told him about the situation and he said he would help me out with the search of the book. Rakura. Ooh, that's wonderful. Yuka. He is someone who does his work very seriously, and he is also someone who is friendly with Maya-sama. I am sure he understood the seriousness of the situation. Rakura. You were blessed with a good helper. But don't forget to keep his mouth shut. Yuka. If Yuparo were here, he would be holding his head in pain, but there was no one to retort here. Rakura. A big disaster might be impossible to avoid if the necromancy written in that book were to be spread to the world. Put your heart into it. Yuka. Yes, I will do my best to answer your expectations, Yuka-sama. Rakura. The transmission was closed off. Yuka was surprised by Rakura's unexpected action, but he was satisfied with the results. He even thought she might be able to find the book faster than the Anbus. Yuka-sama, may I? It is you. Go ahead. Yuka. A visitor appeared at that moment, a single young man. A call from Rakura? That's right. It seems like things are going better than expected with Rakura. She might even find the book faster than the Anbus you arranged. Yuka. Well, but I wouldn't mind that result either. There's no harm in a member of the Yugara Church showing results when moving in public after all. That's right. And so, did you have some business? Yuka. Yes, I would like a few more people helping out the man that is moving in the shadows. I have come to get permission for this. Rakura has gained an ally in the local area too. It would be hard to obtain the help of the locals if you move in the shadows. Go ahead and dispatch them as soon as possible. Yuka. Yuka swiftly signed the papers that the visitor prepared. I will do so at once then. Saying this, that visitor left the room. Yuka stared into empty space after seeing him off. Was there someone here just now? Yuka. Yuka tilted his head. I was helping in the search for the book together with Wolf on the next day, helping out in the search for it in order to not find it. Now then, After consulting with His Majesty regarding setting the barriers, I received permission from him that it is fine as long as it is just for a set period of time. Oh my. Rakura. But there's already several barriers set in the castle, so he can't give you permission on that one. I see. Rakura. After consulting with Marito, it was decided that setting a barrier at the castle should be avoided. They might take forceful methods if left be, so the objective is to deal with the ones under their nose first. In the case an anomaly happens, it will be immediately removed. Also, he wants us to avoid setting them in the whole city at first just in case. The front is that it is a barrier that provides healing after all. But if we don't use it in the whole city, we won't be able to confirm. Rakura. Just expand it as the days progress. Rakura, you already know where to set it first, right? Rakura. Don't think you will be forgiven just for doing a cute gesture. I might have forgiven her with this if it were in a normal scenario. So please tell me. Rakura. We are moving with the assumption that the book is in Taizu. It would be troubling if the book were to be brought out while we are expanding the barrier for the search. We have to set them in a way where the gates of the ramparts are within the range, and then encircle the city with it as the starting point. Fume. Rakura. But before expanding to the inside, we go around the walls as if surrounding them. They might go over the walls after all. Do you think you have enough tools all around the capital? I think it is barely enough, but I feel like there wouldn't be enough for the inside. Rakura. Setting it all at once hasn't been approved anyways. You can just proceed with the setup as you get them ready. Understood. Then that means today we'll be setting them around the gates and the walls. Rakura. If the preparations of the tools for the barrier are fast, we could set them inside the capital as well as the travel route to Gani. I would also like to investigate the bases of the bandits directly after that. Exploring the mountains and forests. That sounds like a lot of work. Rakura. But you need to investigate the places Maya-san has in order to clear the suspicions of Maya-san. I'm giving you this, so make a copy. I say this and give the map of Dokura I got from Marito. This is? Rakura. The map of Taizu that Dokura used. The layers he used, layers he didn't use, and marks of caves that could serve as candidates. The knights have already investigated them, so it wasn't that difficult to borrow this. Oh my, our search will be a lot more efficient with this. Rakura. But the excuse I used to borrow the map was that I wanted to do a cave resource investigation for the merchant Ban-san who I am cooperating with. We are going to be going around both the lairs and the caves, so it will take a decent amount of time. Right. But it might be hidden in the caves, so it works just fine. Rakura. There should be no issues with setting barriers temporarily in the lairs and the caves, so there should be some leeway in your materials. This is to buy time with Rakura. We will have her set barriers around the capital, and have her take a whole lot of time to encircle the city. We will also occupy her with the lairs and caves of the bandits at the same time, and delay the search in the castle. I will proceed with the decoding of the book in my free time. Marito's plan is that it should be fine to return the book if the decoding of the book is done. In the perspective of Rakura, this will take time, but with the assumption that it is within the territory of Taizu, she must do her search while reducing the risks of the book being brought out of the nation. The true objective of Megis is not clear, but their pretext is to impede necromancy from spreading. She shouldn't be able to deny this plan. The next issue would be to dig out the identity of the other searchers that must be working in the shadows. We have no choice but to manage somehow on this one. Fuayu, we are done. Rakura. We set the barrier in front of the gate and went outside. We went around the capital with horses and set barriers in a way so that there won't be any holes. We began in the morning and it will already be evening in a bit more. I am understandably tired now. We borrowed 2 horses from the barracks. Rakura rode on one and the other one was me and Wolf. I learned how to ride a horse together with Wolf, but Wolf managed to learn faster than me. And a certain someone still has to ride together with someone else. No, these horses are scary, you know. They are a size bigger than the horses in horse racing, and they don't lose in speed against them. A total beginner running with a thoroughbred is just impossible. It is like asking you to run a scooter on a highway at 80 kilometers per hour. We met Ilias while on our way to return the horses to the barracks. Ilias, It is rare to see you here when you are normally patrolling the city. The barracks outside the walls are under the jurisdiction of the Ragudo division after all. Even if we are leaving it to the sentries, I come here every now and then to check on their state. What about you? Ilias. I borrowed horses and went around the walls with Dracura. She said she wanted to see the difference here with Megis. I see. How was it? Ilias. Megis doesn't have ramparts this wonderful. They don't make walls so that it is easier for the believers to see the grand church in the holy grounds. Dracura. That's careless for a place with a lot of monsters. Ilias. We have several layers of barriers deployed instead, and monsters can't get close unless it is a pretty large-sized one. Dracura. I see. Barriers can be handy in a lot of scenarios. It is also big enough that they can preserve the scenery with this. Speaking of which, I was thinking about exploring caves tomorrow. Can you have normal battles against beasts, Dracura? Yeah, it is okay. I am strong. Dracura. I can't bring myself to trust her. Let's show it on my face. Ah, your face is telling me you don't trust me. Dracura. Considering everything that has happened until now. Then I will prove it to you. Dracura. Is what Dracura said as she deployed a barrier around immediately. The cubic barrier that was deployed in almost no time around Dracura gave me the impression of a thick half-transparent glass. This is the defense magic I am proud of. It won't budge one bit from your average attacks. Dracura. Then, Wolf, try going all out. Yes. Shizu. Wolf spun her arm and stood in front of Dracura. She then inhaled and dashed forward. It is a simple lunging attack that mixes magic emission, but her power shoots up drastically from that sheer output of hers. Wolf. The thunderous sound and impact resonated in the air as her fist made contact with the barrier, but her fist didn't get further than that. Ooh, Shizu, my hand, it hurts. Wolf. Makes sense. I pat the head of the teary-eyed wolf. Dracura puffed her chest out with a smug face. How's that? This toughness despite no incantation. Wolf. It is certainly impressive. How is it, Ilias? Yeah, it is great. The construction of the spell uses the caster as the main constituent, so it would be hard to deal with if you allow it to be deployed. It would be difficult to dispel it with a small magic seal stone. Ilias. So a big one can. Well, yeah, a military level size would be pushing it a bit, but beasts and monsters don't use magic seal stones anyways. Dracura, can I test it out too? Ilias. Looks like Ilias is also interested in its toughness. Yeah, I don't mind. Dracura. Alright. I should go with the scabbard on just in case. Ilias. Ilias picked up her sword with the scabbard still on. If she were to hit a way too hard barrier with an unsheathed sword, it might even chip the blade. Ilias stopped in front of the barrier and brandished her sword. If I am correct, Wolf's attack was around that much, so. Alright, somewhere around here. Ilias. She swung down in a straight line, but it was stopped by the barrier. Mew, it really is hard. Ilias. Dracura's face stiffened. Now that I look closely, the sword has stabbed into the barrier. The sword broke a part of the cubic barrier and lost its momentum from the resistance of it. That's an impressive barrier. I would have to get pretty serious in order to destroy this. Ilias. Don't try it. You would most likely send both the barrier and Dracura flying. As expected of Ilias-san. You certainly do have the skills to be in the top 5 of Taizu. Dracura. Even Ilias can't hurt Dracura if it is with a simple attack. But if she were to get serious, the attacks would be dealt at a speed faster than the eye can see. Ilias really is on a different level even in Dracura's eyes. But I should have been able to prove to you, Counselor Sama. Leaving aside Ilias-san, this barrier wouldn't be broken by someone like Counselor Sama. Dracura spun inside the barrier. That's true, but it kind of annoys me. Then, since the opportunity is there, can I test it out? Of course. Dracura. I look around for now and find something nice. I grab a shovel leaning against the wall. There's no way you can break my barrier with something like that. This barrier is set even at my feet. There's no point digging. Dracura. This should work just fine. I leave the shovel on the ground for now and grab a somewhat big rock nearby. Huh? Are you switching to rock throwing? Rakura. No, that would be bad for my waist, so I won't do something like that. I put the rock by my side and grabbed the shovel. I thrust the shovel towards the location where I got the rock from. Counselor-sama? Rakura. Alright, this should be enough. I raise the shovel in front of the barrier, and then, I pour the contents of the shovel onto the top of the barrier. The contents are obviously stopped by the barrier. What in the world are you trying to? Oh? Rakura. There's earth on the barrier above Rakura. The earth spreads on top without spilling because it is cubic. It is half transparent and the inside can be seen clearly, so that must be the same from the inside. She most likely can see the many insects and earthworms hidden, squirming below the rocks. Excuse me, Counselor-sama? Rakura. Now then, Rakura could move inside the barrier. She can deploy it instantly, so it is centered around her and there's no need to move it constantly. Turning that around, it means the barrier doesn't move. In other words, for the person herself to move away from here, she would have no option but to undo the barrier. Man, it really is sturdy. Let's go then. I'm impressed at how you do horrible things as naturally as you breathe. Ilias. Please wait. Please move this away. At least the bugs. Rakura. Rakura smacked the barrier from the inside over and over, and begged for help. It would get my hands dirty. I will wash them. I will bring out clean water and wash them with joy. Rakura. Can't you just redeploy a cone-shaped barrier inside? I can only use barriers of this shape. Rakura. Then that. If you use wind magic as soon as you undo it, if I mess up the timing, magic will be unleashed inside this closed space, you know? Rakura. If you undo the barrier in an instant, you can do it. Never give up. I might be able to, but it really is impossible. Rakura. She tried to work hard for an instant there, but she imagined the risks of messing up, and her concentration has crumbled into shambles. But in a cubic barrier that can't move, wouldn't you get checkmated if a monster that spits out poison shows up? True. You would be able to stop it temporarily, but what remains on top of it? Ilias. You should make it cone-shaped or spherical. Also, make it so that it is easily malleable. That would be nice. Ilias. You two stop your sound conversation and do something about this, please. Rakura. After that, I was seriously about to leave Rakura there and she began to cry. Wolf said she couldn't leave her, so I asked Ilias and she washed it off with water magic, but well, she ended up getting poured water on her head with the water that still remained above the barrier. You are so horrible. Counselor-sama, you are a horrible person. Rakura. We sat at the chairs inside the barracks and Rakura complained as she dried herself with the warm air Ilias was casting with magic. Even though I pointed out a fault in the barrier you were so proud of. I am hurt. No, I think that's questionable as a human being. Ilias. Shizu, bullying, not good. Wolf. As if I am being a bully. Rakura is far beyond me in terms of ability. I simply surpassed that with smarts. I am saying what you did afterwards is horrible. Even though I was seriously troubled, you left me there as if you didn't care at all from the bottom of your heart. Rakura. My sourness lowered after all. I was satisfied. I wanted to spend the day together with the kind Counselor-sama I met the first day. Rakura. What a coincidence. I miss the Rakura that had a mature charm. What a sad agreement in sentiments. Alright, you are dried now, Rakura. Ilias. Thank you very much, Ilias-san. Rakura. Speaking of which, hasn't the distance between the two shortened? There must be attraction between these two kindred souls. However, a muscle brain and an airhead may be similar but are different. If you don't understand the difference, you will be in a world of hurt mainly by the hands of Ilias. Now then, let's head to Dog's Bone to have dinner. What will you do, Rakura? My pocket is currently. Rakura. I can treat you if it is just that much. More importantly, can a cleric eat meat? Yeah. Is there a reason why we wouldn't be able to? Rakura. Oops. Not good. This world doesn't have Hinduism which reveres cows and Islamism which finds eating pig as taboo. I had the preconception that religious people were apprehensive about killing and eating living beings. It is true that life is a precious thing. That's why we show gratitude to their lives until now. Rakura. So they technically don't have restrictions as a religion, and they simply show their gratitude to the food. It resembles the Itadakimasu of Japan. Then there's no issues. This place is the establishment you need to go to if you come to Taizu. Let's go. I grab the hand of Rakura, who tilted her head, and bring her to Dog's Bone half forcefully. Taizu, which is surrounded by nature, the neighboring country of Ghani, which has plains spread far and vast, and the wasteland that's located by the side of this, including Megis. All of these are not by the side of the sea. That said, when we go as far as Megis, there's actually a neighboring country that comes in contact with the sea, so the price of salt is apparently around twice cheaper than here. But it doesn't change the fact that salt is still a luxury good, and it is expensive. Rakura smacked her lips at the dishes that took advantage of salt. Of course, it is not only because of the salt. Taizu is surrounded by mountains and forests, so the herbs and spices are more varied compared to other nations. There's also the recently discovered rare forest that has a lot of mana where Black Wolf can live. If the special herbs there were to spread to the market, the cuisine of the surroundings would expand even further. And so, things were fine until the part where Rakura enjoyed the Taizu's food culture in the middle of development. It is not like Rakura is weak to alcohol, but her self-control wasn't working. Tasty food and tasty alcohol. She was so happy with those that she forgot she was eating under the pocket of someone else and continued ordering. The result was that the dead drunk airheaded cleric was now being piggybacked by me, and we are taking the long route home that has the Church of Maya-san on the way. Her body is a lot more mature than that of Ilias and Wolf, but she is still a child on the inside. She is completely smashed here. Maya. Seeing how she drank, it didn't look like it was her first time though. She collapsed the moment I took my eyes off her. I would say it is better than over-drinking. Her emotions rose up in the middle of it, and once she goes over a threshold, she gets assailed by sleepiness. I think that's the kind of girl she is. Maya. It is true that it seems more like she is sleeping peacefully rather than being neck-deep drunk. In other words, maybe we would have been able to wake her up if we smacked her awake. Give me back my hard work. You could have brought her back home. Maya. She has no place to stay in. I was referring to your home obviously, boy. Maya. I am not so hungry as to put my hand on a woman that drank herself to sleep. Especially so if it is someone I will be working with in the future. That's why, don't glare at me with those eyes, Ilias. You are without a doubt a man. I don't mind you having a deep relationship with women, but I wouldn't be able to have a peaceful sleep if it is right by my neighboring room. Ilias. Of course that would be the case. I myself don't have a special kink like letting my neighbor hear the sounds. It has been a while since I have begun living under the same roof, and I have not caused a single problem. I would like you to believe me on that front. I am actually being reserved here in a variety of ways. I am living together with two girls of age after all. Knocking before entering the toilet, the bathroom, and their bedroom is a matter of course. But I am also being careful not to cause any troubles to them when I myself am using those places. Imagine a lucky pervert situation were to happen. It would be dead end literally with the unrestrained fist of Ilias. Well, that is. You are right. Yeah. Ilias. I'm borrowing a room from the owner, so I can't go bringing trouble. I would be staying the night elsewhere at such times. That's a good stance. By the way, there were times when you stayed the night elsewhere though. Or am I remembering wrong? Ilias. Now then. Let's head home, Wolf. Yes, Shizu. Wolf. Oi, why are you ending the conversation so abruptly? Oi, wait. Ilias. I am not a child, so I would like you to refrain from prying on my private time. The place is a vacant house in the capital of Taizu. After the elderly person that was the owner of the house died, this building was given respite for a brief period of time, so there shouldn't be anyone here, and yet, there is. The man went through the closed door without even touching it. The man advanced through the dusty floor without leaving footprints. This man with his whole body wrapped in dark cloth was advancing through the open room as if he were a ghost with no substance. The place he arrived at was the place that was once his room, but there's no traces of people staying there. And there was simply one coarse crystal in this place. The secret art used by the Yugara Church. It is the same one Maya and Rakura used to contact headquarters. The man touched the crystal and it released a faint light. Let's hear your report. A voice resonated from the crystal. It is the voice of the person that spoke to Yuka after the report of Rakura. Rakura went around the gates and the outer walls with the helper in the previous report to set the detection barriers. I see. It will take time, but it is a sound method. It seems like it was true that she met a proper helper. They are apparently going to be searching the lies tomorrow with the map that Dokura left behind, so she won't expand the barrier immediately. Huh. Does she not have enough tools, or is she planning on spreading the circumference as she gauges the situation? Any additional orders? It should be fine to just keep observing Rakura for now. Please prioritize not getting found until we know the whereabouts of the book. Also, I have dispatched your comrades to that place. Convene first and finish preparations. I am grateful for that. Then I will concentrate on staying in the shadows for a while. Don't forget to confirm the frequencies of the mana waves released by the barriers set by Rakura. I have already done so. That was unnecessary confirmation then. Do you have anything else to report? The appearance of the helper is somewhat peculiar. He has black hair and black eyes. I barely feel any mana in him, but I don't sense any signs of him hiding it. Fumo, it is an appearance you find in demons, but judging from this, maybe it is just rare. Also, it seems like they have a white-black wolfkin girl close to them as a bodyguard. Her skill isn't even worth mentioning, but the mana inside of her is unfathomable. I have heard that Taizu has recently begun having exchanges with the Black Wolfkins. Maybe they hired a skilled one as a bodyguard. Also, it seems like he interacts with Ilias Ratzel too. That's the thing we should be the most cautious of. She is the female knight that won the swordsmanship tournament in Taizu after all. Right. The very person that defeated Dokura. I wouldn't want to fight her head-on even with all my comrades together. That's all for my report. Understood. Contact me at any eventuality. Alright. The transmission was hung up. The man placed a cloth on top of the crystal that had faint light remaining. The moment the cloth covered the crystal completely, the man had already melted into the darkness. We are currently in the middle of hiking a mountain. Today we are heading to the cave that was the first bandit Lermi and Ilias conquered. The base where the giant man called Jiddu was the boss at. Being the closest base, we might be able to arrive at noon after we gathered in the morning. The participants are Ilias, Wolf, and Rakura. Thanks to Ilias mowing down the weed at the front, we are advancing more smoothly than before. We had to advance silently the last time because it was a surprise attack, but we are advancing this time around with the intention of creating a path. My memories of yesterday are cleanly gone in the middle. Rakura, please put yourself in my shoes as the one that had to carry you. It was rough with how heavy you were. I am not heavy. Rakura, it is not a matter of being thin or fat. An adult woman sleeping is plenty heavy alone. Hi Ian. Rakura. Ilias could have carried her, but when I tried to make her, the wife of Karaji scolded me saying carrying a girl is the job of man. And I ended up having to carry her. I felt like I was profiting at first, but after walking a few hundred meters, such leeway was gone from me. We climbed up the mountain while chatting and we arrived in a blink of an eye. The intrusive vegetation on our way was almost all sliced away by the sword of Ilias. The way she advanced steadily while making loud sounds reminded me of heavy machinery. Yup. Alright, rest for a while, Ilias. I am going to check the inside for a bit. Okay. Call me if anything happens. Ilias. I go inside. It is a nostalgic sight. The corpses that Dokura retrieved to use necromancy on are gone, but it still smells a bit. Is the stain in the ground a blood stain? The air is a bit dirty. Should I purify it? Rakura, you can do that? Of course. Rakura. When Rakura used magic, I felt as if air was flowing around me. And then, the use of magic was stopped after a while. I see, this is pretty convenient. Not only did it get rid of the stench around, it even changed the quality of the air. Even though we are inside a musty cave, I feel refreshed as if we were in a clean and sterilized room. The air is tastier now. The mana in the air also stagnates in places where people have died, so you can return it to its original environment in this fashion. Rakura. Speaking of which, There were scars left by the demon lords remaining in Magus. Yes, when it gets to that point, it is pretty hard to progress with the purification. But we are slowly getting to that point. Rakura. Magic that improves the environment. It is one of the spells Earth would like to have. I would like to teach this mainly to the countries that have factories flooding them. After that, we set a temporary barrier. But it obviously didn't yield results. We achieved our objective, so I am going to be doing my job here now. I check the inside of the cave and take note of the ores that are protruding from the walls. It is being used as a base, so I most likely won't be finding anything valuable. But it can't be helped. There were no spontaneous finds, but I found a few articles left by the bandits. Looks like most of the worn-out miscellaneous products were left here. It seems like they just retrieved whatever might be worth a coin. I also found a wooden box filled with magic seal stones. Magic seal stones cost some money if you want to buy them, but most of the ones here are small and of bad quality. You would need to throw the magic seal stone itself inside the range of the spell in order to make this one work. It is used to disrupt detection magic, so small ones are enough, but it seems like it would be difficult to use them for anything else. For example, the magic seal stones used in the equipment of the knights are beautifully cut and polished into a spherical shape. Their size is decent too. Is there one in a size that can be processed? None. There's certainly no use for them at a glance, but let's take some. I throw a few in my pocket and reconvene with Rakura. Let's put it inside my treasure container when I go back. I haven't had much of an increase in personal possessions since coming to this world. Only the wooden stick that's my partner, my clothes, and the small wooden box that I keep at home stealthily, also known as the treasure container. This curious world makes me want to pick up stuff, so this container fulfills that childish desire of mine. As of now, there's a big acorn and a pretty stone I picked up in the middle of my walks. I would like to prepare a big box in the future and gather commemorative items from my adventures in this world. After that, we headed to investigate the small caves that served as markers. The ones here were not big enough for people to live in, but there was a place that had underground water spouting out from. Let's scoop it with a canteen, bring it back, and check out its properties. There were no results in the end. What a waste of effort. Rakura. The places of today were lairs of bandits outside of Dokura after all. I spoke with Rakura in a low voice on our way back. I haven't told Ilias about the book. Rakura said it was fine to tell her, but it would be somewhat troubling for me. Ilias has heard my conversation with Dokura, so she knows that Dokura has left me a parting gift. She may not know about me and Karaja heading off to get the book, but if she were to hear about the book, there's a high chance she might be able to connect the dots. If that happens, a variety of info would be exposed. As long as Ilias is a knight, she has the duty to report to her superiors, and if we were to explain the situation to her carelessly, we would end up having her carry the burden of secret information, is what I explained to Rakura, and had her keep the information on wraps. I have told them that the exploration this time around is for the sake of searching for resources. I would like to tell her one day, but the details of the book are something that we are hiding from Maya-san too. On top of that, the talk of deciphering the book together with Marito is something that Ilias wouldn't find desirable. The fact that I might move to a path of evil is not a prospect she finds pleasing. Rather than a knight, this is most likely her feelings as a housemate and a friend. But since this is something that Marito has decided on, it would be hard for Ilias to say anything against it. When that happens, the only one she would be able to consult with is Maya-san, who she is close with. Maya-san is tolerant, but it is a different story when it comes to taboos like necromancy. She would have to do her job as an archbishop of the Ugara Church. Shouldering a secret brings a lot of pain to the heart. If it were to be discovered before I explain things, it might even worsen our relationship. As someone who wants to live safely, I shouldn't be holding a big secret. That said, I understand the standing of Marito and sympathize with it. Does Magus simply have these books sealed and keep them in check, or are they researching them in secret? The truth that they are managing the books was confirmed with the existence of Rakura, but we still don't know just how dangerous it is even now. I observe him as we go back. He is talking with Rakura in a low voice. I can't hear what he is saying, but I hesitate in asking what it is. The two of them must have their own secrets. Rakura is a good person. She is straightforward and has skills as a cleric. Even if she has a lot of cute parts, she is a charming woman. They were keeping a strange distance from each other at first, but now they have an equivalent relationship. His way of acting changes depending on the person like a mirror. My relationship with him is just on the level where we can have casual talks even now. There are times when he pisses me off, but if I think of it as him showing less restraint around me, it doesn't feel bad. His relationship with Rakura must have had a similar change. The amount of people he can speak casually with has increased. That's something good. But, Ilias, are you tired? Wolf peeked at my face and spoke to me. Rakura and him are talking in a low voice, so she must have come to me. She is pretty perceptive on a lot of fronts. No, she is way too good at it. Considering her upbringing, it wouldn't be strange for her to live in a more upfront manner. She is most likely desperate to not let her current lifestyle spill out from her hands. That's how much fear she has of her past. The reality is that Wolf would tremble at times when she crawled in my bed. Right. I would like to go back quickly and take it easy. Ilias, won't you talk to Shizu, Ilias? Wolf, talk about what? Ilias. Shizu is thinking about many things, just like the time when he brought Wolf out of the village. Wolf, fume. I begin pondering. I know that he is always thinking about many things at all times. He is not good with manual labor, so that must have become his way of living. But judging from the way Wolf said this, should I judge this as him scheming something as of present together with Rakura? Ilias. No, Rakura is not thinking anything. Wolf. That sounds horrible when phrased like that. But he is scheming something that he is hiding from Rakura too? Then him interacting with Rakura right now is also. No, they might simply be getting along. Ilias. So vexing. He tends to hate excessive interference. I am aware he is relying on me. Despite that, destroying that relationship would be. I have maintained a close relationship with Maya as a friend of my mother, but I have not had experience with a personal relationship I have met by myself. I can't tell how much I can step in. But if I can step in, I would like to. I am confident in my swordsmanship, but I am not acquainted with matters like this one. If I could get along better with someone by slicing them, I would slice them in a heartbeat though. Ilias, that's scary. Wolf. I scared her. I would like to avoid scaring this girl. It really hit me hard when this girl ended up getting scared of me after that one bout of ours. I have to be careful. We returned from our exploration after evening. I had Ilias and the others head to Dog's Bone and headed to Marito's place alone. I have the leather bag with an alcohol drink inside that was given to me in Dog's Bone. I bring that to a certain place before heading to the castle. The boundary between the common and wealthy sector. I advance through a back alley there. The person I came here for was there. Hey there, Gazen. What, it is you, huh? Gazen. A person that doesn't have a house in Taizu. Basically, a homeless person. He is around 40 years old, but that look of his that doesn't care about his personal appearance makes him look older than he is. He normally loiters around the back alleys, gathering trash. He would also gather the trash thrown away unlawfully, and would get a bit of income from the country. I might have begun my life in this world in the same position as Gazen if I hadn't been taken under the place of Ilias. That made me think about how he must have a lot of circumstances behind him and made me pensive. Gazen loiters around the city often, so he knows a lot about the state of the city. I tried offering him some drinks to test it out, and I got useful stories, so I would come here to get information every so often. Gazen is a proper person and keeps the give-and-take mentality, and so, I give him the booze as advance payment. Have you seen someone unknown lately in this city? The newest one would be the lil sis that's together with you. Haven't seen anyone else. Gazen. You know about Rakura? Well, that one doesn't matter. I know about her origins clearly after all. No other noteworthy changes? Got that right. It is the usual Taizu. A booze carrier like you is a big event for me though. Gazen said this laughing as he drank the booze. He is fastidious, so other homeless people take distance from him, but he is not that bad of a man if you don't mistake how to mingle with him. But he is not a pawn I can use freely, so it is hard to utilize him. Gazen, there's the possibility dangerous people are hiding in this city. I haven't seen them though. Gazen, but the nights in the city are dangerous. Can you please refrain from wandering around at night for a while? Huh? Who do you think you are? Gazen, don't say that. You are an important information source for me. Gazen, I simply don't want to put you in needless danger. I am walking around this city seeking things at night too. I would starve to death if I didn't. Gazen, I throw a gold coin to the glaring Gazen. What are you trying to pull off here? Gazen, just for a while. Please limit your actions to daylight. Tch, you are one weirdo. Gazen cursed as he pocketed the gold coin. I will listen to you until this money runs out. Gazen, sorry for making you take a suffocating action. I will bring tasty booze again. I said this and parted with Gazen. Gazen's existence is like air in this city. He is not needed by anyone, and he himself doesn't need anyone. That's why he can obtain information one after the other with his eyes alone. If that Gazen says he hasn't seen someone, that must be the case for the others. But does that mean the Ugara Church just sent Rakura and that's it? No chance. Rakura is bait. They failed in selecting the personnel, but that must be the truth. I need to bring out a bit more information from Rakura. It has just hit night. I was guided to a special room at the castle where Marito is in. It goes without saying what the objective is, deciphering the book. According to Rakura's info, the book has mana in it. If that mana gets stuck onto my body, it would react to the barrier deployed in the city. This room was set for the sake of avoiding this. I also changed my clothes while at it, and have also equipped special gloves. I feel as if I have become a forensic examiner. The ones in the room are Marito and Lord Agudo. Now then, this is unnecessarily nerve-wracking. Reading this won't get me cursed, right? I skimmed through it when I couldn't read it. I would say I am actually more energetic lately. Marito. Speaking of which, I do feel like you have been getting more and more lively as the days pass. Every day is fun after all. Marito. Even when shouldering a problem like this, there's no point in faltering the whole time. Let's check out this book quickly. I reread the cover that has written, Sample Number 4. Research record of the Blue Demon Lord. I can tell the contents of this book just from the title. Can I get even more information than that? By the way, should I read it aloud? Right. It is not like I don't trust you, but it is not impossible for you to get scared of the contents and back out, right? Marito. I have resolved myself thanks to you. Don't come crying to me later. I opened the book. What's written here is without doubt Japanese. However, their writing style is somewhat old. It is hard to read. Is it writing of around the Cho era? Cho? Marito. An era around 100 years ago. When were the demon lords around? 500 years ago. Marito. Fumo. The credibility of this book has suddenly dropped. That said, there might be a disconnect in the time flow between this world and Earth. I will read the contents for now and will check its validity and its history. It is not like I can't read it. Well, I will at least be reading what I can read. This is how my life's most dangerous read aloud session began. Rakura told the counselor candidate about the book. I received the report of Yuka and was on the verge of holding my head in pain. It is okay. According to Rakura's report, they are really close and she has told him to stay silent. Yuka, if you are going to ask for the help of a government official from another country, you should explain the situation to the country at least. Do you want to exacerbate this into a national problem? The books related to necromancy being sealed within Megis is something that originally should be kept a secret. If there's information of the forbidden, it is in the nature of people to want that. However, the Anbu of Megis, Dokora, managed to steal one of those books and escaped from the country. There's no issue if it is possible to retrieve this in secret. But now that we have blundered, we obviously need to prepare ourselves to be injured to a fitting degree, reveal the origins of the book to Taizu and request their help in the search. It is a secret we have been keeping until now. Being criticized by other nations is something that can't be avoided. In the first place, There's no way the other countries haven't considered the possibility that the Yugara Church has obtained knowledge of the forbidden in order to learn countermeasures for it. The current problem is whether to expose it ourselves or to have someone else expose it. It goes without saying that both will worsen our political relationship. It is fine already. It might be too late already, but contact the king of Taizu. But Yuka, this problem is no longer just about clearing away our suspicions towards Maya from Taizu. Since you are the one responsible to send Rakura there, you will be the one reporting to Taizu every bit of info. Got it? Why yes, Your Holiness. Yuka, contact me at once if you feel like it will get bad. When that happens, I will personally head there. No way. There's no need for you to go yourself, Pope Sam. If you think so, wrap the talk properly. Yuparo. Yuka hurriedly ran off. Seriously, if he thinks of my well-being, I would like him to act properly. It hasn't been long since Taizu has changed into an era where a young and smart king has taken over. I have heard about how well he has been ruling. If we face him with sincerity, I am sure we can maintain a good relationship. But he is a young king. If we make him unnecessarily wary, there's even the possibility he might begin sharpening his claws to turn them towards us. There might be a need for me to visit Taizu once regardless of this situation. Yuparo. I have heard that Taizu is abundant in herbs and has a lot of dishes with rich scents. Let's consider this as a traveling plan. I hurry preparations to communicate with Taizu with hurried steps and ragged breath. I was too overtaken in one-upping Maya and ended up exposing the standing of the Yugara Church. No. The standing of the Pope's army to danger. I must hurry and fix this. I will first have Rakura explain the situation to the king of Taizu and then have them help out. Right, I already sent an Anbu to Taizu. Yuka. I hurry and contact him too. Contact. Wait, now that I think about it, who did I send? Yuka. Yuka, is something the matter? Oh. It is you. Actually, there's trouble. Yuka. I explain the situation. I see. We have to contact Rakura at once then. Right? Also the Anbu. Yuka. Please wait. Rakura doesn't know about the presence of the Anbu. I don't think there's any need to tell them about that. But, Yuka. Rakura is a cleric of the Yugara Church. There may be the drawback that she hit her objective, but there shouldn't be any issues in terms of her standing. However, the Anbu would be a different story. It would be an issue even if you were to divulge the information. That's true. Yuka. Don't worry. The Anbus are still in the middle of infiltration. We will be the ones contacting you. Please concentrate only on instructing Rakura only. I see. Then, I will be counting on you. Yuka. There should be no issues with this. Oh, I forgot something important. By the way, who was the Anbu sent to? Yuka. I looked back, but there was no one there. What just happened? No, this is not the time for that. I have to hurry and tell Rakura. Yuka. I was having trouble deciphering the book. It is in part because it is hard to read, but it is mostly because Marito and Lord Ragudo were stopping me often. It is true that that's just how riddled with problems this book is. The reality is that everyone in this room is holding their head in pain. Do you think Megis knows about the contents of this book? No. The chances of them only knowing that this is a record of necromancy are higher. If what's written in this book is true and they knew about it, the Yugara Church would be doing their utmost to get this book back. Marito. Yeah, it wouldn't be the time to be sending an airhead like Rakura. They would either send someone as good as Maya-san or higher. This book has enough worth that it should be fine to reveal the fact that they had been hiding the possession of the taboo called necromancy. We will continue deciphering this, but it looks like it would be better for you to think about what comes after that. Marito. I plan on doing that even without you telling me. Honestly speaking, wouldn't it make things faster to just return this while making a face as if we don't know? Marito. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same. You too, that won't do. Ragudo. The three of us sigh. I don't want to read this book anymore though. It is so chock full of information that must not be known and it is really rough. Just how much more life-threatening information should I expose my head to before it is over? I flipped through the remaining pages. The file of characters enter my vision. This is what will be entering my head in the future. A bitter sigh leaked out. I then reached the last page of the book. What's this? What was written? There was something similar to a simple afterword. It wasn't anything complicated, and it was plain information that didn't require much thought. However, this writing that could be understood in one glance was the issue. It is not that the chances are high that the Yugara Church doesn't know about this. They definitely don't know. What's the matter? Did you find something? Marito. Yeah, if they knew about this, they would have burned this book a long time ago. The expression of the two I shared this information with stiffened. Wait a moment. I didn't want to hear that information. Marito. I myself didn't want to know either. What should we do about this? You two, please calm down. Ragudo. Lord Ragudo, aren't you trembling like a newborn calf? This is the first time I see you this flustered. Marito. This hard-to-believe truth made the strongest knight, the wise king, and the other world are all flustered to an unsightly degree. I closed the book for a moment after that and returned to the office of Marito. Your Majesty, I don't want to keep this book near me. Ragudo. Endure it. I myself don't want you close to me with that book, Lord Ragudo. Marito. That's horrible, Your Majesty. Ragudo. But wouldn't it really be for the best of the world if we were to return this book as if we didn't know anything? That may be true, but if we do, the matter of the Demon Lord. Right. Let's make it so you are the only one who deciphered it and have you consult with the Yugara Church. Marito. You are telling me to die? I have the duty to shoulder the future of Taizu's citizens. Marito. What a wonderful resolution, Your Majesty. Ragudo. I am definitely gonna snitch. We were about to heat up again, so we drank tea and had a breather. But this isn't an issue that we can just ignore. Marito. If the contents of the book are true, this definitely is extremely bad. Alright. Let's postpone this issue for now. We should finish deciphering it first. Marito. Right, there might be the contents of this book are fiction. It has no relation with actual people or events written in there somewhere. If it is not written in there, it will simply be increasing the painful knowledge though. Now then, even if we are to run away from reality from the importance of the contents, the other issues still remain. Does Taizu not have stuff like Hanbus? Marito. We do. The people investigating the origins of the book are that. I can't tell you the information of the members for your own safety though. Marito. Please don't. If I get tortured, I am confident I will spill it out before it even begins. Well, there's nothing we can do now that we have learned about the contents of the book though. Marito. Is there no spell that can make us forget? I would like to use it if it does. So there was that option, Lord Ragudo. Marito. This is a problem that cannot be ignored. Please give up and accept it, Your Majesty. I am sure he will happily die together with you. Ragudo. That's how it is, so please die together with me, my friend. Marito. I would like to forfeit my friendship. My composure really gets taken away when it comes to talking about this book. Let's return to the main topic at hand for now. What I want to know is what kind of existence are the Anbus? What can they do? On what basis do they move? I want to understand that kind of stuff. I understand the reason why you want to do that, but I think it is okay to leave that stuff to Taizu though. Marito. My mental strength is not so strong that I would be able to believe in the guy that told me to die together with him just a moment ago. Numa, preparing yourself isn't that bad of a thing. Ha. Got it. Then, I will introduce you to one of the Anbus. Marito. That would be a great help. When can I meet them? They are behind you. Marito. A hand was placed on my shoulder behind me. An incomprehensible sound leaked from my mouth. A leather-gloved hand was placed on my shoulder. When I hurriedly tried to look back, Marito stopped me with his hand. Don't look back. It would be for the best to not know of his identity as much as possible. Marito. I see. But at least let me prepare myself mentally first. I thought I was going to die there. My apologies. The voice I heard from my back, I can't tell whether it is high or low, or whether it is a man or a woman. Marito did say he. So he must be a man though. Apologies for the belated introduction. I guard His Majesty. or something of the sort. That introduction just now increased my friendship points quite a bit. Thank you very much. If you have anything you want to ask, I will do my best to answer within acceptable degrees. It is weird to ask a question before a question, but are you normally guarding Marito? Yes, I am normally watching over His Majesty without showing myself. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in Taizu after all. It feels extremely safe with him. Marito. Yes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration indeed, Your Majesty. I am the strongest after all. That's quite the confidence. And yet, you are a member of the Anbus and your name is unknown. Could you be someone who was judged as outstanding and then treated as dying on duty to have you perform in the shadows, as expected of the friend of His Majesty who will be spending his whole life together with him? You are a smart one. I won't do that. I won't. I'll have you know. I have been observing you the whole time since the first time you spoke to His Majesty. You are someone who can be trusted. The first time you tried to surprise His Majesty, I wondered about whether to cut you down, but I am glad I managed to injure just barely. Can you please stop saying such scary things as if nothing? I can't tell at all if this Anbukan is saying this seriously or if he is joking. If you are hiding yourself with magic, does that mean you get affected by magic seal stones? There's quite a lot of them in this castle though. Yes, this body stealth spell can be undone with the magic seal stone. But I can sense the mana clad on magic seal stones, so I can in theory avoid it. I see. So you won't get caught unless it is a pretty extraneous situation, huh? In the case I am seen, I would have to kill everyone in the place, so it is a lot of trouble. Please do your best. Also, don't show that face of yours to a single soul. I am confident in my face, you know. I would be able to charm even men. I don't want to die for that. Wait. Could it be that you were watching when we were deciphering the book too? Yes, I raised my blade countless times, unable to accept the shocking reality, and was about to cut you down. I praise you for enduring, but can you please stop killing people in order to escape reality? And so, we are entering questioning time. He tells me about the knowledge of Anbus and what they can do. Fuma. This is really educational. I have been hanging out with straightforward people like Ilias, Wolf, and Rakura, so the nostalgic feeling I had forgotten was returning. Ah, the same thought process of when I cornered Okura is coming back to me. It would be better for you to not return to that face. While I was thinking about the future, Marito spoke to me with a serious face. Was I making a weird face? Yeah, it was mostly your eyes turning muddy. Lord Ratzel and the others would get worried if they saw that, you know? Marito. That much? That much? Marito. Want a mirror? Yeah, thank why, that it was close. I was on the verge of seeing the face of Anbukan who was behind me through the mirror. Moreover, he said in a low voice, shoot. Oops, sorry. Please put yourself in the shoes of the person who might die from those oopsies of yours. Or more like, please disappear. What a terrible way of putting it. I am going to cry. Please hide with magic. I look in the mirror again. I feel like it hasn't changed much though. Fume. Right. I will return after having a light chat. That would be a good idea. Want to hear one of my best jokes? Please leave it for another time. You would die laughing. Do you want to kill me that much? Anbukan is teasing me moderately, but he is the real deal. If it is just as they state, he would be even stronger than Ilias. To think I would meet the strongest of Taiza in this manner. Such a strange development. But I wouldn't like to associate with a living landmine. Let's just make this our last interaction. But I didn't know at this time that I would end up having an inseparable relationship with this person. Your mind-reading ability is incredible. It was showing in your face. It was an easy-to-read face. I see. Wait, don't stand in front of me without using magic. The morning of the next day, Rakura came to our home. When I asked her what was the matter, she said there was an emergency contact from Meges. It was apparently to explain the situation to the Taizu King and ask them to help out in the search for the book. I tilted my head at the sudden change in stance from the Yugara church at first, but the reason was made clear after I listened to the situation in more detail from Rakura. Rakura apparently reported to her superior in Meges stupidly honestly that she has requested my help as the counselor candidate. I did agree to keep silent, but not to them after all. Now that they know about our relationship, they would obviously have to relay this matter to the higher-ups. By the way, according to Rakura, there was a discrepancy of 1 day between report and orders. It should be safe to assume that the person that gave Rakura the order is a different one from the person that made the decision. The one currently giving orders to Rakura is the Archbishop called Yuka. The person that can give orders to someone like that would be Popuparo. With this, I can roughly see the standing of the people ordering Rakura at the Yugara church. Their perception of the book is simply that it is about information regarding necromancy. It should be natural to think that, but that at the same time brings up a troubling point. The book is currently in the Taizu Castle. The ultimate objective here would be to have a barrier of Rakura find the book, bring this to the negotiation table, and return the book. We would finish deciphering the book in that time. But it is troubling now that it has come to this. Now that we have been asked for cooperation directly, we either open up regarding the book and return it immediately, or we hide its existence. It should be possible to hide it for the duration, but the timing to return it would get more difficult. It would also mean that we are deceiving Megis who brought out the negotiations honestly. It is not like Taizu wants to pick a fight with Megis. We want to confirm the danger of the book. Also, the danger of the book is pretty high as of present. It has gone beyond dangerous. Well, there's no point worrying about it alone. Marito holds the last say in this. I am sure Marito will make a responsible choice. Since the situation has turned out like this, I immediately went to the castle alone. I thought they already asked for the help of your higher-ups since the point they asked you to help us out as the counselor candidate. Marito. Now that you mention it, that's true. How long will it take to decipher it? Marito. Let's see. I would like 2 days to read everything and tell you about it. Considering how much remains, that makes sense. Do you think you can manage to do it in 1 day if it is just a rough translation? Marito. Well, I think I can. It is not like I would like to read the methods of necromancy completely. Let's just be content with knowing what's written here. Marito. And so, it was decided that we will be accepting the request for assistance from Rakura. Then, we will return it to them with the excuse that we found the book stored in the treasury room the next day. We will use someone who doesn't know about the situation to tell this to Rakura since she can see through lies. Rakura sometimes asks questions in a pretty dangerous manner, so I thought I might mess up somewhere. I am glad I don't have to go through such a scary experience. But there's something that bothers me. Allow me to guess. It is about the other searchers, right? Marito. Yeah, I asked Rakura subtly, and she said she didn't know. Well, even the person that chose Rakura would know that telling this to Rakura would be bad. But there's no explanation for that, right? Is it simply because it is her, or that their existence is not made public, so they plan on keeping it hidden? Marito. I think it is the latter. If it is personnel that can move and secret, the chances are high that it would be the Anbus of the country. If Anbus have been sent to a foreign country, even if they were to confess this honestly, it would be impossible to avoid friction between both countries. I would like to point out that they definitely must have them in our country, but with us hiding the book in question, I don't want to come out too strongly. Marito. That said, instead of clearing the suspicions of Maya-san, there's no doubt they prioritized finding the book and their relationship with Taizu. If they are going to disappear by themselves, there's no need to poke the tiger. This should wrap things up for now. After translating most of the book, we will return it to Megis. We will consider the threat of it in the future. There was no need to warn Gazen to not walk at night. He has his own lifestyle, so I should revoke it at once. And so, I parted with Marito and headed to the back alley. Gazen, are you there? What, if it is about the money, I still haven't used it all. Gazen. Gazen was reading a book slowly as he sipped through the alcohol I gave him yesterday. He is drinking while tasting it so much. I understand why it was recommended by Gozu. The book Gazen is reading is it related to agriculture? No, it is about yesterday. It seems like it will end as unnecessary worry. I see, but even if you tell me to give you back the gold, I have already used a good deal of it. Gazen. That book. I one-sidedly pushed that request through, so I won't tell you to give it back. I am glad you are generous. Gazen. Are you planning on growing crops? I will bring soil from somewhere random, stuff it into a box or something, and maybe I could make a small cultivation field. Gazen. A vegetable garden using planters. You would be able to make food, so that wouldn't be bad. I should suggest this to Wolf too. It would be good for her education. Open holes to that and stuff pumice stones to them. It would serve to improve the water drainage and would make it more difficult for the roots to rot. You know a lot about that? Gazen. An acquaintance of mine was raising plants as a hobby. I simply obtained a bit of knowledge at that time. Plants don't complain at every single instance, and they won't avoid people after all. It should work just fine for someone like me. Gazen. It is true that they won't complain, but they will wither without a word if you don't look after them properly though. True, I would have to look after them at least that much. Might as well pick up some rocks as you said. Gazen. Gazen lazily got up and walked off. Planters on a back alley. If he makes just food, there might be complaints. It would be better to advise him to think of the scenery too, but considering how Gazen is, he most likely won't be growing things that will murder his surroundings. Make it with my money. If you get a decent harvest, share a bit with me, okay? Just a bit. Hee. Gazen. After parting with Gazen, I finished lunch and met up with Rakura. It seems like Marito acted quickly while I had a detour, and a messenger had already been sent to Rakura to tell her that they are agreeing to help out. Now that they have requested the search of the book to the country, it should be fine to explain to Ilias too. And so, Rakura has come to Taiza in order to find the book that suspected Dokura has stolen. I see. That's the reason why you are guiding her around the outer walls and going up the mountains together with her. Ilias. The reason why I didn't tell you was because Rakura did ask me to not tell anyone. You could say it is a national secret. My apologies, but there were a lot of circumstances behind this. Rakura. No, it is enough that I know the reason why. It is true that the Yugara Church would want to hide the reality that they are safekeeping books regarding necromancy. Ilias. By the way, about the reason why I learned about this first. This happened when we went around the villages. Rakura. So noisy. I explained to Ilias about my relationship with Rakura without hiding anything including a thorough accounting of how she casted charm magic on me. However, I hide the fact that Marito has the book. This is information that Rakura must not know either. After all, I am only sharing the same amount of information I am sharing with Rakura. Counselor Sama, you promised you would keep it a secret. Rakura. I don't even need to compare what's better between keeping it a secret from Ilias and worsening my relationship with her, or her opinion of you worsening. You are. Rakura. I see. Well, I will keep it a secret, so don't worry. How kind of you, Ilias-san. In comparison, Rakura. Because a certain someone reported to her higher-ups stupidly honestly, the nation ended up getting involved. Communicating, reporting, and consulting is important, you know? Rakura. After Ilias listened to it all, she began thinking. She must be remembering Dokura. If she does, that topic will obviously be brought up. If I remember correctly, Dokura said he would be leaving a parting gift to you, and to check the lair, right? Ilias. See, it did come. Ilias is a muscle brain but not a bird brain. She is a prodigy that managed to learn all basic spells, and also the type to immediately voice out what she has noticed. She tags along with you if you settle things with her beforehand, so it is not like she doesn't have flexibility though. But I don't like making Ilias lie or have her conceal things. Yeah, the searches for the lairs were done the next day and the stolen and valuable things were retrieved. The chances are high that it is stored in the castle. You were making me lay barriers outside despite the fact that the chances of it being in the castle are high. Rakura. Stolen goods can end up flowing outside the country if there's no owner. Should I have invited you to infiltrate the castle because it was the highest possibility? That's you. Rakura. I would have stopped you from that. Ilias. Right. Rakura. It seems like the investigation of the treasury room will end tomorrow, so let's finish the preparations of the barriers today at least. I can't tell her that's pointless effort. I am sorry when you are all motivated, but let's pray she doesn't pursue the topic too much. Speaking of which, why did Dokura want to give a parting gift to Counselor Sama? Rakura. Because he was the one who cornered Dokura, and Dokura acknowledged him. Ilias. What? Rakura. Telling her unnecessary things. I felt like this would end up being trouble, so I hid the fact that I had a connection with Dokura, and yet I simply managed to luckily read his actions. The one who defeated Dokura and mowed down his undead together with the forest was you, Ilias. That's true, but, Ilias, if that was the case, you could have said so. Rakura. This is bad. What should I say here? I have to answer without mixing lies, like this, and like that. I hate standing out. I am helping you out, Rakura, but I didn't want Megis to know about my identity too much. That's why I wanted to help you out while hiding the fact that I was involved in the subjugation of Dokura. Sorry. I see. No, don't worry about it. Due to my position, you have to answer everything truthfully without hiding anything when asked, so it can't be helped if you would think like that. Rakura. I am glad to hear that. Rakura returned to Maya-san's church and began preparations for the tools to set the barriers. I entrust Wolf to them. While at it, Ilias will be returning to work, so I head to the castle together with her to finish translating the book. Of course, I have only told them I am going there because Marito called for me. By the way, I have to apologize to you too, Ilias. Me? Ilias. I'm a housemate under your care after all, Ilias. It would have been better to consult with you a bit, right? You were made to promise to keep silent by Rakura, right? I did feel sad, but it is better than breaking a promise. Ilias. So you did feel sad? No, how to say it. I could tell you two had a shared secret, but I felt left out from not being included in that. Ilias. Basically, you were sad. Arg, shut up. Also, it wasn't just me. Wolf was also worried about it. Ilias. Wolf is pretty sharp herself after all, but in Wolf's case, she was most likely worried about Ilias. When you see someone close to you troubled, you will feel worried. That's the kind of girl Wolf is. After that, I resumed my translation work with Marito. We changed our objective and I explained to him roughly what's written there. We would then dig down the areas that Marito and Lord Ragudo point out. But, even with it, it still took time. The sun went down, and I ended up having to stay at the castle to continue the work. I asked Ilias to pick up Wolf, and I finished having dinner at the castle. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have had a meal in this fashion. Working all night feels fresh and nice. Marito. When I was a miner, I had the stamina to last all-nighters, but it is pretty rough, you know. You do look like you don't have stamina. Marito. It is not only about stamina, your mental health too. Concentration normally doesn't last the whole night. That said, I only need to read. I am leaving the understanding to the others. The ones who are actually understanding this and memorizing it are Marito and Lord Ragudo. Right, and Bukun too. We wolfed down the late-night snack that Lord Ragudo made, which was so good it could be priced by Gozu and Sarah, as we continued working through the night. Fufu. I walk through the night city with a hum. I feel nice today. It is natural to be in a good mood after things have gone well. There's no booze anymore. Well, it is enough if it lasts for 2 days. I held the leather bag that's now empty. That was tasty booze. Can't that brat bring more? It is not like I can't buy more with the money I have at hand, but the booze I got was outstanding. At any rate, he is quite the peculiar fella. Even though every single person out the direct size and attitude of alienation, he gives me booze, money, and would talk to me as a person. If he had just given me money, I would have given him information outright. He really is way too naive at dealing with homeless people. If I get tasty vegetables, I will at least give him enough to show my appreciation. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the last bit of booze in my system as I moved. The back alleys are my garden. That's why I can walk in it even with my eyes closed. What entered my ears were the faint voices of people even when it was night. The couple there is having a stupid argument again. Today it is about how to cut the vegetables. Just munch on it as it is. The granny in the house there is mumbling by herself again. Your grandson is coming to check on you in a few days, so just go to sleep already. What I can hear from here is... What? This is an unfamiliar voice. I opened my eyes and looked at the house where I heard the voice. The old man should have died a few days ago. It is weird that there's people inside. I remember the words of that brat. He said someone from outside has come, right? Is it them? Even I am refraining from using a vacant house. These guys really like to mess around. There's a window in my vision. I move and peek inside. Who are these guys? There's several men in full black robes. TCH. The kind of guys you better not get involved with. I move away from the window and silently distance myself from the vacant house. What should I do? Should I snitch to that brat and get money? Right, I am sure he would give me money. When that happens, my vegetable cultivation plan will progress too. My vision suddenly. Oi, did you kill him? He was peeking inside the house. Judging from his attire and smell, he must be homeless trash. Breaking the bone in his neck cleanly. They would discover it was a murder. Like this. Look at what he is holding in his hand. It is alcohol. Then, we get him up like this and... Squash. Are you insane to make noise? Sorry, but that will make it look like an accident, right? Well then, retreat. It is now morning. The decoding has gone well to a point where it is finally okay to return it. I have been given permission to return home. If I hadn't told Ilyas that I would be staying at the castle, I would have given her an unnecessary misunderstanding at this point. The gaze of Ilyas has been strict lately when I am acting unhealthily. She must be worried about Wolf imitating me. While I was thinking that, I coincidentally saw her. There's someone with her. The body sticking out from the back alley has a familiar attire. If I remember correctly, that's a sentry. I think it is a knight in training that is receiving instruction from the Ragudo division. It is different from the usual Ilyas. Did something happen? Ilyas, you are making a sour face there. Did something happen? It is you. It is nothing. I simply saw an unpleasant sight from the very morning. Ilyas, what happened? Two sentries show up from the back alley. What they were carrying was a stretcher with a cloth on top of it. Judging from the abnormal bulge, someone must be on top of it. Did someone die? Of course you wouldn't like to see a corpse early in the morning. The corpse on the stretcher is covered completely in cloth, so I can't see them. Well, I don't want to see it though. But when I averted my gaze, what entered my vision was something that had fallen on the alley, and my breath got taken away. It is a leather bag you put alcohol in, and it is one I have seen recently. I ran towards the stretcher, ignored the sentries that shouted at me to stop, and lift the cloth. Oi, what are you, Ilyas? The one there was Gazan, who was alive yesterday, and showed a sarcastic smile. Gazan. No way. An acquaintance? Ilyas. Yeah. A man that doesn't have a home and lives in the back alleys around here. We didn't really have a deep relationship. We weren't close either, but it is not like we were complete strangers. I know his likes in alcohol, I know what he tried to accomplish, and yet, so fleeting. That's the only emotion that welled up in me. He apparently fell from drinking too much. He smashed his head hard on the wall because of it. Ilyas. I see, he was drinking alcohol from the very morning. It is not why. No, wait. I gave him this alcohol 2 days ago. I picked up the leather bag. It is empty. The smell inside is definitely the alcohol I gave him. It is the one I left Gozu to decide on, but it is a brand that's rare in Taizu. The chances he bought it again are low. It would mean that Gazan has only drank from this since the morning of 2 days ago till yesterday night. I also know that this alcohol isn't so strong as I have sampled it myself. How was Gazan yesterday? He certainly was drinking, but his steps were. I entered the back alley Gazan had fallen in and found the wall. That's apparently where he knocked his head. There's a bloodstain. He must have bleeded a good deal. There's no doubt Gazan died here, but I looked around and noticed how abnormal this is. Ilyas, where are you carrying Gazan to? There's already too many people coming and going from outside. We wouldn't like too many people to see this. We are going to be carrying him to Maya's church for now. Ilyas. I see, not to someone I don't know. Can I come along? Oh okay. Ilyas. The corpse of Gazan was carried over to the church of Maya-san. It should be fine here. I whisper in the ear of Ilias. Can you please investigate his body thoroughly? There's strange points. What do you mean by that? Ilias. There's the possibility this man was killed. What? Ilias. In the first place, the alcohol he was drinking was something I presented to him 2 days ago. He was drinking it for more than a whole day, and there's no sign of him having drank any other. He was drinking yesterday too, but his footsteps were proper. Secondly, the place where he fell. I don't see anything he could trip on. It is not a place where you would trip unless you have unsteady feet. That does bother me, but it is not like the possibility of him falling by coincidence. Isn't there, right? Ilias. Yeah, but the impact on his head was strong enough to kill him to the point where blood remained on the wall. Despite falling in such a grand fashion, there were no injuries on his hand. Even though you would try to protect your body by reflex if you are conscious. Got it. I will try to investigate a bit. Ilias. Saying this, Ilias went to the place where the body of Gazen is stored and began to investigate it. I watched from behind. Ilias eventually spoke with a grim face. The bone on his neck is broken. This isn't from hitting his head hard. It was most likely snapped directly. Ilias. I see. Got it. My guess is beginning to look more real. In that case, I must act. I turned around and left the room. Ilias chased after me when she saw this. Wait a moment. Where do you plan on going? Ilias. The castle. There's something I want to consult with Marito now. And you won't consult with me? Ilias. I stopped my feet, turned my head back, and looked at Ilias. She is looking straight at me. I was silent for a moment and thought about the people that we will be facing here on. The existence of Ilias, and her position. This kind of path doesn't suit her. It is exactly because of this that I should push her away. But this is not to be left vague. I have to perform this with firm belief. It will turn into a musty conversation. I wouldn't want you to get involved in this as a knight. I am already involved. Ilias. I don't want you to shoulder the burden of hiding things from others. If you are telling me to silently watch as you shoulder it, I refuse. Let me shoulder it together with you. Ilias. You will definitely regret it if you get involved. I would rather have that than having you regret it alone. Let's regret it together. Ilias. Damn it, are you a playboy? You answered immediately without missing a beat. If you do that, I can't tear you away. Do you seriously think there's that much worth in going so far? I haven't told you clearly yet. You know, I'm the one who decides how much you are worth to me. Don't go deciding for me. Ilias. I scratch my head. No good. I need the fitting resolve to have her give up. The kind where I would never get involved with Ilias ever again. Can I do that? No. If you want to get involved, defeat me first, is what I would like to say, but I feel like I would be murdered in an instant, so. No, wait. Don't just go unsheathing your sword in a heartbeat. That was just a figure of speech. Sorry. But how about giving up already? Ilias. That's what I should be saying. Can't be helped. I won't be responsible for whatever happens, okay? It is okay, I will make you do so. Ilias. Can you please not get involved? This is my mistake for moving emotionally. I'm the one at fault. I can't take it back now that I have done it. At the very least, I can't do anything about it on my side. If Marito learned about this and she was ordered by him not to, she might have yielded. But I have no choice but to bring her with me right now. Let's go. We have to head there before Akira is sent there. Oh, okay. Ilias. His state changed since the moment he saw the death of the man called Gazen. This is a familiar feeling. It resembles the atmosphere he gave off at that time when he cornered Okura. However, this is even darker and thicker than what I felt before. I investigated the corpse as he asked. And when I told him that the chances Gazen might have been killed were high, he switched completely. He changed. No, I saw a side of him that he has been hiding from us until now. I had mistaken that his stance was heading our way from him being together with me and Wolf. He has both. Both of his faces are him. At the time with the bandit subjugation, due to my position as his guardian, it has now become difficult to hold the reins of this guy. But the one that is holding his reins right now is His Majesty. I don't know where His Majesty is guiding him. But His Majesty is a king, not a knight. I don't know which face he is going to prioritize. I must not leave him alone. That's what my intuition, as a knight, told me countless times when I was interacting with him. That's why those words ended up coming out from me. And you won't consult with me? Ilias. He looked back at me. Yeah, it is those eyes. Those eyes are no good. I don't like them. Please don't look at the world with eyes like that. It will turn into a musty conversation. I wouldn't want you to get involved in this as a knight. He threw those words at me in an attempt to distance me. I am already involved. Ilias. I must not pull back. If I take distance from him here, I am sure I won't ever be able to get close to him anymore. That's why I immediately spoke out the words I thought. I can tell he is annoyed. I must have already stepped over the boundary that's allowed. I don't want you to shoulder the burden of hiding things from others. If you are telling me to silently watch as you shoulder it, I refuse. Let me shoulder it together with you. Ilias. I am uneasy, not knowing whether our relationship will end. You will definitely regret it if you get involved. I would rather have that than having you regret it alone. Let's regret it together. Ilias. I feel fear at the prospect of him turning his back on me. I feel like I would end up giving up if he were to say any more words of rejection towards me. But the nature of his words suddenly changed. Do you seriously think there's that much worth in going so far? I haven't told you clearly yet, you know. Him trying to use my position as a weapon to tear me away is a manifestation of his own weakness. He is also swaying here. I must not falter. Push through with words. I am the one who decides how much you are worth to me. Don't go deciding for me. Ilias. I can feel his poison going away. Ah, that's a relief. He has returned to his usual self. My figure is showing in his heart. I unsheathed my sword when he told me to try and defeat him. Ah, it seems that was figurative speech. Looks like he has given up on pushing me away. That's a relief. I managed to win against him. Since when did I think about it as a match? And so, why is Lady Ratzel here? Marito. The very first thing Marito said was understandably not one that welcomed Ilias. He is the last barrier to keep Ilias from getting involved. I would like him to try a bit here. She told me to let her get involved, so I brought her with me. She got persistent and I failed to persuade her, even though it should be easy for you to push her away. Marito. Yeah, it is not like I can't. But I chose to get her involved rather than cutting off my connection with her. That's weak. Marito. I have no recollection of saying I am strong. Marito went fumo and faces Ilias. His face isn't the light one he directs at me. It is the face a king shows a knight. Lady Ratzel. The problem we both are carrying is an extremely problematic issue. If you get involved in it, Maya from the Yugara church you are close to, and your relationship with the members of the Ragudo division might crumble too. You will end up having to put your relationship with him and the ones who you have been together with until now on a balance and, at worst, you might end up losing both. Marito. If that happens, it will simply mean that's just how much I amounted to. Ilias. It is not like this is weakness from having fallen in love. What makes you step so deep in? Marito. I don't know. However, the resolve alone came out. Ilias. I see. If you don't even know the reason why, it won't be possible to argue. Marito. Marito faced this way and sighed. Ah, his face is showing disappointment. You are going to take responsibility. Marito. Seriously? Even though I was thinking about leaving it to the King Sama. Even if the reason why Lady Ratzel got involved isn't clear, you are certainly the reason behind it. You should reflect on the unreliable part of yourself that she saw in you. Marito. It pains my ears. Well, fine. I will begin talking then. Ilias, if you want to ask something, please raise your hand. Got it. Ilias. First, I would like to do something about the possibility that Rakura might get killed. A hand was raised immediately. That was fast. Oi. I was surprised. That topic came so out of nowhere. I was shocked too, you know? Ilias. Lady Ratzel hasn't heard anything, so you have to take the proper steps to explain. Marito. Right. Then, I will explain from a slightly earlier point. Yeah, please. Ilias. Due to the Demon Lord believers in the Yugara church, she immediately raised her hand. It hurts. Ilias. It hurts. Do you want to use this opportunity to make fun of me? Is that it? Ilias. It can't be helped, so I will explain. That said, Marito doesn't have any intentions of stopping this. If I have to explain it from a perspective where Ilias can understand it, it would be from the very beginning. Such a drag. The words at the end may have been in a low voice, but I heard them clearly, you know? Ilias. This is about the next day Dokura was subjugated. I retrieved the parting gift he left together with Karaji. That's the book Rokura was searching for. It is the day when you were sitting alone at the entranceway and getting all depressed. From that way back, Ilias. The title was giving off bad vibes from the very beginning, so I gave it to Lord Ragudo without reading it. But after that, Marita requested me to decipher the book at the banquet because we didn't want to get discovered by Maya-san, who is a Yugara devotee that hates taboos. I at first was set as a court jester reformed to a counselor candidate and ended up beginning to commute to the castle. This is recent. Something like that happened. But to decipher a book of necromancy is just Ilias. At that time, we didn't even know it was a book kept by the Yugara church, but the chances it was being kept by a country were high, and so, in order to investigate the dangers hidden in the book, is basically how it went. True, it can't be ignored if other nations are involved. Ilias. At the time when we were about to begin the decoding, Rokura arrived at Taizu. Thanks to her being so shockingly airheaded, we discovered the one who possessed the book was Meges. We couldn't hide the book forever, so we began deciphering the book. Let's not mention the fact that I had a serious discussion with Marito about how her super airheadedness might be a trap. So you were buying time by dealing with Rokura? No, wait, Rokura should have their power to see through lies just like Maya. Ilias. I fooled her by using only the truth. Maya-san discovered the trick thanks to that though. Speaking of it as if it was so simple. Ilias. But Rokura reported to the monastery. So a higher-up from the Yugara church ordered Rokura to reveal the details of the book and asked the nation to help out. Everything after that is basically what you already know, Ilias. So the reason why you were staying at night elsewhere was because of the decoding, But wait, why are you helping out in deciphering it? Ilias. When she mentioned this, Lord Ragudo took out the book in question and placed it on top of the desk. That book is written in a language from Earth, in Japanese, which is a language from my homeland. It is true that it is a language I have not seen before. Ilias. Ilias stopped talking for now and began to arrange things in her mind. I proceed with the details together with Marito. Alright, I have arranged things for now. But, even with that, I still can't reach the point of the beginning. Ilias. Even if we ignore the deciphering of the book, it is certain that information regarding necromancy is recorded in it. The objectives of the Yugara Church are to make sure such a dangerous book is not found and to clear the suspicions of Maya-san who reported about this. And, it is the opinion of everyone here that we can't leave such a dangerous thing to an airhead like Rokura alone. That's true. I can understand that feeling. Ilias. The sad amount of trust Rokura has, it can even persuade Ilias. In other words, there's a high chance that they used Rokura as bait. And there's different searchers infiltrated in Taizu. But there was no mention of it when they requested cooperation the other day. The reason we could think up with the assumption they are here is, the searchers are in a position that must definitely be hidden. If we are to consider they are people who can search with certainty, it is most likely the ambush of Meges. Right. If they are going to be retrieving the book in secret, they would use them. So they were the ones who did that to the man in the morning. Judging from their skills, the chances are high. Ilias. Ilias seems to understand the situation, but this is where things get musty. The one giving orders to Rokura is the Archbishop of Meges called Yuka. And then, those orders to Rokura changed after she gave the report. In other words, after receiving the report of Rokura, Archbishop Yuka moved the decision to someone in a higher post than him. If we are talking about someone higher than an archbishop, it would be the Pope Uparo. Ilias. That's right. It should be safe to assume that this Pope Uparo has ordered Rokura to disclose the details of the book in order to not worsen their relationship with Taizu. No, wait, then the man this morning, Ilias. Yeah. The order of Pope Euparo came the day before Gazan was killed. A murder happened after the top of the organization gave an order to resolve things peacefully. Something like that. Ilias. Gazan is a man that wanders around the city at night. He most likely unluckily found the Anbus and was killed to keep him silent. If they are to respect the intentions of Pope Euparo, the Anbus infiltrated in the country should have retreated at once. The reason they are using Anbus is in order to slip through the eyes of Maya-san. Now that they have disclosed things, there should be no need for that anymore. And yet, they continued their infiltration, and ended the life of a citizen on top of that. Ilias. What can be surmised from this is that there's someone else giving the orders to the Anbus, someone who would go against the intentions of Pope Euparo despite being from the Yugara Church. But the one who dispatched Rokura was Archbishop Yuka. Then, doesn't that mean the one who dispatched the Anbus was also Archbishop Yuka? Ilias. No, it is most likely someone else who is connected to Archbishop Yuka. Why do you say that? Ilias. As I said before, the one who sent Rokura here was Archbishop Yuka. He then told Pope Euparo, who has a favorable opinion of Taizu, and seems to be loyal to his orders. However, the one who is ordering the Anbus seems to be slighting the intentions of Pope Euparo. There's too much of a difference in their modus operandi for them to be the same people. It would be strange for Archbishop Yuka to not have withdrawn them in his position. That's why, even if Archbishop Yuka is the one giving out the orders in Foundation, it should be safe to assume that the dispatch of the Anbus and communications to them is being done by a separate entity. What's their objective? Ilias. Almost certainly the book. And so, who is the one who has the highest chances of obtaining the book as of present? That's of course Rokura. I see, it is finely connected. Ilias. Good work. Feeling feverish? That's right. The reason why the Anbus are going out of their way to infiltrate the place isn't to bring the book back to Megis. Now then, we will be entering a slightly more dangerous topic now. Oh okay. Ilias. It should be safe to say the reason why the Anbus are aiming for the book is because they know the contents of the book. That's what bothered me. Are the contents of it not necromancy? Ilias. We have deciphered most of the book, even if just roughly. This book isn't about necromancy. It is a book about demon lords. Demon lords, the biggest of taboos, resurrection magic. Ilias. Ilias understandably got flustered with the mention of demon lords. Yeah, but there wasn't much information regarding the resurrection magic. The contents were about one of the demon lords that was born from resurrection magic, the Blue Demon Lord, their birth and their observations. Observations of the Demon Lord. Ilias. I will explain the details to you on a later day. It means that this book is riddled with important information about the Demon Lord. I don't really want to know. No, it is nothing. Ilias. That could have served as an excuse to drive you away. Too bad. And so, about this book, Pope Euparo and the others most likely haven't deciphered this. It is not the time to be using Rokura on an incident that might entail information of the biggest taboo spreading after all. Right. They would have either explained the situation of the necromancy book from the very beginning to ask for help, or only used the Anbus to investigate in secret. Ilias. But it is a book that was originally in Megis. There's a book that the people of the Yugara Church know, and it is a certain number of people that know the truth of the contents in that book which not even Pope Euparo knows about. The existence of people who know in detail about the circumstances of the demon lords in the Yugara Church surfaces. Ilias was taken aback as she nodded. I am feeling like drinking some water right about now. So this is what you meant by the demon lord devotees? Ilias. I don't know if they are devotees though. They ignored the orders of the Pope, had the Anbus infiltrate Taizu, and are holding their breaths in order to steal away the book related to the Demon Lord from Rokura. They aren't a decent bunch. By the way, can I say something for a bit? Ilias. What is it? The talk has gotten a bit complicated. Can you please summarize it for me? Ilias. There's someone in the Yugara Church that is moving the Anbus on their own whim and we have to do something about them. Alright, got it. You could have said so from the very beginning. Ilias. Give me back my effort to chew the information in a way so that you could understand the details. If we didn't know how dangerous the book is, The conjectures until now would have simply been forceful assumptions. It is exactly because we have deciphered the book that we can judge these conjectures are correct. The knowledge of the Anbus that I was taught from Ambukun, the dark side of history that I read from the book, those points are telling me this, that there's enemies I haven't seen yet and that they are sharpening their fangs as they hide in the shadows. And so, today is the day we plan on telling Rakura that the book was in the treasury room and returning it. What do we do, Marito? If we return the book, it will fall under the jurisdiction of Meges. There shouldn't be any issues in simply guarding Rakura though. It might end up obscuring the existence of the Anbus that killed the civilian. Marito, it wouldn't be a good look for Meges either. Then, what do we do? Marito, it is not like I don't have any plans, but, well, I feel like the success rate will increase with Ilias here. Me? Ilias. I gathered the group and began telling them my ideas in a low volume. Fumo, I don't mind, but is that okay with you? Marito. Yeah. To be honest, I'm pretty pissed after a friend of mine was killed. I have to avenge him at least. I see. Got it. I will leave it to you. Marito. Ilias. Do you think you can do a difficult job? Don't underestimate me. I will hold the sword if you so wish, and then, I shall show you results that surpass your expectations. Ilias. I am trying to live safely here though. No, if I wish for true safety in this world, I have to do some preliminary investment first. My body is weak, but luck has taken my side. An understanding king and reliable knights are on my side. Ah, how blessed am I. If I am so blessed, I have to answer them with that gratitude of mine. I have to help them out in protecting a safe future for not only me but the ones around me. Alright, that seals the deal then. I will expose their schemes. Now, let's stand out for the sake of the future. After that, I exited the castle, separated from Ilias, and called Rakura to a plaza in the city. Councillor Sama, why the sudden call? Rakura, I was thinking about telling you where the book is. It is currently in the treasury room of the castle. Oh my. So it was in the castle just like you predicted, Councillor Sama. Rakura jumped happily. Don't make such a happy face. Even if I was prepared for this, it still hurts my conscience. According to Lord Ragudo, who is knowledgeable in that front, he said there's certainly information necessary to learn necromancy in it. So you looked inside. Rakura, the language written inside of it is not a language of this world. It hasn't been deciphered in Meges either, right? Yeah, I have heard that. However, you apparently can learn about how to use necromancy from the information in the illustrations. Rakura, there certainly were such illustrations there. You must not learn it. Rakura, this reaction towards forbidden magic, their hatred towards the forbidden must be stronger the more you treasure the teachings of the Yugara Church. I wouldn't go out of my way to step in the wrong path. So, they will be returning the book, right? Rakura, yeah, it is a book that Meges was originally safekeeping. They might talk about the administration of it, but they have no intention of claiming ownership of the book. That's a relief. Rakura, however, there's something I would like you to tell Archbishop Yuka first. I don't mind, but... what is it? Rakura, please tell him that there's hope for Taizu to decipher the book. We would like to share that information if you so wish. Rakura must not have understood those words for a moment there. She froze. But she slowly understood the meaning of it and the danger it entailed. That must not be done. Knowledge of necromancy must not be touched upon carelessly. They wouldn't have brought out a proposal like this if it were only about knowledge of necromancy. There's even more vicious taboos written within that book. This was made certain when revising that book. Why does the Councillor Sama? Rakura. That's the reason why I became a councillor candidate. I was hired by Marito as someone who can decipher that language. It is not a lie, huh? Rakura. Yeah, if the Yugara Church thinks that the knowledge inside that book is only mere necromancy, they should take this offer in order to prepare yourself for even deeper taboos. But, Rakura, it is easy to tell if you know her, but Rakura is truly worrying about me here. Yeah, it prickles. I have to finish this talk quickly. I have no intention of hearing your decision, Rakura. Just tell Archbishop Yuka. If they refuse cooperation there, we will immediately return the book. Really? Rakura, we will have your answer at 0 o'clock today. We will bring the book regardless of the answer. I have discussed this with His Majesty already, so there's no need to worry about that part. I see. Understood. I will contact him at once. Rakura, the clerics can see through lies, but if we turn that around, it also means it is easy to gain their trust. That's why they don't suspect you too deeply. They don't distrust whatever may be lying ahead of that thought. Yeah. But I want to tell Archbishop Yuka something else. That this matter might influence the standing of Pope Uparo. OK. Rakura. The usual optimism dimmed from the face of Rakura. There's no doubt she will do her job here. Now then, let's close the distance, Mastermind-san. The urgent contact from Rakura was regarding a proposal from Taizu. When I heard that proposal, I was on the verge of rejecting it. It is true that the worth of the book would be even higher if this book stored for countermeasures against necromancy had even worse taboos written in it. There's a limit to things that are worse than necromancy. Within those, resurrection magic, which created the worst history, is included in it. Is it really okay for me to decide whether to use this chance to get ready for it? No, it is not possible. I troubled the Pope-sama the other day. I should consult with him. I told Rakura that I would be making a decision by evening, and hung up the call for now. I must report to the Pope-sama at on. Yuka-sama, what's the matter? I was called to a stop. This guy is always around me. Who is he? Ah. Right, you are Priest Tray 8. Yuka, you are still young, so such a manner of speaking makes me worry, Yuka-sama. Ray 8. True. Forgetting the name of someone doesn't normally happen for me, but I often forget his name. I doubt I would forget the aesthetic face of Priest Tray 8 though. If I am to remember people, it really gotta be cute ones like Rakura and her curvaceous looks. Speaking of which, what was his family name? Oh well. Let's try to remember it later. No good, no good. I have something I have to hurry and tell the Pope-sama about. Yuka. Oh, is it about the book Rakura is searching for? Ray 8. You are perceptive. Well, lately, we have only been talking about that, so you could say it can't be helped though. Yuka. Did I talk that much to him? I feel like I have forgotten something important. Can you please tell me if it is okay? Ray 8. No. This is something. Well, it should be okay if it is you, huh? Yuka. Yeah, there might be something I might be able to notice. Ray 8. Actually, Yuka, I tell Ray 8 exactly what Rakura told me. I see. Well. Ray 8. Rough, right? That's why I must tell the Pope-sama immediately. Yuka. You are saying quite the weird thing, Yuka-sama. Ray 8. What? Yuka. Ray 8 chuckled. He laughs like a child. I don't hate that kind of laughing though. Haven't you already told the Pope-sama about it, Yuka-sama? Ray 8. What are you? Why yeah, that's true. And so, the decision of the Pope-sama, Yuka. As if we can believe the nonsense of strangers. Discard the cooperation and get the book back is what the Pope-sama said, right? Ray 8. Right. That's right. I must tell Rakura quickly. Yuka. Yeah, that's why you were hurrying, right? Ray 8. Why yeah, that's right. Well then, I will be excusing myself. Raya. Yuka. What was his name? Wait, who was I speaking with just now? No. There's no one here. Am I going senile? Oops, this is not the time for this. Yuka. The man called Ray 8 activates a crystal in the room. The voice of a man was heard from the crystal not long after. Is there an extra order? It has been decided that Rakura will be receiving the book today at midnight. Ray 8. That's impressive. Even though we haven't been able to grasp the location of the book yet, the book was apparently in the castle. Ray 8. What? So Taizu really was hiding it. So, when should we steal it? I was thinking about doing that when she was returning, but let's change plans. Please kill Rakura and obtain the book. When she gets it, there's apparently a negotiation with Taizu at that place. It will be a good cover if we kill her and make it look like it was them, right? Ray 8. That's horrible. But what about the negotiator? You obviously kill them too. I don't mind the eventuality of Rakura coming out alive, But I won't forgive you if you don't kill that one. Please bring their body back here. Ray 8. I don't know the circumstances and I don't wanna know either. Got it. It is okay to cut them in pieces to make it easier to carry, right? Yeah, but make sure not to break the brain. As for anything else, you can use it to play around with the animals on your way. Ray 8. Only the head, then. Got it. Got it. You are a peculiar one yourself. The call was hung. Ray 8 sighed. If I remember correctly, the helper is someone with black hair and black eyes. Could it possibly be? It would be interesting if he is an earthling. Ray 8. Ray 8 placed a hand on the crystal again and activated it. A voice resonated again from the crystal, but it wasn't from the man of before. Ray 8. Huh? What's the matter? We have discovered where the book Dokura took is at. We are going to be obtaining it tonight, so I am reporting this. Ray 8. Do that for when you have actually obtained it. There's actually something else I wanted to report. Scarlet Demon Lord Sama. Ray 8. It is soon going to be midnight. The place is a plaza in the city. There's already no people around and the ones living in the area are already inside their dreams. The illumination stones that were shining brighter than the evening sun were trying to use all the mana that they saved in the day. Even so, their faint light was enough to illuminate the shape of the plaza even in the darkness. That said, there's no way I would be able to tell if there's someone hidden even if I were to look around though. There's 3 people in front of the statue of the Taizu King at the center of the plaza, Ilias, Wolf, and the instigator this time around. It is okay to just completely read the move of the opponent, but it is not like I have that much foresight and this is not that soft of a world. However, I have narrowed down the options they can take and they haven't shown any signs of movement until now. Now all that's left is what Rakura will do. She is here. Ilias. I reacted to the voice of Ilias and looked at where she was gazing at. There was Rakura walking here, holding what looked like a lantern with an illumination stone inside. Just in time. What a punctual girl. I took out the book from the back before Rakura said anything. This is the book. Can you see the title? Yes. Rakura. I open the page that's bookmarked while at it. It is the page that has the illustrations connected to the basics of necromancy. I show that to Rakura. No doubts about the contents either, right? It would be troubling if you were to say later that it is something else. True. I think there's no mistake. Rakura. Well then, let's hear your answer. The response of Yuko-sama was number. He rejected your proposal and told me to get the book back. Rakura. I see, it can't be helped then. We shall return it. Why? Rakura. Rakura's expression is grim. It is not her usual gentle self. I don't understand the point of your question. I can tell that the proposal of Counselor Sama and returning the book were said truthfully. Despite showing emotions towards the danger of the book, how can you return the book without any hesitation? Rakura. There are times when Rakura would ask sharp questions. It is not because she doesn't read the atmosphere, but because she is asking while reading it. Even if she is normally airheaded, she must have an outstanding intuition she honed through practice. She has the ability to detect the essence of things. That's the cleric in front of me. The reason why she can't reach the conclusion that we have already finished deciphering the book despite that must be due to the kindness of the person herself, because Taizu has no intention of worsening their relationship with Megis or the Ugara Church by clinging onto that. I heard the sound of something from afar. The one who reacted the fastest was Ilias. I heard something. I am going to go check it out for a bit. Ilias. Yeah, please do. Ilias headed in the direction where the sound was made. I walked towards Rakura who has the book. I myself have a lot of things in mind, but it is not like everything will go as one wishes, Rakura. That's true, but, Rakura, don't worry too much about it. Isn't your priority to accomplish what you have been ordered to by your superiors? Saying this, I tried to give Rakura the book. But the book slipped from my hand and fell on the ground. You are, sorry. No, it is okay. Rakura reacted to this and crouched to pick it up. And that's when things began. We were hiding since before they gathered at the plaza. There's 4 in total with me and the other ambus that move as my pawns. Now then, it is fine to kill them, but the bodyguard is an issue. There's a merciless one that would move on their own and kill a homeless person, but they will obey the bare minimum orders. They would attack with just a single signal without pointless movements in their coordination. But the bodyguard of that guy is way too troublesome. Ilyas Ratzel, one of the top 5 knights in Taizu. Most of all, she is the woman who defeated that Dokora, so she is someone who we must be wary of no matter what. Even if he only had one arm now, I doubt Dokora would fall behind a normal person. I would like to avoid attacking her up front. The other female Black Wolfkin isn't that much of an issue. I have seen her movements once, but she is basically a rookie with just high mana. She is fast as a demi-human, but all the Anbus here can deal with her. We wouldn't lose in a one-on-one, and we would win instantly with several. A wolf should have a good nose, but the equipment of an Anbu can deceive even the senses of a beast. As for the man, he is on the level of a civilian. We would be able to kill him by just passing by him. Should I get a preemptive strike on the knight's armor and aim for the man and Rakura at the same time? I would be able to get the man with that, but I don't know about Rakura. Rakura Solf is, well, a woman that's rumored to be airheaded on a lot of fronts. However, that's not the case in actual combat. She is the real deal. There's devils which are outstandingly dangerous within the monsters, and she has managed to completely defeat a higher-ranked one. There are times when you will have to fight monsters as an Anbu, and there was an instance when I had to fight a devil. More than half of the members in my squad died at that time. If you can defeat a higher-rank version of that on your own, I've got to be wary even if she is an airhead. If Ilyas Ratzel and Rakura Solf join forces, we might even need to consider retreat. In that case, we should be aiming for Rakura first. I silently raised my hand and sent several signs with my fingers. Anbus have been trained to distinguish their comrades accurately even within the darkness. It goes without saying that they also have night vision techniques too. After the signal, 1 and 2 will keep Ilyas at bay. The remaining ones will finish Rakura. That should do it. Rakura showed up while I was doing that. I am grateful that one hand of hers is occupied by the lantern. If she holds the book, both hands will be occupied. The man and Rakura begin talking. I can see the book in question too. I aim for the timing when she receives the book. I signal everyone to get ready, but that's when a strange noise rang. The sound came from somewhere slightly behind him. It is not from us. It is the sound of something falling and bouncing. I check for the source of the sound, but I can't see anything suspicious in the plaza. No, there's movement. Ilyas Ratzel noticed that sound. She looked in that direction, and then moved away from the place. This is an opportunity. Sign change. After the signal, 1 keeps Ilyas at bay and the remaining will finish Rakura. With distance between us, she shouldn't be able to deal with a sudden ambush. Even if she were to be careful, the only one she would be able to protect with a quick reaction would be the man. I will aim for the moment when the man gives her the book. Now, give it to her. The man presents the book to Rakura, but that's when the book slipped out from the man's hand. What are you doing? Rakura bent down in order to pick up the book. Her gaze moved to the ground. Her attention was directed completely at the book too. We are extremely lucky here. Last sign change. After the signal, everyone go kill Rakura. And then, Rakura's finger touched the book. Now, after the signal, several shadows jump out from the darkness of the night. 2 of them throw projectiles at mid-range, and the remaining one including me advance with certainty. I close the distance to Rakura in an instant. The ones who managed to react to this, only the Black Wolfkin woman. The important Rakura still hasn't noticed. Yes, I closed the distance to weapon range and swung it. The girl in front of me isn't Rakura. The one in my vision isn't Rakura but Ilyas Ratzel, who has already unsheathed her weapon and swung it. I honestly couldn't follow with my eyes what was happening. Shizu. Wolf. The first one to raise her voice was Wolf, but things were already over by then. Something was sent flying with a thunderous sound and the surroundings shook with the impact and a gale raged. Rakura then hurriedly confirmed the surroundings, wondering what happened. A certain someone too. I understand the current situation now. We are already surrounded. There's around 4 knives on the ground. It is the same as the ones Dokora used. There were 5 in total, and 3 were coming at us. One of them avoided the attack of Ilias in an instant and took distance. But one of them had their body bisected by Ilias's sword. Another one had their blade destroyed by the shockwave, was sent flying around 100 meters away, and was smashed onto a wall. They are most likely dead. She really shows no mercy. What's going on? Rakura raised her voice, flustered. Of course she would be if there's a corpse in front of you when you raise your head and there's a bunch of weird people around. I pull Rakura towards me before I explain. See Counselor Sama? Rakura, deploy a barrier. Quick. Oh okay. Rakura, a barrier that covers the 2 of us up was deployed. Something bounced off from the barrier at the same time as this happened. An extra knife. It seems like the guy further away threw it towards Rakura. That's dangerous. But now we will be able to secure safety of a certain someone that could die in one hit. Seriously? I can't believe this. Oi. The man that avoided the attack began to laugh. Of course, no one here has lowered their caution. You can stop an ambush from 5 people at the same time at that distance? You are a monster. If it were an ambush. But there's no issue if I know when you will be coming and your aim. Ilias, that's including the throwing knives they each have though. She deflected all 4 knives, sent one of them flying, and sliced another in half. I may be repeating what the other guy said, but she is a monster. Move Ilias away from the place and have Rakura direct her attention to the book. Even if they were to steal the book and try to kill us, there would be no tastier moment than this one. It is not like there's no chance they will attack at a later date. But we are talking about the guy giving orders to these bunch. They must have considered the possibility that Rakura might be persuaded and accept the deciphering of the book. If that were to happen, the only moment they can attack us is this one. If they didn't come, I would have persuaded Rakura and destroyed the position of the mastermind sound though. Everything just now was an act. Moreover, you put all your chips into protecting Rakura only. You had no intention of protecting your comrades. We are talking about the man that you could kill at any time and Rakura who you would have trouble with if she were to move to the defensive. It was a decision made after judging you would take the certain route of everyone aiming for Rakura. Ilias, you were not the one who said that though. That's why you don't have to make a smug face, you know. Now, want to fight with your remaining 3? Ilias, 3? No, there's no way. The man that was smashed onto the wall began to move. Seriously, he can still move? That was an impressive technique, but it can be dealt with if it is just a physical shockwave. It wasn't a technique. I simply kicked you away because you were in the way. Ilias, you shouldn't kick someone 100 meters away for a reason like that. As for the one there, he obviously died. I would like necromancy just like Dokura. The name of Dokura came out. It doesn't seem like there's any mistake judging from the looks and weapon he is using. So these guys really are the Anbus of Mages. Wait a moment please. Why are the Anbus of Mages trying to kill Rakura? Obviously because they were ordered to by the guy that is aiming to retrieve the book. Yuka-sama wouldn't do something like Rakura. It is not Archbishop Yuka. Someone else is making a move. Who would? Rakura. After the man sent flying confirmed his footing, he came here with wobbly movements. Can you move? My ribs broke. But there's no issue. There's an issue, you idiot. Too shallow, Ilias, there's no shallow or deep in a kick, you gorilla. Right, just in case you kill that demi-human, the rest will go for the knight's armor. The guy that looks like the leader directs his blade at Rakura. Maintain that barrier all you want. Once it is gone, that man will die instantly. Even a complete novice like me can tell from his bloodlust that he is not lying. I lack on every physical front, so even if Rakura could protect herself, I can't protect myself. The battle is 4 versus 2. We are at a numbers disadvantage. That they still decided to place the wounded one on Wolf must mean that he judged he would still be able to deal with her by doing that. In other words, all the people here are at least stronger than Wolf. Do you think you can stop me with just 3? Ilias, it may be impossible up front, but it is night right now. The shadow of the Anbus crawled onto their bodies. That swallowed the Anbus, and they hid in the darkness. A voice rang from somewhere after that. I wanted to avoid the use of magic as much as possible, but it can't be helped. Get minced by an invisible blade and perish. Ilias suddenly took a defensive stance and sparks flew from her sword. I couldn't see the attack of the enemy at all. Rather than calling this disappearing into the shadows, it is more like concealing magic. Ilias, I thought I had erased my killing intent too. I'm impressed you managed to block that. But that blade can increase by 3, you know? The battle begins. Ilias swung her sword, but it doesn't seem like she has cut anything. And then, without being able to catch her breath, attacks assail Ilias. Wolf has already begun fighting too. Wolf can't fight back. She would simply create openings if she swung her fists blindly. Wolf suddenly jumped as if reacting to something. And then, the faint sound of slicing wind rang at the place she was standing on. It seems like she can barely manage to avoid the attacks if she concentrates fully. I was relieved for now. But I can't relax here. I check the knife that's on the ground. The tip of the blade is wet. There's some sort of liquid smeared on it. It should be safe to assume it is a poison with immediate effect, or a paralyzing poison. To assure the job is done. There's no doubt defeat would be certain if you were to get hit once. Counselor Sama, at this rate. Rakura. No, this is fine. But isn't this one-sided? Rakura. It is okay. Don't worry. Why can you speak truthfully with a face like that? Rakura. So that's why Rakura was wary of me. It seems like I have a habit of making an evil face when my thought process is twisted. What a weak point. I really can't do bad things on the regular. I take a deep breath for now and calm down my heart. And then, I face Rakura and speak. Rakura, the battle will be settled soon. Believe in me. I don't know just how effective those words are, but Rakura should be able to tell since she can see through lies. I am speaking from the heart here. The balance between the battles of Ilias and Wolf were beginning to crumble. The fastest one was Wolf. Wolf was concentrating on evading, but she began fighting back despite her small build. There's no way an attack like that will hit. I evade without issues. But I internally think how it is praiseworthy that she has the ability to grasp the location of an enemy she can't see with such precision. The mana imbued in the fist of the girl may be crude, but its aggregate amount surpasses the mana I have in every aspect. I wouldn't come out fine if it were to hit me directly, but her lack of experience and lack of technique is pitiful. No matter what kind of luck took her side, she wouldn't be able to hit me. That said, it is difficult to attack her. You could say we both are in a situation where we would die instantly if an attack hits. But the mental burden must be completely different between me who can see her movements, and her who can't see them. The reality is that the sweat flying from her was speaking fluently about her fatigue. There's no need to get impatient. I shall corner her slowly. My wounds should be able to heal in that time. The one who will benefit from taking their time is me. You, I am not hitting. No good. I can put you out of your misery if you give up. Yeah, I give up. What? You are an obedient wolf. It would be impossible for the current wolf to hit you normally. I am giving up on that. Just what in the world is she saying? Is what I thought as I grew wary at the change in the state of the girl. The white hair was shining in the darkness of the night. That light comes from mana. She is most likely knitting a massive amount of mana. Then, a big technique is coming? Or is she going to use magic? But that's not a big deal. If I feel the formation of magic, I just have to take distance. She misses even with her small fists. If she is going to rely on a big attack, she will be done for if I hit her in that opening. Alright. The method the girl took was to accumulate even more mana on her fist. I don't feel a single shred of a spell being formed. She is accumulating mana single-mindedly. I could tell clearly already. Her fist was shining to an abnormal degree. I can only be amazed at how high her talent is. If I had that much mana in me, I wouldn't have ended up working below Hade. You are going to rely on a big attack. So shallow. I will show you the technique Shizu taught me. The girl once again charged towards me who had slipped into the darkness. She must be heading here because I ended up speaking. She obviously can't see me. The shine of her mana won't break my concealing magic. The fist of the girl was stretching accurately towards me. But if I move a little to the side from the light, it won't hit me. What will you do next? Her left shoulder moved. A punch with her left fist this time. Strength entered the hand that's holding the knife. If an opening presents itself, I will finish her off with my blade. I look at the left hand of the girl. Her hand is open. Is it a palm strike, or does she plan on shooting mana? It is possible to avoid and counterattack after ascertaining which one it is. Her left hand is stretched to the front. I should avoid the direction where she is stretching out just in case. I move around towards her left. It was an even larger swing than I thought. It will be the end the moment she finishes her swing. Dash. The next instant, I noticed that her left hand was advancing towards a direction where no one was in. But what I saw there was her right hand that's still stretched out. Crap, her aim was her right hand. The left hand of the girl clashed onto her stretched right hand. Both hands have mana that can't be scoffed at, and they clash. A flash dazzled my vision and a blow assailed my body. Dash. The technique Wolf used is honestly not a technique. It is just a plain hand clap. However, it is a hand clap that has a ridiculous amount of mana. Wolf's mana is not just simply massive. It is extremely clear, and it has the quality of easily resonating with other people. This all stemmed from the time when Maya-san was giving us a lecture about mana emission. Wolf learned how to gather mana in both hands and accumulated a ridiculous amount of mana on both. It would be bad to release it all at once, so we had her emit it slowly. But a tragedy happened. A mosquito flew in front of Wolf. Wolf reflexively defeated the mosquito with both hands. This technique was born from that. If I were to compare it to something, it would be like readying a water balloon on the verge of bursting, and clapping your hands together with all you had. It will obviously make the accumulated mana discharge and spread into the surroundings. Wolf has a massive amount of mana inside of her, so there isn't much of an effect on her. But the third parties that are close to her are a different story. Yes, victim here. The result is as you see. Aga, the concealing spell of the Anbu is gone. That's not all. A huge amount of mana suddenly assailed his whole body. Every organ in his body is reacting. There's no harm, but your whole body will be in a state of shock. It is a shock that can even seal the movements of someone with as much mana as Elias for an instant. The Anbu in front of her probably won't be able to move for a while, just like a certain someone. The eyes of Wolf were directed at the Anbu. Her left leg moved to the front. Her left leg spun in an axis and her right leg was raised high in the sky. There's already a massive amount of mana in her leg. Ah, how pitiful. The heel of Wolf was swung down onto the head of the Anbu without mercy. Wolf wins. Wolf. She looked down at the Anbu that was smashed onto the ground and stopped moving, and then Wolf raised a cry of victory. Dash. A flash entered my vision, and then I was shown the defeat of my comrade and ended up clicking my tongue. You are losing against a weakling like that? I understand the trick behind that unrefined technique. There's no need to fear it. In the first place, if she were to join here and use the technique, she would also open the knife for an attack. If one of us takes distance and throws a knife, it would be the end. The two I am coordinating with have at least that much knowledge and technique. You are calling Wolf a weakling, huh? She is certainly rough around the edges, but she is a girl that has barely learned how to fight in less than a month. Ilias. I am scared of the future then. The future, that is. I threw a knife together with my words. It was obviously blocked. If we managed to seal the movements of the Black Wolfkin girl or use her as a hostage, we could have shaken her mentally though. I am getting bored of this already. I am going in for the kill. Ilias. Dash. My eyes made contact with hers suddenly. These eyes that should be invisible. I take distance with everything I had, with my survival instinct kicking in. At the same time, the concealing spell of one of them was gone. A headless body falls onto the ground. The reason why the concealing spell is gone is simple. You wouldn't be able to maintain the spell if you die, but she was completely aware of our location despite not being able to see us. She hasn't used detection magic. Did she read our presence with the wind or something? TCH. Are you telling me you weren't serious until now? My attention was taken away by Wolf and the others after all. It is also in part because I was being wary about any other intruder. Ilias. This is bad. This is not in a realm where we can compete on who is superior. From the next move onwards, a death will happen at each attempt at an attack, or more like, the guy that got his head severed was defending with his knife. She sliced it right off. With knife and all? Man. We can't win like this. I have already gauged your skills. You are inferior to Dokora. Ilias. He was a level above others after all. He is trash on the point that he betrayed the nation though. But she really got me there. I had no intention of defeating Ilias Ratzel from the very beginning. Prioritize the man and then Rakura, and we could have killed the Black Wolfkin girl as an extra. Due to the barrier of Rakura, we can't target the man or Akira. We have failed with the Black Wolfkin. That could have been our key. Can't be helped. We should aim for the Black Wolfkin with us too. The Night Sama shouldn't be able to move with a hostage. I send the signal, and then take a stance. Let's prepare ourselves then. I throw a knife. It obviously got deflected, but my real aim was the hidden knife. The blade isn't metal but magic stone. If she provides even a tiny bit of force. Boom. An explosion occurred. This would normally be a win for us, but it most likely didn't work on her. I have my one other aim, that is the Black Wolfkin. I go for the book. Fortunately, they haven't picked up the book. The Night Sama has read our presence, but it must be impossible for the others. I picked up the book. Alright. I check my comrade. He is going for the Black Wolfkin woman. She still hasn't been able to react due to the explosion. This should turn the tides of I feel pain in one arm. And then, my comrade was torn in two all of a sudden. The concealing spell of the Anbu in front of me was undone. Looks like he retrieved the book. The remaining other attacked Wolf. They most likely wanted to take her as a hostage. You got greedy. So it was your doing. The Anbu in front of me was holding his shoulder while carrying the book. It must hurt. His arm was blown off after all. What was once the arm of the Anbu is on the ground, and there's also a familiar spear pierced. The spear that has magic seal stone in it. The spear of Karaji. I directed my gaze at the roof outside of the plaza and I faintly saw Karaji waving his hand. And there's Lord Ragudo at the side of Wolf with sword in hand. Salve Ragudo. You even prepared the strongest knight of Taizu. Effective as a pawn for an ambush. Right? Don't joke around. We wouldn't have challenged you in the first place if you had brought him out from the very beginning. That's why I didn't. I edged it enough so that you wouldn't drop out the option of fighting. We had Karaji and Lord Agudo hide themselves in a decently detached place from the plaza beforehand. That's because they might end up running into the ambush if they were to hide in the plaza or be found by them. This is basically how it went. After Akira went to the plaza, Karaji will be throwing a projectile after a certain period of time. The aim is a bit further back from the statue at the plaza. For Karaji, who is called the God Spear, it must have been boring with the plaza being such a broad target. After that, we baited the ambush, and had Wolf and Ilias to battle. I had Ilias concentrate on avoiding fatal attacks, and take her time to make it look like she is having a tough battle. Karaji will use that time to move to a point where he is within range. I also left him the job to check whether there's any other ambush hiding. I had Lord Ragudo approach the entrance of the plaza and had him on standby. The key this time around will be Wolf. If we take Dokora as the base of the ambush of Megis, Wolf is the one who they won't be wary of. Ilias would end up having to fight alone if Wolf wasn't present. But they are dealing with Ilias, who defeated Dokora. If they had seen that their chances of winning were low, they would have judged whether to retrieve the book or not, and would have retreated. But with Wolf present, I left them the choice for battle. We might be able to defeat Wolf. If we seal her movements, we might be able to use her to threaten them. If we do, the chances we can deal with Ilias will be higher. The result is that they took the option of keeping Ilias at bay while aiming for Wolf. Rakura, an actual combatant not being able to move in order to protect a civilian, gave them motivation to act too. The miscalculation was that the first guy Wolf fought lost. So you calculated that your comrade would lose? It is not like it was certain we would go for the hostage option. What did you plan on doing if we killed her? You wouldn't. You would kill her after you made use of her. It is because you thought you had a chance for victory that you faced Ilias without running away. That's the kind of thought process you have been etched, right? Well, we had the strongest insurance called Lord Agudo keeping an eye on her the whole time though. He managed to keep an eye on the invisible ambush from the entrance of the plaza, and kill them. Even if the timing was set, That wasn't something a normal human could pull off. Looks like it wasn't a lie that he is stronger than Ilias. I had courage aim for the book. Told him to throw the spear the moment the book moves. Courage's performance might fall short when compared to Ilias and Lord Ragudo, but as a person living in modern Japan, this high-precision sniping power is easier to integrate in a plan. Hey, it seems like you really wanted to slaughter us all. You killed a homeless man, right? This is payback. Seriously? For something like that? Yeah, you guys will be dying for something like that. By the way, who was the one that killed him? The one who lost pathetically. Serves you right, then. I see. So you were the guy that added an extra something to the corpse. You've got some scary eyes. Why is someone like you on the surface? Don't lump me in with you. I have not killed a person once. Not once. You are. That makes you nastier, you know. Ilias was at some point by my side with sword ready. The others were gathering here too. Please tell me, who was the one that told you to aim for my life? Rakura. As if we would tell you. You stupid woman. Don't look down on the Anbu. Figures. You wouldn't spit it out even if threatened with necromancy. And they wouldn't talk leisurely like this. The man jumped and disappeared into the darkness again. As if I will let you. Ilias. The sword of Ilias sliced the air. Blood flew at the same time. Too shallow. Ilias. Not dead. But my body is still there. My body is lighter with one arm less after all. The Anbu retreated just like that. It is an invisible man. It is hard to cut him without being able to set the timing. Detection magic. No good. Magic seal stones have been scattered around the plaza. Ilias. Fumo, got away, huh? Ragudo. Lord Ragudo sighed and returned his sword to its scabbard. Rakura shouted at that moment. Ah, the book. It has been taken away. Rakura. Right, that's troubling. That's a lie. Rakura. Wow, you really can see through lies. See Counselor Sama, you are making an incredibly evil face. Rakura. I have succeeded in my escape. Now all that's left is escaping the country. I have come to the outer walls to do exactly that. The chances are high that they have gotten ahead of me and cut off my path at the gates. My bleeding has stopped, but moving a fatigued body really is burdensome. I would like to avoid any further battles. Having only one arm is rough. Dokura was escaping in this state. I retrieved the book, but I couldn't kill the man or Akura. But it is not like it is over yet. I still have methods to take advantage of openings. I can just poison their food. I could manipulate people around and have them push the blade on their necks for me instead. Even if we couldn't fulfill the order of killing them on the spot, there's still many ways to kill them. I have to regain my bearings first in order to accomplish this. The first one will be the Black Wolfkin woman. That man would make a nice face if I killed that one after all. I will kill the people around him next. Once your defenses are thinned, it will be your turn. You better remember this. When I approached the outer wall to a certain degree, I felt a mana wave happen. I know this reaction. It is when a specific mana has been detected by a barrier. I see, it is this book. Rakura had set up barriers in order to search for this book. I knew she set them up around the outer walls, but there's no issue even if I did get caught in it. Rakura will detect it and the knights will come running, but I am confident I can climb over it by that time. I will already be outside the city by the time they arrive. Let's hurry and climb it. Good grief, I would like to be given a bit of a break. That said, with Ilias Ratzel as my enemy, I won't have much time. It is gonna be rough, but I have to hurry. I can still climb fast even with one arm. With this, found the miserable corpse of the Anbu at the outer side of the walls. Of course you would end up like that if you were to be hit by such an attack. Soon after we enacted the plan, we had Ilias head to where Maya-san was. It is in order to have her tell us about the frequency of the mana wave that is released upon the book being detected by a barrier. Maya-san also knows about Taiza helping out in searching for the book. This was a difficult job for Ilias, but it is outstanding of her that she somehow managed to do it. The Anbus must know that Taiza is covered in barriers. They would avoid the gates and choose the outer walls. That's why I chose the plaza which is in the center of their city. Cause the distance to everywhere would be the same. Ilias can detect that the book is inside the barrier through the mana wave emitted from it. In other words, She can tell where the Anbu is. We finished him with a projectile. Karaji may be precise, but due to the distance, it was a rough one to perform. And so, we utilized Ilias, who boasted that she can reach. Of course, the accuracy of Ilias is far below that of Karaji, and so, I had her throw it with everything she had. She really is a muscle-brain gorilla. The result is that there's now a giant hole on the outer wall that the Anbu was climbing. It is not an attack that passes a needle in a hole. She blew up the whole area where she discovered the enemy was. Man, Marito is so open-hearted to allow such a plan. I will leave the cleanup to him. The book was a bait just like Wolf. I had Karaji at it, and I also had countermeasures for the case when it got snatched away. The book is alright. Yup. I asked Lord Ragudo to cast hardening magic on it, but I am glad it is okay. I thought he would undo it, thinking it was unnecessary, but it was fine. But the cover was torn a bit. I checked the book together with the belongings of the Anbu, and I found a crystal. It is an item that allows you to contact people at long range through a secret technique of the Yugara Church. The Anbukan that works as the bodyguard of Marito told me that it seems like they casted defensive magic on it, so it is okay. After that, Karajia and the Ragudo division gathered at the outer wall and began to clean things up. Sorry, everyone, even though it is so late at night. And so, I head to the castle with crystal and book in hand. There's still the finishing touches left after all. Excuse me, Counselor Sama. Why are you sitting there and watching that crystal? Rakura. Well, you will get it if you wait. Ilias, Marito, Lord Ragudo, and Rakura were all gathered in a room and having a staring contest with the crystal. By the way, Wolf is sleeping in the neighboring room due to exhaustion. No matter what the Anbu prioritized, they put escaping above everything else. In that case, they shouldn't have contacted them yet. But it should be a good time to. They should be getting impatient here. The crystal began to shine after a while. And then, a voice rang. Hade, report. So that Anbu's name was Hade. Who could you be? The man you ordered to be killed. Nice to meet you, Mastermind-san. I see. Hyde and the others failed. That's right. It would be one thing if it had been just an assassination, but blocking their escape route after setting a time and location came to bite them. They were simply an incompetent bunch that can't perform their mission. There doesn't seem to be much unrest in the voice coming from the crystal. It even sounds as if he is enjoying the situation right now. Rakura was about to say something, but Lord Ragudo stopped her. I exchanged glances with Marito and nodded. Now then, the conversation begins. So, it seems like you were waiting for this call. Got any business? Right. I was thinking about having a talk with you since there was the chance. You see, I would be happy if you were to tag along if you've got the time. Yeah, I don't mind. I myself find it fortuitous that I have obtained the opportunity to talk with you. You tried to kill me though. I told them to bring your head back, so I could still draw out information even if you were dead. What a nasty personality. Are they going to put my brain in a jar like some horror story? I don't mind telling you if there's anything you want to ask, you know? Oh, is that okay? Don't you have a variety of things you want to ask too? What I would like to prioritize is the name, I guess. I don't mind a fake name, so give me a name since I wouldn't even be able to call you comfortably. Fumo. I will call myself Ray 8 then. Ray 8. I directed my gaze at Rakura, but she shook her head to the sides. Looks like it is not an acquaintance of hers. I see. Looking forward to seeing you in the future, Ray 8. Yes, same here. But are you really not going to ask any questions? Ray 8. What should I ask? The fact that you took in Archbishop Yuka, and dispatched an bus of Megis at the back of Rakura? No. That we are speaking here right now means you are already aware of those points. For example, my identity, maybe? Ray 8. Is there anything else aside from you being the dog of a demon lord? The person on the crystal call falls silent. The silence around gets heavier. I would like to hear how you reached such a conclusion. Ray 8. It is simple. As you may have already guessed, we have deciphered this book. Rakura showed a shocked face as she repeated my words. Speaking of which, I was still deceiving her. It is a face I would be extremely amused with if not for this situation, so I endure. Oh, is that so? What was written in it? Ray 8. Don't play dumb. It is because you know the contents of it that you ordered the man that said can decipher it to be killed. No, it might have been a bluff. Ray 8. Is it bad for your relationship to be discovered? Were you planning on having their demon lord turn you into a demon or something? What are you? Ray 8. You are putting strength in your words. Show some composure, mastermind. Ray 8 is definitely showing anger right now. I can tell even through the crystal. My intention isn't to get you angry, so I will much you about the contents of the book. It is a memorandum of things regarding the fourth demon lord that appeared in this world, the blue demon lord. To be more precise, it is an observation record of after the blue demon lord was created. That's right, it is exactly as the title of this book, sample number 4, research record of the blue demon lord. Explaining it roughly, it is a recording of the person that resurrected a former human and turned them into a demon lord, and then making contact with the demon lord later. Moreover, it is kindly written that it is the fourth one, meaning that at least 4 of the demon lords were born from the involvement of the same person. The first thing that was written there was about the life of the person before they became a demon lord, how they were born, how they loved, and how they died. It also has the analyzed data of the abilities and qualities of that person. The one who created the demon lord had investigated the quality and abilities of the people they were planning on making demon lords from the very beginning, and they were even involved in their death. On top of that, there's also the support from the people who were reborn as demon lords too. The necromancy written here is a greatly simplified version of resurrection magic that specializes in drawing out the soul only. The blue demon lord was apparently called the immortal lord that ruled over the undead. That person gave the demon lords their knowledge and had them clash against the world. And then, the worst history was born. There's something called shared element within the abilities that were given to them. It was given to the other demon lords as well. It could create a nether which served as their own territory, and this created a land where monsters are born. The demon lords would have their mana transmit in the air and die away the land. They would establish their own zone, would call that place nether, and they could wield their power to their fullest. The plants and animals in that area will all morph and turn into creatures called monsters that bring harm to people. The second thing is the method to change a human into a demon. That's right, demons were originally humans that had their existence repainted by the mana of the demon lord. The reason this worked on them was because the demon lords were originally humans. That must be why they were given a technique that drags the ones close to them. Humans can't live long in the nether. In order to bring in the comrades they had in their past life, they had to change them into demons. Unfortunately, this book is simply a record, so even if there were added explanations to necromancy, there were no other methods written down. Well, you must already know this though. Looks like it was true that you have read it. So you really are an earthling? Ray 8. That's right, and you don't seem to be one. Too bad. I'm impressed. You can say that for sure. Ray 8. The pronunciation of Earth is way too unique. It is way too obvious that you learned of it through books. I see. It can't be helped then. Ray 8. Now then, let's bring out the reason why I called you the dog of a demon lord. There's a good deal of descriptions regarding the way of life of a demon lord. There were also inconvenient points for the demon lords. Rather than calling them weak points, they are more like faults. For example, due to the special nature of the demon lord's mana, it is hard for them to be affected by the magic of others. It is hard for them to receive healing magic. In other words, if they get a deep wound, the only one who can heal them is themselves. If it were just knowing the contents of the book, you would still be in the gray. But you tried to steal it, so you are pitch black. Is that so? I think the Ugara Church is also trying to recover it though. Ray 8. I'm impressed. You can say that so brazenly when you haven't told even the Pope. Why can you be so certain I haven't? Ray 8. Because it would be obvious the Ugara Church would be a lot more different in form if they knew you were trying to resurrect the dead demon lords. So there really was that much written there. Ray 8. That's right. A demon lord is a human that has been hit with resurrection magic, a being that can be resurrected. The Ugara Church is taking the stance that the demon lords might appear again, but it didn't look like they were certain they would resurrect. Even if they were deceived, there's the danger that the contents of this book will be spread to the whole world. If the Pope were to know about this, he wouldn't be messing up in such a manner like letting Archbishop Ika fail in selecting the personnel to send. Who is it that doesn't want this reality known? It goes without saying that it would be the Demon Lords. Then, it wouldn't be strange for me to call you the dog of the Demon Lords when you are trying to steal the book for the sake of your Demon Lord Sama, right? But it still doesn't click. Even if I am moving in a manner that would benefit a Demon Lord, there are no points that connect me to them, right? Ray 8. You are the ones who took away the arm of Dokura, right? The name of that person comes out here. Huh. Ray 8. Everything stems from Dokura, who was a Nanbu of mages. Why did he go as far as betraying his nation and stealing the book? What he did brought you guys to the surface. Let's hear it. Ray 8. Dokura knew that the one who created the taboo called resurrection magic was an earthling. But Dokura couldn't read the book. If he could, the necromancy he used would be more advanced and condensed. If a smart person were to observe the illustrations in the book, they can learn necromancy just like Dokura. But the notes written there have even more advanced information. A method to employ even higher undead. Then, how did Dokura learn of this? He heard from you guys as a Nanbu. When Dokura was spying on a suspicious individual, he made contact with Ray 8 and the others, and obtained information. Dokura learned of this importance and escaped. He stole the book that would serve as a weapon for negotiation at that time. He probably heard you talking about the book. That's why he stole the book and escaped the country. If he knew of someone like you who can control Archbishop Ika and can order the ambus, he wouldn't be able to stay in Medjez. After that, Dokura was turned into a wanted person. Dokura most likely wanted to use the book to negotiate, but he couldn't read it. That's why he simply learned a rough version of necromancy, and lived as a bandit. The shadow of a demon lord had encroached into the nation he served and believed the book that he judged could become a weapon was something he couldn't handle. The only people Dokura could trust were most likely the ones under his ruling. Living his remaining years as a bandit, an earthling appeared, and that's why he entrusted that book in his dying breath with faint hope that I would be able to expose the schemes of the man beyond this crystal. Dokura was truly outstanding as an Anbu. He noticed your existence and relationship in the Yugara church when you were hiding, and successfully stole the book. Him becoming a criminal after that is a bit pitiful. Right. I didn't expect him to notice my identity after all. Ray 8. But something convenient for you also happened. Thanks to him having brought it out from the place where the Yugara church had sealed it in, one of your objectives got easier to accomplish after all. If he simply didn't want others to learn about the secret of the book, he could have let them retrieve it and seal it again. The reason he didn't do it was because Ray 8 himself was aiming for the book. Infiltrating the Yugara church and obtaining the book was difficult, but Dokura managed to do that. This was dangerous but at the same time a chance. It seems like there really are a lot of wise ones amongst earthlings. Ray 8. Don't say something you don't even mean. You probably are internally making fun of me for babbling out everything. Oh, so you could tell. Information is a weapon. I can only call it foolish for you to be talking all boastfully about what you have obtained. Ray 8. I'm not trying to live intelligently, I am trying to live safely. What's the difference? Ray 8. If I moved intelligently, I could become like you. Ray 8. Use people, reach the top by myself, and look down upon others. But you know, I have seen a myriad of people who have lived like that. I'm the one who would rather refuse such a vomit-inducing life like that. That's harsh. Is it because it would hurt your conscience? Ray 8. Of course it would. I am weak after all. Not only my body, but my heart, my standing, everything is weak. That's why I won't aim too high. I am fine with just being able to live peacefully in mind and body. But guys like you are in the way of that, you see. A thunderous sound and angry voice resonate from deep within the crystal. That wasn't a sound made by Ray 8. Could it be? Ray 8. It could be. I guessed you were interfering with the coordination of Archbishop Ika and Pope Uparo in some sort of way. That's why I took a different method. I had Archbishop Maya secretly report to Pope Uparo directly. While at it, we also told him the guy that is leisurely making contact with Taiza in this emergency is the mastermind. The sound of a grand battle was transmitted to the crystal. The call was cut off shortly after. The one who jumped into the room was Archbishop Yuka. There were several priests around him. "How dare you trick me, you damn rat." Yuka. "Oh, Yuka-sama, it seems like the hypnosis was undone judging from your state." I tried to recast the suggestion with a smile, but there was no effect. "So they used a spell to resist mental interference beforehand, huh?" "Even if he is an idiot, it is natural to make at least such countermeasures. I have 2 escape routes. The corridor that Yuka and the others are blocking and the window. But there's already a barrier cast on the window. It is possible to destroy it, but there's no point if they get me in that opening. It should be fine to just break through from the front." He is the man that's said to be the weakest in strength within the archbishops after all. "I have the advantage. In a battle, there's already nowhere to escape. I will have you stay put." Yuka. "So you say, but isn't there a handy path?" "I use magic, a spell that crystallizes mana and pierces. I set the point for it to activate and have the crystal rise out from there. It is a spell that can be used in one action and it has good power." "Do you think something like that can hit?" Yuka. Yuka predicted the place where the crystal that suddenly showed up in this cramped place would appear. The other priests also avoid. Nice reflexes. But that was a bad move. I undo the crystals that appeared immediately and jump into the path that they opened. "Thanks for the courtesy." Bye. Too soft. An impact assailed my body suddenly and my vision was facing upwards. "I see, there's a magic circle drawn on the ceiling." "Gravity magic." "To think it would be set right above you." Pressure several hundreds of times stronger than normal assaulted my body. I reflexively set a defensive spell. I managed to reduce the damage on my body, but I can't undo the pressure pushing onto my body. I was sinking as my whole body was creating cracks on the ground. "You are good for someone who is called the weakest archbishop." "It is true that I am weak. My abilities and accomplishments may be trifling compared to other archbishops." Yuka. The face of Yuka is different from usual. This is the eyes of the real deal. "Even so, I am still an archbishop." Yuka. Yuka threw something. "That's a magic seal stone." "This is bad. If that touches me, the defensive spell will be dispelled. When that happens, I will end up having to take this gravity spell with my bare body." Gravity magic is something that creates strong gravity with the magic circle as the point of origin. Its effect is not gone even when a magic seal stone gets close to the magic circle. That's the end. Yuka. Not really. Crystals rise out from the ceiling. This spell can be activated easily by setting the point of activation with your gaze or where you point it with your finger. The ceiling was destroyed from the crystals and the magic circle lost its formation. I get up and take the thrown magic seal stone. The crystals on the ceiling vanished due to the formation destruction domain of the magic seal stone. Man, that was close. "No, I told you it is the end." Yuka. My vision shook suddenly, the freedom of my body was taken away. A sweet scent stimulated my nostrils. "This is a hypnotic aroma, huh?" The priests around were forming their respective barriers. I should throw away the stone here and deploy a barrier too. I threw the rock with just a snap of my wrist. I should be able to deploy a defensive wall against the hypnotic aroma. "I already told you this is the end." "Don't make me say it 3 times, you idiot." Yuka. A barrier surrounding myself appeared. The barrier was hampered by the magic seal stone and snapped back at me. A barrier is originally something that is created with you as the center. But Yuka has created a cubic barrier with him in the center and around me who is in front of him. The hypnotic aroma was taking away the freedom in my body. I have to destroy the barrier and escape. But because of the magic seal stone close to me. I see. So I am already done for? I take out a small knife from my pocket. Don't think it can be destroyed with something like that. Yuka. No, it can be destroyed, just like this. I place the knife on my neck and take one breath. This should be enough to prepare myself. Well then, bye. I admitted my defeat, showed a smile at the victor, and moved my arm horizontally in one go. After that, according to the call of Megis, Ray 8 judged it was impossible to escape and offed himself. They considered the possibility of a third party retrieving his body, so his corpse is apparently sealed under strict supervision. I am surprised that the one who cornered him was Archbishop Yuka, but it wasn't for Akira. From what I heard, he is Rakura's combat master. Like teacher like student, His talent as an archbishop is low compared to the others, but he is the type to compensate with hard work and technique. It really brings out a sense of familiarity. That said, when it comes to schemes, it is as you can see. He is also the one who will be made responsible on this occasion. Archbishop Yuka was cast hypnotism magic by Ray 8 and was used at his own convenience. The reason why Ray 8 had control of the ambus of Megis was because of the permit of Archbishop Yuka. Even if he was hypnotized, he still messed up big. But there wasn't much blame directed at them from Taiza when they were the ones that suffered the most. And he redeemed himself by cornering Ray 8. He will be put under the supervision of the other archbishops for a while, but they apparently won't be persecuting him further than this. If they were to drop him from his position of archbishop when he is a professional in raising money, it is clear that it would have a heavy negative effect on the financial affairs of the Yugara Church, so they couldn't punish him heavily. Marito explained 90% of the book's secret to Maya-san after the suspicions were cleared. We report this to Pope Uparo. The result of this was that Pope Uparo left Megis and is currently heading to Taizu. It is in order to have the person in the highest position of responsibility apologize in person for this time's incident, and also to get back the book. Mercura was given the order to stay on standby. She will most likely be returning to Megis at the same time as Pope Uparo, so this wraps things up. No, if your hypothesis is correct, the one who sent Ray 8 to Megis is a demon lord or a relative of theirs, right? Marito. My face turned sour at the words of Marito. Right, in the end, we still haven't solved the problem deep in. Are they preparing to resurrect the Demon Lord, or is the resurrected Demon Lord the one doing the scheming here? There's still threats in this world. Talk about that stuff with Pope Uparo. Because of that last part, it has become an extremely delicate issue after all. I want you to be the one to tell Pope Uparo though. Marito. That's right. The biggest issue about the book still remains. We still haven't told Maya-san, Mercura, and even Elias about this yet. Marito said he wanted to decide whether to tell the others after telling Pope Uparo. I share that opinion. This secret can overturn the world. I even feel like it would be better to just bury it. I will be present, but you should be the one to tell him as the king. It is way too heavy for me. I don't mind making you the king. Marito. Now then, time to go. Thanks for the hospitality. We are done with our talk about the aftermath. I most likely won't be coming here for a while. The future may be worrisome, but I feel like I will be able to spend a bit of time peacefully. No, I will have you come from tomorrow on too though? Marito. Why? The decoding of the book is done. But we are still not done with you telling me about the parallel world, right? Marito. That wasn't a front for the decoding of the book. What are you saying? We actually made some political measures, right? The contract is obviously still in place. Marito. Got it. There's a lot of things I feel are inconvenient in this world. I need both assets and power in order to recreate the culture I am used to on Earth. Working with Marito will become the shortest shortcut to fulfill those desires. But don't bring out dangerous stuff. Okay? Ain't we friends here? Marito. Don't. Okay? I am heading to Maya-san's place after that. I have to apologize to her about putting distance from her because of Marito despite her helping me out so much. When I arrived at the church, she was in the middle of teaching Wolf. Shizu. Wolf. Ooh, it is impressive how you are always so dedicated. Wolf-chan is studying properly. Despite that, you are constantly scheming with His Majesty, boy. Maya. I came here to apologize because of that, so please don't bear too much of a grudge for it. Even that Elias came here to mislead things, you know. I would like you to not be a bad influence on the daughter of my friend. Maya. It is as you say. Oh well, fine. I understand the circumstances, so I will give you a passing mark just from the fact that you came here to apologize. Boy, it seems like you are not just being a bad influence to Elias after all. Maya. She seemed like her usual self though. Her core has been really steadfast lately. She has been chasing the shadow of her father until now, so I think it is a good change. Maya. Is that how it is? But Elias is the daughter of my close friend. I want to oversee the correct growth of that girl. I would like you to understand that part. Maya. I will keep that in mind. Good. Now, I will go prepare some tea. Maya-san disappeared deeper in while smiling. Next is, I will be sitting by your side. Yes, go ahead. Wolf. I sit by the side of Wolf. She is studying the letters. She is already better than me when it comes to the letters of this world. She is growing into a smart and well-mannered girl. Wolf, you can continue doing what you are doing while listening to me. Okay. Wolf. First, I would like to apologize. I am sorry. Shizu, did you do something bad to Wolf? Wolf. Yeah, it is about using you as a bait that night. I used the readily available weak wolf in order to lead the battle against the Anbus. Fight with all you have. It is okay for you to lose. There's a point in you fighting. I will use that. Wolf heard that explanation and accepted without a single moment of hesitation. Even though I decided to provide this girl that lived a harsh past a good future, I ended up dragging her into this. There should have been other ways, but from the options I could think of, this was the most effective one, so I used you. That's no different from the Black Wolfkins. Shizu is different because Shizu was angry. Wolf. Angry, you say? Ah, that might be true. I knew Gazen for a short period of time, but I must have been worked up in a lot of fronts because an acquaintance of mine was killed. That's why Elias was worried about me when she saw through this change, and stepped that deep in. I even used Wolf without hesitation. My mind is way too weak, and yet, the things I do are cunning. I'm not a decent person, yup. Shizu got angry for Wolf's sake. That's the biggest treasure of Wolf. If Shizu is angry for the sake of someone, Wolf wants to help out too. Wolf. I see. I unconsciously pat the head of Wolf. She had become a wonderful girl a long time ago. At the very least, she doesn't have the weakness of a certain someone who gets his emotions shaken the whole time. But if Shizu apologizes, Wolf forgives you. Wolf. This is bad. When I am with Wolf, my emotions get shaken to a higher degree. I am on the verge of tears. Yeah, thanks. Also, good work. Being able to defeat an Anbu is incredible, you know? Wolf. Right, I am thinking of growing small plants in the house. I also intend to cultivate vegetables. Want to try raising them together with me, Wolf? Yes, I want to. Wolf. Nice answer. But, the vegetables I don't like. Wolf. You might end up liking the things you hate if you help cultivate them. Well, you might end up liking the things you already like more if you raise them though. Then, I will do my best in both. Wolf. Let's try searching for the same book as the one Gazen had. I might be able to learn what vegetables he planned on cultivating. I will offer them to his grave next time. I feel like he would tell me to hand him booze instead though. Man, it has been a while since I have felt so refreshed. I stretch my hand towards the blue sky. I stretched heavily just like that and yawned. It is a rare walk alone while forgetting about stuff like the book and the demon lords. Elias is doing her work as a knight and Wolf is training at the castle. Wolf has already blended into this city. Not only that, she has even been issued a transit permit for the castle. The members of the Ragudo division have also taken a liking to her, and she gives energy to the training, so Lord Ragudo went out of his way to issue that permit. It is a lower grade than mine, but she is still a civilian. No, you could even say it is favorable treatment to a point. It is an exceptional case within Black Wolfkin. According to the group of old men, she is apparently really worth teaching with her techniques showing polish. She might eventually be able to use a variety of weapons. How fearsome! But I am sure Wolf will be able to hold back that power. She is different from Ilias. Anyways, this is good weather. Sob sob. I sit on the bench readied at the plaza and bask in the sun. We had our fight with the Anbus here before, but not a single trace of that remains. The broken points have also been fixed cleanly. The power of magic is incredible. That's right, magic, magic. When I came to this world, I was told my mana was despairingly low. And not only using magic, I was told even casting magic on me was impossible. Can't I use some sort of magic regardless? Like, it is okay for the first one to just be something like the fire of a match. Mana is the same as stamina. If you continue using it, the amount you recover and the total amount you have increases. In that case, wouldn't it grow to a decent degree depending on training? If I get some mana, I could use magic circles or use the assistance of catalysts to use large-scale spells. But who will I get to instruct me? Ilias is out of the question. It seems like Maya-san will soon be getting busy. The preparations for the festival have begun after all. There's apparently a person that specializes in magic in the castle, so it might be a good to form a connection with them. Ah, what good weather. Sob sob. Speaking of which, I haven't been able to communicate with people since coming to this world. There's a big gap between a king and the tavern of a city. That said, going out of my way to increase the amount of relationships where I would just exchange contacts and ended there or go through the motions of inviting them to drinks as a formality is also, I don't want to feel that stiffness in this world. There's no need to feel it after all. Even so, I do miss the warmth of the average person. Is there a girl that I can hang out with? Good weather. Man, it really is good weather. Sob sob. Sob sob. Now then, let's go eat lunch. You're ignoring me completely? My leg was grabbed tightly. The weight of one person was added to my leg. Let go, Rakura. Today is a feel-good day. In that case, please don't abandon this troubled soul here, Counselor Sama. Rakura has been weeping for a while now. I obviously wanted to keep ignoring her, but now that it has come to this, escaping would be too much effort too. It is not like I don't feel a bit bad either. I deceived her a whole lot in the matter of the book and used her. Marito, and I apologized to her later on, but I should do a bit of a follow-up here. By the way, I was in the end officially appointed as a counselor candidate, so her way of calling me hasn't changed. Actually, I was driven away from the Church of Maya-sama. Rakura, don't tell me when I haven't asked. I see, so you were excommunicated from the Yugara Church. My condolences. It is not to that degree. Rakura, what? You were probably told to stay on standby until Pope Upara comes, but didn't have a place to go, so you were being taken care of at Maya-san's place. But because it has gotten busy due to the harvest festival's preparation, you tried to help out, messed up a whole ton, caused trouble, and ended up being a bother instead, so you were told to leave, right? You said that in one breath. How can you tell? Rakura, so I got it, huh? The Church of Maya-san is currently filled to the brim with Yugara Church people. A lot of people are coming and going as the harvest festival approaches. Rakura is clumsy everywhere aside from battles. She set barriers in the book matter, so I thought she could do chores to a certain degree, but when I asked Maya-san later, a normal cleric apparently would have been able to set it in a tenth of the time. I am ashamed that I thought it took an incredible deal of time. Anyways, having Rakura help out would instead make them slower. I heard a scream from inside the other day when I was heading to the church to pick up Wolf after all. Counselor Sama, please help me Tilda. Rakura, what do you want me to do? I am not so skilled as to cure your airheadedness, that part is fine. No, it is not though. Rakura, by the way, I won't let you borrow our abode. Why? Aren't we friends here, Counselor Sama? Rakura, I am freeloading in the house of Ilias, as if I can just increase the freeloaders as I please. Oh my. Rakura showed a face of surprise and embarrassment. I can pretty much imagine what she will say after this. A man and a woman living under the same roof is just. Rakura, there's also Wolf. Carnage? Rakura, did you cast charm magic on yourself? Cough, that should not be. What would you do if a mistake were to happen with those two, Counselor Sama? Rakura, the only mistake that could happen is a murder from failing to hold back enough. That goes the same if I were to cause a mistake. Well, that might be true, but those girls are barely 20, Rakura, tough apples, right? No, I should keep an eye on you. I will protect those two from the ulterior motives of Counselor Sama. Rakura, you are the one with the ulterior motive. Just camp out obediently. Sleeping under the night sky is lonely, It is scary, Rakura, I have slept in the mountains, so I get you, but it will be a good memory. I don't want to sleep on the bench of the plaza anymore. Rakura, since when were you by my side? Now that I look closely, there's a mat below the chair. Isn't this girl a priestess? Maya-san is an archbishop, But isn't it quite impressive that she drove away a priestess from a church? It seems like you won't listen, so let's have Ilias reject you directly. It can't be helped. Mercura seems to be awfully close to me, so any half-baked persuasion will have the opposite effect. Let her be thoroughly rejected by Ilias, who has etched a bit of fear in her. Fine. Ilias. UAA. Mercura. Don't joke around. Why are you getting angry? Mercura. We encountered Ilias, who was having lunch at a stall in the market. The result was an instant okay. Just imagine having a cleric be seen sleeping in the plaza. It could turn into an issue with the Ugara church. Also, there's no way a knight can just allow a woman to sleep under the cold night sky. Ilias. Listen here, just think about it calmly. There's only 3 rooms. Right. Ilias. Considering the mental state of the freeloaders, you wouldn't be able to provide the same room as the landlord, right? That's true. I can't have Ilias-san go that far when I am going to be under her care. Mercura. I don't mind. But it certainly would be troubling if the other party is withered by this. Ilias. Next, a man and woman in a room should be avoided, right? Right. There's no one you would be able to put a hand on, but it would go against public morals. Ilias. In other words, you naturally won't be able to give up 2 rooms. Isn't it okay to share the room with Wolf? Ilias. Wolf-chan wouldn't mind it. Mercura. You idiot, what are you going to do if she infects her with her airheadedness? Aren't you cruel? Mercura. Ilias-san? Mercura. It is on a level where even Ilias has to worry with a straight face. Well, your muscle-headedness is also pretty serious too. Then, you sleep in the attic or something. Ilias. Alright, thanks for your care. I'm taking Wolf with me. Wait, it was a joke. If we clear up the room that's serving as storage, we would have an open room, right? Ilias. There's a lot of heavy stuff, so I won't help. What? You plan on making the owner of the house do the heavy labor despite being a freeloader? Ilias. Wolf would help out without a complaint. Ilias. HMHM, the tides have turned. Mercura. Mercura puffed out her chest as if victorious. My caste rank in the abode might lower at this rate. Maybe I really should consider changing my residence? No, that would look like I am running from Mercura, and I don't like that. I simply want to bring regret and despair to Mercura. You are saying that from the heart. Mercura. Ilias will be doing her night work after this. I will bring Mercura to our home. Well, I can't just go doing that. In the second-floor storage room there's things the parents of Ilias used when they were alive aside from the big shelves. The storage room in the first floor has other articles of theirs as well as sundries. There's spears, swords, armor, and other gear. She said she wanted to carry those and arrange them. From what she said, she apparently just randomly brought whatever she had in her previous house when she vacated it. So she hasn't even organized them properly. She wants to use this opportunity to separate them. It is obviously going to be heavy work. I can slave away Mercura here, but she is definitely going to mess up. We need muscle, and so, we are going to go get Wolf. Ah, Shizu. Wolf. Sorry about bothering you while you are training. Wolf. No worries, we already finished a round. Wolf. I see, I am sorry for bringing this out all of a sudden. But there's sad news. Sad? Wolf. Mercura is coming to our house. What part of that is sad? Mercura. It is sad. The ratio of men and women is getting even more skewed. It is going to get even more cramped now. I would be happy if it were a harem, but I don't even have a single one with a relationship like that. No, even in a harem story, the man also feels stiffened unless there's quite the power balance. Mercura coming is sad? Wolf. That's not true, Wolf-chan. It is just the personality of Counselor Sama being horrible. Mercura. If you go by that logic, Maya-san, who drove you away, also has a horrible personality. Maya-sama is also a bit on the bad side too. Mercura. Wolf likes Mercura. It is okay. Wolf. What a good girl. Mercura. Mercura, it hurts. Wolf. Damn it. The generosity of Wolf is on a whole other level after all. It would be hard to drive her away with the violence of democracy. Looks like I have to give up. I tell Wolf about sorting out the storage room as we return. I am home, Tilda. Wolf. I am home. I am home. Murakura, there's already someone acting like an inhabitant. Even Wolf was reserved the first day. But complaining about every little thing won't get us anywhere. Let's finish this quickly. Well then, please carry the things I instruct you to the living room on the first floor. Wolf, there's important stuff for Ilias, so carry them carefully, okay? Okay. Wolf, what should I do? Murakura, nothing. Cruel. Murakura, that wasn't a joke. Carrying stuff like weapons and armor to the first floor would be too heavy and dangerous for anyone aside from Wolf. We might be able to manage somehow if we two carry it, but I don't want to do it with you. I was convinced for a moment there. So horrible. Murakura, I ran the simulations a number of times in my head, but they all ended in injuries. I feel bad for Wolf, but I will leave the physical work to her. But not doing anything is a bit. Murakura, then go take a bath. You have been sleeping out, right? You won't peek? Murakura, trust me. I endured your temptation and I will throw bugs at you. Can you not? Murakura, and so, work began after successfully locking the dangerous Murakura up in the bathroom. The articles of her parents are mostly clothes, weapons, and armor, and work tools intended for clerics. There's also daily use items. They are left around scattered to a certain degree, so let's organize them as we put them down. Wolf, please gather the weapons and armor around the right corner of the living room for now, the clothes shelves at the left. The daily use items at the center. Well, I will carry those ones. Got it. Wolf. Now then, if we are going to do this, let's do this quickly and thoroughly. I roll up my sleeves and carry the tools to the entrance to make them easier for Wolf to transport them. I did that alone before, but having someone else to help really makes it a lot easier, especially with Wolf having learned mana strengthening. She can carry heavy furniture without any issues. I am so jealous, even though it has been a daily battle against muscle pain for me. Kawa, Bebug, curse you, Counselor Sama. Murakura, I heard a scream from the bathroom. Moreover, it seems like I am being falsely accused. I could oppose her, but I can easily see that it won't lead to anything decent. Go help her, Wolf. Also, explain to her that I didn't do anything. Yes, Shizu definitely has an alibi. Wolf, where did you learn that word? Moreover, the way you say it sounds like I am the culprit. I just hope she comes back okay. Is what I thought. But as I expected, Wolf must have been hugged by a drenched someone. She was wet here and there. I'm beyond impressed that she managed to get in our way even when locked in the bathroom. Looks like it would be better to hurry. It might turn terrible if she were to regroup with us and try to help out. It has been a while, but let's get serious. Alright, we are done. Wolf, we safely finished carrying the things. Next is cleaning. That said, I did some rough cleaning of the house before, so there's no need for too much effort here. Murakura had come out from the bathroom and declared she could do at least this much, so I decided to leave it to her. She is most likely going to drop a bucket of water, and by the time she is done, she will be all dirty. I ignored the screams I could hear from the second floor, and clean away the dirt in the bathroom. After that, I had Wolf take a bath and prepare some tea while ignoring the sobbing coming from the second floor. I am done, Shizu. Wolf, ooh, good work. I made some tea, so drink. Thanks. Wolf, I am done cleaning. Murakura, ooh, we have left the bath as it is, so go take a bath once more. Even though Murakura took a bath once already, she was dirtier than before she arrived here, so I pushed her into the bathroom. Don't throw bugs in anymore, okay? Murakura, I haven't even done it once yet. I was wondering what to do next. There's no bed yet, but let's have her give up on that for today. We can buy it at the company of Bansan tomorrow or something. She probably needs a variety of daily essentials anyways. In that case, Murakura doesn't matter anymore. What's left to do is how to deal with the things lined up in the living room. Wolf is watching the daily items with interest. There's a lot of things that aristocrats use, so there must be a lot of rare stuff for Wolf, who began her life as a commoner. Ilias apparently lived in a pretty big house when she was young, but now she is living like a monk on a pilgrimage. If we just judge it in training alone, she would be in mountain hermit class. I grabbed the smallest sword out of curiosity, but the weight it had really did remind me of how out of place this is in daily life. I tried to unsheath it as a test, but it got stuck and I can't draw it out properly. I struggled for close to a minute and finally managed to draw it, and managed to see its blade. It is a good sword. I can tell even as a novice. There's not a single blemish in this maintained blade. Is it a ceremonial sword that's barely used in actual combat? It is simple, but the blade has beautiful ornaments, and the polished blade was reflecting me as if it were a mirror. That's nostalgic. It is the sword that was given to my father by the previous king. I was surprised by the voice of Ilias that came from my back and I was on the verge of dropping the sword. But thanks to the weight of the sword, it didn't rampage in my hand. Don't talk to me all of a sudden. It is dangerous. I did call you though. Ilias. So I was entranced. Huh. Welcome back, Ilias. Yeah, I am home. But now that I look at them like this, there really was a lot there. Ilias. Ilias sighed at the many things lined up in the living room. At the very least, it won't be possible to have a proper meal like this. There are still memories attached to them even if we are to dispose of them. Right? What are you planning on doing? It is vexing, but I do have to select which ones to keep to a certain degree. I might end up wearing the clothes of my mother in the future. After all, I will store them after casting pesticide magic on them and my father's clothes. You want them? Ilias. Right. They fit me just right in terms of size. It also suits me in the sense that they are not flashy. My father was a strict knight after all. It would be nice if you were to wear the clothes of my father and get influenced by him. Ilias. Articles of the deceased that have such effects are called cursed. Who would wear clothes that would change your personality just from wearing them? But thinking about it calmly, the suit of a salaryman does serve as a sort of personality switch. Yup. You can choose whichever gear you so wish. Ilias. I don't have the stamina to wear armor. I don't have the strength to swing a weapon either. This one should be enough. What I have equipped at my waist is my wooden partner that I picked up in the forest before. Since I had the chance, I reworked it into a wooden sword. That won't even serve for training. It would break in one swing. Ilias. That's fine. The other party would be stiffened if I had a sword hanging. In Japan, your job evaluation would be hit just from carrying a wooden sword around. The pedestrians would look at you with incredulous eyes and take distance from you. It would be decently useful if you infused mana to it. No, it would still break in one hit. Huh. Ilias. For now, I definitely won't be lending you this partner of mine. How about choosing a bit of a better life partner? That's practically a child's toy. Ilias. Just as Ilias says, there are times when I would be treated like a child carrying a wooden sword in this world, but I don't care about that. This is in order to not forget my beginnings when I came to this world. It is a weapon to fight against my own ego. I see. It can't be helped then. Ilias. This is the only weapon I can swing around. No matter how strong my allies are, this is just how strong I am. I must not forget that. I must not rely too much on my comrades. I am a weakling in this world. I actually wanted to carry around the first generation though. I think the ashes still remain though. Want me to bring them from the barracks? Ilias. I feel like it could be useful as fertilizer for the vegetables. Eat the vegetables that I grew using the ashes of my partner. It would shock people if I were to tell them. Anyways, we are done dealing with the clothes. We store the ceremonial gear as they are. We ended up donating the gear we are not going to use to the Ragudo division. The professional tools of her mother will be donated to Maya-san. As for the daily items, we entrusted them to the firm. However, some of the things, especially the ones her parents used, have been stored in the room of Ilias. I don't mind you taking anything you want. The things would be happier being used. Ilias. The clothes are enough. It would get bulky the time I leave if my luggage increases. Moving alone is already a big chore. I plan on living the minimalist life in this world. The treasure box where I am storing memorable things will be making my luggage pretty bulky already. But let's close my eyes in that area. You plan on leaving? Ilias. It is not like it will be immediately. If either of us marries and forms a family, we can't go living together. You are still in your early adulthood, but I am at a good age already. Having an adult man living together with Ilias after she marries and has a family would be questionable. The same goes the other way around. That's true. Ilias. Also, if there's no need to stay in the country, I think it would be a good idea to go visit other countries. Feeling dissatisfied with Taizu? Ilias. There's only good people within the ones I know, and even the king is treating me well. I doubt there will be such a good environment in other countries. Someone who would provide me lodging conveniently, a store that will provide me the food I like, an understanding merchant, a king that takes me in. It is honestly way too good. I doubt this is going to continue forever. I don't know if this is just me being too careful or because I am a worrywart, maybe both. The scenery changes completely in modern Japan if you give it 10 years. Then why are you saying you want to leave the town, Ilias? Because I want to search for a way to return to my world. I don't think it is a bad idea to live in this world, but it is not like I have given up on my world. I have finished deciphering the book, but there wasn't a single thing about a way to return to my world. But an earthling managed to create a resurrection spell which is a peak in this world. It can't be said that there's no way to return to my world. However, there isn't any more information sleeping in Taizu. It might come one day, but that's questionable too. Do you have friends and family on Earth? Ilias. I wonder. In terms of human relationships, this side might be better. Despite that, you still want to search for a way to return to your world? Ilias. I am enjoying this lifestyle. I also want to look after Wolf and repay you, Ilias. But I don't know what will happen in the future. I might end up missing the former convenience, and I might end up losing the motivation to continue living in this world. The reality is that this world doesn't suit me. Even when I have come to a fantasy world, it doesn't change that I am a realist. The people around me are all superhumans, and a single mishap might end up in a fatal injury. In modern Japan, such incidents can be wrapped up with just being an accident. There's also crimes like scams and thefts, but the legislative administration works to a decent degree. It is clear that the latter is the one that will allow me to protect myself the most with the skills I have. It is not like I have a way of living I have decided on like you, Ilias. But I might be able to see a path like that one day. Being able to have as many options as possible for the sake of that time is a habit of mine on Earth. Going straight for your dreams and ambitions is fine, but it is not like everyone has a set path. That's why I prepare myself so that I can be at as much of an advantageous position when I have found the path I want to walk in. Well, I won't do something like forgetting to repay a debt or irresponsibly throw things away and simply return. Leaving a bad aftertaste isn't a way to live safely after all. That's not what I am worried about. It is just, Ilias. What is it? Wolf would be sad if you were to be gone. Ilias. Maybe. I would most likely be sad too. I would like to have her experience even better meetings and events. Until then, Wolf has grown attached to me. She might end up saying she wants to come with me if I go back to my world. That's why I should have her mature and create a reason for her to remain in this world. I will take at least that much of a responsibility. What will you do when Wolf wishes for you the most? Ilias. That would mean I still haven't taught her about the world completely. I will bring her around patiently. Of course, I won't hand Wolf over to a useless bum though. I am most likely the number one of Wolf. But the one who is closest in age is Ilias. I am sure the two of them will be even closer to each other in a not so far future. When she gets used to human relations, she will most likely not only learn about friendship but also love. When that happens, she will most likely be able to find an even better man. Ha! You really are like a father. Ilias. I'm the older one here after all. I resolved myself to look after her. I would like you to at least act in a way that fits the clothes of my father. Ilias. That will be hard. If I had met him personally, I might have been able to mimic him though. After that we separated the remaining things and decided to dispose of them at a later day. So we finished our work. Mercura still wanted to sleep on a bed, so she ended up sleeping in Wolf's room. Lady Ratzel, today I will be giving you the mission to protect an important person. Ilias and I were called by Marito, brought to his office room, and the assignment of Ilias changed. Protect an important person. You could say it is a job's fitting of a knight that does patrols, but for fantasy knights, being in the standing of a bodyguard really does sound cool. Me? Ilias. That's right. You've proved yourself that your strength works even against the ambush of mages. There should be no issues in leaving it to you. Marito. True. This should be a good opportunity for Ilias to show her true strength rather than her having to walk around patrolling the city. But protecting an important person, who is it? I have a few candidates, but considering the time, there's no one that pops up on the fly. In that case, it should be safe to assume a change has happened. Does that mean Popuparo has already arrived in Taizu? No. He is most likely still within the Ghani territory. It is not like he is coming alone. He is heading here with a decent amount of people, so he will be taking time no matter what. Marito. Right. Then who is she going to protect? You. Marito. What? Marito pointed at me. There's no one around. Looks like he is talking about me. Looks like you are not self-aware. Have you forgotten that you are an important talent that can read the language of Earth? Marito. It is not like it has some sort of special effect, so I wasn't too self-aware. But being able to read important information for this world from books is certainly invaluable. It would be one thing if I had a specialized technique, but it feels weird when I am being treated as an important person just from being able to read Japanese. If this were to be known, the chances of people aiming for your life like Ray 8 would be incredibly high. You definitely won't be able to protect yourself if targeted, right? Marito. No doubt about it. I don't feel like I would be able to defeat any of the enemies we have fought until now. If I had a gun. No, it would be impossible. It might work for bandits, but we are talking about the residents of this world. They probably would be able to avoid it after seeing it with their eyes. As for Ilias, she was caught in an explosion the other day, and didn't have a single injury. It might be possible if you use a sniper rifle and sniper at super long range, aiming for the opening of her mana enhancement, but I feel like she would most likely deal with it. You conveniently live in the same house as Lady Ratzel. Don't you think it is best to give the bodyguard mission to her? Marito. It certainly is convenient. It is extremely logical reasoning. As a housemate and acquaintance, her strength leaves no room for complaints. It would get even more suffocating if there were other bodyguards after all. Normally when it comes to protecting important people, they would mostly be sitting in a big building. I don't watch too many dramas where SPs live and work in a private house. But Ilias as my bodyguard. Ilias. Wait, are you dissatisfied with me? Ilias. If you have anyone specific in mind, I don't mind switching the person, but I won't lend you Lord Ragudo, okay? Marito. Of course it would be impossible to assign a knight captain to me. It would actually be too much of an honor. Ilias had eyes as if she wanted to say something, but let's think about it honestly. I think Ilias is the best for the job though. Fumo. Then do you dislike having a female bodyguard? Marito. This king really likes to step onto the landmine of Ilias. It is not like I have no opinions regarding being protected by a girl, but it should be okay to throw away my preconceptions on this in this world. That's not it. I actually welcome a feminine person. Unfortunately, I don't feel any allure from Ilias. Who? Marito. I'm being looked at with scary eyes. No, is she looking down on me? It can't be helped. I am a man. Well, Ilias would be a great choice regardless of gender. But when it comes to compatibility, who do you personally think would have good compatibility with you? Marito. If I had to go by the knights I know, Karaja would be number one. The flexibility of Karaja is really high. His strength leaves nothing to desire and he is also the easiest person to plan around. That spear throw really is strong. Yup. When thinking about a plan in my mind, it feels great to have that one move that allows you to just end it in one go from long range. Lord Domatukafakon. He certainly does seem to be compatible with you. But he is currently in a position of responsibility. Marito. I see. Well, all the old men from the Ragudo division are seasoned veterans after all. Being in a position of control would be better than protecting someone. I could also pull a young knight from the Lino division. Want to meet them? Marito. No, if I am to go that far, it would be faster to go with Ilias who I know the ability of. I can't go inviting a knight that hates Ilias into her house. It is settled then. Lady Ratzel, This is a royal decree. Protect him. Marito. Yes, Your Majesty. Ilias. That means I will be acting together with Ilias a lot more from now on. Now that I think about it, there were a lot of times when Ilias and I would miss each other. We are of different professions, so you could say it can't be helped, but it is convenient that we can communicate on the regular. This world has techniques for long-distance communication, but as expected from magic, it is on the level where it is treated as a secret technique of the Yugara Church. It would be hard to integrate. But Ilias finds fault in a lot of things after all. I probably will barely be able to do bad things. I'm talking about an unhygienic lifestyle, okay? But it might be rough that I can't go play around in the night city. For now, I should tell the members of the Ragudo division to take over the patrolling duties of Ilias. Well then, let's go to the place of the Ragudo division too. Yeah. Ilias. Oh, it seems like Ilias-san is in a bad mood. I understand you being dissatisfied that the target for protection isn't that desirable when it is such a nightly job, but isn't that a bit too blatant? I am not going to go on about being professional, but maybe I should warn her about it later. And so, we arrived at the training grounds of the Ragudo division. Everyone is energetically training with Wolf included. Ooh, isn't that the lad? Good work the other day. Kara just spoke to us. Lord Ragudo called us with the pretext that it was in order to talk about the criminals that tried to aim for the book the other day. He is the only person who knows about the circumstances aside from the high executives and Ilias. That said, I felt bad that I ended up having him shoulder the secret when I told him about the title of the book, but I have finally involved him too. That he still joined with a smile was reassuring to an unbelievable degree. According to the person himself, there might be trouble coming even before dying, right? It comes with being a knight. I simply thought of a plan. We managed to obtain results thanks to the techniques that you and the others have polished until now. Fewer. You are plenty great just from being able to understand that. Did you come here today to train? Kara. No, actually, about Ilias. Right, I haven't had a proper bout lately. Can I request a match with you, Kara? Ilias. I don't mind, but... Lad, come here for a bit. Kara. I was forcefully pulled away by Karagia and took distance from Ilias. And then, he whispered to me. Did something happen? Isn't Ilias a bit bloodthirsty here? Kara. Actually, Mari, His Majesty ordered her to protect an important person. It is as you see. Ilias was swinging her sword as warm-up. Being able to tell how dangerous she is just from practice swings alone really is something. Fumo, you being able to read that book certainly does merit a bodyguard. But I don't think something like that would end up in this. Did you talk about anything else? Kara. Not really. We did talk about Ilias being the right one for the job. That should make her happy instead of angry though. Kara. Right? But when I was asked who else I would want instead, I said you were the person that would be the most compatible with me. Looks like that's it. Karaja was making a baffled face. Karaja sighed after that and continued. It is that, being a bodyguard is a job to be proud of for a knight. Even if she is the right one for the job. To be told that a different person would have been better would make you dissatisfied. Kara. Seriously? We were simply talking about compatibility in personalities though, so it was taken in that way. But it is true that I feel like I was talking about who I would prefer to partner with rather than about bodyguards. Good grief, these are some terrible sparks flying my way here. I will try to calm it down somehow, but I am expecting to get treated to booze sometime. Kara. I am sorry, please do. Leave it to me. I have been praised here after all. Go ahead and watch my performance. Kara. Karaja really is reliable. And so, the match between Karagia and Ilias has been decided. The people around also stopped their training and have come to check things out. Even within the Ragudo division filled with veterans, Ilias is the second strongest one. But the gap between second and third is big, so I have heard that she can't train properly. Even so, I know about the strength of Karagia. The bandit subjugation, the battle dance that he showed in the Black Wolfkin village, and his work in the Anbu subjugation. Ilias may be a superhuman monster, but his outstanding ability shouldn't fall short to hers. The reality is that Wolf still hasn't been able to get a hit despite having achieved drastic growth. The fight began while I was thinking about that. HNN. Karaji dashed. He closed the distance and brought her right into his spear range with incredible speed, and then unleashed a thrust that was so fast my eyes couldn't pick it up. But Ilyas blocked that thrust with her scabbard without even taking a stance. The speed of Karaj isn't any lower than that of the time with the battle dance he showed with the Black Wolfkins. The sharpness is even higher than that time. A boisterous dance of attacks were being unleashed along with a roar. Ilyas was facing them all with precision, but she wasn't moving a step from her place. She is dealing with the spear with just the movements of her hands alone. Just how much hand-eye coordination does she have that she can block the rain of invisible attacks? I can't even begin to imagine. Do your best, Ilyas. Kick the ass of Karaj. Wolf, where did you learn to talk like that? No, she is together with these old men, so it can't be helped, but let's talk with her afterwards. But it seems like Wolf doesn't see Karaj in that good of a light, and she attacks him seriously in training. I have already cleared the misunderstanding though. The surroundings are cheering for both sides. Which side should I cheer for? There's no need to doubt here. How could I not cheer for Karaj, who is bravely facing a monster here? Do your best, Karaj. You are not losing when it comes to speed. Who? Ilyas. Both sides suddenly stopped moving. No, they were made to stop. Ilyas was grabbing the spear with the open hand that wasn't holding the scabbard. Moreover, she is only using her thumb and index finger, a sword grab with one hand. Aren't you looking like a demon lord there with that appearance you're giving off, Ilyas-san? Karaj tried to move his spear, but it wasn't budging at all. Or more like, Karaj is floating. She is lifting Karaj along with the spear with the sheer strength of her fingers. Jesus! Ilyas threw Karaj into the air lightly. It was only a few seconds that wouldn't even be called a free fall after letting go. But even within that time, she hit the top of the spear with the scabbard. Mew! Kara. With his feet off the ground, all the impact of it will go to the person himself. Karaj can mitigate the damage with the hardness of the spear and his defensive skills, but it doesn't go as far as killing the momentum. Karaj was sent flying far to the back as a result. I remember the pitiful sight of their Anbu that got sent flying before. I direct my gaze at Karaj at the moment. He mitigated the fall after spinning a few times, and at the end he stabbed the spear on the ground to completely kill the force. What stupid strength. Makes Boruga look like a child. Karaj raises his face. There was Ilyas already swinging down her scabbard. Wait, since when? There should have been 50 meters of distance between them. I didn't see her running there. It means she got there in one go. Could it be that she began to burn in competitiveness when told she was losing in speed? Karaj quickly brought out his spear and took on the sword. Cracks ran through the ground and bursted. See Karaj. I couldn't see the surroundings because of the cloud of dust. Is Karaj okay? I strain my eyes and wait for the cloud of dust to clear away. A silhouette showed up inside the cloud of dust and it didn't take long for the two to show up. Karaj managed to block the attack of Ilyas. He managed to endure an impact of that degree. But this is weird. Both sides are not moving. They are not following with any attacks or fighting back. Thanks for the match, Ilyas. Ilyas said this and undid her battle stance, and returned the scabbard to her waist. Karaj isn't moving from his defensive stance. Wondering if it could be possible, I ran towards him. Are you okay, Karaj? Phew, my waist died. There was Karaj whose waist had carried out its natural lifespan due to the attack of the sword. Witnessing the sight of an old soldier scattering really is something that brings pain to the heart. See Karaj. After that, Karaj was carried off to the medical ward on a stretcher. He apparently will recover with healing magic, but the max HP of his waist has apparently lowered. I am sorry, Karaj. I will treat you to as much booze as you want next time. Ilyas, strong. Wolf. I understand you being strong, but I would like you to show a bit more care towards the elderly. What are you saying? Karaj is a professional in battle. If I fought with half measures, I would have fallen into his ploy. Ilias, you could have used it as training for when you have fallen into the pace of the enemy. She sliced apart the technique of Karaja with one strike of absolute strength. It is way too pitiful that he couldn't even display his seasoned skills. Karaja was putting both hands together in prayer at the sight of Karaja being carried away. You know, that way. You can't prove which side is superior. Ilias, I see, so that's what it is. Huh. I understand what Karaja wanted to say now. Looks like I will need to clear the misunderstanding quickly. Are you bothered by the fact that I said Karaja is the one that's most compatible with me? What I meant with that was that he was the easiest one to include into my strategies, you know. What do you mean by that? Ilias, you should be able to tell since you have seen it a couple of times, right? I like strategies where logic fits the pieces. Karaja's role is clear and stable. He is appealing as that one move to decide things at important moments. Then what about me? Ilias, you are super strong. An unfair move that tilts the tides of battle to your advantage just from your presence alone. Karaja would be the spear or the knight in Shogai, an important factor that gets involved in the checkmate of the opponent after cornering them. On the other hand, Ilias is a combination of castle and bishop, freely moving around the board. On top of that, if they step in, this unfair piece will instead take the opponent's piece. Are you praising me there? Ilias, you are without doubt the number one when it comes to reliability. I don't know the strength of Lord Ragudo, but you have shown me your strength countless times. Ilias, is that so? But I felt like you were discontent with me though. Ilias, if it is just for protection, there's no need to hesitate when it comes to you. Ilias, but I was simply thinking about people that would be able to assist in my actions in the future with the image I hold. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment when you use a trump card that can defeat your opponent one-sidedly in gambles? That's Ilias. Of course, when the future of the citizens is involved and the state of the country is at risk, it wouldn't be the time to choose the means. I at first was thinking about doing things without Ilias. That's that and this is this. But if I rely on you for everything, I would be over-relying on you, Ilias. It might be okay to rely on you every now and then, but relying on you the whole time will not be good for my sake if I am to live in this world. It is not that you are bad, it is that you are way too good. Right. I certainly would want you to rely on me. But it wouldn't serve for your sake if you were to rely on me for everything. Ilias, I am already being spoiled rotten in our relationship as it is. If we end up together on the regular, you would end up worrying too. I place a hand on the head of Ilias. She really is the type that doesn't get it unless told straight out. It is embarrassing, but I have to tell her or I won't be able to make it right with Karaja. Ilias, I don't want to make you the reason why I ended up becoming useless. I am sorry if that angered you in some way. My apologies. I see. No, me too. I will go apologize to Karaja. Ilias. Saying this, Ilias went to the medical ward. Is it alright now? Wolf, do you think how I said it just now was okay? Even if I understand the emotions on the surface, it is not like I can understand their true feelings. I feel like there have been many instances where we are not on the same wavelength. I am wishing for a good relationship with her. But there really must be a difference in what both of us seek from each other. Thinking about it in that way, I end up wanting to ask a third party. Serves Karaja right? Wolf, please reconcile with him already. I will. Consider it. Wolf, who taught you that? I did. I use it the most when with Ilias. I should reflect on that. It is my way of showing that I will be proceeding in a favorable way for me, but it is actually a staple for when you are refusing something. Wolf would like to be told something similar to what Shizu told Ilias. Wolf, even if it is not to the point of Ilias, I also rely on you. Wolf, I want it to be the same. Wolf has grown too, and has begun to get ambitious. Ambitions become motivation for the future. Wolf having an ambition of her own would be desirable. If it were greed, it might end up blinding her of her surroundings and could become a bad influence to others, but in the stage of Wolf, there's no need to give her a break yet. Let's have her get as ambitious as she wants for now. I see. It may not be possible immediately, but I am sure you will. Do your best. Yes. Wolf. But don't resort to violence, okay? Promise this to Shizu. I will. considerate. Wolf. I am seriously beginning to wonder if she knows how that phrase is used on Earth. This is something I think about when interacting with Ilias, but she is not too good at understanding others. No, it might simply be that a certain someone is hard to understand though. But even with that, Ilias lost her parents at a young age and there's only older people in her surroundings. She is hated by knights close to her age, and doesn't have something similar to a friend. No wonder she is bad at interacting with others. It is not like I have high interpersonal skills, but I can interact with others in a way that doesn't sour their mood is what I want to believe. I really should proceed with that plan. Prepare yourself, Ilias. After parting with him, I went to check on the state of Karaja. Karaja was lying on the bed, and there's a magic stone on his back that releases mana that softens pain. The treatment is already done, but it is not like the pain is gone completely. This is a measure for the sake of that. What? It is Ilias. You didn't go back together with the lad? Kara. No, I haven't apologized to you properly, so I came back. I was spurred on by my own personal feelings and ended up getting harsh on you. I am sorry. Ilias. Fewer. Judging from your state, the lad must have said something to you. Don't worry, I have heard the circumstances. If I were in your spot, I would have done the same as a knight. Kara. So that's what they were whispering about at that time. So Karaji took on my challenge. After knowing my feelings, he could have reprimanded me with words. It really makes me feel just how shallow I am. Don't make such a tormented face. I am the one who lost and suffered, you know? Do you want to steal my position as well? Kara. No, that's not. Ilias. In my eyes, you being persistent about wanting to be evaluated highly by that lad is a happy thing. Kara. Persistent. That might be true. Ilias. I am certainly aware that I have been wanting to be relied on, wanting to protect him, since the time I met him. I thought that I was inferior to Karaji after being compared and couldn't control myself. But for the lad to cheer for me at that time was quite the heartless thing. I was on the verge of dying thanks to that. Kara. I apologize once again. Ilias. I ended up getting heated up because his cheers were not directed at me but Karaji. Even though it was about, I ended up acting in a way as if stealing the position of the other party. The epitome of immaturity. But why did I end up like that? I just can't understand. Judging from your state, it seems like you yourself don't understand why you are like this. I can tell you if you want to know. Kara. You know? Then, I would like to hear it. Ilias. Basically, it is love. Kara. Karaji. Your waist gets broken often, but maybe it would get better instead if it gets broken completely? Ilias. Wait, that was a joke. Don't draw your sword. Kara. Good grief. Even though I am seriously worrying here, I myself have a wife and children. I can tell love at the very least. What you are holding, for the lad is something else. Kara. And that is? Ilias. Something close to aspiration. I am going to say this beforehand, but what you are feeling right now isn't the same as your admiration towards your father as a knight. It is longing for something you don't have. That admiration towards wanting to become a knight like your father is a stage you will be able to stand on eventually. But it is different in the case of the lad. That's different from a knight's way of living on a fundamental level. Kara. What I don't have. Ilias. If necessary, he can even understand the heart of the wicked. He wouldn't be bothered about walking in that path. It is a different strength from the mind of a knight. Kara. That's right. His way of living is really different from that of the knights that I believe in. I at the very least wouldn't think about walking on that path. But he walks on that path without hesitation. However, does that mean I hold admiration towards his way of living that moves towards the inhumane? Don't get conflicted immediately. Your chivalric spirit is the real deal. I assure you of that. It is not like you admire the inhumane. You simply admire the resolve of being able to walk in that fiendish path. You admire how he can be on both sides. Kara. Can you please talk in an easier to understand way? Ilias. Would you be able to walk the path of evil while holding fast on your chivalric code? Kara. I wouldn't be able to. There's no way I would. Ilias. Right. If you did that, It wouldn't be chivalry anymore after all. But that lad understands the chivalric code and also the path of the inhumane. He can do what you can't. You felt a gap there and also admiration. Kara. I feared him advancing through the path of evil. It is because I understood that, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to return. But he swings in the border of the two as if natural. It is true that that's something I wouldn't be able to imitate even if I wanted to. Are you telling me I feel something close to admiration towards that? Basically, doesn't that mean you want to be acknowledged by that lad that can easily do what you can't? Kara. That's true. I think that's the case. Ilias. I want him to rely on me. I want him to think I am his number one. That basically means I want him to acknowledge me. It is because he can do what I can't that I want to be acknowledged by him. So, in the end, this stems from my inexperience. Ilias. Don't be so pessimistic. I myself am also happy that the lad evaluates me highly, you know. That's why I seriously accepted a bout with you. Kara. So even you thought that, Kara. Ilias. It is not like the lad is the only one who can do what you yourself can't. Isn't that the same for His Majesty, for example? Kara. It is true that His Majesty is different from the knights that hold the sword and fight. He guides the nation. That's something I can't do. That's why I was aware that being acknowledged by His Majesty was an outstanding honor. You have only been facing knights after all. And then, that lad suddenly appeared close to you. In your eyes, it is a standing that should be easy to get acknowledgement from. It is natural to get greedy and put in strength, and your current self isn't a bad thing. Kara. As someone who is still inexperienced, His Majesty is still a far existence. I have heard that he acknowledges my strength, but it doesn't feel tangible. It will most likely be far in the future before he actually acknowledges me in the true meaning of the word. On the other hand, the feeling of wanting to be acknowledged by that man is strong. It must be natural to concentrate more easily on the closest objective instead of the furthest one. You have my thanks. I have managed to arrange my mind in a variety of ways. Ilias. But from what I can see, your relationship as a man and woman has barely had any progress. Kara. Still saying that? Ilias. You are a beauty after all. It wouldn't be strange for the lad to hold such feelings though. Kara. Unfortunately, there's absolutely no signs of such. He is always treating me like a violent person or telling me that I am a pain. He even treats the pretty wolf as if he were her father. Mew. What's that about this being unfortunate? It seems he likes to act like an adult after all. People of my age must be out of his strike zone. Ilias. In that case, it would be somewhere around the beauty of the Yugara church? Kara. Rakura. What's his attitude towards Rakura? I feel like they do get along well, but in terms of a relationship between a man and woman. No, that's not the way you would treat a woman. Rakura tried to use charm magic on him at first, but that was only for the sake of drawing information from him. But you could say in a way that they are close. No. But he just liked the idea of living together with her from the bottom of his heart. It doesn't look like he is treating her like a woman. Ilias. In that case, maybe someone older like Maya-san? Kara. Maya's age is closer to that of my mother. He put some distance between her because of the matter of the book, but they did give off the atmosphere that they got along with each other from the very beginning. The way he interacts with Maya is extremely gentle, and his tone is polite. I see, so that's how it was. It might be possible. Ilias. I see. Oh well, do your best. Kara. Do my best in what? Ilias. Why if the lad likes older women, then that means his evaluation of you as a younger one must be pretty low. Kara. Mew. That's true. I have had the handicap of gender, but this is the first time I have had a handicap of age. Ilias. He is evaluating me properly, but his usual attitude towards me is cold. In other words, it means that, the pieces are beginning to fit. But now that I know, it makes me want to test out a variety of things. Alright, I am getting motivated in a lot of ways. Ilias. Phew, I feel like I have made you hold a fatal misunderstanding here, but... oh well. However, you must not forget that the lad also admires you. Don't forget. Kara. What, really? Ilias. The reason you can't run to the path of evil is because you hold steadfast to the path of chivalry. Understand that that's something the lad can't do. Kara, is that how it works? Ilias, he is the same as me. We are attracted to the things each other doesn't have. Is it okay for me to think of it in that way? That said, in terms of the lad's admiration towards a knight, I am above you though. That part will depend on your hard work. Kara, I can't say anything against that one. Karaj is a seasoned knight and I am an inexperienced knight. But you are a knight. Advance in your path with your chest held high. Kara, yeah, I got it. Ilias, now, it is morning. I was woken up from the door opening with force. What happened? There was no need to say that. I could tell that Ilias had entered the room. I get up while rubbing my sleepy eyes and face towards the direction where the voice came from. What was shown clearly in my eyes really was Ilias herself. She would normally wake up later than me and would have a sleepy face, but for some reason, she is full of energy today. By the way, she is not in her pajamas but in full body armor. What? It hasn't been long since the sky got bright. I don't think there's any pressing matters though. I will be working as your bodyguard from today on. In order to have a clear grasp of the target I have to protect, I simply thought I had to confirm your state from the moment you rise. Ilias was more confident than normal. It resembles the excitement of a high school student on their first day of a school trip. Your stance of wanting to understand the actions of the person you must guard is splendid, but is there anyone who would suddenly shift the time they wake up? Ilias, don't give me an R. That said, if I go back to sleep here, it will be hard to wake up at the usual time. It can't be helped. I have woken up in a half-baked state here. So going back to sleep isn't really something I want to do. Let's wake up early for a change. I get up slowly as I confirm the state of my body. Since the time the side effect of the possession spell that Maya-san used on me to understand the language of this world had been made clear, it has been a daily habit of mine to do some light stretches as I confirm my state. Even in the time when I was carefully stretching here, Ilias was watching me intently. She said she was confirming my state, but can you get a hint already? I would like to change my clothes. I don't mind. Ilias, get out. After that, I had breakfast and took a break with tea. Right now there are 3 people in the living room excluding Rakura. It seems like Rakura is fast asleep because of her new bed. Once we took a breather here, Ilias looked at me with a fiery gaze. Now then, let's study for the whole day in the house. Yes, Shizu. Wolf, wait, why aren't you going out? Ilias, look out the window. The outside of the window is somewhat dark. On top of that, the sound of the rain falling gently felt nice in my ears. I don't feel like going out without a reason on a day like this. What's the issue? Ilias, I don't want to get wet. That's why I will take it easy in the house today. Wolf doesn't want to get wet either. Wolf, you have been employed by His Majesty, right? How can you take a break just because of rain? Ilias, Marito has just told me to go meet him. When I am free, I have been given a bit of spending money, but it is on a commission basis, so it is okay for me to take a break whenever I want. By the way, if the story is good, it is on the degree of pocket money. If it is an idea that can be implemented in politics, I will be paid a fitting price for the idea. I am grateful that it comes with meals, but it is not to the degree where I would like to go every day. If what you tell to His Majesty today gets included in the policies, it could improve the livelihood of the citizens one day faster, you know. Ilias, that would entail me going out in the rain, and if I end up getting a cold for 3 days, it would slow down the improvement by 2 days. You know, Marito has his own work to do. The one who will have his burden increase if you forcefully put in more work is Marito. But being inside the house the whole time on my first day as a bodyguard is just... Ilias, don't get so stiffened. If you were to defend me every day in such a manner, it would just be tiring for both parties. That's true. Ilias was still not convinced. She normally lives a nightly life where she just trains and patrols. It is not like I don't understand her being excited at a change in that. But whether I will reciprocate that is a different story. It would even be better to have her give up, telling her that this is how life works. Shizu, Wolf wants to go to the castle. Wolf. With this rain, training will be, right. Marito said it was okay to bring you every now and then, so let's go. Okay. Wolf. That's how it is. Let's go, Ilias. Why yes. Ilias. Wolf went out of her way to read the atmosphere and is saying she wants to go outside for the sake of Ilias. I can't ignore the desire of two people. As a person who wants to live safely, I am weak to the results of democracy. Yup. After I finished preparations, Rakura woke up at the time when we were about to leave. Fewer. Good morning Evrio. Rakura. Alright, all units, run. Wait a moment please. Rakura. And so, we arrived at the office of Marito. Because we took our time coming here, Marito was free by the time we arrived. So that's why you came in a large group today. I wasn't expecting even Rakura to come though. Marito. Sorry. I was thinking about tying her up, but she resisted. Please don't exclude only me. Anyways, this is quite the splendid office. The offices of the Yugara Church archbishops are all cold and simple. Rakura. Ah, I have heard about that. The current Pope, Pope Uparo, prefers simplicity and the others are apparently influenced by this. This room is used by the successive kings, and it feels somewhat big, but there's no need to go out of my way to reconstruct it into a smaller one. Marito. Even so, it still feels cramped with 6 people. It can't be helped. Also, isn't it 5? Rakura. An invisible hand taps my shoulder. Speaking of which, I have to keep silent about Anbu-kun. If it is Ilias, it might be acceptable, but it seems like they want to keep it a secret to Rakura. I look around blatantly. Ah, speaking of which, Lord Ragudo is not here despite his usual presence. The reason he was always here was because it was a special period of time. He is normally very busy and moving around here and there. Marito. The tone of King Marito is pretty casual towards Councillor Sama. Rakura. He is one of my few friends after all. As long as it is not a formal setting, I prefer this way of interaction. Marito. I don't mind that, but it is pretty troublesome as the person who has their tone changed so often though. As for Rakura, I feel like she will eventually mesh nicely. That said, there's no point chatting aimlessly here. The reason why I came here today was in order to show my usual daily life to Ilias. Let's talk about the culture of Earth with Marito. I was reminded of this after seeing the rain, but do you people not try to do weather forecasts? By weather forecast, does it mean to read the weather beforehand, and go around relaying this information, even though the weather changes at the whim of the world? Marito. You can't change the weather, but it has an 80% success rate by reading the movements of the clouds. You learn of it using a variety of methods, and people would get ready for that weather. They also predict the changes in temperature. Fume. Even if you can get ready for the rain that comes afterwards by looking at the rain clouds, I thought it wasn't possible to predict the weather of that day, but your side can. It is true that if you know the weather of the coming day, you can prepare beforehand. You could consider it convenient. Marito. Artificial satellites. Right, they would set an unmanned watchtower at the top of their clouds that would illustrate the flow of the clouds, would be observed on land, and they would predict the weather that will be coming. I don't really understand the mechanism of that technique, but if you can observe the movements of the clouds from above the skies, you certainly would be able to predict the weather to a certain degree. Marito. The most they can do is make sound calls with a secret technique of the Yugara Church. They do have something similar to fax, but the spread of it will most likely be in the distant future. But considering the possession spell of Maya-san, it might not be impossible to replace it with magic. It is a system that lets you translate perfectly in real time. This hasn't been perfected even on Earth. A lot of things are possible in the world of Councillor Sama. Rakura. The biggest reason would be that magic doesn't exist. It hasn't been denied completely, but it hasn't been proven. That's how much civilization has evolved in that state. A world without magic, sounds inconvenient. Rakura. It is after fixing up those inconveniences that we now can do a variety of things though. The fault of this world is that the nations are not researching magic despite such a paranormal phenomenon existing. Civilization has evolved with the development of war and medical science. But with magic getting involved here, detailed research doesn't progress, and due to the existence of magic seal stones, its development has hit a break. The frequency of wars is low and the competitiveness towards other nations is calm. No wonder civilization is progressing at a slower rate. The reason why the Ugara Church uses a special technique in magic must be because they are aware that the demon lords might appear in the future again. Right, 3 more people have come today. If you have questions about the culture of their parallel world, go ahead and ask. Marito. I see. Surprises like this can be used in such a fashion. There might be questions from unexpected directions. I look at Ilias, Wolf, and Rikura. The first one to raise her hand was Rikura. Councillor Sama has established cooking using salt, which is a luxury product in the dog's bone, right? What's the cuisine over there? Rikura. Right, it is one of the big differences. On Earth, you can fly to any part of the world within only 1 or 2 days. You can obtain pretty much any ingredient you want if you try to. Due to this, the customs and culture of foreign countries gets mixed and creates a peculiar change. Fuma, is Earth unexpectedly small? Rikura. I don't know how big this world is, but Japan is the 60th in terms of country size. Even with that, it is still several times bigger than the Taizu territory. 60th. Rikura. There's over 200 countries and it has a population of more than 7 billion. Even though it is that big, it only takes 1 or 2 days. Rikura. If I had to explain it in terms of this world, it would be ships where hundreds of people can get on and would fly every day. There's also the large-sized ones that can allow for more than 2,000 on board. That's quite the crazy scale. Rikura. No. People being able to bring out speeds of 20 kilometers per hour and the horses being on race horse level on average also makes the mobility in this world weird. If we were to match the eras, this world would be the one that's more advanced by leaps and bounds. And so, our cuisine can usually utilize the ingredients of foreign countries and can put in effort in developing together, so it progresses fast. Any other questions? Here. Wolf. What is it? Are there places like the village of Wolf? Wolf. That's quite the harsh question she threw there, but that certainly is a point of worry. First of all, there's no demi-humans on Earth. However, depending on the area, the difference between cold and hot is big. Due to this, their skin would be white or black, and the difference is sparse compared to this world. The discrimination towards others due to their skin color was terrible in the past. How is it now? Wolf. Equal in formality. But it is not like the customs of the past have disappeared completely. There's a hard struggle for reformation as of present. Wow. Wolf. Yeah, it is impressive. By the way, in terms of cultural development, there's areas that are similar to yours, Wolf. Those tribes are managing while protecting their own culture. How about the place where you were born, Shizu? Wolf. I was born in a country called Japan. The population is around 100 million, but there's countrysides and cities. There's no racial discrimination, but there's gender, age, and hierarchical discrimination to a moderate degree. There's no king. They decide the representative through votes by the citizens, and those people would open a congress where they would consult about the direction of the country. That part is something I can't get a grasp on. Marito. You are a king after all. The population is still increasing, so there's probably not much leeway here. All citizens have compulsory education beginning from 6 years old for a period of 9 years. After that, you can study for 3 years by your own decision, 4 more years on top of that, and even more years in order to hone your field. If you have a certain degree of talent, you can aim for a decent social status with effort and luck. So you are not tied by your father's occupation. Marito. There's a side to it, but the tendency of parents deciding the life of the child has decreased. As for any more detailed talk, let's leave it for when Wolf has learned more about this country. Your understanding will be faster if there's something to compare. Okay. Wolf. That said, I don't want her to be poisoned by the common sense of Earth. If she were to find every single system in this country, her daily life might end up getting stressful. I'm the last one. Fume. How's the military force in your world? Ilias, let me be straight. There's no monster like you over there. If we go by competency alone, there might be people close to you, but due to there not being methods like mana strengthening, there's a limit to how much your body can achieve. It is true that there would be things that would be rough to do without mana strengthening. Then, if Taizu and your country were to fight, would we be the ones overwhelming you? Ilias, it is an era where you normally don't go to war because you want to, so it would be a pretty special case, but if Earth and this place were to fight seriously, Marito would surrender completely in as much as 3 days. What? But according to you, your army wouldn't be able to lift a finger against our knights. Ilias, right, but that can be circumvented. With people on the level of Ilias, it would still be tough, but it would be possible to wipe out the normal knights. Even if you continue to win, it is not like you would be able to win the war, right? Ilias may be able to endure bombardment of tanks, but it is not like the others are as guerrilla as her. Gunfire would be effective too, and it is difficult to deal with urban battles. In that case, they can just ignore Ilias and settle things by carpet bombing the place. That's Ilias. If the battlefield were to be pushed to the villages and the country as a whole, it would be a competition of whether the heart of Marito breaks or the people are gone. There really wouldn't be anything that can be done if the people were to be shaven off by the numbers. Ilias, but Japan prioritizes peace. They only have a military force to protect the country. The other countries are a lot more merciless though. As for whether the Japanese would allow an invasion, I would say it would be rough in its current state. The public opinion would be harsh if it came to a fantasy world. If it becomes possible to come and go from your world to our world and vice versa, things would turn hectic. Ilias, this may just be wishful thinking, but Earth has a tendency to not wish for war. As long as you don't just pull a mass murder on Earth, it should end peacefully. Fortunately, with the possession spell of Maya-san, you can easily communicate with them in this manner. I see. Meaning that if we can communicate, we could act in a way like the relationship with Taizu and the Black Wolfkins. Ilias, I wanted to avoid that way of putting it because we are in front of the king, but that's right. Both sides are not barbarians, so it shouldn't be difficult to show self-control if you can communicate. The murder of cultures might happen, but Earth has had experiences with that in history. In that case, there should be no issues. This is my objective opinion. But things would change depending on which country will become the bridge. If it is Japan, it can proceed peacefully, but I don't know about the other countries. To summarize, the strength of the individuals is higher on the fundamental level, but when it comes to power as a whole, Earth is superior. I somewhat can't accept it, but if you say so, that must be the case. Ilias, I am a civilian. Even so, you should be able to understand the strength of their specialists if you have seen my results, right? Earth is a world where there's specialists even for criminal acts. That's true. Ilias, since there's the opportunity, let's just ask. In what area are you? Marito, a civilian living in the city. I am just at the level where I can use my brain to a decent degree. It is a hellhole of inhuman people. Marito, that's what I should be saying. In terms of your ability to survive as an individual, it can't even be compared on the fundamental level. Earth might be able to win the war, but they will without a doubt be traumatized. Let's leave the dangerous talk here and dig out a number of things. I was somewhat interested in that technique about relaying a picture from a watchtower that showed in the weather talk. Can you explain in as much detail as you can? Marito, if it is to a degree where you can agree with it, it would be better for me to begin from the binary numbers. It begins with a combination of ones and zeros. That's where I go into more detail. I began to explain while using drawings on this part. It would be hard for the others to keep up aside from the intelligent Marito. I will have them concentrate on listening silently. That said, Rakura began to sleep, so I kicked her out. Changing pictures into numbers, relay it into electric signals, have them understand how they output it as a picture again. Then it went as deep as how this electric signal works, and by the time I was pretty much done, a good amount of time had passed. If I had prepared the documents beforehand for the presentation, it would have been possible to shave off a few hours, but because questions increased the further we went, it isn't easy to prepare perfectly. On our way back, The rain had lost strength to the point where it would question the existence of raincoats. In the end, we simply killed time in the safest place in the nation though. How was it in your perspective, Ilias? Now that you mention it, it certainly did feel more like surveillance rather than bodyguarding. But I think I heard useful things. I understand now why His Majesty wanted to hire you. Ilias. Just as Marito said, if it ends up being possible to come and go from this world to Earth, I would immediately lose my post though. If you can call and ask stuff from a specialist, there would be no factor the king would like from a civilian of an Isekai. I wouldn't have a knight protecting me either. When thinking about it like that, I would like to refrain a bit in the development. But you are currently being useful at this moment and in this place. That fact doesn't change. Even if that happens in the future, His Majesty wouldn't forget his gratitude towards you. Ilias. Right. HNN. Had a nice sleep. The talks of Counselor Sama have the power to bring good sleep. Rakura. I won't bring this one to the castle anymore. Or more like, in her current state where she can't even be given work in the church, doesn't that make her a completely jobless person? Yeah. If the Pope Sama were to come, I could return to Megis and go back to monster hunting. I already don't have enough for traveling expenses. Rakura is apparently outstanding when it comes to battles. Her being a priestess is proof of her achievements. The other parts are terrible, so her skills must be quite the deal. But there's barely any harm from monsters in Taizu. Even if there are, the knights stationed in the villages are enough. In terms of office work, she is so bad to a degree where she would get driven out from the church by the person with the highest position in this country. If she had some sort of talent, it might be possible to mediate something though. Make use of her battle capabilities to serve as a training partner for the knights. But it is hard to expect a salary from that. It would be a mystery whether to call this a battle advisor, an instructor that teaches the techniques of the Yugara Church. It would be better to not spread techniques carelessly. We really should find the reason for the clumsiness of Rakura, understand it properly, and find a jobs for her that she can perform. Let's think of a job that Rakura can do. I don't smell profit from this. Counselor Sama, you can just maintain me though. Rakura. Let's sell her. Serious eyes? Rakura. I got time from Maya-san within her busy schedule, and we have prepared a place for conversation. Now then, we will now begin today's topic of discussion, how to fix the airheadedness of Rakura. Something as groundbreaking as that? Maya-sama? Rakura. The members of today are formed by the members of the Ilias house including Maya-san. That said, we had Wolfie read books, so it is technically a discussion between 4 people. Rakura is not a complete airhead. She has her strong points. I am thinking about analyzing Rakura with the usual. By usual, do you mean understanding the other party? Ilias. That's right. I plan on closing my eyes to the tragedies Rakura does and just concentrate on her as a person as I search for the correct method of implementation. The reason why I asked for time from Maya-san was because I wanted a viewpoint from the Yugara Church. I see, got it. Maya. I personally am fine with just being maintained by Counselor Sama though. Rakura, sit on your knees on top of the chair. Now then, let's hear the personal history of Rakura first. Rakura Solf is a 25-year-old single woman. She was picked up from an orphanage managed by the Yugara Church in Megis. She likes to interact with others to a decent degree, but when the relationship gets deeper, the other party begins to distance themselves from her. To be more precise, Rakura has been causing happenings since the time in the orphanage, and she would mostly drag the people around her in it. That said, it is not like she would be ignored or would get bullied, so she managed to hold a decent amount of personal relationships and grow well. After leaving the orphanage, she became a cleric under the service of the Grand Church, that's the holy grounds of the Yugara Church. The reason why she aimed to become a cleric is because a cleric once told her that she had talent which ignited her interest. But she wasn't good with the minute jobs, and her ability for office work was despairing. She was avoided by her co-workers and she is always being scolded by her superiors, so she concentrated on real combat training as if escaping from all that. She had already learned most of the spells by that time. The first one to notice the ability of Rakura was Archbishop Yuka. He saw her training, noticed how well she did, and took her in as a disciple. That said, Archbishop Yuka is normally busy with creating connections with others, so there was barely any direct tutelage from him. Just do these basics, so you can do it now, huh? Then next is this one: I'm busy, I don't have the time to watch your training. Right, practice this. Rakura polished her skills with such random tutelage. And then, she achieved outstanding results in her first monster subjugation, and climbed all the way to a priestess. But she is completely hopeless in other things as usual, didn't get involved in other archbishop groups, and is currently working as a subordinate of Archbishop Yuka. Archbishop Yuka excels in interpersonal connections, but he lacks in the other aspects. But he has raised them all to the bare minimum standards through effort. Him being able to stay as an archbishop despite everything being on average human level is proof of his hard work. Maya. So the superior of Rakura is a specialized type just like her, huh? Moreover, he is not airheaded like Rakura. Right. But when he gets overconfident, he often messes up, which resembles her. Maya. Getting overconfident easily despite being a hard worker is pretty peculiar. Is it corruption after learning the taste of success? Rakura hasn't even tasted success yet. She is like this though. And so, did you manage to analyze Rakura, boy? Maya. I look at Rakura. She collapsed on the ground because of her legs going numb from sitting on her knees. Yeah, to a moderate degree. Putting it in a bad way, Rakura can't deal with a lot of things. Putting it in a good way, she is the type who can concentrate to the limit in one thing. It is close to the cases of ADHD. When it goes to the level where it poses complications, it is a medical condition that could affect your communication skills. But Rakura is on the level of your average person. It is most likely something similar but not the same. If anything, I would say the shape of her talent is special. It is the result of her being able to capitalize on it in her life. There's several types of work even if we wrap it up as a whole as work. I have noticed that when Rakura is faced with a constant change in jobs, she can't maintain her concentration. When I left Rakura to do the cleanup at the time she came to Ilias's house, she screamed a number of times. This is because things happened in the middle of her work, but those screams had a certain rhythm to them. Sweeping, wiping, dealing with the tools. Whenever she would switch jobs, her concentration would cut off, and troubles would happen. But the respective processes were done properly. When I checked the room, it was cleaned up pretty thoroughly. Other cases would be when she is concentrating so much in her meals at Dogbone, she wouldn't be able to control herself with the alcohol. The way of teaching from Archbishop Yuka was effective too. He didn't make her do several things at the same time. He would have her master one thing first before moving to the next. That's why Rakura managed to obtain several spells in a short period of time, and her technique in battle is high. Right, but with that logic, wouldn't it be strange for her to excel in combat? In battle, you don't only have to take several actions at the same time aside from doing simple tasks. Maya. That's the part where we can see that Rakura is growing properly. Rakura continued doing her simple training and has learned how to do a variety of things as naturally as moving her limbs. In other words, she reached a point where she can concentrate in the single process called battle. If she were bad in her training, Rakura would have caused a big tragedy in combat as well. Recognizing the several techniques as individual combinations, but Rakura, who escaped from her catastrophic office work experience, concentrated on training only, and obtained each and every process perfectly. And then, Archbishop Yuka's random single shots were a perfect fit for her too. As a result, a single process was dropped to a single motion, and it was now possible to concentrate in a battle by mixing those motions into a single process. This is just an assumption, but if you were to make Rakura switch between attack and support in the middle of battle, she would immediately self-destruct. There were probably no such instructions in her campaigns. I think that's why Rakura managed to concentrate solely in battle and obtained more results than others. I see. Then, if we give work to Rakura with that in mind, Maya. Yes, if you give her simple single processes, she should be able to operate more effectively than other people. Maya-san crossed her arms and thought. She must have thought of something. So she brought out sewing tools. I look at the things in detail, and there's also embroidery tools. If what you say is true, boy, It is okay to just have her concentrate on just one thing, right? Rakura, try this out for a while. Maya. She said this and gave Rakura the embroidery set and a sketch. What's with this complicated construction? Ah, the grand church, right? So I have to make this, right? Rakura immediately begins working. She dropped the tools to the ground from the moment she passed the string through the needle, but she was progressing in her work silently after beginning the work. No, not only that, she is fast. An abnormal speed. She was slow at first, but the string is now swimming through the cloth with a speed as if she was doing this with a sewing machine, or more like, she is not even looking at the drawing anymore. A splendid embroidery exactly like the drawing was finished. Done. Rakura. I see. That's impressive. Maya. She has the downside of not being able to do normal jobs, but depending on how she is managed, I think she would be able to pull off the work of several people. However, it doesn't change the fact that Rakura is still airheaded. This is not in the sense of skills, but with this, I think I will be able to think of work for Rakura. Maya. Really? Ah, but if Counselor Sama could maintain me as it is. Peak. Rakura. This girl has been corrupted mentally. Not only does she have decreased concentration, she is also short-circuited and prefers the easy route. Due to this, she would use charm magic because it is the easier choice despite her being aware she doesn't like it, and in the search for the book, she barely gave her own opinion. This alone I can't protect, especially when in front of Wolfie. Ilias, from today on, collect rent and payment for food expenses. I will pay for Wolfie's share. Kick out whoever can't pay. No way, Counselor Sama. You are not going to support me, even though we are friends. Rakura. Shut up. Even if we were married, I would have you pay rent and living expenses. No way. If we got married, at least the rent. Rakura. And so, Rakura is now getting work from the church again. But Maya-san refused to take Rakura in, thus, the airheaded cleric will be staying at the house of Ilias. My guess is that Maya-san drove her away because she felt how Rakura is mentally scum. I see. I did feel an unhealthy presence from Rakura, but it was that, Marito. We told Marito about the circumstances of Rakura as we took a break from the Isekai learning. Marito must have faintly felt Rakura's corrupted side as well. I was curious about how the words you directed at her were somewhat harsh. You see, I thought at first that it was just because you were as close to her as Lady Ratzel, but I felt a bit of brashness from your treatment of her. Marito. Speaking of which, his treatment certainly resembled mine, but I did think it was somewhat different. Ilias. Is that so? I was not aware. Now that I think about it, my informal way of speaking towards Rakura began from the point when I felt her useless self. I must have felt it instinctively. My sensor of people seems to still be working. At any rate, this is a good place. Marito said that it would be suffocating to just stay in a room the whole time, so we are currently having a walk in the garden inside the castle. Its size leaves nothing to be desired and it is maintained to a pristine degree, a place that really reminds me that I am in a Western world. Right? It is the garden I am proud of. You can tell the techniques of the artisans even with the eyes of a novice, right? Marito. Yeah, it resembles the large-scale garden that the West continents on Earth prefer. I have seen gardens at a world-class level, but this one doesn't lose to them. Right? Ah, but with that way of putting it, does that mean you don't see this type of garden in your country? Marito. Yeah, in Japan, gardens mostly have a quiet and simple aesthetic rather than being showy. It may feel too simple and lacking, but there's a lot of depth. It makes you feel the beauty in simplicity. It is not like it is fine as long as it is extravagant. Is it like how there's its own flair in the seasons where flowers don't bloom? Marito. That's a good way to put it. I am sure you would sigh in admiration if you were to see it. It really is only after seeing it for yourself that you can tell the greatness of rock gardens rather than explaining it in words. I have seen how the patterns of rock gardens are made in the media, but I should have learned about them more properly. I don't think I would be able to replicate it in one go, but I might have been able to at least convey the feeling. There's also things called bonsais that are small trees you grow in pots. Recreating the trees on the fields with small pots is a thing that has a lot of depth, as entertainment when you are old. That sounds fun. Can you do it even indoors? Marito: I think it is okay as long as the sunlight can come in. Mana can serve as a source of nutrition in this world, so you could substitute it with that. I see. Raising plants by giving them your own mana does sound interesting. There's rare plants in the forest that the black wolfkins live in. Maybe I should get some next time. Marito: growing them might be difficult with a difference in environment though. Speaking of splendid plants, the trees in the Black Demon Lord Killing Mountain were especially beautiful. The trees that were as if made from crystals were shining beautifully in the night. I have heard the stories of it, but I am a bit apprehensive about trying to get them. It is a mountain of death that none have come back alive from. If I were to make knights go get it, my reputation as a king might lower. Marito: a mountain where a slime one-sidedly consumes the ones with mana. Sending people to get plants from the equals a mission with casualties. It reminds me of the 5 impossible tasks of Kaguya-hime. For people with no mana, the threat of it lowers to a certain degree, but I wouldn't want to go. The only one who would match this condition would be children, but if he were a king that would make them go on a life-threatening adventure, the country wouldn't live long. But I would like to see it at least once. It was a wonderful sight, right? Marito: yeah, it was the first thing I saw in this world, but it was such an illusory place it made me realize it was a parallel world. Marito was really jealous of me. The one watching us silently as we had a lively conversation about plants was Ilias. I can tell at a glance that there's a discrepancy in excitement. You seem to be bored, Ilias. No, I can tell that you two are having fun. It is just that I can't really relate too much. Ilias: even if you can't tell the greatness of trees, Lady Ratzel, there should at least have been times when you would admire flowers, right? Marito: no, Yume. There are times when my eyes would be drawn to weapons and I would admire them. Ilias. Silence overtook the place for a while. When me and Marito looked at each other's faces, he had a sad expression. I am most likely making the same face. Different strokes for different folks. Right, Marito? Being in the presence of Ilias, who is tilting her head, I decided in my heart to teach Wolfie the beauty of nature. I will be switching the subject here, but you are at an age where it should be good to form a family. Are you interested in marriage interviews? Marito. That's really sudden. But can't that be said for you too, Marito? Rather, considering the necessity of an heir, he should be the one who should be the most hurried out of everyone here. Right, I am told the same by my surroundings the whole time. But there hasn't been a girl to my liking, you see. Marito. Are marriage interviews trending? I talk with ladies from noble families when I show up at banquets every now and then, but I still haven't encountered a girl that has made me go she is the one. Marito. Speaking of which, in the history of Earth, polygamy was allowed around this era, but in the modern era, it is full of countries that have forbidden bigamy. How is it in this world? Polygamy is not really against the law. A king having several wives is something necessary in order to secure an heir. I'm being told to ready at least a third queen. There's powerful nobles that would have several wives too. That said, it is mostly monogamous. Marito. Being hurried to get one is already a pain, and yet, he is being pushed for 3. It must be rough. By the way, do you have a sibling from a different mother? Yeah, my father had 3 queens, and I was the first prince. The remaining 2 only gave birth to women, so I have around 4 little sisters. Marito. Looks like there was no quarreling about who will be inheriting then. Right. Father thought it was divine providence that I was the only man that was born, and he easily passed the throne to me and retired. It was also in part because I suited the role of king regardless of my gender, though there were barely any issues surfacing from this. Marito. The first prince was outstanding and the other heirs were solely women. Of course he became a king with barely any opposition. I have not met a single one until now though. Have they already married off? My father and the queens are living in a detached house inside the castle grounds. My little sisters have either married someone they liked or became adventurers, leaving the country. Marito became an adventurer. We considered a political marriage too, but there weren't any tasty countries, and the nice ones either had old kings or way too young princes to make it viable. And so, the result was for them to choose what they wanted if they were going to stay in the country. Marito, considering the normal customs of royalty, this is quite the unprecedented generous offer. That must be why there aren't many grievances. But in that case, there's not enough insurance for when something happens to Marito. I can understand why his surroundings are hurrying him. I will be returning to the tropic here, but want to participate in the banquets too. I feel like I won't be able to handle it mentally if I continue the lifeless marriage interviews alone all the time. Marito, daughters of nobles, sounds like there would be a lot of well-mannered girls on the front, but they would normally have a plot or two ripening, or wouldn't know how the outside world works at all. I honestly don't know about falling in love with them. Marito, girls interacting with Marito at such locations are normally women aiming for the position of queen, or are secluded daughters made to participate by the will of their parents. There's the possibility that there would be girls like Rakura who would show up for the food and drinks, but that doesn't count. When you put it like that, it is not too motivating. There's most likely no person that you could put a hand on thoughtlessly after all. There's a lot of beautiful ladies, so it would be a sight for sore eyes. Marito, if that's the case, I wouldn't really mind if it is just tagging along. Even if it is just a formality, it is possible it could serve to heal the heart. But His Majesty, he likes girls older than him rather than younger, so I think it will be hard. Ilias. Really? Marito. Ilias suddenly came in with that statement. I was dumbfounded for a moment, but clapped back. Ilias, what's that all of a sudden? Don't go instilling weird misunderstandings on Marito. Is that not the case? This is the conclusion I came to after watching you though. Ilias, please tell me the steps you took to reach that conclusion. By seeing the attitude you take when interacting with women, I concluded that you like older women like Maya. Ilias, I will of course act with respect towards older people. If asked whether Maya is within my strike zone, I would say she is, but it doesn't mean I like older people. I am the type with a wide strike zone. What? Ilias. Ilias showed a surprised face. So you were seriously thinking that? Also, Marito, don't try to endure a laugh here, but looking at the attitude you take when interacting with women, Ilias, I have decided to look after Wolfie after all, so I have simply decided to not look at her with those eyes. Rakura has a nice outward appearance, but her insides are terrible, so I treat her like that. What about me? Ilias, you are a musclehead, so you are close to Rakura. But I like your looks. Is that so? Ilias, in the first place, at the time when I decided to take care of Wolfie, I talked about how I wouldn't be able to control myself if she were to sneak into my bed. It was the same for when Sarah made the clothes for Wolfie. Clothes with a lot of exposed skin makes me nervous, especially when I am used to the armored appearance of Ilias. I can relax with Ilias in that sense. Speaking of which, that's true. Ilias, well, I am not looking at you with lecherous eyes, so don't worry. In the first place, you don't like being treated as a woman, right? I was trying to be considerate in that front too, you know, in the beginning. In the beginning, you say. What about now? Ilias, I think you are the type of person that would solve everything with brute force regardless of gender. I have at least kept a footnote in my mind that you are a woman, I guess. Mugu. Ilias, when I heard about the environment of Ilias at first, I was avoiding treating her like a woman. That's the truth. But after seeing her mowing down bandits and forests, the only thing that surfaced in my mind was she is a gorilla. I can still recognize her as a beautiful woman even after purging out those memories of mine completely though. Also, Marito, just how long are you going to be laughing for? I see, so that's why you show no dissatisfaction with your current standing despite Lady Ratzel being a woman. This is amusing. Marito, laughing your fill here. I have read you mostly, you know. You are probably plotting to have me form a family and tying me down in Taizu, right? Of course. Now that we know the contents of the book, there's no reason for you to stay in Taizu. However, I think that Taizu needs you. I will assist you if there's something you want. Marito, I won't be leaving immediately. For now, that is. But I wonder what will happen after the talk with Pope Uparo? You might go to Megis in order to find a way to return to your world, right? Marito, that's possible. There's a chance there's other books left by Earthlings in Megis. There might be a method to return to my world there. I wouldn't mind helping you out in returning to your world as an end goal. But we're talking about you here. I feel like I need to tie you up to a certain degree or you might end up disappearing somewhere. But it is true that it would be sad for me to do marriage interviews alone. It is not like you hate meeting new people. It should be okay to tag along with me, right? Marito, yeah. But it doesn't sit right with me. If aristocratic women are not to your liking, what kind of girl do you prefer? If it is Lady Ratzel, I will give you my blessings though. Marito, Your Majesty. Ilias, that wouldn't be bad, but let Ilias be a knight. That's true. Sorry. Marito, what Ilias is aiming for is to become a knight like her father. Being made to resign at this timing by the top of this country would be horrible. But Marito is telling me he wants me without shying away. Who knows what kind of woman he will make me tie the knot with if he stays holding the lead. But I have to think about the eyes around me, so I can't take too drastic a measure. I will have to think of a plan. Alright, Marito, how about we set fair conditions for both sides? Fumo, let's hear it. Marito, if you are trying to make me form a family, I will also find you a queen candidate. That makes it fair. Basically, every time I recommend you to a woman, you will be recommending one to me? Marito, yeah. If I get hit as pleased with your resources as a king, I wouldn't be able to do anything after all. Becoming the wife of Marito would mean entering the winning leagues as the queen. But I am just your regular otherworlder. I would like to avoid mass-producing women that are used for the sake of tying down a man like that. That said, it is not like I am completely uninterested or have no expectations from it. If the numbers are limited, I have to see through it properly that she is an appropriate woman. Marito will most likely analyze my likes too. If you are attacking with numbers, I can also fight with numbers. So you are telling me to find a woman fitting for you to tie you down in a way that doesn't burden you. As for me, I would be able to meet women that you are seriously trying to recommend to me. It would also become a competition of who has the better eye for people. I see. This is nice. Marito. Judging from the personality of Marito, I am sure he wishes for changes in his daily life. While at it, it also serves as an excuse for me to escape. He told me that he would be finding me a suitable woman. I will wait for that. Something like that. This is how weird rules were made between me and Marito. We decided on the specifics and promised to not rely on underhanded means. We then left the castle and on our way back, Ilias complained as usual in a bad mood. I can't believe it. Dragging His Majesty in a weird game of yours. Ilias. It is for the sake of both of us. It is also for the sake of the women that will get dragged into it too. I can't say I respect that when you are dragging them into a competition. Ilias. Don't say that. With that current state of Marito, it wouldn't have been strange for him to give you a royal decree that would force you to marry me, you know? I can't deny it. But, Ilias, that goes for other women too. Getting pushed to a man like this by the pressure of the king would be extremely unpleasant. If we are introducing partners, we have to properly think about the other party's standing. I plan on finding a partner that Marito will accept, so there's no issues. It is not only Ilias. Even if I can deceive myself into accepting the path I want to walk on being twisted by the rampage of Marito, regrets would stick in the near future. Marito is a king, but he is not a Samaritan. He seriously would think of any means for the sake of the nation. Right, Ilias. If it is women that Marito has thought of with me in mind when introducing them, I do want to meet them. With you in mind, this may be a curt question to ask, but what's your type of woman? Ilias. Who knows? I like cute and pretty girls like a normal person, but I don't have any particular likes. I have fallen in love with a variety of women in the past, so I can't draw anything conclusive. It really does sound like your strike zone is wide. Ilias, you only know when you have fallen in love when that time comes. I don't want to squander such a meeting by pushing my own selfish ideals. I see. That's an answer that fits you. Ilias laughed as if baffled. If she were to relax a bit more like that, it would be easier to think of her as a woman, but let's just leave it as a personal trait of hers. As for your preferred type of man, would it be a knight like your father? I would find it preferable, but it is more like an ideal out of admiration. I don't know if I would fall in love even if I were to meet a person like that. Ilias, I feel like you would direct your sword at him instead. You. No, that might be true. Ilias, regardless of gender, I would like to continue having this kind of relationship with Ilias. However, without the violence, please. The visitor that suddenly appeared after breakfast. The one who showed up with a big luggage and ragged breath was the waitress of Dogbone, Sarah. Good morning, Anna-san. Sarah, it is Sarah. Wolf. Ooh, you are here. Ilias. Sarah was looking at the surroundings with interest and ragged breath. Of course she would be excited if she had been called to the house of the person she admires. Ilias. That's quite the luggage you've got there. What's going on? Ilias. I have brought the clothes that you requested the other day. Ilias. Sarah. Mine? Ilias. We asked to have clothes be made for Ilias when Wolf's clothes were made for the first time, but Sarah was having a hard time making clothes that she was satisfied with, or more like, her motivation to create had gone through the roof. It was a repeat of making and remaking. That said, she readied a few sets of clothes for Wolf. In that time too, it has gone pretty cheaply despite being order-made. I went to hang out at her house the other day to hear about her progress from the other day, but it had gotten pretty hectic. I invited her here, telling her to bring them over once. Is that so? And so it ended up with this many? Ilias. No, this isn't even 10% of it. What? Ilias. I have brought the clothes I have made for the sake of Ilias-sama after careful selection. Saria. That's how it is. We can't accept them all, so try them out quickly and choose from them. Oh okay. Ilias. And so, the two headed to the room of Ilias. Rakura muttered while watching and drinking tea. You have such a cute tailor-san. Ha, I would like clothes too, Counselor-sama. Rakura. I see, do your best. I will at least think about haggling for you. Wolf would like a few more too. Wolf. Yeah. We got to increase the amount of possessions you have. Tell me more and more things you want. I will buy whatever I can buy you. Okay. Wolf. So cruel. Rakura. Rakura is in the same cleric clothes every day. Those are her work clothes, but it is a comfortable robe, so it works for casual clothes too. Is that fine for you, cleric? It also apparently saves the trouble of choosing clothes. A sad reason. In that sense, it is a similar situation to Wolf's, but I actually had Sarah ready a number of the sets aside from the same clothes she had. She can make them fast when it is Wolf, but when it is Ilias, she apparently takes time. Sarah is still in training. If it is Rakura who has good proportions and is pretty, Sarah could make 1 or 2 outfits using her as a model. But I don't want her to take such an easy route. Let's stealthily arrange things with Sarah. Dada. It seems like, from the many clothes that were carried over, Ilias chose one. Ilias and Sarah came down. Yeah, who is that? Ilias, that looks pretty. Oh my, oh my. Rakura. There were a lot of clothes within the outfits of Ilias that are like those for men, but the ones Sarah brought were completely designed with femininity in mind. Just the skirt alone made me do a double take, but this is really different from the usual gorilla image I have of her with armor on. The fluffy cardigan gives me a soft impression. Does it look weird? Ilias. I think it looks good to the point it makes it hard to believe you are a knight. Is that a praise? Ilias. Yeah, you give off a different vibe from usual, but such clothes fit you well too. Ha, I see, thanks. Ilias. Well then, let's have you go out like that, huh? Ilias. It is after actually having the person wear those clothes and checking how it goes that their imagination will be stirred. And so, I was thinking about you going out in those clothes today for the sake of Sarah. Wait, I have been entrusted with the mission to protect you by His Majesty. Ilias. Ilias complained. And that's when a new visitor came in. I have been waiting. Lad, are you he? Who is this stunner? Sigariji. Ilias. I have called a substitute. It was pretty obvious that you would still complain about not wanting to go out after all. You. Ilias. Fewer. Isn't that fine, Ilias? It wouldn't hurt to wear the clothes your mother likes every once in a while. Kara. You are not gonna say that you are dissatisfied with Karaja being your substitute despite simply being on standby at the house, right? If you go that far, I could call Lord Ragudo though. Stop that. You definitely must not. Ilias. And so, with a sincere persuasion, Ilias and Sarah will be going around the city together. A pair of the same age. It should go well considering the personalities of the two. Lad, it is rough for me. Kara. Wolf, don't be so on guard with Karaja. Counselor Sama, I wanted to go play too. Rakura. I have to do something about the relationship between Karaja and Wolf already. Rakura. Doesn't matter. And so, it is finally time to unveil the item that I prepared secretly. It would be boring to stay in the house, right? I have prepared a bit of a sideshow. I walk around the city together with Sarah. It is not only the market, clothes stores, shoe stores, and stores I normally wouldn't go to, but Sarah knew well. I didn't expect there would be so much difference in our range of actions even though we are of the same age. Even so, the eyes in the surroundings bother me. Is there anything weird? No, it wouldn't be strange for them to mistake me for someone else in this appearance. I have no choice but to take it that way. This is for the sake of Sarah. This isn't something I can't bear if I just think of it like that. We have gone to pretty much all the places I wanted to. My creation desire is also going strong. Ilias-sama, shall we have a short break? Sarah. Right. Ilias. We sit at a bench in the plaza and take a break. Good grief, his mysterious assertiveness is troubling. Can't he use a bit of that to polish himself? He is lazily escaping from studying and training, different from Wolf. It is because he is like that he is still relying on the possession spell of Maya. I have been given the opportunity to become his bodyguard. Should I lead him to a slightly more proper lifestyle? But if I am too strict, he might end up escaping in a sly manner. Thinking about it like that, the future prospects look bleak. A sigh leaked out from me. Ilias-sama, are you bored? Sarah. Sorry. The sigh just now was directed at him. He has been escaping from training and often doesn't show up since way before, but to think he was doing stuff like this. Ilias. Ana-san has been coming often to check how it is going, and also a lot of other things. Sarah. That other things bothers me. He hasn't put a hand on her, right? No, Sarah is a cute city girl. I also feel like his attitude towards her is comparatively gentle. But if she likes him, it wouldn't be bad. No, I don't really like it, so there's no doubt it would be bad. The other day, he introduced my clothes to Bant-san, a famous merchant in this city, and arranged a request to make clothes for the Black Wolfkins aside from Wolf. Sarah. You can now see Black Wolfkins here and there in this city. I thought the fashion sense of them was similar to that of the clothes made for Wolf, but could it be that they were made by Sarah? The clothes of Wolf were nice. Were the clothes you made for the Black Wolfkins also good? Ilias. Yes. All of the Black Wolfkins liked them a lot, and I got gifts in return. Saria. Saying this, Sarah showed me the necklace she had on. It does feel simple, but the brilliant minerals are eye-catching. That's impressive. They are still getting used to this city. They should still be groping around in their attempts at negotiation. Ilias. And my results were acknowledged, and I have been accepted as a disciple in a clothes store that Ban-san manages. I have heard about Sarah. She would normally work at Dog's Bone as a waitress, and would make clothes in her free days for self-study. She wants to open a store in the future, so she wants to learn the techniques for the sake of that. But an artisan normally only takes a disciple when they want them to succeed their store in the future. There wasn't anyone who wanted to take in Sarah who might become a future business rival. But she is taking long strides towards her objective. A person from the same age as me is certainly advancing towards the path she has chosen. You are impressive, Sarah. Ilias. Sarah. I have been training the whole time since childhood in order to become a knight like my father. I learned swordsmanship and became a knight in that instance, but it has been stagnant since then. But you are progressing steadily. I honestly admire you as someone your age. Ilias. That's not true. Your strength is top 5 even in Taizu. Ilias-sama, you are simply young right now, but when your strength is recognized, I am sure you can even become a knight captain. Sarah, it is embarrassing, but it has been a repeat of training and patrolling since becoming a knight. It is only recently that I managed to get achievements. But that wasn't my own strength either. Ilias, if you put it like that, I myself was also given the opportunity by Ana-san. We are the same. Sarah, really? Sarah was given the opportunity, but it was her own skills that allowed her to take it into her hands. In my case, it was an achievement that came from the cooperation of many people. I feel like Sarah, who managed to do it because he was there, is different from me who wouldn't have been able to do it without him there. Mew, that face is saying you don't think that's the case. The speed in which we progress may be different, but the strength you have gained is the real deal. You yourself denying that effort is wrong. I myself may be doing well in my path, but my technique is still not there yet. If you look down on yourself, Ilias-sama, I would be even lower, you know? Sarah, that's not, no, I am sorry. I forgot that I have been told that excessive humility can bring discomfort to others. Ilias, that's right. I know the strength of Ilias-sama and admire it. Sarah, it is rare to see someone acknowledge me to this degree in such a straightforward manner. He rarely said that out loud, and the people of the Ragudo division acknowledged me, but few would tell me that to my face. Compared to that, Sarah told me clearly what she thought. I am a bit embarrassed by this, but it doesn't feel bad. Looks like I am weak to compliments. Let's be careful. But enjoying it for a bit should be okay. I see. So that means we both respect each other. Ilias, that would be the case. Sarah, then we are equal in standing. I would like you to stop calling me in such a stiff manner. Please call me Ilias without the sama. Sarah. Ilias. No, Yume. Sarah. What? Are you saying you really are different from me? Ilias. You, that way of putting it sounds like Ana-san. Sarah. Now that I think about it, putting it in such a mean manner is not like me. If I had to pinpoint an influence, it would be him. Let's make it his fault. Thinking about it like that makes it unexpectedly easier to use such mean methods. That might be true, but it is something that would be difficult for me to say if it were the usual me. I shall make use of it. Also, you are beginning to loosen up your way of speaking too, Sarah. Ilias. That's, Yume. Then, Ilias. Is that okay? Sarah. Yeah, I would be happy if we were to get along from here on. Ilias. Yeah, I may be inexperienced, but I look forward to being with you. Sarah. It is only at this age that I finally get a female friend from the same age. Even if the paths we take are different, we yearn for our dreams, and continue to polish ourselves. We might be similar in that way. I would like to go shopping together with Wolf-chan too. Sarah. Right, that girl would be happy about that. Ilias. Wolf is beginning to get used to this city too. I am sure she will get close with that girl too. The first step I have not taken until now wasn't that big of a deal. What I lack right now might come into sight by taking a step into paths like this one. Did he send me off because he understood this would happen? If that's the case, I have to thank him. There will be the eyes of others as soon as we return, so it would be embarrassing. I will thank him when we are alone. I bid farewell to Sarah just like that and left. She apparently has to work at Dog's Bone at night. She now has more time to spend on her own path, that there's more employees, but, even with it, it is not easy with daily expenses and all that. Let's cheer for her effort with such things included. I should be able to cheer for her just like she did for me. But what do we do about the remaining large amount of clothes? Sarah said she wanted me to wear them since she made them for my sake. I feel like it is going to be taking a lot of space. Also, I don't really want to put it in the chest drawers that have chain mails. Let's buy a new one when he is free. That should do. It is late now, but once I return home, it might be a good idea to go to Dog's Bone with everyone. I am back, Evrio. Ilias. That place had become a battlefield where many corpses lay about. It all began from the desire to fix the relationship between Karagia and Wolf after having invited Karagia to the house. Their common point is training, thinking that their relationship wouldn't get better like this no matter how much time passed. I readied a game that everyone could play together. What was spread on top of the table was a board game I am deeply familiar with from Earth. You would advance depending on the number of the dice, would earn money, and aim for the goal after going through a variety of events. That's right. It is the life game. My monomania of ranking up my partner from a wooden stick to a wooden sword had been collected in this game, a super big map with many branching points. The amount of events you can pull from the event point are over 100. On top of that, there's also item cards to obstruct your opponent. It widens the strategy. A large-scale game that allows you to go from a countryside farmer all the way to king. In our first run, they were able to understand the fun of the game while getting somewhat stuck because I had to explain the rules, and it ended amicably. But that's where Akira said something unnecessary. How about we give a punishment to the one that ends up last? Akira. The one who immediately agreed was Wolf. Because of that, Karaji couldn't disagree too strongly and the rule was added. And so, the one in last place will be punished. However, if it were to be applied, I doubt there will be a proper punishment if Wolf ends up being first and Karaji ends up fourth, or Akira ends up first and I end up fourth. And so, we decided to announce what will be the punishment we give for when we are first place before the game begins. If we do that, the punishment Wolf thinks up could end up hitting her Shizu, so I thought a punishment that's too heavy wouldn't be happening. But Wolf was merciless. And Akira too. When I heard the punishment Wolf proposed, I doubted my ears. I was also on the verge of regretting how I educated her, feeling like I messed up somewhere. That said, if we are considering that she was simply thinking purely about a punishment, you could say it is just like Wolf. Wolf trusted that I would be able to avoid fourth place. Akira had the troublesome way of thinking that anyone is fine since she is not the one doing her own punishment. Everyone's motivation rose as a result. What was bad about that? What's bad is that I added items to obstruct others. That's how they began to pull each other's legs. Akira was targeting me the whole time and Wolf was always persistently targeting Karaji. As for the two men, they were reading the atmosphere and trying to maintain the balance. As for the important result, the strongest one in this game was Wolf. How to say it? It felt like she could control the results of the dice. The one in second place was the creator. I have all the data in my head, so I am the one with the widest array of strategies. It is also in great part because I was keeping second or third place so that I didn't aggro the others. Third place was Karaji, the normal player. Akira self-destructed by going the gambling route. The punishments I gave out were at most play the next game on an air chair or become the chair of the first place on the next game, which hurt no one. But the damage from Wolf getting first was terrible and Akira received the full brunt of it. It was so horrible that I will omit it all. If I had to give an example, it would be eating charcoal. Akira was suffering one-sidedly. Even with that, Wolf was still merciless, and Karaji finally ended up falling prey to the punishment. Wolf looked happy from seeing Karaji falling into a critical state. But the gamble of Akira hit dead on. Wolf got a direct hit from the most dangerous punishment and ended up in a critical state too. I thought that would be the end of it, but the three of them colluded together at the very end and announced the same punishment. I was trying to not aggro them by maintaining second and third, but the creator couldn't maintain the aggro management at the end with no punishments, got caught up in a 3v1, and finally fell. The other three were also down from the accumulated damage of the punishments they got. The life game closed its curtains with no survivors. I thought there would be no opportunity for me to have a taste of sin. Sniffle. What are you all doing? Ilias. That's when Ilias came back. Everyone got scolded. But it seems like Wolf and Karaji began getting along a bit better since that day. The life game became a traumatic experience for Wolf and Akira, so it has been sealed. Popuparo has finally arrived. Of course, the otherworlder that was involved with the book was forced to be present too. It is in order to prove that I can read the book. It would just trouble the other party if I were to say I don't want my face to be remembered, so it can't be helped. By the way, there was no call for Akira's presence. The ones on standby at the guest room are Marito and Lord Ragudo, who know about the situation. There's Ilias as my bodyguard and also Anbu-kun, who can't be seen, for a total of 5 people. After being made to wait for a while, 3 men and 1 woman entered the room. I could tell from the appearance of one of them that he is without a doubt Pope Euparo. I would say he is around 60 years old and has the face of an open-hearted person. The man by his side has the same archbishop necklace that Maya-san has. He has a small moustache that gives off charm. That's most likely Archbishop Yuka. I don't know about the other two, so I wait for the talk to begin. And so the self-introductions began. I really did guess the two correctly. The last man was the bodyguard of the Pope, and is a holy knight captain from Megis called Yox. He looks like he is in his 30s, but I feel the same aura as Lord Ragudo aside from the fact that he is young. The only woman there is Liliza, a quiet beauty and the caretaker of the Pope. Now then, we have finished our self-introductions. Let's begin our talk. First things first, I would like to apologize for our ineptitude. Pope Euparo apologizes for the matter this time around. He had Archbishop Yuka lower his head as well, and apologized for causing trouble to the nation. Marito forgave him completely. The reason Archbishop Yuka targeted us was because of Ray 8 who had evil intentions. He does bear responsibility for being taken advantage of by Ray 8. But it is exactly because Archbishop Yuka was the one utilized that an airhead like Rakura was sent, and ended up with their existence being exposed. Yox didn't say a word the whole time, but Liliza added complimentary information after the words of Pope Euparo. After finishing the apologies, Marito brought out the book in question, and returned it to Pope Euparo. The ones who have read and confirmed the contents of the book from our side are me and Lord Ragudo, and this man who can read it. In regards to the contents, 2 of the knights from Lord Ragudo's division and the girl. We have also told the cleric from your side. Marito, I have heard reports of that. You must be the traveler that came from a parallel world, right? Euparo. The eyes of Pope Euparo were directed at me. Maya-san also has eyes that can see through people, but these are on a whole other level. I feel like my whole body will be stripped naked if he continues watching me. It is embarrassing. Yup. I am sorry, but can you please hold my hand? By feeling the mana flowing in your body directly, I can feel just how that person has lived their life. I would like to confirm with my own hands just what kind of person you are. Person from a parallel world. Euparo. Yeah, I don't mind. Go ahead. I give him my hand. Pope Euparo holds that hand gently. That hand not only had warmth. It feels as if something hot was moving around my whole body. I see, I get it now. You are a coward. You fear all events, and so you try to understand them in order to be ready for them. Earth must be a place where you easily encounter people with evil intentions. Euparo. Yeah, it is as you say. Looks like he is the real deal. Rather, you can tell that much. The top of a religious organization really isn't just for show. However, it was due to your cowardice that the malady lodged in our country was discovered. I would like to show my deep appreciation for this. We will do anything within our power. Euparo. I am fine with just not being faulted for reading the book. Also, if you aren't returning to Megis at once, please go visit the graves of the ones that lost their lives in this incident. We wouldn't have moved without his death after all. Yeah, I promise. But it must have been rude to suddenly call you a coward. My apologies. Euparo. It is the truth, so don't worry. He is far more of a character than I anticipated. I even feel bad about being overly wary. I am feeling apprehensive about pushing even more truths onto him. Right. Archbishop Yuka apparently contributed greatly in trapping Ray 8. Thank you very much. Don't thank me. I simply cleaned up my own mess. Yuka. Archbishop Yuka averted his gaze as if feeling bad. Even so, his actions could warrant him an MVP in the Megis side. Yuka-sama was worrying the whole time on his way to Taizu. Liliza, don't say unnecessary things. Yuka. Oh my apologies. Liliza. After lowering her head without looking apologetic, Liliza showed a smile at me. Liliza-san, was it? Have we met before? No, this is my first time coming to Taizu, so this would be the first time I meet you. Liliza. Right. Sorry for the weird question. I might need to test this out. I take out the book and resume the topic with Pope Euparo. By the way, I have heard the gist of this book from the transmission. I have also heard that you had information that must be told personally. Can you please tell me in detail about that part? Yuparo. Yes, but before that. Can I please do a little payback from before? Fumo. I don't really mind, but... Do you have that kind of specialty? Yuparo. Something similar. You could say it is one of my few specialties. Since there's the opportunity, I would like the others to tag along too. Archbishop Yuka tilts his head. Lalisa laughs with an oh my. Yox doesn't show much of a reaction. It is a method to measure just how confident you are of yourself. First, please recite what I am about to say. Pope Sama. I am Pope Yuparo. I am Pope Yuparo. Is that good enough? Yuparo. Yeah, thanks. It is probably hard to understand the meaning with just this, so. The next is Archbishop Yuka. I am Pope Yuparo. I am Pope Yuparo. Yuka. Next. I am Archbishop Yuka. I am Archbishop Yuka. I ended up hesitating in the first one. Yuka. Yes, but you may have already gotten it somewhat. You can recite your own name and position even if it is on the spot. It is a method that allows you to measure your confidence towards the truth by mixing truth and lies. I see. I kind of understand. Yuparo. Then, next is Yox-san. I am Pope Yuparo. I am Pope Yuparo. Yox. Next is I am Archbishop Yuka. I am Archbishop Yuka. Yox. Lastly, I am the Holy Knight Captain of Megis. Yox. I am the Holy Knight Captain of Megis. Yox. Yox. Yox said everything without a single missed beat. Obviously, if I explain the concept of it, there's not much need to get flustered. When it comes to a Knight Captain, the changes are so small it is hard to read. Now then, the last one is Lalisa-san. Yes, go ahead. Lalisa. I am Pope Yuparo. I am Pope Yuparo. Lalisa. Next, I am Archbishop Yuka. I am Archbishop Yuka. Lalisa. Next, I am the Holy Knight Captain of Megis. Yox. I am the Holy Knight Captain of Megis. Yox. Lalisa. Lastly, I am Ray 8. The air around us got strained in an instant. The one who drew her sword instantly was Ilias, followed by Yox. Pope Yuparo and Archbishop Yuka took distance from Lalisa too. The person herself is not breaking her smile, but her mouth is not moving, so you can't say it. Figures. Pope Yuparo and Archbishop Yuka can see through lies. In other words, they can also see through truths. Since when did you notice? Lalisa. No. Ray 8's smile turned even more artificial and creepy. I was not certain. However, when I heard you were cornered by Archbishop Yuka and killed yourself, I wondered if you really were someone who would give up your life that easily. I simply tried to be careful here. You knew about the contents of the book, but not the details. If you heard that there's even more secrets to it, I simply thought you would want to know about them and try to make contact with us. That's why I have been wary about all the people I have met for the first time since then. That's a weak reasoning to notice I was hiding as Lalisa. It is true that, with the possibility that the details of the book will be spoken here, the chances of me appearing would be higher. However, you doubted me. No, Lalisa, without hesitation. I would like to know the reason for that. Ray 8. I told you about how this is one of my few specialties, right? I am good at gauging my distance between people. I was measuring the distance between us preemptively while listening to the conversation of Marito. The one that felt off within those people was you. Felt off, huh? The three people here completely believed I was Lalisa. Ray 8. You showed me a smile when teasing Archbishop Yuka. That's how I felt our distance with eye measurement. That's just being well-mannered. Ray 8. The distance you chose to take for the Pope Sama was not too close, but not hostile. You also took an action as if gauging me. Archbishop Yuka showed a certain degree of pressure towards me due to this. An angry subordinate following up after a superior isn't rare, but even though your superior is trying to interact in a careful manner, the caretaker that should understand her superior was acting in such a familiar manner. Isn't that too unnatural? I see. It seems like I unknowingly got satisfaction from having met you, and that ended up showing strongly in my attitude. Ray 8. Also, I threw you a question once, right? Have I met you before? That was a way of responding that tried to tiptoe around not telling a lie while deceiving the target. That's why I decided to confirm it. It goes without saying, but it is the method I used with Maya-san and Rakura, a lineup of calculated truths to deceive the clerics that can see through lies. It is because I myself use this method that it feels so familiar. Color me impressed, as expected of an earthling. Ray 8, you bastard. What happened to Liliza? Yuka. Oh, can't you tell with one look, Yuka-sama? This body is without doubt that of Liliza. The knife that sliced my neck had enough mana to tear away my soul from my body just once. That's how I escaped with only my soul. However, you need to prepare a destination for the soul beforehand in this ritual, and you can't set several, so it is not like you can use it countless times. Just for your information, I have already prepared for the next one, so there's no need to wound this body pointlessly. Ray 8. What a convenient spell. So if you can't escape physically, escape with just your soul? It is true that you would be able to escape even from the control of necromancy with that, but throwing away your own body without hesitation should require quite the courage. Magic that interferes with the soul is taboo. To think you have put your hands to such boundaries already. Yuparo. I wanted to hear more if possible, but it seems like any more would be impossible. However, I managed to see you with my own eyes. Let's call that rewarding enough. Ray 8. Ray 8 was looking at me amused. Can you please stop looking at me as if you have found a good rival? I am a civilian here, you know. Now then, it is regrettable, but let's meet again at another occasion. Ray 8. Saying this, Ray 8 vomited blood and collapsed. Archbishop Yuka immediately rushed to her and confirmed her state. Looks like she had a blade-shaped magic stone in her mouth. We must treat her at once. Yuka. And so, he rushed out of the room in order to contact the members of the Yugara Church on standby outside. The other clerics entered the room without delay and took the body of Liliza away. To think he would trick us not once but twice. My deepest apologies, King of Taizu. Yuparo. Pope Yuparo lowered his head deeply at Marito. They have brought a thief all the way to the king of a nation. Of course they have no choice but to apologize. It is just that Ray 8 was sly. Right now you have to worry about the body and heart of the girl. Marito. I am deeply thankful for your consideration. Yuparo. After that, just in case, we checked the people in the place and the ones on standby outside. It was only after several hours that we were finally back on our seats. He understandably wouldn't take refuge nearby. Just in case, I have briefed the situation to the people near the sealed corpse at Megis too. Yuparo. Regaining his own body would be the fastest way. That said, he wouldn't do something so imprudent. However, we can't deny the possibility he is once again posing as a member of the Yugara Church. They are apparently going to be busy with countermeasures against Ray 8 for the near future. What a pain in the ass that guy is. I would like to see the face of his boss. Don't want to meet them though. Marito took control of the place again and returned the topic to the book. Well then, let's resume the topic of conversation. I would like to tell this solely to Pope Yuparo first to deliberate on it. Everyone here, please leave the room aside from the ones who know. Lord Ratzel. Marito. Yes. Ragudo. Marito had Ilias leave the room first. Seeing this, Pope Yuparo had Archbishop Yuka and Yox leave the room. From here on, he will be the one doing the explaining. Please do. Marito. Okay, then, I will explain with this book open. I opened the book in a way so that Pope Yuparo could see it and do a rough explanation of the details that we have deciphered. By doing an explanation of the illustrations, Pope Yuparo realized once again that I can read the book. That's the contents of the book. What I have explained until now is just as we have relayed before. It doesn't seem like there's any room to doubt the contents of the book. It is certainly true that, if we were to proceed exactly as deciphered, we would be able to use even more advanced necromancy. The credibility of the Demon Lord resurrecting has increased. But that's not all, right? Yuparo. Yes, the issue is on the last page. I opened the last page. What was written there wasn't related to the title of the book. There's just a simple scribble. It doesn't look that serious though. Yuparo. What's written here is, that concludes the summary of the investigation results, and then, the last words. What's written here is the name of the book's author, the person who created the resurrection magic and gave birth to the Demon Lord. Yuparo. The name of the author is Yugara Naraya, the name of the hero that defeated the demon lords and was the founder of the Yugara Church. Pope Uparo was speechless. Understandably so. That's because the name of the one who defeated the demon lords and saved the world is the same as the one who created the resurrection magic and demon lords. Pope Uparo continued silent for a while and eventually spoke with a heavy tone. What do you think? Do you think Yugara, the hero, created the demon lords? Uparo, I consider that to be a 30% chance. Can you please tell me the basis of that? Uparo, first of all, the one who wrote this book is an earthling. There's an earthling here with you. How's my mana? Your mana is awfully low. It is on the level of an infant or lower. Uparo, that's right. Earth has no concept of magic. Mana hasn't even been discovered. The writing in this book is from around 100 years ago. Even if there's a difference in the flow of time between worlds, that person coming here was just 100 years ago. Magic didn't exist in that era either. That said, there might be differences of mana between individuals. But even so, I doubt that Yugara Naraya has an outstanding amount of mana. I would have to question whether someone like that can defeat a demon lord. Even if Yugara Naraya were to be from a temple where they might have mana, or were to be raised in a shrine or from the occult, would he still have enough mana to match the mana of the talented people in this world? If there was someone like that in the past, it shouldn't be strange for such a person to be found in the modern era too. It is true that you don't seem to be suitable for battle. But there's the possibility that it isn't the same for the author of this book. Uparo. No, the people of this world are extremely strong. They are used to fighting with their bodies strengthened by mana. That alone creates a heaven and earth difference. Even if his mana were to increase from coming here and he began to train, I doubt he would grow to a degree where he would be called a hero. Then, what is it? Uparo. Hero Yugara wasn't the real name of the person who defeated the demon lords. Maybe a resident of this world took the name of this Yugara Naraya who was the author of this book and had a relationship with him. This is what makes the most sense for me. The earthling Yugara Naraya thought out the resurrection magic and created demon lords. And then, someone related to him called himself Yugara, and defeated the demon lord. That has a lot of a higher chance to be the case. I have a number of hypotheses regarding the background, but I feel some sort of regret in it. However, there's a strong chance that the hero and the one who created the demon lords have some sort of connection. That's why we chose to only speak about this to you, Pope Sama. And have you decided what to do? You have pushed an unbelievable reality here onto me. What do you want me to do? Uparo. Pope Uparo was troubled. He has been pushed the reality that Yugara, who saved the world and left his teachings, had created the biggest of taboos or is related to them. Either of them is a troubling reality as the top of the religion that holds the teachings of Yugara. Marito placed a hand on top of the shoulder of Pope Uparo. Taiza won't be publicizing this. Or rather, we can't. Taiza has the most Yugara church believers. We can't cause unnecessary chaos. I want you to take your time and discuss this with people you trust. Marito. Yeah, I should go back and consult with the others. Uparo. And in this way, Pope Uparo was burdened with an issue that could open a hole in his stomach from the stress. As for me, I am relieved that I finally managed to relay this secret. That said, after bringing this matter in question to Megis, it is not like it isn't possible that there will be a development where they go. This must be hidden. We must dispose of anyone who knows. No matter how great the virtue of Pope Uparo, that doesn't make his surroundings the same after all. At a certain guest room in the castle, there's him, His Majesty, Wolf, and me. His Majesty is reading the data of the parallel world culture he brought. Wolf and him were sitting with a table in between, and were playing a game of knights as a break. According to him, this is a game that resembles a game called chess in his world, so it piqued his curiosity. I taught the rules to the two just a few moments ago and they have had several matches already. Speaking of which, Marito, what happened with Pope Uparo in the end? He is apparently going to be staying in the country for a while. There's a harvest festival organized by the Yugara Church happening soon, right? He apparently plans on participating in that. Marito. Well, they came with a decent amount of people. Talk about the Pope having come to Taiza has most likely spread. If he were to leave without doing anything, that would instead direct suspicions. It should be safe to assume he came here with that intention in the first place. The Pope and the Archbishop are apparently going to be borrowing the church as their lodging, even though Maya must have it rough too. Marito. Maya-san might have known that from the beginning. That could have been the reason why she drove Akira away. Even though they were both doing their respective things, I'm impressed they can talk about other things while at it. I can't see the game board from here, but he seems to be making moves at quite the fast pace. Ah, right. I heard that Archbishop Ika doesn't have memories of the time he spoke with Ray 8 because of the brainwashing magic, but can't you draw them out by using magic that tinkers with the mind? There's spells that allow you to read memories, so it might be worth a try. But I have heard that those kinds of spells press a heavy burden on the target. It is pretty much like torture. Marito. Archbishop Ika feels indebted towards us. If we try to convince him while shaking him in that front, he will most likely yield. Wait a moment. Is there any need to go that far to obtain the information? Ilias. I unintentionally ended up getting in their conversation. I remember the apology of Archbishop Ika coming from the bottom of his heart. Is there really a need to bring pain close to torture on him? Who knows? But it is true that the one who made contact with Ray 8 the most was Archbishop Ika. He would be the one with the highest chances of obtaining some sort of information. With such wishful thinking alone, Ilias. It is not only one person who will be suffering if they were to get the better of us. You know? For now, please tell him we would like him to contact us if he were to remember something. There's a difference in weight between a civilian asking and a king asking after all. Got it. We will also try to find a way to search through his memories with the least amount of pain as possible. Marito. He has changed slightly since meeting Ray 8. His attitude towards us hasn't changed, but I can see grief in his expression at the times when he doesn't say anything. He saw through the plans of Ray 8 not only once but twice. It should be fine for him to relax a bit more. Wolf, isn't that a checkmate? Yes. Wolf wins. Wolf. I lost again. Huh. You are strong. What? You have more losses than wins? How many matches is it now? Ilias. 10 games, 10 losses. What? Ilias. This game is used as training for strategies too, and you are stronger the more intelligent you are. Wolf is a hard worker, but I don't think he would be losing this much with his intelligence though. Were you holding back? Ilias. No, I was going at full power. I am simply losing continuously. But, Ilias, could it be that Wolf has more talent than imagined in this game? Can't really discard that possibility. But Wolf is also a complete beginner, so the conditions on both sides should be the same. Then, Wolf, please let Ilias play with me. Ilias, let's have a match. Oh, okay. Ilias. I sat where Wolf was sitting and arranged the pieces. I have played this game a number of times to tag along with others. I am not that strong, but I have no intention of losing to a newcomer. I should be able to gauge his strength to a certain degree too. By the way, Ilias, were you angry when I was called a coward by Popuparo? Lord Ragudo told me afterwards. He began talking to me as he opened the board. He is quickly responding the moment I make my move. I barely see any hesitation in his actions. But, that's true. Ilias. No wonder he apologized. He is the top of the Yugara Church. Don't go threatening for a statement or two. But you are not a coward. You stepped at the forefront in the battle against the bandits and the ambush. Ilias. It is because the ones protecting me were strong. I normally wouldn't do stuff like that even if asked. I am happy to be told that. But this and that are different stories. He has certainly created results. Wouldn't you get pissed off if you are told you accomplished them because you are a coward? There's no need to be so humble. You have gotten results. That's why I evaluate your skills highly. That goes for His Majesty too. Ilias. Skills? Just saying, but the things Marito evaluates highly are different from yours. What do you mean by that? Ilias. Saying this, he stopped his playing hand, grabbed a pen and parchment, and began to write something. And then, he gave it to His Majesty who was watching from the back. He began playing again after that. Fumo, I see. Marito. That said, words are probably not enough to understand. Now then, this is troubling, But I am even more troubled here. His moves are extremely straightforward attacks. It feels as if a newbie has just learned about how the pieces move and is just attacking for the sake of it. It doesn't seem like he is thinking about the positioning of the pieces either. Are you playing seriously? Ilias: Yeah, I am the type that's not good with brain stuff on this front. You see, I can't read dozens of moves ahead. But you, Ilias. A sound suddenly rang from outside the room, a loud sound. His Majesty showed himself outside and spoke to a soldier. What happened? Marito. A decoration armor suddenly fell. Was the base unstable? Looks like it wasn't anything big. I relax. Now then, the match should be settled in just a bit. My thoughts stopped for an instant when I saw the board. No matter how you see it, I am the one being checkmated. I was wondering what happened here, but there's only one answer. Did you mess with the board with the sound just now? Ilias: Did someone see that? Wolf, you don't need to raise your hand. Isn't that cheating? Ilias: I would like you to think of the person you use. Good grief. Marito. His Majesty burned the parchment he was given while going good grief by using magic. So that's how it is. He gave instructions to His Majesty using the parchment and made His Majesty make the noise. I don't know the method, but it is something that His Majesty would be able to do. And so, I was cautious as a bodyguard, and the moment I moved my gaze, he messed with the pieces. Basically, those are the methods I use. If I were to fight on the same conditions fair and square, I only have enough skills to certainly lose. Your strength is the type that allows you to win 100 fights out of 100, Ilias. However, my style is one where I win the fight that I want to win. It doesn't work twice and it isn't something to be praised for. It is true that once you know about the switching of pieces, I will obviously be wary once we have another match. Not only that, I would continue being on guard for any other cheating. Marito and Popuparo acknowledge me while understanding this. They are impressed that I have done this well despite me lacking the strength. Your unconventional methods especially so. Marito: Thanks for that. However, Lord Ragudo might tell me something if you were to imitate me too much, so advance properly on the principles of royalty. Of course. Marito. He displayed it right in front of my eyes. He is basically telling me that the methods he takes are not proper and shouldn't be respected. Don't make such a complicated expression. I am simply winning with methods that are forgiven because of the opponent. I am aware that they are horrible methods. Even you, Ilias, if you were to use unfair means in a duel to win, would you be happy if you were praised for that? You have a point. Ilias: That said, I can somewhat accept being praised for my stance of not using whatever means in order to win. I get somewhat happy on that part, so allow me to indulge. I get what he wants to say. He is telling me not to evaluate him excessively highly, that he doesn't have that strength. Even so, he doesn't mind being praised for working hard and getting results. I understand what you are saying here. However, the results you got are things that knights can't achieve. What kind of power was the main cause of this? Ilias: Strength is not just about brute physical power. If he isn't sagacious, how is he winning those results? I am good at living or something like that. Good at living, huh? I see. Ilias: I can strangely understand when he puts it like that. Can't use the sword, doesn't have magic, and no knowledge either. Even with that, he understood his current situation, and acted accordingly. The method I didn't choose as someone who gained the strengths that I lacked with hard work. He is a master in that path. As for how much of a coward I am, it would feel suffocating being kept an eye on every day, so I was thinking about telling Marito I didn't need you to guard me, Ilias. However, I told him I didn't want to remove my bodyguard since the matter of Ray 8 and wanted to eliminate that threat as fast as possible. I'm a terminal case, right? Fufu. That might be true. Wait, suffocating? Ilias: You are not a maiden, so you shouldn't worry about that. Even so, that talk about His Majesty and Popuparo understanding that side of him properly when evaluating him highly feels a bit like they got ahead of me, and it does feel somewhat frustrating. Karaji said so before. He envies others for what he doesn't have, just like how I envy him. If they get too ahead of me, his gaze might not reach me anymore. Fortunately, I am the one that has been assigned as his bodyguard. I am most likely going to continue being his bodyguard even after the matter of Ray 8 is over. I would like him to evaluate me highly no matter what by then. My distance with Elias feels close lately. It feels like she is the one closing the distance by half a step. This is after the matter with Karaji, so it is probably safe to assume it is a sort of approach. Let's just say it is a good thing for her to become proactive. The one I am more worried about is Wolf. I feel like I haven't done anything Shizu-like recently. The unfair technique of just before was something I did to make them wary that there's people who use those kinds of methods, but it wouldn't be good for her education if she were to imitate that. She has begun to say her own opinion compared to the beginning, and she has even begun to act teasingly to some. Let's forget about the life game. Anyways, isn't there a need to have her learn something? What should I do? And so, Wolf, I would like to do something Shizu-like. Do you want me to do something? We are lazing about at home anyways. If I am going to be making time for Wolf, let's hear the wishes of Wolf. This is a great idea from me. I don't know what brought this, but there's something I want to learn from Shizu. Wolf, who? That's a good spirit. Tell me. I would like to learn how to deceive people. Wolf. Yup. Elias, don't look at me with those eyes. I am about to get used to them. That said, I can't go against Wolf's super hopeful eyes. I should provide her with a nice lecture here. Right. It is not all about tricking, but I shall teach you with actual examples. Elias, Makura, please sit at the opposite end by the side of Wolf. The four of us sit around the table, leaving aside Elias who tries to always be close to me. Rakura is tagging along out of amusement. This is convenient. Wolf, watch the two. You two, here. Saying this, I gave them a pen and paper. Please write a number from 1 to 9 that you like. Once you have, flip it down. After that, I will try to pinpoint it with questions. You can do something like that? Elias, I won't fall for your tricks so easily, Counselor Sama. Rakura. The two finished writing the number and flipped the paper down. There's somewhat of a difference in the numbers of this world, but they are basically treated the same. Easy to write and have a simple shape by design. In that case, there's no need for questions. Elias is 1 and Rakura is 7. I flipped the pages. They were the same numbers as I stated. There was no question though? Rakura. Guessing it with questions was a trick in itself. I was actually concentrating on your hands to see what number you were writing. If they were numbers that resembled the writing of another, or if your writing were small, I was thinking about narrowing it down with questions. You two wrote your number big and easy to understand. So that wouldn't make it a lie. Rakura. Direct the attention of the other party somewhere else. That's the fastest way to catch your enemy off guard. In battle, if you attack an opponent with a different method from the one they predicted, it will be more effective, but it would be even more effective if you have them distracted somewhere else, right? I see. Elias. That said, even if I succeeded in distracting Elias, my attack wouldn't reach. It doesn't work if the gap is too big. You've got to choose your methods too in order to catch your enemy off guard in battle. But you also need the bare minimum strength in order to defeat them. I of course don't have that. Next would be to steal the judgment of the other party. You could make them angry with provocations or acting, or give them a sense of superiority, but the one I personally recommend is to convince them. The moment people stop thinking is at the time when their thoughts have been obstructed or they are done thinking. That said, the difficulty changes too much depending on the person you are trying to obstruct. There's types of convincing. Convince them that they have completely read you, convince them that their own actions were correct, etc. The effect of the latter one is big. That's because the thing that you can trust the most is the information you have chosen to believe. However, it is hard for this kind of strategies to work on people you have just met. It is because you don't know how to convince your target. That's why you have to obtain as much information as you can and understand the way your opponent thinks, so that your success rate increases. Wolf. However, the warning here would be to not sympathize with them even if you understand them. You will feel apprehensive to trick people you sympathize with after all. I do get it, but is this something that's okay to be teaching Wolf? Elias. She still lacks the discerning eye to use it, so it would be difficult. But I think it is good to know that there's the possibility the enemy is observing us in that manner. There's a difference in threats between people. If it is just someone who spreads evil, you can mostly just take distance. However, there's no more troubling existence than one that directs evil intentions at you while understanding you. That said, if I keep her on guard too much in that front, she might end up doubting people, so it is a hard line to tread. If possible, I would like her to have eyes that can see through lies like Maya-san and Rakura. Even if it is impossible against skilled ones, it should be effective against most. Counselor Sama almost always slips by and does evil stuff though. Rakura, you may have it rough, but it is fun to trick you. Can you not? Rakura, let's wrap it up. Wolf, tricking the opponent won't work over and over. If it finally succeeds once after careful preparation, that's great. However, it works the whole time on people who have obtained their power through training like Ilias and Rakura. I won't tell you not to use it ever, but try to polish yourself when you can. That increases the array of choices you have, especially you Wolf, you are talented. It would be a waste to not use what you have. Okay. Wolf. Alright. With this, the potentially harmful lecture has been wrapped up nicely. Right, while at it, want me to tell you about the strategies of the famous people on Earth? That's a topic of interest for me too. Ilias. I feel like it would send me to sleep. Rakura. Don't prepare a pillow. First, I really should begin from the Three Kingdoms. Please do, Shizu. Wolf. I am sure other people will tell Wolf about stories of this world. However, there's only one person who can tell her stories from Earth. Let's tell her a lot of things. There should be a lot of things Wolf can learn from this. Let's talk to her to a degree where she will think of me as a good Shizu when she eventually travels by herself. By the way, there's no punchline. Me doing something to Rakura who began interrupting us with her sleep talk in the middle of it is of no importance. It is of importance. Rakura. A certain tavern in Megis where adventurers gathered. They were praising each other's monster hunting today as well, and were drinking and being swallowed by alcohol as they made noise. The noisy adventurers would join in on each other's tables and mingle. However, there was one table that had no one, as if it didn't exist, as if it couldn't be perceived. The barrier to drive away people really is convenient as always. Not being able to order is a downside though. The woman spoke languidly. Her attire is one that has an awful lot of exposed skin, but what drew the eye the most was the giant saw-shaped sword at her back. There's dark red spots of rust here and there on the row of fangs that were like the closed mouth of a crocodile. Even if you could be seen, there's no one who would come asking for what you want to order while you are carrying a weapon like that, you blockhead. Here, munch on some dried meat. The one who gave dried meat to the woman was a man with a toned body. This one was wearing something that looked like a full-body rubber tights and armor on top of that protects the vitals. The gauntlets he has equipped on both hands had a peculiar form, with a design like that of the head of a black dragon. Oh well, better than nothing, I guess. Thanks, Parchan. Stop with the Parchan, I am going to kick your ass. At least say that with a bit more love. Okay Don't talk with your mouth full, you waste of air. Here, booze to wash it down your throat. The one remaining man was just sitting on the chair and looking endlessly at the ceiling of the tavern. There's a whole ton of chains wrapped around his dangling arms to the point where you can't even see his skin. Gyrista, Pashiro, Egdoik. Don't you people stand out too much unless a barrier to ward off people is set? A boy wearing a hood showed up. He looks like he is around 10 years old, but his bearing isn't any different from that of an adult. Oh my, could that be Ray 8? You have turned cute. Gyrista. My former body has been sealed by the Ugara Church after all. I have moved my soul to a different body with the use of possession and necromancy, but that was discovered too. For now, I went with a body that would be hard to discover. Ray 8. I'm gonna die from laughter with how good of a joke that is, you numbskull. Here, chair, can you sit? Pashiro. Thanks. Now then, the reason why I have gathered you all who comparatively do dangerous underground work often within the adventurers is obviously because of a dangerous request. Ray 8. Dangerous, Are you going to ask us to kill the Pope or something? Gyrista, close. The one I want you to kill is the man that has appeared by the side of the Pope recently. I don't think you would even need a single breath to kill the man himself, but the bodyguard is troublesome. She is a knight that could be counted in the top 5 of Taizu. Ray 8. Saying this, he spread 2 parchments on the table. What was drawn there were the faces of Ilias Ratzel and the man that came from Earth. She is strong despite being a woman. The same as me. Gyrista, by top 5 in Taizu. Does that mean you want us to go to Taizu, you piece of shit? When should we have him dead? Pashuro, as soon as possible. Right. Pope Uparo is also staying in Taizu right now. You can try killing him too once you are done with that. Ray 8. Really? I guess I will try. Gyrista. The woman called Gyrista stood up and drew the sword she had at her back. The footing of Gyrista began to creak the moment she lifted it. It must be because the weight of the sword is more than what it looks. The burden on the floor around both of her legs was way too much. It seems like my compatibility with this person is bad, so I will leave it to everyone who has pure brute power. Ray 8. Don't push it onto us just because you can't do it, you numbskull. I have certainly received your request. Leave it to me. Pashuro. Yes, I will leave it to you. Ray 8. In the appearance of a boy, smiled. That smile of his was similar to the one in his previous form, and gave off an eerie artificial feeling. The cheerfulness of the city has changed in time quite a bit. It will soon be the Harvest Festival. The citizens have begun preparations themselves for this occasion. The Harvest Festival that prays for a safe harvest. It won't only be the capital. The villages around will also be beginning festivities at the same time, and there were a lot of villagers who were coming over to buy tools for the festival. The Ugara church members are super busy. That's because they are in charge of managing the harvest festivals from all the villages too. That said, the burden here hasn't really increased. If I had to point out anything, it would be that, because the teacher of Wolf, Maya-san, is under heavy work, Wolf has a lot of free time. Marito has to prepare for the harvest festival himself, so the Isekai learning will be pausing for a while. Rakura has brought a whole ton of tools to the house and has been made to do side jobs. It is apparently to make tools used for the festival and stuff like that. Also, it is only the parts that take time. Since I would feel bad about getting in her way, I exited the house and wandered around. But she shrewdly requested a souvenir. Well, she is working hard, so she should get a reward for it. Right. And you seem to be quite free. Ilias. The place of Marito and the place of Maya-san are really busy. Same for Ban-san. I can't just laze about in dog's bone from the very morning. Of course I wouldn't have anything to do. There's a word called training, you see. Ilias. Alright, Wolf. Let's buy something for Wolf who is working hard normally. Really? Wolf. I ignore Ilias who tried to call me to a stop with Anoya and pet the head of Wolf. We are going to be buying a souvenir for Akira, so it wouldn't feel right unless we also buy something for Wolf too. The things in Wolf's room are the clothes made by Sarah and the books we borrowed. After all, it isn't bad to increase the amount of personal possessions you have. Didn't you say something about luggage piling up or something like that before? Ilias. My policy is to not carry too much stuff around, so that's fine. Even so, I still have a lot more things in my room than Wolf, you know. Mostly a whole ton of parchment, pens, and a bit of clothes. There's also my treasure container, my partner, and the carving knife that I bought secretly. I have class changed my wooden stick partner to a wooden sword, and have made dice to use for the life game we played. Yeah, it is still not much despite that. Also, we need to have her learn about indulging a bit. I will hear most of your selfishness, Wolf. Is it my imagination that your treatment towards her is extremely different from mine and Rakura's? Ilias. It is not. There's the need to teach Wolf about a lot of things. It is not only about the way of living and readiness. She also needs to learn about how to rely on others and indulge in them. Even if it is not necessary for the future Wolf, there will surely be people who will be relying on Wolf for indulge in her kindness. If she doesn't know about the meaning of that at that time, she will end up only thinking of them as a nuisance. Normal children would indulge on their parents, say selfish stuff, be accepted, rejected, pampered, scolded, laugh, cry, and grow. And then, she has to have a grasp of what kind of emotions are directed towards her by others in the future. However, Wolf has none of those. There was a lot of time where there was nothing, so her way of interacting with others is lacking. Even if she has great people like Maya-san, Ilias, and the Ragudo division, she can't learn weakness from them. If she touches upon their prime and serene lifestyle, she wouldn't think of indulging in them. The reality is that Wolf is industrious and diligent. But that just means she has only been able to grow in that manner. I want Wolf to have a lot of experiences and then create an ideal self from those. By the way, Ilias has been in a normal household since childhood, but her life has tilted to one side after that. Due to this, I tried having her get along with Sarah, who is of her age, and it seems to have gone well. Then, wouldn't Rakura be the perfect one to teach her? Ilias. I feel like Wolf will end up imitating that if she gets involved too much. I would like to make her a teacher by example from a distance. I want her to grow freely, but I don't want her to become the disciple of a person with a personality like Rakura. Even so, she might end up relying on her, and I can only see a tragedy unfolding. It should be okay, right? Right? Shouldn't you also be made a teacher by example in a sense too? Ilias. Please don't lump a person that's good at making a living and a useless bum. Now then, Wolf, tell me what you want. Okay, I have decided. Wolf. By the way, this is also for the sake of learning about Wolf. By seeing what Wolf wants, I can tell who she has been influenced by the most. I want a weapon. Wolf. Your influence, Ilias. Me? Ilias. Wolf would like a weapon like Shizu's. Wolf. So it was me. Now that she mentions it, she has basically performed solely with her strength in mana emission. If she were to battle, it might be fine for her to have a proper weapon. That said, this partner, aka Wooden Sword, would be lacking for Wolf. If she were to pour in enough mana, she would be able to expect enough destructive power, but the weapon would break at each instance. I of course can't give her this one. Speaking of which, I think you have tested a variety of weapons in the Ragudo division. What weapon did you like? I don't know. Wolf. She could use all weapons basically on the same level after all. Ilias. Fumo. I was told Wolf is a jack of all trades, but it was on that level. She is good at bare-handed battles and she can use most weapons. Having to learn a wide array would be an option, but in battle, a jack of all trades is also a master of none. It wouldn't hurt to spread out once she grows to the level of Ilias, but it would be better for her to concentrate on one thing first. Let's check out a weapon store first. If you see the actual stuff, there's the possibility you will find what you want. If not, you can ask a specialist. Right. I have not gone recently, but I was thinking it was about time to repair my scabbard. I will guide you. Ilias. The place she guided us to was a single shop at the outskirts of the city. The rundown atmosphere that an expert would like made my childish mind of a modern Japanese excited. Toruid, are you there? Ilias. Ilias went inside and called someone. When I peeked inside, I ended up letting my voice out. What entered my eyes were countless weapons. Most of them were swords and spears, but there's also stuff like hammers, knives, sickles and chains. There's dust accumulated on the shelves, but all the weapons lined up seem to be maintained daily. They are the very definition of brand new. While I was watching this, an old man around 70 years old wearing crumpled tattered clothes showed up. It is that. He is unassuming, but the feeling of him being a super skilled blacksmith is unbelievable. What? Isn't that Ratzeljotchen ? Here I was wondering, I hadn't seen you recently. Did your sword finally croak? Toruid. Unfortunately for you, the swords you make are tough. I was thinking about asking you to repair my scabbard today. Ilias. Let's see, show it to me. A scabbard ain't a blunt weapon, ya know? Toruid. Ah, an incredibly reasonable person. There hasn't been a single person who has touched on the matter that Ilias is defeating her opponents with her scabbard. The scabbard of a katana is used as a proper weapon in Japan too, but it seems like at the very least that wasn't the intention of the maker of Ilias's sword. Even if you tell me that, it gets stuck sometimes when I try to unsheath it. That's why the amount of times I have swung it as it is has increased. Ilias, of course you wouldn't be able to draw it with how bent the thing is. What? You have company? Doruid. Yeah, I have come with some company to choose a weapon that might fit her. This one is Wolf. Wolf, this is Doruid. Ilias. I am Wolf. Nice to meet you. Wolf. Who? A demi-human, huh? That's some impressive amount of mana. Even though her training seems shallow, she is in the same lane as you. In comparison, what's that young man over there? He is so weak he might die tomorrow. Doruid. I am confident in my weakness. That's hearty of you. By the way, are you going to choose a weapon too, Nichan? Doruid. No, this is enough for me. I say this and show him the wooden sword of my own creation. If I have my partner, I don't need a weapon. No, since we have the opportunity here, how about buying one? Even a cheap one has good quality, you know? Ilias. It suits my stature, so it is okay. It is true that, with your body, you wouldn't be able to use the weapons here properly. I have oil that's used to maintain wooden products, so check that out. Doruid. Really? That would be great. Even if it is a wooden sword, it needs to be maintained. There's nothing resembling varnish on the market, and I was even thinking about ordering it from Bansan. Just you wait, partner, I will give you the brilliance called polish. You are a blacksmith, so how about recommending weapons? Ilias. That wooden sword suits that Nichan. He has readied a weapon fitting for him after understanding his own strength. The only thing for me to do is to provide him with the tools. Doruid. I am happy that you are praising me here, but honestly speaking, swinging this one is also tiring. Get the muscle for that at least. You should at least be able to swing it if your arm moves even if you ain't got the talent. Doruid. He has got a point. I really should train to a certain degree, huh? And so, with this and that, Ilias and Doruid-san headed to the workspace deeper in. The sound of hammering could be heard soon after. Let's try it inside the store. No, we have to find the weapon of Wolf. Wolf was checking the weapons without the need of being told. She is holding them in her hand and waving them lightly to check the sensation. Make sure not to hit the other weapons and shelves. Yes, Shizu. Wolf. Weapons are out of my expertise. If I were to go with my personal bias, I even think what suits her the best are her fists. However, that's because the scenarios where Wolf performed were with her bare fists. When she was against the Anbu, it was simply because the strategy worked, but the difference in technique was overwhelming. Wolf would have definitely lost if she had been swinging a weapon she wasn't used to. Thinking about it like that, wouldn't bare fists have the higher overall potential as the easier one to control mana with? But Wolf wants a weapon. I would feel bad about telling her bare fists would be better now that we have come this far. No, wait, right, if it is that weapon. I took out a parchment from my pocket and began to draw the design at once. Good grief. The scabbard is different from a sword in that the unreinforced parts are soft. I am telling ya to pipe it down on the abuse. Doruid. But it is great when I need to hold back my killing power. I have no choice but to use it when needed. Ilias. I am impressed that you can say that. How can you say that when you blew away the body of a giant man with the scabbard on? If you say so, then I will make a separate scabbard for you. Using a tool in a way that's not intended will only hurt it after all. And so, how about the white one? Did you find a good weapon? Doruid. I don't know which one would be good. Wolf. Figures. I can tell by looking at your body. Your body can easily adapt to whichever weapon, but flipping that around, it also means no weapon suits you. Of course you wouldn't be able to find a weapon like that. Doruid. You. Shizu, please choose one for me. I would be okay with the weapon Shizu chooses. Wolf. Wolf pleaded here with a troubled face. This is a choice that will decide your own style. I want to tell her to choose on her own. But there's also the objective of having Wolf indulge. Well, it really would end up like that, huh? Toruida-san, just to consult a bit, but please look at this. What I showed him is the parchment of before. Toruida-san furrowed his brows a bit and groaned. I see. That style of fighting, huh? It certainly does sound interesting, but with this design, the strength would be rough. Here it could go like this, and this. Doruid. He grabbed a pen and began to write on the design. Looks like the blood of a crafter has been stirred up. Now that it has come to this, We began to consult with each other regardless of age. Looks like Druida-san also has his heart moved by the creation of weapons like this. By the way, this may be a boorish question, but how much would it cost? I personally don't know how well it will go since this is my first time with a weapon of this working. I will take the cost of materials and labor, but for the rest of the costs, let's shave it off as a learning experience. Around this much? Druid. The price written in the parchment was pretty high. It is one notch more expensive than the good ones lined up around here. That said, it is not a price I can't pay with the money I have currently if I decide to economize for the meantime. Alright, then, I will be counting on you. Immediate answer, you are loved, White One. Druid. Shizu, is that okay? Wolf. Wolf is looking at my face with a worried expression. So she noticed that the price was high. She has properly learned the importance of money. After all, if it wasn't a price I couldn't pay, I would have refused. Then, it is decided. White One, I will be taking the measurements of your body a bit. Come with me. Druid. Oh, okay. Wolf. By the way, how much time will it take? Regardless of the harvest festival, I'm pretty free, so I can start working from today. I will finish it by tomorrow evening. Druid. And so, Wolf equipped the finished weapon the next day. Seeing the weapon, Ilias also nodded in understanding. I see. Gauntlets. Ilias. Gauntlets, to put it broadly, it is a combination of armor on the hand and arm. The gauntlets are several kilograms of iron, so strike attacks are not lacking at all with it equipped. There's fighting techniques with gauntlets in Western history, and it also existed as a weapon. The gauntlet made for Wolf is of course to use as a weapon, but it is made to double as armor too. There's several metal plates set that to a degree that doesn't obstruct the mobility of the elbow. By combining plain solid metal and elastic and flexible metal, it mitigates the impact that's transferred to the arm when defending as much as possible. There's also rare metal that makes it easier to pour mana inside the layers, so it is easier to receive the benefits of mana strengthening. It is not on the level of a shield, but it is made in a way so that it is suitable to deflect rather than receive attacks. The fist part is also made in a way so that it protects the fist from impact, but in order to not drop the flexibility of the fingers, there's no metal used in the palm. Normally when you are holding a sword, you would make a ring-shaped metal around the thumb at the time when receiving attacks to block, but she is only going to be tightening her fists, so it was deemed unnecessary and removed. In exchange, we use cloth that's easy for mana to travel through, and so she can still use the cat deception she used before. This gauntlet that allows the usage of your hands makes it possible to do rock paper scissors and even use chopsticks. It is equipment that excels in hand-to-hand combat. Wolf's dashing speed and attack power are high, but hand-to-hand combat carries heavy burden to the body. If it goes as far as Rakura's barrier, she wouldn't be able to punch seriously with bare hands. But she should be able to attack as much as she wishes with this. An especially big protector is furnished around the fist, but there's a proper reason for this. I have also requested a set of similar iron boots and knee guards. While at it, I wanted to have specialized armor around your body if possible, but that can be solved with what's already there. Wolf tried moving her fingers, hitting her fists together. She was really interested in her new weapon. White One, I will give you this before you test out your weapon. Toruida-san said this and gave Wolf a stack of parchment. What's this? Wolf. This is an instruction manual for how it works which Nichan and I thought of together. There's a lot of things written down here like how to use this gauntlet. Be sure to read this one thoroughly, okay? Druid. Oh, okay. Wolf. After that, it was reading time for a bit, and then we went to the barracks to test out the gauntlet. The result was great. It is a bit too complicated to master it, but I am sure Wolf will be able to in no time. That night, Wolf shut inside her room soon after eating dinner and showering. I was curious and listened in outside the room, and it seemed like she was giving maintenance to her equipment while humming. I am glad to hear she has taken a liking to it. Let's not get in her way. Counselor Sama, buy me something nice too. Rakura, shut up. Didn't I buy you nice booze at Dog's Bone? The reaction of Rakura was within expectations. Even though I had Gozu get a nice beverage cause of this girl. By the way, we bought alcohol the other day, so we are drinking among the adults. The tension is somewhat high thanks to this. I would like something that can remain. Ah, how about a ring? I would like a ring that fits in my ring finger tilde, peak. Rakura, if it is a collar and chain to tie you up to your workplace, I can even make it extra special. So cruel. At least make it a necklace. Rakura, calm down, Rakura. In the first place, those kinds of presents are to convey your gratitude. He has been looking after you the whole time, you know? Ilias. That's true, but I think there might be a chance Counselor Sama will buy it. Rakura. None. I used quite a lot of money in the first place, so I have no money to use for you. Then, it is okay once you save up, right? Rakura. I won't give you a present as long as I don't feel indebted to you. Isn't it okay to give me something as a celebration for moving in or as friendship? Rakura. I want you to leave and, if it is to break off relations, I might consider it. Yuan. Ilias say Counselor Sama is cooled. Rakura. I can't take this drunkard anymore. What came up when I thought of something accessible that she would be happy about? Alcohol came up, but I am progressively regretting my decision. For now, I don't want to let her be the only one drinking, so my pace increased naturally too. It shouldn't be difficult to make him feel indebted. By the way, with that logic, wouldn't it be okay to give me a present? I am always welcome to presents at any moment any time, you know? Or more like, give me one. Ilias. This one's also drunk. The slovenly night of the adults passed. Within all that tumult, Wolf wasn't bothered by it and was sleeping peacefully while hugging the gauntlet. The Harvest Festival is finally beginning in the capital of Taizu. The Harvest Festival takes place for 3 days in the capital. The opening ceremony is performed at the Grand Plaza on the first day. After that, carry the tools to the villages, celebrate the abundant harvest this year, and pray for next year's good harvest. The villages apparently celebrate the Harvest Festival on the day of their prayers. And then, on the last day, they finish moving through all the villages, gather all the tools used to the capital, and burn them down to wrap it up. The capital is boisterous all those days. The opening ceremony performed the first day has already ended, and the city is getting lively with the food stalls and the sideshows. The amount of normal street stalls have dropped sharply compared to usual, and the amount of characteristic street stalls have increased. Of course, there's also stalls where you can play that come in hand with festivals: ring toss, knife throwing, smash a hard fruit, dog racing, and swordsmanship lectures from the knights. Even with a different culture, the desire to enjoy festivals is no different in this world too. As such, it would be a waste to not enjoy it. I decided to go around randomly with Ilias and Wolf. Rakura has no work on the Harvest Festival itself, or more like, she would instead be a hindrance if she were to be made to do work. There's not that many monotone jobs that are readily available. In that case, it would be better to just leave her be outside. And so, in order to have her not come back because she has too much free time, the Yugara church gave her pocket money. Because of this, Rakura is apparently enjoying this festival alone. She will most likely come here once she dries up her pocket money, so we must enjoy the festival before then. That's how it should have been. But what have you been reading for a while now? Ilias. The scooping of Archbishop Yuka's memories has apparently finished. I got a preliminary memo. Also a list of wanted people I requested separately. There's a lot of visitors in Taizu as of present. There's merchants who have opened stalls to match the Harvest Festival, hobbyists and adventurers that have come to enjoy the festival. With so many new faces, it is impossible to say the job of the gatekeepers is perfect. If Ray 8 is aiming to get the book and directs evil intentions at us, it wouldn't be strange for him to utilize this kind of event to cause something. The reality is that, from what I can read in the preliminary memo regarding the memories of Archbishop Yuka, Ray 8 seems to be the type that likes to act in a pretty attentive manner, would frequently make contact with Archbishop Yuka and try to obtain new information the whole time. It is clear that he isn't the type to sleep and wait for good fortune to come to him. In that case, there's the possibility he has already made his next move. And so, the information I had them prepare after considering the possibilities is this one. The information of wanted adventurers that have a strong bad reputation from the neighboring countries. Now that he has been defeated by Archbishop Yuka in battle with his main body, I doubt the battle strength of Ray 8 is that high. This is not because I look down on Archbishop Yuka, but what I have surmised with what Rakura has told me. Archbishop Yuka excels in technique, but he apparently lacks talent compared to other archbishops. Rakura is apparently higher in terms of actual combat alone. In other words, even if I were to evaluate the strength of Ray 8, it would be around the level of Rakura. If he is the type that uses his head rather than fight, that is enough, but let's leave that aside for now. Ray 8 is currently using a body that's not his. In other words, his battle power has dropped drastically, and he shouldn't be able to act directly. In that case, it is certain he will be using people. The next thing to consider is what kind of people he will be using. The Anbus of Megis have already entered the inspection of the Yugara church. It should be difficult for him to pull out new people from there. In the first place, the chances of a tactical person using the same method they lost with is low. Of course, he might try to stab at that opening in my way of thinking, but the effort he would need to muster in order to get the Anbus in his hand again is unbelievably high and the effectiveness is low. He will most likely drop it from his choices because he can easily imagine this. Then, how about using Anbus from other countries aside from Megis? The chances of that are low too. Megis has already communicated to the neighboring countries that there's people trying to control the Anbus. It has been hidden that this is related to dogs of the demon lords, but they have been told that they specialize in brainwashing magic and are trying to cause trouble between the nations. You would normally ignore the warnings of a neighboring country, but the one relaying this is Megis, the country where the head church of the Yugara church is located at and the religion where there's the most believers in from those countries. If they are countries who approve of the Yugara church, they should be able to see the danger and be wary to a certain degree. With that in mind, the ones that have the most likely chance of becoming pawns of Ray 8 are adventurers or criminals. However, if it is just on the level of bandits and thieves, it wouldn't even be worth considering. Assassins with experience in actual combat would be preferable, but that would be pretty much the same as Anbus. If he is going to be attacking from a different direction, he would be choosing adventurers, moreover, strong ones. However, I doubt proper adventurers would obey a fishy man like Ray 8. There's the possibility that he can make them his pawns with brainwashing magic, but there's magic seal stone set at the gates of Taizu, so if they were to enter from the gates, the brainwashing magic would be undone. They managed to infiltrate this place once, so they should be able to know at least that much. In other words, he will go for people that can be controlled with money or status. Adventurers that are known for their bad reputation. And so, I have gotten wanted posters in order to notice when such people will enter this country. But there really are people with quite the bad reputation in any world. Even if we call them adventurers, there's a variety of them after all. There may be heroic people that have been appointed by the nation, but there's also ones that have fallen all the way to criminals and are chased after by the nation. Ilias. What was drawn on the wanted posters are the faces of those people and what foul acts they have committed. They have not been made wanted by the nation in itself, but they have been judged as dangerous by the Adventurer Guild and several of them have been banned. People who have killed a lot of people due to how hot-blooded they are, people who have caused a lot of damage because of conflicts in their shares. There's some who had conflict with their requester and blackmailed them, some even murdered them. That said, there's currently the Archbishop Yuka who defeated Ray 8, Pope Uparo, and Rakura in this country and he knows they are strong. It wouldn't be strange for him to know about my bodyguard Ilias with what happened that day. In that case, I can exclude pretty much all the ones that have bad reputation but have no strength. Of course, there might be adventurers of the strategic type like Ray 8, so I try to not take those out from the candidates when they smell like the type. Oh. This adventurer looks impressive. She uses a giant sword for her size despite being a woman and is a bloodthirsty battle junkie. She defeats the most monsters in large-scale monster subjugations from the very front lines. but she loses control and attacks other adventurers as well. Most adventurers, including the ones that came in to stop her, became casualties. Why are they leaving such a dangerous person like that? I can easily imagine that the battles against the monsters that you can't communicate with are intense. It most likely places more burden in the heart of the adventurers than war. But no matter how you see this, the rampage of this person is not the type where she went mad. It should be safe to assume that she is a lunatic that caused such a massacre while aware. I would like to think that he wouldn't send such a lunatic to a big stage like this one, but I can't really say there's no possibility of encountering her eventually. Her name is Garista. She has burning red hair and has a big claw tattoo on her right eye, has sharp teeth and a saw-blade greatsword. Someone you would be able to tell instantly if you met her in the city. This is rough. What's rough? It is exactly as I put it. There's a woman that can be identified at a glance right in my vision. Burning red hair, big claw tattoo at her right eye, sharp teeth, and carrying a saw-bladed greatsword. If this were Japan, I would laugh and say, is that the cosplay of a popular character? Haha, but it doesn't seem like that's how it is going to fly here. After babbling about it, they immediately pick up the flag. That's not the fad anymore. Please give me a break. Why did you suddenly stop, Ilias? It seems like Ilias saw her. No matter how you look at her, she matches the Gyrista that's drawn in the wanted poster. She is striding along the festival in broad daylight. Calm down. Calm down. That woman may be Gyrista, but I can't deny the possibility that she might be just a tourist. She is not an assassin sent by Ray 8, she could just be your regular criminal. Ah, no good. She made an extremely good face the moment our eyes met. We both were staring at her. Of course she would notice. Gyrista, who was watching the stalls carefully, began to walk this way. Ilias, it would be bad if she were to rampage here, right? Where do you think would be a good place? If possible, outside the gates, but the plaza is being used as a battle dance performance space by the knights. Ilias, we can't ignore her completely. Obviously, it is fortunate that she is directing her bloodthirst at us. She will most likely catch up immediately if we move. Ilias, we should face her in a place with as few people as possible. Ilias only has one body. Even if she can do a lot, there's a limit to the amount of things she can do at the same time. Alright, please carry me, Wolf. Let's head to the plaza through the roofs. Okay. Wolf. It has been a while since a woman has carried me on her shoulders. Wolf jumped right then and reached the roof. Ilias still hasn't moved, her intention being to be one tempo late. As for Gyrista. Wait, what? She still hasn't approached us, and yet, she held her sword at her back and took a stance. She is still looking at me and smiling. Could it be that her attacks can still reach at this distance? No, that's not it. Ilias, stop her. She is aiming for the people passing by. Aha! Gyrista swung her greatsword in the middle of the main street with a loud shout. A giant clashing sound echoed in the surroundings. The people by the side of Gyrista were sent flying with that shockwave. However, it is not like they were cut. It was stopped by the sword of Ilias. Ilias must have noticed it too. She made a powerful dash that pushed the people away and rushed in without hesitation to avoid the worst result. You aim for innocence without hesitation, you fiend? Ilias. Cause you know Tilda, you were the ones who tried to run away, right Tilda? Knight's armor who protects the people Tilda. Gyrista. Gyrista followed the attack by swinging down. The vibrations traveled once again to the surroundings together with a thunderous sound. The people around finally understood the danger after the second shockwave and began to grow noisy. Everyone, run away. If you get caught, you will die instantly. Ilias. The people around began to scatter as the voice of Ilias rang. A mass panic happened. Even so, it was imperative to have the people around take distance. The people who were pushed away by Ilias understood the situation and began to move away. However, the people that were sent flying by the first shockwave were late in escaping. They are away from the range of the great sword, but they are scattered about. Ilias can't move from her place. If she does, they will immediately end up in the range of the great sword. Shizu, what should we do? Wolf was worried about their state and spoke to me. Even Ilias would have a hard time fighting if there's people remaining around. But is it possible to evacuate them all? The people who were suddenly pushed away were slowly getting up and began to evacuate. But there were some who were knocked to the ground and couldn't move properly because of the damage. Should I request the people evacuating to help out the ones left? No, their own safety is their utmost priority. There wouldn't be anyone who would follow those orders even if they were told to. Wolf, let's get close. But, Wolf, they made this much of a ruckus. The other knights should be on their way. We are buying time until then. Okay. Wolf jumped down the roof and we got to the side of Ilias. Their swords grinded against each other several times already and both of their swords stopped. This woman can compete against Ilias in physical strength, you idiot. Why are you not running away when you have the chance? Ilias, oh my Tilda, you came to me Tilda? I am so happy Tilda. Gyrista, you have begun a crazed battle in broad daylight. You must be Gyrista, right? Yes Tilda, that's exactly right. I am Gyrista-chan Tilda. So you know me Tilda? Gyrista, even though Gyrista is in a struggle right now, it looks like she still has leeway in her. I don't think Ilias is losing here, but she can't move as she pleases. Now that I look closely, the legs of Ilias were sunk on the ground. What unbelievable sword pressure. No, judging from the thunderous sound of before, it must have quite the weight. Let's have Wolf put me down for now. Ray H really sent one dangerous fellow. Oh my, what are you talking about Tilda? Gyrista, don't act dumb. Ray 8 declared war the other day. Oh my, really? I heard nothing about that though Tilda. Ray 8 is so distant Tilda. Gyrista, it is obviously a lie, you idiot. To think you would be caught in such a bluff. You were careless. A shout suddenly rang from the back of Gyrista. I don't know since when he was there, but there's an adventurer-looking man that's clearly strong. He has his whole body covered in black tight-fit clothes and had lightweight armor on top of it. Is it the same kind of weapon as Wolf? The gauntlet that has a black dragon design is eye-catching. Ah Tilda. Did I get deceived Tilda? So horrible Tilda. Gyrista. Do you think that damn chicken Ray 8 would do something like that? But that was a good trick against Gyrista. You've got my praise for that. What's with this guy? Just when I was thinking he was talking sharply, he switched to the expression of a docile young man. I feel like this is not an issue of being emotionally unstable. Sorry, Patilda-chan Tilda. Gyrista. Don't lengthen it weirdly. I'm gonna sew up your mouth. Just call me Pashiro already. If I remember correctly, there was a name like that in the list. Here, Pashiro, the disciple of the Holy Fist Gradona and a candidate to be the successor, but he was exiled after killing many fellow disciples. After that he became an adventurer and a mercenary to earn a living. He is certainly strong, but he is quite the whimsical person. He has killed comrades and requesters countless times, and once it came out to light, he has been active as a resident of the underground. This guy is not a decent person either, but a lunatic and a whimsical person. Ray H really threw me people I have a bad affinity against. Or more like, the enemy's reinforcement arrived, but ours hasn't. Right. If you are waiting for the arrival of the other knights, it is pointless Tilda. Gyrista. What? Ilias. We have set a barrier that wards people off Tilda. Don't chase the ones that leave. Wards off the ones that come. It is that kind of barrier. Gyrista. I confirm the state of the surroundings. Now that she mentions it, despite making so much of a ruckus, the surroundings are way too quiet. We can't even hear the voices of the people that were running away in panic just a few moments ago. In that case, we have no choice but to do something in our current situation. There's currently 5 people 10 meters round Ilias and Gyrista. Civilians who can't move. Gyrista's weapon has abnormal weight. On top of that, she doesn't lose in a match of strength against Ilias. I should assume she is either on the same level as Jida in his undead state or even more than that. It shouldn't be that much of a desirable situation for Ilias. She wouldn't want Gyrista to swing her sword much. It is a distance where the civilians would be dealt damage just from the shockwave. If she takes too long, Pashiro would begin moving too. Ilias, create distance. I can't. If I free her, it will threaten the people around. Ilias. I am not telling you to take distance, I am telling you to create it. I see. Ilias pushed away Gyrista's greatsword. Gyrista will be able to swing her greatsword again like this. But for now, you move away. Gyrista was sent flying back with a kick of Ilias. Gyrista immediately spun once in there air and stabbed the greatsword on the ground with the same movements as Garaji showed before to kill the momentum. That hurt Tilda. You are one cruel knight for kicking the stomach of a woman Tilda. Gyrista. Yeah, sorry about that. But there's no need to kick you anymore. It was Ilias who came to Gyrista this time around. With their location being moved, the shockwaves from their sword clashes were not reaching the civilians. She can finally fight properly now. But Gyrista is taking on the attacks of the now mobile Ilias. It should be safe to assume that she is stronger than the Anbus she fought before and is on the level of Dokura, who is the leader of the bandits. Oh my, how can this be Tilda? You are stronger than me Tilda. Gyrista. But it seems like Ilias is superior when it comes to their potential. She is blocking the attacks of Ilias, but hasn't been able to fight back. However, don't forget about my existence, brat. Don't go complaining that 2 versus 1 is underhanded. The gauntlet of Pashuro was rammed onto Ilias from the back of Gyrista. Ilias managed to block that attack, but she ended up getting pushed back. Gyrista didn't let that moment escape and closed in. Of course, I wouldn't want to be forgotten either Tilda. Gyrista. Right back at you. The kick of Wolf smashed onto Gyrista, who had raised her greatsword. Gyrista was sent flying back again. It seems like she was caught completely off guard this time around and couldn't mitigate the fall. She took the full brunt of the ground. Oh my, oh my, oh my, a cute puppy has jumped in Tilda. Gyrista. Gyrista stood up slowly, languidly like a zombie, as if she has leisure. Pashuro, I am not good at looking after animals. Can I leave that one to you? Gyrista. Don't go choosing my prey for me, you trash. It will be lacking. But fine. Pashuro. Gyrista zeroed in on Ilias and Pashuro on Wolf. Ilias is fine, but I am worried about Wolf. She should concentrate on not being defeated rather than defeating him to buy time, and wait for Ilias to finish on her side. Wolf, I won't tell you to not go for the win, but refrain from reckless aggression. Gauge the skills of your opponent properly. Yes. Wolf. Pashuro deflected the charging attack of Wolf with his gauntlet. That clash became the signal for Ilias and Gyrista to resume their battle. Ilias was cornering Gyrista with strength and speed just like before. I won't be able to win in an upfront clash. Then, how about this? Gyrista. Gyrista takes half a step back while deflecting the sword. She removed herself from the range of her sword. But Ilias doesn't plan on staying put. She tried to close the distance immediately. Thanks for the meal. Gyrista. The greatsword suddenly opened up. The saw-shaped greatsword had opened up like the mouth of a crocodile. Ilias made a sudden stop and jumped backwards. The fangs coming in from up and down clamped on empty air, and the jaws were making intense sounds. A type of demonic sword, huh? Ilias. That's right. This sword is said to have been used by demons Tilda. It loves to drink blood, tear meat, and crunch on bones. Gyrista. The sword of Gyrista began to move like it was alive. And then, the giant mouth opened up again. Now, let's dance and eat the incredibly tasty-looking knight. Gyrista. Gyrista swung around the biting greatsword. The sword's movements that repeated the motions of opening and closing were completely random. When it is swung down with its mouth closing, it turned into a slash coming from both sides. If it opens its mouth while swinging it diagonally upwards, it switches to an attack that assails the leg and head at the same time. If you are in between them, you get crunched, and it is difficult to avoid since the combination of swinging and biting makes the attacks completely erratic. If she focuses on attacks, she can pull off a wide variety of attacks at the same time. Of course, if the sword switches in form erratically, it should be difficult to defend with it too. But Ilias managed to properly block the returning blade of Gyrista. She is familiar with the erratic movements of the sword. What a hassle of a weapon. Not only is it hard to deflect, it even eats the mana of people. Ilias. That's right. The bites of this child eat the mana around as well even if the attack doesn't hit. Gyrista. How can that be? If that's true, Just fighting in that fashion is already shaving away on the mana and stamina at quite the speed. I can't tell how much mana has been stolen away from Ilias from her expression, but the fact that she can feel it being stolen must mean that she is at least getting 1% taken away from her. I move my gaze to Wolf, wondering if she is fine on her side. She is so weak I ain't even getting motivated to try. I do acknowledge the amount of mana you have, but everything else is inadequate at best. Pashuro. Wolf was attacking often, but they were all avoided or defended. There's way too much of a difference in skill, just like the time when she fights the Ragudo division. What's fortunate here is that her opponent hasn't gotten serious yet. He hasn't fought back once yet. I just hope Ilias can manage to break out from her deadlock by the time he is assessing the situation. I am bored. Die already, you weakling. Pashuro. Pashuro suddenly accelerated and his fist was swung down. Wolf reacted to it and defended, but she couldn't kill all the power. She was sent flying and was smashed on the wall. But Wolf immediately sprung out from the wall and jumped towards Pashuro. By the way, you don't think the partner of Gyrista, who is a demonic sword user, is just using your regular gauntlet, right? Burn, beast. Pashuro. Both arms of Pashuro were wrapped in black fire. The moment the counter-fire fist reached Wolf, she flipped directly to the side. Wolf switched the trajectory of her lunge with mana emission. If she hadn't, the battle would have been decided then. Massive black flames were covering the place where Wolf had charged from, reaching all the way to the wall, swallowing the wall into a black blaze. A stone wall is burning. The fire these gauntlets create burn things, but they are not actual fire. It is mana that has the special trait of flaring up the mana of the target. Pashuro. Thanks for the kind explanation, but that's bad. Basically, it is mana that burns mana. That fire ignited the mana that Wolf used to avoid and burned instantly. Just thinking about the possibility of Wolf being hit directly by that when she is a mass of mana makes my body shiver. It might be possible to tear it away the moment it is ignited by using mana emission, but it would be like blowing away fire by using the pressure of kerosene. If not handled properly, you would end up creating a bigger fire. Not only is there a difference in skills, he even has a short kill fire. No matter how favorably I see it, Wolf is at a disadvantage. However, if I were to enter the battle, I would straight up become a dead weight. If it is as he says, I wouldn't be ignited since I don't have mana, but the air and ground around burns easily too, so physical combat doesn't work in the first place. What I can do right now is understand Gyrista and Pashuro as much as possible and find a way to overcome this. But the enemies are illogical. They are trying to kill us with unreasonable violence. It is questionable whether those types are within the grounds of reasoning. But this is not the time to be spitting such weakness. I should do as much as I can regardless of how little it may be. Damn it, the chains wrapped around my body are heavy. Chains are heavy? No wait, why are chains? Gwa! I suddenly felt intense pressure in my body and I floated. I couldn't wrap my head around the situation with how sudden it was. What happened? Get a grasp of my current state. My body is currently being constricted by chains. I'm being hung upside down from a building's roof. I look up. There's a man staring off into space while mumbling. The chains stretching out from both of his arms are tying me up. Even when he is using a length that is enough to wrap around an adult man, there's chains wrapped around both of the arms of this man to the point where not a peak of his skin could be seen from them. Shizu. Wolf. There were still more? Ilias. Of course there are. Pashuro and I can't set a barrier toward people away after all. Nice job, Ekdoik. Gyrista. I was careless. I was way too engrossed in the strength of the enemies. I wasn't considering their numbers. Gyrista and Pashuro are considerable threats even by themselves. I mistook this as this being all now that those two appeared. My body is being constricted by chains that feel sentient. Gaga. This is bad. My consciousness is leaving me. If these guys are here under the orders of Ray 8, their objective should be either the book or the person that can decipher it. In other words, if I lose consciousness here, the chances of me waking up again are really low. By the time my thoughts reached that conclusion, My consciousness had already faded away completely. Reminder, Nameless sometimes switches his first-person pronoun. I in italic equals watashi. I in bold equals o, dash. I regain consciousness from the pain in my body. This feeling is nostalgic. I haven't had muscle pain recently and it has been peaceful days. Now then, I have to confirm my current situation. I open my eyes. Looks like I have been made to lie inside a building. There's barely any light coming in from outside, and it is a dark, dirty, and dusty room. It doesn't feel like someone lives here. It is most likely a vacant room. Hyde and the other Major-san bus were using a house with no owner after all. My body is being restrained by ropes instead of chains. I don't think I can use my arms and legs. This is where my memories get clearer. Just when the battle with Gyristo and Pashiro had begun, I was constricted by chains by a man that appeared all of a sudden. What did Gyristo say? Ecto. Right, Ectoic. I dropped the wanted posters when I got caught, so I can't check it. Or more like, I am tied up so I can't do anything though. However, from within those three, he seemed to be the most out of it and reeked of danger. Considering that, me being alive is a miracle. With the appearance of a third one, if Gyristo and Pashiro intended to bring harm to me, I would be dead by now. On top of that, even if I lost consciousness, I doubt they would undo my bindings just because of it. There may have been a discussion after that, and the three must have escaped from Ilias and Wolf. I don't think the two lost. I don't want to think so. I would like to try and escape, but the restraints are not budging 1 inch. I try struggling to test it out, but it is to a degree where I can somewhat get my body up. I might be able to call for help if I were to scream here, but let's not for now. There's a high chance they are in a range where they can hear my voice. While I was doing that, the three from before opened the door and entered. Oh my, you are awake. I was thinking about getting an arm of yours as good morning. Too bad. Gyristo. Is there no woman in this world who wakes people up gently? You are pretty high and mighty for court trash, brat. You've got balls. Pashiro. I would like to ask if it is allowed of court trash, but weren't you guys told by Ray to kill me? That's right. That's why we will properly murder you, Tilda. Gyristo. The reason is simple. It is to use you. Ectoic. Ectoic opens his mouth. What? So you can speak? Wait. Gyristo and Pashiro are also super shocked by this. That's a surprise. You could speak normally. Gyristo. I was so surprised I was on the verge of killing you, trash. That's quite the rare occurrence. Pashiro. I have no intention of speaking on any occasion aside from ones that I judge necessary. I simply have no intention of getting along with lunatics like you guys. Now then, Earthling, just as Gyristo said, the request we got from Ray 8 was to murder you, but we were also told we can freely choose our targets aside from that. Ectoic. So a hostage, huh? Because Earthlings are rare, it should be safe to assume I have decent worth as a hostage even if I don't like it. That said, I am grateful for someone like Ectoic. It would be tiring to have a conversation with people like Gyristo and Pashiro after all. That's right. For Gyristo, it is to settle her fight with Ilias Ratzel. For Pashiro, it is to draw out Popuparo. Ectoic. So, Ectoic, was it? What about you? Kill Rakurasolf. I will use you for the sake of that. Ectoic. The unexpected Rakura here. What did you do now? If a stupid reason pops up in this scenario, I can only exclaim to read the atmosphere. I can somewhat understand the objectives of Gyristo and Pashiro, but I want to know the reason you direct killing intent towards Rakura. Can you tell me if possible? Revenge for mine father. Ectoic. Okay, I understand even less now. She doesn't look like someone who would kill people though. She is of course strong, but is Rakura the type that would choose to kill for the sake of living? No, there's one possibility. Were you raised by a devil? No wonder Ray 8 is wary of you. I was a baby sacrifice offered to mine father by a certain village. Mine father, who was a literal devil, took the path of raising me instead of eating me, for the simple reason that he wanted to see me destroy the village that offered me. Ectoic. I see, that's a devilish way of thinking. But despite being raised by someone like that, he is still avenging him. Huh. He is talking all obediently here. But can I get a bit more info on him? I feel like Egdoik is strongly prioritizing his own objective here. The people here are the type with aligned objectives rather than them obeying Ray 8. In that case, this is not a mind battle with Ray 8, but a conversation with the three in front of me. The necessary opener in order to bring out words from him are: "It doesn't look like you were raised with love. In that case, is it to restore your honor?" That's right. Father didn't love me due to me being human. Even so, he was far better than the ones who sacrificed the baby for their own safety. The reason I am still alive is due to the training of mine father. However, mine respected father was killed by the inexperienced cleric, Rakurasulf. The honor of mine father was wounded from this. His evaluation from humans plummeted along with his evaluation from devils. Egdoik, so that's the reason you kidnapped me. You wanted to create a reason to fight Rakura fair and square. That time Rakurasulf appeared after destroying the barrier. I wanted to settle things at that time, but other matters were in the way. That brings us to the present. Rejoice, Earthling, we will let you live until we have drawn them in and killed them. Egdoik, I am so happy tears are gushing out. I pretty much understand the flow of events that happened while I was unconscious. Soon after I lost consciousness, Rakura destroyed the warding barrier and intruded. Many knights must have followed after once they heard the ruckus. The three began to escape after that, managed to, and hid inside a vacant house. Don't worry, we will properly kill you. What kind of death would you like? Sliced down, crunched, or want to ascend from on top of the bed? Gyroster. The last one please. I would of course take the last one if asked to choose. Also, if I can decide my way of dying, I can secure my safety in the time it takes to settle things. You are an honest boy. Gyroster. Ain't you honest, you brat, but having hope is fine. Pashuro. By the way, Egdoik, it is fine to not kill this boy immediately, but can't we saw off his legs so that he doesn't escape? Gyroster. She places a great sword in front of my eyes. That sword moving restlessly really gives that bio feel. Stop that please. This one is a frail creature. He will die if you cut his legs off. Egdoik. It is alright Tilda. Despite appearances, I am super good with hemostasis magic. Gyroster. That's not really unexpected though. She is an adventurer and it is also useful for her sadistic hobbies. That said, I would hate having my legs chopped off. My heart would break. I don't see the other two trying to stop her. This won't do. Now that it has come to this, it can't be helped. I would rather face pain but retain all my limbs. I tilt my body forcefully and fall towards the great sword. The great sword didn't twitch one bit, but my body got caught on the fangs of the sword and my shoulder was injured. It hurts a lot. The fangs were sharper than I thought. Not only my skin, a bit of meat might have been torn out too. Blood trails down from my shoulder. It wet my clothes and dripped to the ground. Oh my, what are you doing? Gyroster. That hurts. I was just thinking about having you show me your hemostasis magic if you are so good at it. You see, I wouldn't like that being a lie after all. You are a worry what? A wound like that? See? Just as, oh? Gyroster. Gyroster used some sort of spell on my shoulder, but there was no change in the wound. The blood is not stopping at all. I am glad I tested it out. What? You are useless, you trash. What's the matter? That's not like you. Pashuro. I have low mana by constitution. I can't get the benefits of healing magic that increases healing capabilities. I had to prove it before I got bled to death. Gyroster. This guy doesn't have much power. I checked his clothes too, but the only weapon he had was that wooden sword over there, and he doesn't have the strength to undo the restraints by himself. What we have now should suffice. Egdoik. Too bad. I thought he would cry in a nice voice. Gyroster. Haha, scary, so scary my cold sweat ain't stopping. Seriously. These guys would definitely not hesitate when they say they are going to do something after all. The Yakas and Mafia might definitely do something like that if necessary. But the only ones who would do that for entertainment are those who are crazy, or even among those. It is impossible to escape and there's not much I can do right now. However, the possibility isn't zero. Ilias and the others will be making their moves too. I will do what I can in the meantime. I have obtained a certain degree of relief after learning about the objective of their last member Ekdoik, his way of speaking, his anger towards Rakura, his eloquence despite not speaking to even his comrades. I have also managed to see the sides of Gyrusta and Pashiro that are outside of battle. Yeah. These guys are pretty crazy compared to the sane ones out there. The more I learn, the more pronounced their abnormality is. But being able to learn about them means it is possible to comprehend them. In that case, what I have to do doesn't change. It is simply that my position is a bit dangerous, but there's no obstacles. Oh my, you can make eyes like that too, huh? Gyrusta, if you find it unpleasant, can you please reflect on yourself a bit more? I just naturally end up resembling the people around me by trade, you see. That's not it. I like those eyes. Gyrusta. Yeah, I'm sure you do. You are one creepy brat, damn it. I can understand why Ray 8 wants to kill you. Pashiro. It seems like they have begun to show reactions to my change. But I have now gotten my target. Allow me to aim at you. Don't say something so dangerous. I am simply a weakling. A very very weak being that any one of you could kill easily. He has been abducted. What unbelievable carelessness despite having been left with the job of guarding him. The third enemy that appeared suddenly captured him and was on the verge of being killed. But their hand stopped abruptly. It is because Rakura destroyed the warding barrier and showed up. According to her, she used all her money and was searching for him, so she went to the place that she felt had a strange presence, and a ruckus happened. When she hurriedly headed there, she saw knights who couldn't get close. Noticing and detecting the presence of a warding barrier from this, she destroyed the barrier. When Rakura appeared, the one other man, Ekdoik, directed strong killing intent towards Rakura. I thought an immediate battle couldn't be avoided, but many knights began to gather in the location. The three of them began to escape the place after judging the situation was not favorable. It seems like they had magic seal stones, so we couldn't chase after them with detection magic, and that leads us to the present. Ekdoik said, interruptions came in, so we will contact you at a later time. He is most likely being left alive as a hostage. But you are not at fault, Ilias-san. They had higher numbers, so it can't be helped. If you include Councillor Sama, you would be equal in numbers, but he is more like a deadweight though. Rakura, no bad-mouthing Shizu. Wolf hasn't been sitting for a while now. She has been wandering around restlessly, and is showing anger and tension. Sorry. At any rate, why did that chain man-san direct such killing intent towards me? I don't remember doing anything to be hated that much though. Rakura. It is true that the presence I felt from Ekdoik was the type of someone who lived in the underground world. I can't think of any connections Rakura would have with her acting on the surface world. They are criminals. It is most likely something about capturing an associate of theirs. Ilias. I have only fought with people in training. I have done a decent amount of monster and devil subjugations though. Rakura. Anyways, Rakura showing up there was a saving. That Ekdoik man was without doubt about to kill him. With you showing up there, his target switched to you, and with the knights showing up, they took him alive and left the place to reset the situation. Ilias. I am happy that I managed to save the life of Councillor Sama, but I can't be happy from the bottom of my heart. Rakura. I felt strong desire from Ekdoik. He most likely wants to put an end to Rakura with his own hands. That goes for Gyrusta too. The chances of them challenging us to a rematch are high, but this is worrying. They didn't look like reasonable people. Even if the chances of Councillor Sama being okay are high, is he okay? Rakura. I don't know about that. They are lowlifes that would even drag unrelated innocent people in the middle of the city without hesitation. Would they treat him with decency as a hostage? They will most likely do atrocious things like cutting his limbs so he can't escape without feeling one shred of remorse. Bad thoughts entered my mind and strength accumulated in my fist. If he wakes up soon, he might be able to manage somehow though. Ilias-sama. A letter like this appeared at the feet of the gatekeepers in the gate. The one who came in was a sentry. There's always sentries at the gates. If they were going to contact us, the possibilities were that they would come there. But judging from his state, It would be better to assume there has been no more progress than that. I receive the letter and open it. At the time when the date changes, we will be waiting at the plaza of the West Rampart for these three, Rakurasulf, Ilias Ratzel, and Uparo Rosero. Your only companion allowed is the white demi-human. The moment we feel the presence of anyone aside from the aforementioned, the hostage will be killed on the spot. Ekdoik was the one who called for Akura, the one who called for me was Gyrista. As for Pope Uparo, it would be Pashuro or an order from Ray 8. As for why Wolf was allowed to come, must be Pashuro. It is as if saying come if you want to settle matters. There's no issue with us, but the call for Pope Uparo. Ilias. It has already been told to His Majesty that he has been captured. His Majesty has ordered us to stay on standby at the same place. It is a decision after judging that the chances would be higher for them to want a rematch against us. That thought hit on the mark. However, Pope Uparo is not here. Not only that, he is not in the capital of Taizu. He has gone out to accompany the transport of the tools for the harvest festival for each village. Even if we sent a quick horse to explain the situation to have him come, I doubt he would be able to make it in time. I will send a fast horse, but for the rest, there's no choice but to have only Lady Ratzel and the others go. Your Majesty. Ilias. His Majesty showed up. His face isn't looking calm. Of course it wouldn't be. That man is a useful talent and also a friend for His Majesty. Even when I knew that, I leave the regrets and contemplations for later. They should have also taken into account that we will be going there to confirm his safety. They are not the only ones who would be troubling if they were to move without thinking about the means. Marito. That's where His Majesty instructed us in the actions we should take. Lady Ratzel, now that things have turned out like this, there's no choice but to have you take responsibility and fight to the end. I would like to ask for your assistance too, Rakura of the Yugara Church. The enemies may be humans in form, but their insides are nastier than even monsters. Marito. Understood. I will do my best to save Councillor Sama. Rakura already intends to fight. She immediately decided to risk her life for him. This is not the time to be mortified here. I must do my best to save him. Wolf, you stay. The one who allowed you to come is most likely Pashuro, but his strength is quite the thing. He is above Gyrista in terms of technique. Ilias. I don't wanna. Wolf is coming too. Wolf. But, Ilias. If Ilias were told not to go, would you not go? Wolf. The enemy is strong. I don't have the confidence I will be able to protect you, Wolf. Ilias. You don't need to protect me. We are going there to protect Shizu, that's all. Wolf. Resolved eyes. I have not been able to persuade anyone with eyes like those. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is Wolf's everything. He provided Wolf with her present and future. It is not only for his sake. Wolf has decided to fight for her own sake as well. There's no method to not have her regret not coming. They are not enemies that you can win against with conventional means. Let's think up a way to win. Ilias. Okay. Wolf. That can be applied to you too, Lady Ratzel. Even if you can win with conventional means in battle, you will need to break through an unfavorable situation. If the pride of a knight is going to get in the way, you will need the resolve to throw that away. Marito. Yes, in this moment alone, I will think of saving him as my utmost priority. Ilias. I couldn't protect him as a knight. This is not the time to worry about pride. I must think about saving him above everything else. But there's something that bothers me even more. He had a similar atmosphere as Dokura when he was talking to him. If he were to make contact with those lunatics, and he tries to comprehend them, will he end up being dyed in their color? If possible, I want him to be safe and wrap things up peacefully. We finished confirming our equipment and headed to the designated location. I don't remember when my feelings for the world faded, but it is not that far in the past that I wouldn't be able to scoop it out from my memories. There was most likely no such day. It was shaved away, bit by bit, as its worth was being destroyed. No. The worth of the world hasn't changed. What changed was my perception of worth in the world. There are times when my heart would flutter at a beautiful scenery I would like to see again. There are times when I would want to eat tasty food again and keep it in mind. Times when I would want to meet wonderful people again. I know the worth of the world, understand it. And yet, Why does it look so faded? Is it because I learned of the ugliness of the world? Is it because I tasted its fearsomeness? Because I entrusted my body to the darkness? No, if that were the case, I wouldn't have the sense of worth to acknowledge the good things. It is most likely something more simple than that. I have simply grown tired of going between stuff like light and darkness, or good and bad. There's people who are more blessed than me, people who are more unfortunate than me, people more outstanding, people inferior, a whole lot of variety. I perform by gauging and comprehending the changes brought by this combination of various elements that differ with time and occasion. Of course I will get tired, getting heated, getting involved, becoming obstinate. I can lose vitality by just momentary triggers. That's why I seek the lifestyle of easygoing and thoroughly enjoying the relaxing moments. I would like you to not stomp on my small wish. I just want to live safely. I am fine with just choosing in moderation, acting in moderation, being moved emotionally in moderation, and being satisfied in moderation. If you are going to get in the way of that, There's a number of plazas in Taizu. The biggest one is the plaza in the middle, but the other plazas are also loved by the citizens, and have their own histories as places to rest in. This plaza would originally be a place that's lively with performances for the Harvest Festival. However, right now, there's barely any life in it. The place was vacated immediately after it was designated. A fake reason was given to the citizens and the people in the neighboring residences have been evacuated as well. There's no people around the plaza anymore. There's knights on standby at a decently further location. They will definitely seize this place if any eventualities happen. However, it will happen when that man and us lose our lives. The ones here are me, Wolf, and Rakura. A total of 3 people. Popupara couldn't arrive in time. First, we should avoid any harm to him that might stem from this. It is the agreed time. How about showing up if you are there? Ilias. Oh my, oh my, oh my, isn't there fewer people than we asked for? Gyristo and Pashiro show up. I don't see him and Egdoik yet. So you are ignoring my designation, you trash? That you are breaking your word must mean that, right? Pashiro. Popuparo has been going around the villages at the borders of the country since morning. He was not in a situation where he could feasibly arrive in time. If you want to call him, you should have at least done your homework. Ilias. Oh my, Pashiro, they have discovered how unprepared we are. Gyristo. It is because you began it thoughtlessly. If you flip that around, it also means that Popuparo is outside without any proper protection. Pashiro. Right. We can go kill the Pope-sama after we finish here. Gyristo. Don't chew on my prey, you idiot. But well, my one other prey seems to have come, so let's enjoy that one. Pashiro. Where's Shizu? Wolf. Wolf shouted at Pashiro with anger seeping out, but the two are not the type who would falter at that. Sorry about that. I couldn't endure it since he looked at me with such nice eyes. Here. You can smell the scent of his blood, right? Gyristo. Gyristo directed her greatsword here. We must not get swallowed in anger. It is true that there's fresh traces of blood, but there's only a bit. I doubt it is fatal, and it might not even be his blood in the first place. But Wolf must have been able to tell that blood was from him. She tried to jump in as if shot forward, but Rakura stopped her. Ah, geez, Wolf-chan. You must not get caught on such cheap provocation. Rakura. That's right, Wolf. Calm down. Shizu. Wolf. He showed up. That's a relief. He is okay. His shoulder is bandaged, but there doesn't seem to be anything off anywhere else. He doesn't seem to be restrained either. I sigh in relief. That said, Egdoik at his back is directing an incredible amount of bloodlust, so I can't afford to look away. Egdoik. Why did you undo his restraints? You idiot. There's no benefit in leaving him free, right? Pashiro. Isn't that obvious? What you seek in this place is conflict. You wouldn't want them to use the hostage as an excuse that they couldn't fight seriously, right? We can just kill him if he tries to escape. Egdoik. You have a point there. I want to enjoy a serious battle to the death with Ilias, so there's no need for such shackles. Gyristo. If he tries to escape, Pashiro, burn him with your flames. It would definitely get him, and even if he was protected, you would be able to defeat one of them. Egdoik, don't blame me if your prey gets caught in that and dies, you numbskull. That's how it is, so stay put there and watch. Pashuro, yeah, that was my intention from the very beginning. It doesn't change the fact that he is in a dangerous position. If he tried to escape, it would simply increase the danger of their target switching to him. However, it should be safe to assume that he managed to handle his side properly. I have set a warding barrier in the surroundings. There won't be interruptions in our duels. Egdoik raised both arms up and swung them down. When he did, the many chains slid down from his arms and spread on the ground. Now, Rakurasulf, killer of mine father. Let's have you die for the sake of his honor. Egdoik-san, I have no experience killing a person though. Rakura can't read the atmosphere at all. No, she probably doesn't want to accept that statement just now with no recollection of it. Rakura, it seems the sky was raised by a devil that you subjugated in the past. What? So that's why I felt the unpleasant sensation characteristic of the inhuman on Egdoik-san. Rakura, being raised by a devil. Is that possible? But if that's the case, he certainly would have a grudge on Rakura who does devil hunting. That said, he managed to get something like that out of him too? That's right, the great devil that you defeated that day, Biglicht, is the father that raised me. The honor of mine father was tarnished by being defeated by you, who was known for being completely useless in everything aside from fighting despite being a priestess. I will be regaining that honor here. Egdoik, that's such a cruel way of putting it. Rakura, I understand how his blood could boil if the bitter enemy of his father is Rakura. Just imagining how I would feel if I were in a similar position as his, I end up pitying him a bit. Excuse me, I would like to ask one more thing while at it. Is that okay? Rakura, what? Egdoik, what kind of devil was that great devil Biglicht? It may be shameful to admit, but all the devils I have defeated until now were pretty much the same. Rakura, I have decided I will kill you in all the most horrible ways I can imagine. Egdoik, why? Rakura, what expertise in provocation. It would be impressive if it was on purpose, but it was most likely just her being airheaded. The face of Egdoik turned even more serious. Egdoik, bring retribution to that unaware idiot. Even Counselor Sama? Rakura, he seems to be the same as always, even though it is at a time like this. I am a bit less tense now, but I must get into gear here. The moment I thought of this, Egdoik attacked Rakura. The chains on the ground jumped at Rakura as if they were sentient. But the barrier Rakura deployed blocked the assault of the chains. Gyristo and Pashuro moved at the same time too. Both are types that specialize in wide-range attacks. We must avoid a free-for-all fight no matter what. I jump in before Gyristo moves. So passionate. I am happy. Gyristo, sorry to ruin it for you when you are happy. But no playing around. Ilias. The sparks of battle have been ignited. Ilias and Gyristo, Wolf and Pashuro, Rakura and Egdoik. I knew Popuparo wouldn't be able to come, so this is the exact development I predicted. For Ilias, I will just believe in her. I don't have a clear grasp of Rakura's strength. This is my first time seeing the battle style of Egdoik, so the only thing I can do is pray. The issue is Wolf. The strength of Pashuro is the real deal. It should be safe to say he is stronger than the Anbus we defeated before. There's no doubt she won't be able to win with conventional means. It is either to wait for Ilias to join in or form a plan. Wolf is the one attacking and Pashuro is kindly deflecting the attacks as he sometimes mixes some feints in. Wolf is usually training against opponents stronger than her, so she tends to not aim for big attacks. She goes for the higher number of attacks as she slowly rams up her engine. The only times she would aim for a one-hit reversal are when she has been cornered or hard-pressed. On the other hand, Pashuro is observing at first and shifting to attack with a certain mindset. The difference in power is evident, but it is a style that matches. What's left is how much potential Wolf can bring out. But the preparations are set. I will ready advices for any unexpected instance and just wait. Now, I will scrape you off and eat you up. Gyristo. After clashing with Gyristo a few times, She unleashed the power of her demonic sword not that long after the great sword that opens and closes like the mouth of an animal. Even when I avoid its attack, it eats the mana in the surroundings. The amount of mana scraped off is only around 1% each time, but tagging along with her in a drawn-out battle would be a bad plan is what you would normally think, but things just don't go as you want. Gyrista would sometimes show openings in the middle of the clashes, but those openings must not be taken, they are traps. The strength to swing around a great sword. Her way of acting died in madness. Despite all that, she has contradicting carefulness to her. She would make openings herself and, by drawing her opponent in with it, she ascertains a counter. If they don't attack, she can exhaust her enemy slowly. She is not a swift fighter but an endurance one. I obviously won't be able to win if I don't go on the offensive. There's also the matter of Wolf. Then what should I do? Not take advantage of the openings she presents me, but the ones I make myself. I move around Gyrista and keep her at bay with minute attacks. That great sword is pretty big, but what's even more abnormal is its weight. Its relative weight is far heavier than that of iron. Ilias. That's right, this is super heavy. Gyrista. Right. You wouldn't even be able to lift it without increasing your strength with mana strengthening. And in order to swing it, you would need suitable footing. Ilias. And what if I? Gyrista. The body of Gyrista sinks in the literal sense of the word. Her footing is currently not earth but sand. A type of earth magic. Will you be able to hold your ground on sand with that body weight? Ilias. What a sly trick. Gyrista. Not that different from making openings on purpose. Ilias. I step in from ground that has good footing and unleash an attack. Gyrista tried to swing her sword, but her legs were caught on the sand and lost her balance. She stabbed the great sword on the ground in order to forcefully get back on her feet. I have sealed her sword with this. I won't give her the time to take it out. I jump in at once and swing down my sword. Got you. Ilias. I did. Gyrista. The great sword suddenly moved intensely, and then, the great sword twisted perpendicularly and opened up. The demonic sword had changed shape into one where it had both sides opened up and waiting for me. Despite giving that dogged impression like scissors, it actually has flexibility that lets it be twisted freely. It can face the opponent as it wills. That is the true form of this demonic sword. I can't kill my momentum anymore. The demonic sword regained its sturdiness and closed its jaws. Too bad. Gyrista. Right back at you. Gyrista. The movement of the demonic sword has stopped. I am fine. I didn't expect it could change into a soft body, so she did get me when it comes to finding an opening on me. But her making it hard again was a mistake. I used the scabbard I threw at the jaws of the demonic sword as a holding bar and stopped its movements. The steel scabbard is steadily bending. Good grief. I am going to be scolded by Druid again. I look at Gyrista. This is the first time she shows a flustered expression. I now know the preliminary motions to turn it soft and how long it takes for the change. You, Gyrista. Too slow. Ilias. One swing. It took one swing to send both arms of Gyrista flying in the air. Mercura and Egdoik was a battle between spear and shield. Egdoik could freely control the chains of unknown length and slam them. In contrast, Mercura defended with her barriers. It is a relentless barrage of chains from all directions, but he couldn't break through the barrier. How about we stop? I have no intention of killing a person. Mercura. I am the son of a devil. That should be enough of a reason to fight, cleric. Egdoik. Even if you tell me that, you are a human. Mercura. Egdoik. The attacks were increasing in intensity. Egdoik was getting more and more frenzied. Every word of Mercura was touching the nerves of Egdoik. Is this woman doing it on purpose? But this really does accentuate the importance of affinity. Wide area attacks that don't allow evasion. Each attack has the power to easily gouge out the ground. If a civilian were to be caught in it, they would be turned into minced meat in an instant. If Egdoik was the one fighting Wolf, she would have lost a long time ago. Counselor Sama. This person isn't listening to me. Mercura. Just fight him. It has always been against monsters and devils, you know. I can't hold back. Mercura. You bastard. Egdoik. Egdoik's chains make a shape in the air. The chains changed into a giant axe that looked like it could slice a house in two. Die crushed. Ekdoik, geez, that's dangerous. Murakura undid her barrier and raised a hand towards the axe. The swung down axe stopped right before it hit. Now that I look closely, there's a barrier deployed around the axe and it is hampering its movements. This is what you do to dangerous weapons. Murakura turned her hand and countless lines of varying sizes and lengths appeared inside the barrier. And then, she closed her hand. When she did, the lines changed to flat surfaces. The barrier turned into countless blocks, their surfaces sliding on each other, and spreading in midair. I felt as if I was shown a body-severing magic on a transparent box with no tricks. Murakura made a barrier to seal the movements of the target, divided the barrier on top of that, and even divided the target. The giant axe was made from several chains entwined together. She sliced it apart in countless pieces. Many severed chains fell on the ground as the barrier was released. I see, she would be able to kill most living beings if she were to use that. The downside would be that the barrier protecting her would have to be deployed long range for an instant, which has a time lag. It would be hard to capture an enemy that moves fast. But if the enemy is overconfident or giant, it is very effective. However, that just now was a technique that has a high chance to defeat a first-time enemy. Her using it to get rid of Ekdoik's weapon was a mistake. Now, please give up. Your weapon has already broken. Murakura. Broken? Where? Ekdoik. The chain that Ekdoik was holding began moving and wrapped around the chains that were scattered around. Just when I thought the chains had turned liquid, they returned to the shape of chains again. Not only that, they should have been chains that covered his arm at first. But what about the chains now? They have clearly increased. Their amount is enough to fill up a house in chains. Are those chains the same as the demonic sword of Gyrostar in that they are out of human rationale? Oh my, that's convenient. Murakura. These chains are mine anger, mine grudge. Infinite chains that won't ever be exhausted. Ekdoik. Waves of attacks assault Murakura again. Murakura deployed a barrier in an instant and concentrated on defending. Counselor Sama, do something. If possible, switch with me. Murakura. If I approached even one step into that, I would die. Then, a hint. Anything's fine. Murakura looks at Ekdoik as a human. She has resolved herself to not kill people. She is against even injuring them despite being exposed to killing intent. You could say that's just like a cleric, but she should at least have a spell that can incapacitate. No, the fact that she hasn't done training against humans means that the techniques Murakura has are all deadly ones. All the spells of Murakura are top tier. Its power is on a whole other level. They all hold the risk of killing Ekdoik. That's why she can't attack. If you can't defeat him with the attacks you have, use other attacks to defeat him. Ilias-san. Murakura, don't rely on your other comrades. What do you want me to do? Murakura. The waves of chains were swallowing the barrier itself. They gouged out the earth and it is now swallowing it from all directions. Run out of mana and be crushed to death. Ekdoik. You won. It is all wriggly like a centipede. Murakura. Alright, ignore her. Once Ilias is freed up, she will help Wolf, and once I have leeway after, I will help her out. It is the same as before. If her barrier is gone, she will be assailed with instant death attacks. She might be able to manage somehow if she shoots magic right when the barrier is undone, but if she shoots inside the barrier, she herself will be in danger, and if her motions are 1 instant late, she will die without doubt. But if it is not a bug, it is not scary. Murakura. The chains were blown off and wreck scatters. The gale reaches all the way here. Is it some sort of wind magic? She did that without hesitation, even though you said it wasn't possible for you when it was a bug. If I were to blow away insects, their juices would fly. Murakura. That was your reason? But Murakura will be able to move again with this. Even so, the attacks of Ekdoik are not stopping. The chains have been regenerated again. As if I will let you end it, I will teach you the weight of my anger, over and over and over and over. Ekdoik. I have understood it plenty enough already. You are, what should I? Right. Murakura activates magic. A strange haze showed up around the legs. Die. Egdoik don't wanna. Murakura jumps. Murakura, who should have low physical ability, jumped high in the sky. Jumping magic, huh? As if I will let you escape. Egdoik. The chains immediately stretched in the air and attacked Murakura. Murakura jumped in the air countless times and avoided the fierce attacks of the chains. That's so nice. It looks handy. Anyways, the reason why she is not using the barrier is most likely because she noticed my advice. The moment I noticed her intention, Murakura was right above Egdoik and was completely surrounded. Now, there's nowhere to run anymore. Egdoik, there's still somewhere. Murakura used wind magic to create an escape even higher and escaped far into the sky with jumping magic. However, the linked chains chased after Murakura immediately and stretched. It is pointless no matter where you run. Egdoik, no, this should be about enough. Murakura, the moment the chains stretching from right below her were about to touch her, they were blocked by a barrier. Murakura landed on that barrier. Another barrier? Stop with just protecting yourself. Egdoik don't wanna. Also, it is not like this barrier is protecting me. Murakura, wah, Egdoik. Egdoik noticed the current situation. The barrier that Murakura made isn't one that protects her surroundings. It is a rectangular barrier standing vertically that's surrounding the chains of Egdoik. You think that has imprisoned them? No matter how firm it is, if I just attack until your mana runs out, Egdoik, your chains have increased in mass by quite a lot compared to normal because they have absorbed a large amount of mana, right? Murakura, the rectangular barrier had horizontal lines appear one after the other. It is the same technique that cut off the chains in axe shape. No matter how much I cut your chains, they will regenerate by injecting mana from your hand. But flipping that around, that means the chains you are not touching are just plain chains, right? Murakura, the lines turned into flat surfaces, and sliced the chains stretching vertically one after the other. And then, the barrier was undone only on the severed side, creating a container of sorts. What? Egdoik. It takes around a few seconds to regenerate them by injecting mana. However, it is possible to drop these large quantities of chains on you with just a few seconds. Murakura, Arakura Seowolf. Egdoik. He won't be able to evade to the sides. It would be impossible to defend himself properly with his shortened chains either. A rain of chains that have increased in mass swallowed Egdoik along with his screams. It was from you that I learned feelings were heavy. Counselor Sama. I have done it just as you advised. Murakura. No, didn't that kill him? Self-destructs don't count. It is not my fault. Murakura. It wasn't from a desire to not kill. She was just trash that didn't want to dirty her own hands. Give me back my feelings of respect. Egdoik had been buried in chains, but he must have either died or lost consciousness. The increased chains were visibly shrinking. What remained were chains of a decent length and the unmoving collapsed Egdoik. Murakura has safely won. How about the others? I directed my gaze at Ilias. It was just at the time when Gyrasta's arms were flying off. Looks like she has managed to get an advantage. I directed my gaze at Wolf, but there's no change in the situation. However, there's a change in the surroundings, so basically, it is coming. A whole bunch of useless trash. Can't be helped. I will defeat the remaining ones by myself. Playtime is over, demi-human. Pashuro. Black fire appeared in both arms of Pashuro. Special fire that ignites the mana of the target. Looks like Pashuro is getting serious too. His whimsical switch lies in external factors. The conditions can be whatever. However, he will switch his mood when there's big changes in his surroundings. With the defeat of Egdoik and the heavy injury of Gyrasta happening at the same time, his mood switch was flipped. Wolf state isn't bad. It seems like she has warmed up quite a bit. The shine in her hair is steadily getting strong. The mana inside of her is gaining vigor and is overflowing. She should be able to utilize the technique to an effective degree like this. The battle is still 50-50. My intention was to lop off her head, but it ended up with just slicing off both of her arms because she let go of her sword by reflex and avoided. Gyrasta managed to escape from the bad footing spot now that she had let go of her weapon and was light. Oh my, you've got me. I guess I have to be grateful I at least have my head attached. Gyrista, looks like you still have leisure. However, you can't hold a weapon with the state of your arms. Or could it be that you have a way to regenerate your arms like Egdoik does with his chains? Ilias, I can treat my arms, but it takes time and I need to wash the fallen arms. But that would be difficult here. Gyrista, I can tell how high-level Gyrista's healing magic is just by seeing how there's not a single drop of blood falling and her wound being closed already. I can stick it back, but I can't touch the sword anymore. I am fine with this being my defeat. I will be struggling if you tell me you want my life though. Gyrista, her fighting spirit certainly is gone now. Should I finish her off? But Pashuro is finally beginning to get serious. Gyrista specializes in defense to begin with. Even without her arms, it should be safe to assume that she can buy time even without her arms. My time being wasted here would lead to risking the life of Wolfie. Fortunately, Rakura has gone to protect him. In that case, it should be possible to react even if they were to pull any tricks. Do as you please if you want to run away. If you do anything weird, I will finish you off immediately. Ilias, I will be watching. Well, if it looks like Pashuro will lose too, I will run away though. Gyrista, I leave Gyrista and head to where Wolfie and Pashuro are fighting. Wolfie was attacking one-sidedly until now, but right now she is being pushed back completely. Of course she would be. The fire clad around Pashuro has the ability to ignite the mana of others. Receiving the attacks of Pashuro or even defending against the arms clad in fire would ignite Wolfie. On top of that, he has poured a certain degree of mana on both arms in order to harden them. Wolfie has low proficiency, so she is maintaining a high degree of hardness by forcefully outputting large amounts of mana. However, that is instead increasing the risk here. It is basically like fighting while pouring kerosene all over your body. Even so, if she were to reduce the mana and push it back, her physical specs and defense will drop sharply and she will be beaten to death with pure physical violence. The reason why she can avoid the attacks of Pashuro who has switched to the offensive is because Wolfie is in good condition. Wolfie is in top gear right now due to the initial battle. In terms of mana strengthening, Wolfie's is superior to that of Pashuro. If we are talking plainly of physical strength, she would be second only to Ilias in this plaza. With such high specs revved up from time along with her polished concentration, if she were to move to evasion, the results are as you see. Don't jump around like a damn fly, you weakling. Even I get bored if it is one-sided. Pashuro, I see. We will go on the offense then. Pashuro blocks the attack of Ilias who jumped in. Despite that attack having come completely from behind him, he still managed to block it without issues. What? Did Gyrista give up? That bitch. You must really like to shit on your chivalry by jumping into a duel. Pashuro, say whatever you want. There's no words that can injure me when it comes from lowlifes who use a hostage as bait to drag others into their affairs. Ilias. Pashuro jumped back to avoid the following attack. The sword of Ilias caught fire because it got blocked with the black fire. HMPH. Ilias. But Ilias waved away the black fire with a swing of her sword. Wah, Ilias-san is so skilled. She gathered all the mana she was pouring on her sword onto the tip and stopped the encroachment of the black fire. Rakura. Thanks for the explanation, Rakura. Seems like Ilias has a good grasp of that fire's special trait. In that case, Wolfie should also. Is what I want to say. But the weapons of Wolfie are gauntlets. It would be difficult to wave it off. On top of that, that was a feat that was made possible because of the mastery of Ilias. If the perceptive Wolfie wants to try out something like that on her first try, it would be better for it to be with a long weapon like a spear. Well, I don't care if it is 1 or 3 though. It is a good handicap for trash. Pashuro. Pashuro provokes them with a beckon. That composed face of his didn't change even in front of Ilias. Ilias attacked without response. Pashuro avoided that. But the one who jumped in from behind Ilias was Wolfie. You think that's gonna catch me off guard, you idiot? Burn. Pashuro. Wolfie blocked the gauntlet clad in black fire with her gauntlet and immediately retreated. The fists that you would think were ignited didn't have fire on them. Playing tricks, you trash. The technique of that knight there, huh? Pashuro. Setting barriers is not exclusive to Rakura. Ilias set a barrier on the surface of Wolfie's gauntlets. Barriers are a mass of mana. It will burn up if they touch the black fire, but it will lose its destination if it is undone. A one-and-done barrier. It won't be possible to set the barrier again if Ilias and Wolfie don't make contact, so the amount of moves they have to make have certainly increased. I will jump in. Wolfie, you avoid any counterattacks as you try to get accurate hits in. Ilias. Okay. Wolfie. It is an extemporary tag team, but these two know each other's movements well. Pashiro is not looking as leisurely as before. It should be about time. I observe Pashiro as I ready both arms. Now, I clap both hands, but no one reacted to the sound. However, change occurred in the battle. Now then, how's this? Burn already, weaklings. Pashiro stomps the ground. When he did, his surroundings flared up with black fire. Ilias and Wolfie take distance on the moment and avoid it. However, the kick of Pashiro that came out from the black fire landed on Ilias. She must have had a barrier on herself as well. She caught fire for a moment, but the fire disappeared. That said, the difference in defensive power between this and Rakura's is like heaven and earth. It is originally used so you don't breathe in poisonous mist, so you can't expect much battle effectiveness from it. The battle style of Pashiro has changed at this point. From a fist style that used his gauntlets to one that specializes on legs. It is less than the black fire appearing in his arms, but the threat it poses isn't lower. Pashiro followed up his attack on Ilias immediately. Ilias is being pushed back with the many leg techniques being unleashed on her one after the other. Where did the energy of before go? Ain't this too one-sided, woman? Pashiro, don't look down on me. Ilias. The moment she defended against the 10th kick, Ilias began to retaliate. Looks like she has begun to adapt to Pashiro's new style. But it is not as easy as that. I clap both hands. Ilias, move back. Wolfie. Don't look down on you. You are all the way down. Die, you blockhead idiot. Pashiro threw a fist onto Ilias. It is not a distance that can reach her, but Ilias must have felt something from the warning of Wolfie. She quickly took distance. Black fire was shot at the place Ilias was an instant after. From punches, to kicks, and now even a switch to long-ranged attacks. Wow, he is so multi-purpose, that something-san. Rakura. Pashiro. But he really is a troublesome one. The battle is growing in intensity. Pashiro and Ilias were having exchanges while Wolfie aimed for openings, but no effective method is showing up. They can't create one. The battle sense of Ilias is certainly high. In just a few trades, she got used to the movements of Pashiro, and has switched from defense to offense. However, when Ilias tries to concentrate on the attack, Pashiro switches his way of fighting completely. Just when you think he is controlling the fire and shooting it out like a pyromancer, he would create a sword of fire and come at you like a knight. Just when she got used to the fire sword, he created fire claws on both hands and went at her with a new martial style. He is not always switching to new styles. He would at times return to styles he has shown before and the pattern couldn't be read. The basic strength of Pashiro is a threat in itself, but the biggest problem he poses is his whimsical nature. He is not maintaining the same style and is changing them on a whim. It is a tough opponent to deal with for Ilias and Wolfie, who increase their gear as they observe the fighting style of the opponent. Right. By the way, Counselor Sama, why have you been clapping over and over for a Rakura, barrier on the front only. Yes. Rakura. Black fire flew here the moment Rakura deployed the barrier. Oi, you are being noisy, you damn brat. Don't go doing unnecessary stuff when you are not fighting. Pashiro. Of course he would get angry if you were to go clap and distract him. The barrier is burning? Rakura. Looks like he read what I am trying to do. Of course he would notice if I do it over and over, but it should be enough. Ilias, careful. Wolfie. Yeah. Ilias. The attack method of Pashiro changed after the warning of Wolfie. You are noisy, you piece of shit. Getting stupid knowledge. Pashiro. The composure has disappeared from the face of Pashiro. Wolfie already understands the sign of when Pashiro switches. Me clapping was so Wolfie and Ilias noticed. Pashiro is an incredibly whimsical person who changes tone, style, and even moods. However, he has habits right before switching. For the change in mood, it is a change in the conditions of the surroundings. The defeat of Egdoik and Gyrusto are just that. The change in tones is when he takes a breath or cuts off his words. The change in battle style also has its own signs. This one alone is hard to feel on the surface. However, I am done with my observations. Reading the atmosphere of the other party isn't so difficult compared to reading their mind. Even so, telling them out loud would be dangerous. My reflexes are slow, so it could cause confusion. Thus, the hand claps. I have been imprinting that into Wolfie and Ilias unconsciously. The moment I feel a sign of change, I clap my hands. And then, the movements of Pashiro change. By repeating this, Wolfie managed to observe carefully the moment Pashiro switches. The concentration of Wolfie is top gear right now. She has trained countless times to find answers in such situations. Ha! Wolfie, you are in the way, you weakling. Buzzing around. Pashiro. The frequency in which Wolfie participated in the attacks is steadily increasing. Now that she has seen through the attack methods and the switches, the chances of an accident drop drastically. With Wolfie's moves increasing, Ilias obviously gets more freedom in movement too. Just burn already, you brat. Pashiro won't let you. Wolfie. The moment Pashiro switched from kicks to fists, the leg sweep of Wolfie hit. He regained his balance soon after, but her attacks are beginning to connect. Looks like she not only learned the switch of styles, but can predict some of the styles that will be coming. The fighting style of Pashiro is one that switches freely, fitting a whimsical person. However, the downside is also his whimsical nature. Changing on whim means there are times when he doesn't feel it. In other words, Pashiro can't do actions that go against his whims. When he is on the whim of using fists, he will use fists. When he is on the whim of using kicks, he has to use kicks. Even if you can freely switch your hand in rock paper scissors, there's no point if they can predict what you will put out beforehand. Pashiro understands this, but he can't change. If he tries to force that change, what's the matter? Such unenergetic attacks won't hit. Ilias. Damn it. Pashiro. His body and mind won't match anymore, and he won't be able to make attacks with high efficiency. Now that it has reached this point, Wolfie can aim for that technique. The risk is high, but it is one with high decisive power. This will decide it. Wolfie. Wolfie pushes out her right fist she held aloft, but Pashiro avoided it by shifting his body slightly to the left, as if a large swing like that will hit. Don't get ahead of yourself, you shitty. Pashiro. A dull sound rang. The body of Pashiro spun in the air and bounced on the ground as if he had been hit with a full power attack. It hit. Wolfie. Nicely done, Wolfie. Ilias. The gauntlets of Wolfie showed their true meaning. The protectors around the fist are not for protection but propulsors. I was already aware of the explosive power of Wolfie's mana in the battle against the Anbus. By directing that explosive power into a specific direction, she changed it into propulsion power. Wolfie purposely threw a large swing with her right fist and had Pashiro avoid to the inside. And then, she exploded the mana accumulated in the gauntlet, ejecting vast amounts of mana from the propulsion openings, and the right fist changed trajectory as if sprung. This technique carries huge risks. If this attack were to be avoided, Wolfie's stance would be broken heavily. If she throws a full power attack from the correct stance, her body can react to the next action. However, an attack from an unstable form has nowhere to get a hold of. She even tripped flashily and injured her shoulder lightly at the time when she tested it out. She might be able to control it if she lowers the output, but if she does that, it would just be a normal hook you switched trajectories of. It is when it is a second high speed straight after fully stretching your arm that gives it the surprise factor and its power. Pashiro mitigated the fall and got up. However, he soon fell on his knees. Damn it! To think a demi-human would get the better of me. Pashiro. The match has been set, Pashiro. You shouldn't be fine after receiving that attack just now. Ilias. Just as Ilias said, his legs can't stop shaking. He got a full power hit on his head. One hit is more than enough. Pashiro probably can't even stand up. Don't joke around, as if I would accept defeat after an injury of this degree. Pashiro stood up as he gritted his teeth. However, it is clear to the eye that he is extremely weakened. He will be able to move after a while, but in his current state, releasing the black fire would most likely be the most he could master. Oh my, that's pathetic. Can't you just honestly admit your loss? Gyrista. Shut up, Gyrista. In the first place, it is because you are useless trash that things ended up like this. You get up to already, Ekdoik, you incompetent idiot. Pashiro. When I looked over there, Ekdoik slowly got up. But the shower of chains he took with his whole body was even more damage than Pashiro. He is most likely the most injured out of the group. Give up. Even if it is not fatal, with those wounds, it is impossible for you people to fight. Ilias. Shut up, you numbskull. Don't talk as if you've won with that high and mighty gaze, you bitch. Pashiro shoots out black fire, but he probably couldn't aim properly. It flew off without hitting anyone. I see, it can't be helped then. Let's settle this. Ilias. Ilias readies her sword. The battle will most definitely be settled with the next attack. I'm bored already. I will end this as you wish. Suddenly, black fire bursted around my surroundings. My body is covered in fire. It is pretty hot. However, it is not like I am actually being burned. Must have intentionally held back. Well, obviously, Pashiro did something to my clothes on the way here, so it was for this. Shizu. Wolfie. Counselor Sama. There was no such sign. Could it be that they had it set from the very beginning? Rakura. That's right. Don't move, you pieces of trash. If you make a single move, I will turn that man into cinders with my black fire. Pashiro. You are going to stoop even lower, you lowlife. Ilias. Don't provoke me that much. It took me a lot to hold back and not kill him. Ekdoik, you can move, right? Come here. Pashiro. Ekdoik unsteadily approached Pashiro as he observed the situation. What do you plan on doing, Pashiro? Ekdoik. Any more battle would be rough, so I will be running away. But that would be insufficient, right? These guys came here prepared to die in order to save that man. Then, it should be fine for one or two of them to die, right? Pashiro. Right, I will kill that white brat this time. That's why, kill Ilias Ratzel. If they resist, that man is cinders. Pashiro. There's pretty much no trust towards us. Even if we told them it is in exchange for the life of that man, I doubt they are the type who would just let themselves be killed. Ekdoik. No issues. I know that woman is the bodyguard of the man. A knight's armor would be able to throw away something like their lives, right? Pashiro. Ilias closed her eyes vexed. A face that says she might seriously accept if they were to say it is in exchange for my life. Pashiro-san, do you not have pride as this strong? Rakura. A cleric preaching. That pisses me off, you numbskull. If you are so serious about your opinion, then let's have you die first. Ekdoik, accomplish your objective first. Now, show me that pride of the strong you preach about. Pashiro. Throwing the sparks onto Rakura as well? That's way too convenient. If it were just running away, the life of a single hostage might suffice, but you are greedying for the win. Man, I can only laugh at that. Pashiro doesn't understand what happened to himself yet. The reason why he vomited blood, the meaning of the chains piercing through his chest, or the worth of the organs that are skewered at the tip of them. However, he is not an idiot who doesn't know anything. He should be able to notice soon the reality that he has been fatally injured by the chains of Ekdoik. The fire covering me disappeared weakly as if synchronized with the flames of his life. What? Are you? Pashiro. It all went just as that man said. What a pathetic man you are. Ekdoik. Giving someone a present on their way to hell is what a villain does, but he is the type of person that would take others as hostage. Let's leave regrets on him at least. Rakura, would you be able to extinguish the fire here completely now? Yes. Rakura. I have Rakura clear the remaining fire. His last struggle is gone now. I walked towards Egdoik and Pashuro, who went on his knees again. There's no need to get too close, just enough for my voice to reach. You wouldn't like to die without knowing, right? Allow me to explain. Pashuro. Egdoik betrayed you guys. I set it up so that would be the case. There were no signs of Pashuro. Yeah, Egdoik was your ally just before until the moment you got greedy and asked to kill Rakura. That is, I was certain Ilias could win against Gyrista. Wolfie would buy time, Ilias would join, and by utilizing the habits of Pashuro, there was enough chance of winning. The uncertain factor was the battle between Egdoik and Rakura. Also, depending on how strong the whimsical nature of Pashuro is, I knew that he would do whatever is necessary in order to win when he is lost. That's why I planted a seed on Egdoik, the seed of rebellion. Egdoik, victory for you is to protect the honor of your father. Being raised by your father and obtaining power, if you were to win one-on-one against Rakura, you will certainly be able to regain that honor. However, learn that you would be able to protect that honor even more if you were to lose. What do you mean by that? Egdoik, if you win, what you will prove is how good the education of your father was. But in order to prove the strength of your father, you would have to go for a different method. It is to bring up Rakura. If you manage to raise Rakura to an existence that would be natural for a devil like your father to lose, you would be able to protect his honor in a firmer manner. Even the demon lords have lost to the hero, after all. Do you think I will give up on my revenge just for that? Egdoik. No, that's why you can fight with everything you have, fair and square. However, you should rethink how to act when you have lost. Also, one more warning. There will be a case where the honor of your father will drop to rock bottom. Do you know when that is? There's no way that can be the case. I can prove the greatness of mine further if I win. Egdoik. That's only in the case when you win with your own strength. But what if Rakura were to lose to you in a way where she doesn't resist? Would you be able to call that a victory? No, you wouldn't. On top of that, if it were obtained by using a hostage, just what would that prove from the guy who scavenged such a victory? Are you telling me to free you? Egdoik. No, you need a hostage for the sake of fighting Rakura. You are not wrong. However, what about the others, especially the whimsical Pashuro? There's the possibility he will thoroughly use the hostage in order to win. Then, imagine this. Pashuro used the hostage and you managed to one-sidedly kill Rakura. Now, what would the world think of you, of your father if they were to learn of this? I have no intention of running away. But if you undo my restraints, I promise that I will be a complete spectator on your battle against Rakura. If you win, that's fine. Even if you lose, we can avoid being used by Pashuro. No issues with that, right? Yeah, got it. Egdoik. However, if something were to happen despite that, I won't be able to do anything. Remember that if something were to happen that would trample you and your father's honor, you will be the only one who can eliminate that threat. Why go through such lengths? Egdoik. Regardless of whether it is blind justice or dying oneself in evil, it is the nature of humans to want to cheer for the ones that can be reasoned with. Egdoik. Your desire to protect the honor of your father is correct, and regardless of shape, it should be achieved. That desire shouldn't be dirtied. You should protect the worth you hold in yourself with your own hands. Egdoik's anger towards the killer of his father, Rakura, wasn't because she took her family away. He has been raised to hate the humans that threw him away, but the devil that taught him this was defeated by Rakura. Egdoik had lost sight of what was right at that point. Not wanting to believe that everything he gained until now was worthless, he sought for the rightness of his father. However, the voices around were cold that there's no worth on the devil that lost to someone incapable like Rakura. If the worth of his father is gone, the worth of himself until now would be gone too. That's why he decided to get revenge on Rakura. However, this is also in part to gauge the worth of Rakura, and so, I prepared an escape path for him, so that it is okay to evaluate Rakura there. If Egdoik can acknowledge Rakura, he will be able to move forward. There's no need to block the other paths. You will feel more relieved when you have more choices after all. And then, at the end, I imprinted a view on the existence that could ruin everything. Egdoik lost to Rakura. He had no choice but to acknowledge her at this point. However, What would happen if he killed Rakura without any difficulties after that? It would turn Ekdoik's past its worth to zero. That's why it is the natural result that Ekdoik betrayed Pashuro here once he took desperate measures. Too bad, Pashuro. If Ekdoik had no honor, the one in this state would be someone else. Whimsical people are not to be trusted, you see. You know, I am a bit of a whimsical person myself. Just give up and think of this as having lost because of my disgust for my own kind. Don't put me in the same level as you. You are Pashuro. Ah, but your whimsical nature was, how to say it, easy to understand. Pashuro eventually collapsed on the ground and breathed his last. It is impressive how, even though his heart was taken out, he still managed to live for this long though. Gyrostar has lost both arms, and Ekdoik is injured in his whole body and he seems to be barely managing to stand here. Well, most of all, these two have completely lost their will to fight. Now then, let's put the finishing touches. Ilias came back to her senses and ran my way, and I also approached her. Just what in the world hap, MGH? Ilias. I ignored Ilias who was about to say something, sandwich both of her cheeks, and stare at her. What are you? Ilias. Stare at her. Look at her eyes, pupils, and continue staring even deeper in. I take a deep breath and exhale. Alright, this should be enough of a change of mood. I want to end this in a neutral mindset after all. Now then, Gyrostar and Ekdoik. Is it okay to assume that you two don't intend to fight anymore? Right, my motivation is kind of completely gone. Pashuro threw cold water on it after all. Gyrostar. The knights must be encircling the place by now. If you are going to run away, aim for the time when we join up with them. What are you, Ilias? However, I would like you to accept the conditions I am about to put out even if it is just a verbal promise. If you can't, I won't stop. Ilias. Ekdoik and Gyrostar looked at each other's faces and looked over here again. Let's hear your conditions. Ekdoik. The first one is to not be a threat to us anymore. I can trust Ekdoik because of the previous instance, but we have to deal with your battle mania somehow. Gyrostar. That part is fine. Even if I heal my arms, it would take time for me to be able to wave my great sword like I have done until now. Gyrostar. Once your arms heal and you can swing your weapon again, and you bare your fangs once more, we won't be able to ignore you. There's the chance you will learn some other fighting style after all. I get it. I won't put a hand on you in the future. Gyrostar. Gyrostar, stop that. It will end the negotiation. That's my trade. There's no way I would fall for it. I won't be a threat. That fine with you now? Gyrostar. Yeah, thanks. The second one is to break off connections with Ray 8. No issues with that. We have failed, so we are not in a position to show ourselves in front of him. Gyrostar. If I can achieve my objective, I will accept the condition. Ekdoik. With this, we have reconciliation with Ekdoik and Gyrostar even if just on the surface. It is not clear whether these two will keep their promise, but we have made a promise. Judging from how Rakura is not interjecting, it must mean that they are agreeing truthfully here, meaning that we have secured safety with it just now. Depending on what happens in the future, they might go against their promise. There's no need to hesitate when that happens. Wait a moment. Do you understand what you are doing here? Ilias. Ilias interjected when we were proceeding. What, you ask? I am simply letting them go. Gyrostar simply wanted to have a death match with a strong person, and Ekdoik was planning on restoring the honor of his father. They are both matters that can be solved, right? But they kidnapped you and tried to kill you, you know? Ilias. Yeah, that's why there shouldn't be an issue if I make the decision to let them go, right? That's, Ilias. The objective of Pashuro was the rebellion against the authority. That's why he designated Popuparo. He could have affected the surroundings, so I had him eliminated. Isn't the killing desire of Gyrostar the same? There might be more casualties in places we don't see. Ilias. It is easy to imagine that. That said, when you go that far, I can only say that's none of my busi. No, looks like I still haven't switched completely. I smack my face and switch. Gyrostar, how long will it take for both of your arms to heal? Right. If it is just attaching them, it wouldn't take long, but if it is the same as before, more than a month. Gyrista. Then please endure killing people in that time. I will find a way to hold down that impulse of yours. If it doesn't seem like you can, Ilias, you put an end to her. Fine by me. I can endure a bit if you promise me a rematch. But can you trust me? Gyrista. Yeah, I can. I see, then I will do my best to keep the promise. Gyrista. Ilias directed her gaze at Rakura. She nodded profusely. Now then, let's disperse. If we talk for too long, who knows when the night will come pouring in. This is how this matter was wrapped up. Pashuro died, and Gyrista and Egdoik escaped. The gauntlets Pashuro had on and the great sword of Gyrista she left behind were transported to the castle. The knights chased after the escapees, but they couldn't get their whereabouts. They couldn't catch the people who lived in the darkness. There were some unsettling rumors going around, but the harvest festival resumed, and we safely reached the last day. Marito called for us after that, and we are currently in the guest room. The other ones that were called are Ilias, Rakura, Pope Uparo, and Archbishop Yuka. We explained what happened there. That damn Ray 8. To think he would aim for the Pope's armor as if he were an afterthought. Yuka. Don't make a ruckus, Yuka. But it is great that the harm was kept to a minimum. Pashuro was the disciple of the Holy Fist Gradona. I'm impressed you managed to come out fine. Uparo. This is the pattern where there's going to be some sort of crazy backstory added afterwards. He actually managed to fight on even grounds against Ilias, so I won't be surprised. But why did you let the other two escape? The chances of them becoming enemies again is higher. Uparo. Judging from the personality of Ray 8, he won't be sending the same people twice. At the very least, we have dealt with them as the assassins of Ray 8. The other reason would be in order to get information. I say this and look at Archbishop Yuka. W want something from me? Yuka. I am grateful for your cooperation in scooping out information, Archbishop Yuka. There was no important information per se, but it has served in learning of Ray 8. I have let those two escape for a similar reason. Those two were not controlled. They were facing Ray 8 in their natural state, so we should be able to peek at a different side from him. His way when he interacts with a brainwashed target, the way he usually interacts. By learning those differences, we will be able to get a more three-dimensional view of Ray 8. Of course, making direct contact with him is the fastest shortcut. But it should be safe to assume that Ray 8 won't be showing himself in front of us personally. That might be true, but I don't think they will spit out that information honestly though. Uparo. There's no issue there. I plan on meeting with Egdoik at a lair of the bandits at a later date to exchange information. The condition to cooperate is to do something about Rakura though. Me? Rakura. That's where I tell them about the objective of Egdoik. Egdoik had been raised by a devil. He hated the humans that threw him away and admired the devil who raised him. With Rakura having defeated that father of his, he directed his attention at Rakura. However, Rakura is normally airheaded, so she is evaluated lowly, and that irritates him. She not only has a low evaluation among humans but devils too. Due to him being the son of a devil that lost to someone like that, his self-respect was in tatters, and so, we just have to improve the reputation of Rakura. But isn't that an extremely difficult thing to achieve? Uparo. Pope Sama? Rakura. Yeah, honestly, it is on the level where I want to puke. Counselor Sama? Rakura. But it is not like there's no avenue. The reputation of Rakura within the humans is in a realm that can't be done anything about. But the story is different if it is within the devils. She just has to show that she is a threatening existence to the devils after all. Actually, the biggest reason why I accepted this proposal of Egdoik was because I learned of the strength of Rakura. The result was that Egdoik couldn't deal a single scratch on Rakura and lost. On top of that, it was after she was complaining so much about not wanting to kill, so she was holding back. His internal evaluation of Rakura must have increased by quite a lot with that. Honestly, it is on the level where it might be fine to just raise that one to the extreme. Fumo, so it is fine to just send Rakura to the nether. Uparo. That's not fine. Rakura. I would like you to do that, but it should be fine to just send her to the front lines where she can show her true strength. Or rather, Why is it that you have been moving her away from the front lines when she has shown so much results in subjugating devils? I threw the natural question at them. The battle prowess of Rakura is actually being evaluated highly. If all her other points are useless, she is basically asking to be used in the front lines. The one who can answer this is most likely Archbishop Ika, who is her direct superior. About that, it is because when awarding her the medals for her achievements, she strongly requested to be away from the front lines. Yuka. Everyone looks at Rakura with judging gazes. No Yume. The food in the front lines is not tasty and there's no bathtubs, you know. The beds are also hard and it is unhygienic. Rakura, at least talk about the fear and emptiness of battle or something like that. Let's go with that. Rakura. She has been crushing her own chance to show her potential for the sake of her own peace. But it must be true that it is harsh on the front lines. You are exposed to danger and can't even lead a satisfying lifestyle. Couldn't you say Rakura is quite the big deal for only thinking about the quality of life there? Alright, I will entrust Rakura to you. I am sure you will be able to reform her. Yuparo. Wait. The one with the highest responsibility shouldn't be pushing the problem to others and running away. If Pope Yuparo says that, no one in the Yugara church can go against it. That's not fair. I did expect to get involved to a certain degree, but it would be troubling if you throw the whole life of someone to me. No, I am not running away. We couldn't put Rakura to full use. I am now sure that you will be able to guide her into becoming a wonderful cleric. I have decided to convince myself of that. Yuparo, you are spilling out your real thoughts at the end. Now then, I will leave the future of Rakura to you under the orders of the Pope. Yuparo. No fair. No, I do understand how he feels, but that's not fair. It is so horrible that he is using his authority in such a blatant manner. How can you stand above others like that? Wait, please wait, Pope-sama. Rakura is not an object. She has the right to choose her path. Now that it has come to this, I will latch onto the rights of Rakura and stick her to the side of the Pope. It should be possible. Turn your gears full power. Fumo, you have a point. Then, let's ask the person herself. Rakura, I shall respect your will above everything else. Where would you want to stay from here on? Yuparo. Me. Rakura. Just for your information, if you are left to me, I will be merciless. Don't think you will be able to lead the same lifestyle as you have until now. You. In that case, the Pope-sama would be better. Rakura. By the way, I plan on sending you straight to the Nether by today. Yuparo. To the Counselor-sama please. Rakura. Not fair. No, isn't it horrible for the Pope to throw a threat? Threat? What are you saying? Isn't that the best way to make use of her abilities to the fullest? Didn't you say just now that you wanted to do that? Yuparo. Then. Here too, you would need the permission of Magus in order to enter the Nether that is connected to the territory of Magus. There's no way we would permit you to push a young one with a bright future to their death, right? Yuparo. Can you please remember what you said just before? If I say this. He says that, in order to face this person, I need to make proper preparations. I can't win against him with adlib. We have way too much of a difference in social status. Anything goes for his side. But there's a limit to what I can do. It is not only because I want to push a problematic person to you. I have also heard from Archbishop Maya, who apparently found jobs for Akira. Yuparo. That's, even though it was a given after being told, we couldn't notice it. Due to this, we have been burying the talent of Rakura and wasting it. Our heads are way too hard. That's why I thought from the bottom of my heart that I wanted to entrust her to you with your flexible mind. Yuparo. If you tell me that, I can't say anything. I obviously have a lot to say back. Why are you trying to wrap it up nicely? Now that it has come to this, I shall debate to the end. That's how it is, so I would like you to ask him for my stead too, King of Taizu. For the sake of an amicable relationship between Taizu and Magus too. Yuparo. If you put it like that, I am sorry, my friend. Marito. Marito. Being faced with the power of the Pope and the King, there's no way the complaints of a commoner will be effective. Rakura Sulf has become a resident of the Ilias house in name and reality. Due to the decision of the Pope-sama, I am now going to be polishing myself under the guidance of the Counselor Sama. That said, they are horrible people, pushing the custody of someone else like a hot potato. I am aware that I am just eating my just desserts and that I am being seen as a troublesome person. Even so, anyone would dislike being treated like that. Counselor Sama was returning dejected after having been talked into submission by the Pope Sama and King Marito. Counselor Sama, please don't sigh that much. I am the one who is being treated the worst here after all. Murakura. Even if I say this, I am sure of what he will be saying next. You just dug yourself into that one though. I have been caught in the crossfire here or something like that. Think about how I feel as the one who will be shouldering your life. You are the second after Wolf, you know? Oh, that wasn't it. Even though the words of the Counselor Sama are normally ones I can predict, he would sometimes come out with things that I can't predict like this one. The way Counselor Sama dotes on Wolf-chan is something I am really jealous of. It is in part because Wolf-chan has earnest loyalty towards Counselor Sama, but it is most likely not only that. If you treated me like Wolf-chan, I would also be more motivated though. Murakura. I said something I didn't really mean. Changing my lazy nature isn't that easy to do. I have barely changed in these 20 years after all. As if I would treat you the same. Wolf is Wolf and Rakura is Rakura. In the first place, your personality wouldn't change that easily. His point exactly. I want to live freely and in comfort. When I think about too many things, I always end up causing terrible things, and cause trouble to my surroundings. If I am going to be doing proper work, devil hunting would be a lot more relaxing. Well, devil hunting doesn't hold a candle compared to just living a lazy lifestyle though. If you think I can't change, you should just give up and accept it. It is impossible to reform me. Murakura. Listen here. Even if your core doesn't change, your environment can. We create a method that can make the best of you even as you are. Isn't that a lot of work? Murakura. That's why I am sighing here. I know the difficulties awaiting me after all. This is it. Why is it that Counselor Sama doesn't give up on me, even though he should have noticed my true self a long time ago? I normally try to act decent, but I have stopped doing even that recently. And yet, he would just make a displeased face but doesn't abandon me in the end. It is okay to not go through so much work for someone like me. I also just want to take it easy. Murakura. I will throw you away when I have to. The only reason I don't do it right now is because there's still a way. So you would throw me away if that doesn't work either, right? That's rough for me too as someone that has to tag along with it. Murakura. No need to be so negative about yourself. Even if you haven't changed, the eyes around you have changed bit by bit, right? That's simply because you are moving me in a way that's useful after understanding me. It is true that, even if it is a hassle that work is going my way now, I am also a bit happy about it. Even so, I think there's a limit. I feel like it would be impossible to reach a point Ekdoik-san is satisfied with. Murakura. I have apparently killed the devil that raised him. I have almost no regrets about it. I at most feel so that's how it was. It was at a bad time. It seems like he is angry that I am not worthy of being the killer of his father. That's seriously a pain. According to Counselor Sama, he would be satisfied if I became famous, but I have barely changed. I am a lazy cleric. This won't change. I won't become serious and it is not like I will become a hero. There will be no end to the hardships with how you are right now. But humans are not immutable. Even if you don't change, if the eyes around change, even the small developments internally will provide proportional developments to the outside too. I don't think I will change though. Murakura. I will tag along until you do. Geez, can't be helped. I can't deny it with him having shown results. Also, if he tells me that with honesty, someone like me can't push him away, I don't plan on changing, but I will at least do my best in tagging along with it. Does that mean you will be looking after me for life? Murakura. If nothing works, I will modify you physically. What would you prefer for an arm, a claw or a sword? I don't want to change like that. Murakura. He is foul-mouthed and treats me horribly, but I don't know of a place that's this comfortable despite me being myself. That's why let's be under the care of this person in the meantime. A few days later, We went to one of the bandit lair remains with the usual 3. There's a bit of distance between the capital of Taizu and here. It is the place that has already been checked and has the most things left behind. It is the best place to stealthily live in, and it is the place where the attacker the other day, Ekdoik, is currently hiding in. So you are here, Rakurasulf. Ekdoik, can you please stop shouting as if I am the killer of your parents every time we meet? Rakura, you are. Ekdoik, we don't have time. Want to draw a portrait of her or something next time? If you do, you might feel a bit more attached. Fine. Ekdoik, it is okay? Ilias, even if Ekdoik does feel disgust, there's already no bloodthirst and it took away the poison of Ilias. Well, from just the fact that it is bloodthirst towards Rakura, it was destined to not last long. For now, we give him the ingredients we brought and direct my attention at the surroundings. There's chains placed here and there. I don't know whether it is a trap or just decoration. Ekdoik, Popuparo has entrusted me to look after Akura. It must be good news for you. Who, in other words, you can increase her reputation under your direction. Ekdoik. That said, I won't be sending her to the battlefield or something like that immediately though. Wah, as expected of Councillor Sama. Rakura, Mew. But that way my objective can't be fulfilled. Ekdoik. Now, calm down. You should know if you are the assassin of Ray 8, right? There's the possibility he will send even more assassins, stronger ones than even Pashuro. True. It does sound like she would be hitting even bigger targets if she is close to you. Ekdoik. In the first place, there's the shadow of the Demon Lord on Ray 8. There's no bigger shot than that. Really? Ekdoik. Ekdoik couldn't hide his surprise, even though he knew I was an Earthling. It seems like he barely knew anything about the identity of Ray 8. I decided to compare information with each other to understand the current situation. Ekdoik was raised by a devil that used the scar of the Demon Lords in contact with the Magus territory, the Nether, as his base. There's several places called the Nether. The one in contact with the Magus territory is named exactly as it is, the Magus Nether. Devils are different from demons who were originally humans. They were born purely in the Nether, and are a race that has high intelligence within the living beings. They have learned the common language of humanity that was most likely transmitted to them by the demons and are strongly cautious of humans. Them being called devils sounds pretty dangerous. But wouldn't they technically be pure demons? Their characteristic traits are that they live long and have no need to mate. Due to this, there's a lot of them who pride themselves in their individual strength. The newborn devils like to increase their strength and position, and spend all their time in battle, but once they reach a certain standing, they begin to settle down in their own turf, and lead a leisurely life. And then, after their turf becomes a certain size, they begin to draw in other devils into their rule. When the number of devils following them reaches a certain point, they will begin to be called great devils. There weren't many who were called great devils in the past. The reason behind this is because of the demon lords that created the Nethers. There's no other ones than the demon lords to rule them after all. Depending on the Nether, there's areas that are ruled by demons, but Hero Yugara defeated the demon lord that created the Magus Nether at a pretty early stage. So contact with the demons that were their subordinates has been lost too. The further of Ekdoik was the great devil Beglegt, who ruled over 30% of the Magus Nether. He was cruel and had outstanding power, with many influential devils under his rule. He also had a strong interest in humans. He has attacked human settlements in the past, and has caused a great deal of harm. Of course he would be subjugated. I won't disagree with that. He attacked humans for the sake of superiority, raised the sacrifice they offered, and tried to have him attack them after all. But I hold no pity towards humans who offer a baby for the sake of self-protection. Ekdoik, wouldn't you have been able to live peacefully if that threat hadn't existed to begin with? Stop the if talk there. We would both just wear ourselves out. Ekdoik, with all of that being said, Ekdoik is the grown form of the baby that was offered as a sacrifice by the village that feared the attack of the devils. Beglegt didn't eat him and entertained himself by raising him to the fullest. It is truly the whim of the devil. Ekdoik grew steadily while warped and, finally, he tried to enact his revenge towards the village that sacrificed him. In all of that, The clerics dispatched by Meges attacked with a bizarre invasion. It goes without saying that Rakura was also part of that cleric party. The original objective was apparently to subjugate the demons close to the border of the human realm and the nether, but they ended up making contact with a subordinate devil of Biglicht, battled, and the devil ran away after being half dead. They ended up in the den of devils after chasing them. Normally, that could only be called careless, but their enemy was bad. Rakura defeated a massive amount of devils there. Biglicht was caught up in that as if it had been an afterthought. Was there no difference? Even if you ask me that. They were a group of abnormal-looking beings with high mana and faintly humanoid, which is a trait of devils. So, Rakura, Egdoik, did Biglicht not have any defining traits in his body? It is a different race from humans. They wouldn't have readily available differences like the garments for humans. The ones that survived were the devils that were in other bases, and Egdoik. The territory Biglicht ruled had returned to a lawless zone, and there are apparently many devils fighting for the territory even now. Looks like the amount of devils Rakura has subjugated is indirectly increasing even now. Normally, the evaluation of Rakura should have spread within the devils as a fearsome being that defeated the great devil Biglicht. But with the accounts of the devils that infiltrated the human realm to investigate Rakura, things turned complicated. Rakura's usual uselessness and her evaluation within the human realm had come to light. After learning about this, the devils began to think maybe Biglicht wasn't really that big of a deal if he was killed instantly by a dunce like that. And the other great devils began calling Biglicht pathetic and unsightly. The result was that Egdoik lost his place. He took advantage of being human and lived in the human realm as an adventurer, moving his living place. Just how much of a troublemaker were you? I was just acting normally though. Rakura, even Popuparo knows about you despite being someone you shouldn't be too connected with. I have not messed up in front of the Pope's armor. At most, I would say it was when I broke the barrier of the Grand Church through a small mistake in the middle of a ceremony. Rakura, I don't really get it, but what I do understand is that you messed up big time. If the ramparts of Taizu were to collapse due to a mistake, Marito would obviously keep an eye on her. Rather, I am actually impressed that she can stay a priestess after causing something that big. Let's go back to the main topic. Egdoik could skillfully use inhuman techniques, so he became a prominent figure within the adventurers in a short span of time. But Egdoik hated human contact, so the people he got involved with were the ones living in the darkness at most. After continuing such interactions, he made contact with Ray 8. Ray 8 noticed that the battle techniques of Egdoik were taught by a devil, and not long after making contact with him, he even managed to investigate that he had been raised by the great devil Biglicht. The possibility would be that he has a devil acquaintance in the Meges Nether. Right. He is an unknown existence. It should be safe to assume that he is pulling the strings from various places. Egdoik. There wasn't much new information from Egdoik regarding Ray 8. He at most was warned that I am an earthling who is said to have created the taboos. In terms of new information, it would be that he is currently moving as a young man. There's the possibility he can quickly switch to a new body once the current one is inconvenient for him. So it is not like this info is that useful. I also share the information I have of Ray 8 with him. The existence of the demon lords is famous within the devils too. However, I have not heard talk of their resurrection. The great devils might be carrying secrets like that though. Egdoik. So you were not told about it despite being raised by Biglicht. Rakura. It is your fault he died, you know. Egdoik. But there's barely any information about how Ray 8 is connected to the Demon Lords. Ilias, what kind of being was the Demon Lord that created the Meges Nether? They created the largest scar in the world called the Meges Nether and is the first Demon Lord to be defeated by hero Ugara, the Purple Demon Lord. Ilias, this is the first time I have heard of that Demon Lord. The one who created the Nether lying ahead of the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain of Taizu was the Black Demon Lord? No. The one who created the Taizu Nether was the Green Demon Lord. Ilias. Why did the Black Demon Lord die there? It is unknown. The Black Demon Lord was suspected to be the strongest, but their origins were shrouded in complete mystery. Ilias. That said, Meges is purple and Taizu is green, huh? In that case, Ghani is red. Amethyst. turquoise, garnet, they are all associated with gem colors. The reality is that Taizu uses turquoise as their motif. The clothes of the Ugara church have the purple color in them. I can't deny the possibility that that kind of knowledge has been mixed in the establishment of the countries. No, wait. Egdoik, I would like to ask about the appearance of Ray 8 when you met him recently. I told you he was a young boy. Egdoik, not their physical appearance. I would like to know about his accessories and the color of his clothes. They were clean white clothes. As for accessories, he was wearing a scarlet necklace. Egdoik, this is worth confirming with Archbishop Yuka. That's good and all, but where did the other ruffian go? Speaking of which, what happened with Gyrista? Gyrista finished treating her arms and headed to Gani. Her face is now known in the capital of Taizu, and she said the other villages were too rural. It was uncomfortable for her. Egdoik, the official statement given was that 2 people rampaged around Taizu, kidnapped someone, and attempted murder. They are being seen as dangerous as adventurers too, but with them rampaging in the capital so brazenly, of course they would be wanted people now. But calling Taizu the countryside, it is true that it is surrounded by mountains and forests, and there's only villages. I feel like the capital of Taizu is decently developed, but I would like to check the other countries too one day. She said that she would appear in front of me after she can fight once again. That's all she left as a message. Egdoik, I see. Looks like we will have to make preparations for when that time comes. I then noticed the gaze of Egdoik move to Wolf. By the way, Wolf has been directing a wary gaze at Egdoik the whole time. What's the matter? Bothered by the gaze of Wolf? Rather than her gaze, I am curious about the amount of mana she has. I have seen dummy humans in other countries, so I don't think of them as unusual. However, this is the first time I see this amount of mana. Egdoik, your daily life has been with devils after all. Is it really that impressive? The mana you are born with and the mana you increase with training has differences. Ilyas Ratzel has an abnormal amount of mana, but I can see traces of outstanding training in it. However, Wolf, was it? Despite having equal amounts, her mana is barely trained. Egdoik, what's trained mana? Does it look like muscles? If I could see something like that, Ilyas would look even more of a gorilla, so I would like to refrain from that. Wolf apparently has so much internal mana it would normally overflow. After all, she hasn't gone out of her way to do training to increase her mana. Figures. But isn't it a waste to not do actual training despite having that much mana? Egdoik, we have taught her mana emission and the mana strengthening though. Really? I didn't feel any skill aside from her body movements. Egdoik, saying this, he lengthened his own chain by around 1 meter, cut it off, and threw it to Wolf. Wolf avoided that. No, that wasn't an attack. Don't worry, try this out. Egdoik poured mana into the remaining chain and made it move like a snake. Wolf observed the fallen chain with suspicion and poked it to confirm the sensation. And then, she tried pouring mana into it as told. When she did, the chains began to tremble violently left and right. It is striking as if it found its parent's killer, who was the one who taught her how to control mana. Egdoik, it was me. Ilyas speaks out. No, I don't think that's a scene where you come out proudly. There's a limit to extreme. Even devils use it more delicately. Egdoik, I taught Wolf from the basics. The first thing to do is to exert oneself, right? Ilyas, I will give you that chain, so use it for training. It is a special one weaved with my mana. You can do a variety of things depending on the way you pour the mana into it. Egdoik moved the chain of the same length freely. The size of the rings and the length, even increasing or decreasing the volume. Change the color to rainbow, clad it with fire, wet it with water, tinge it with electricity. Wolf was watching all of this with a serious expression. Judging from her waving tail, she must be excited. How skillful. Ilyas, even though you can do so many things, you didn't use those in the fight against Akura. I maintained the hardness to its maximum, made it so it melts the flesh and bones of the one it touches, and poured it deadly poison and curses inside of it. For my strongest attack though, Egdoik, it was super dangerous. There's no need to inject complicated elements to it. If you can move it like your limbs, The width of use should increase. I wouldn't mind instructing you, but I am a wanted person, you see. Ekdoik. Thanks, Ekdoik. Wolf. Wolf thanked him. Looks like she managed to get along with him faster than Karaji, or more like, Karaji hasn't gotten a thank you from her yet. I should take this as Ekdoik overcoming him. There's no need to thank me. I am simply here thanks to this guy letting me live. Ekdoik. Even so, a thanks is a thanks. Wolf. I see. I shall accept it then. Ekdoik. I also did my best to not kill you, Ekdoik-san. Rakura. Shut up. You are an enemy. Ekdoik. So cruel. Rakura. There's a lot of people who want to teach Wolf. There's the members of the Ragudo division, and even the knights that discriminate against Ilias because she is a woman. Everyone must feel it is a waste for visibly obvious talent to just be buried. On our way back, Wolf tested out the chain Ekdoik gave her in a variety of ways. It at first was moving everywhere as if it wanted to run away at full speed, but after a while, it began to move like a dying snake. Looks like she quickly learned how to hold back and control it. This is hard. Wolf, if you could do anything in just a day of work, there would be no hardships in the world. Hard work doesn't always bear fruit, but what you have accumulated will remain. Do your best without getting impatient. Okay. Wolf. By the way, Wolf-chan, can I try that out too? Rakura. Yeah, here. Wolf. Rakura holds the chain. When she did, the chain began to move flabbily, and eventually began to move as Rakura willed. On top of that, the shape of the rings began to change steadily. You need to get the hang of it quite a lot, but this does seem like it is good for training. Rakura. Ooh, you are amazing, Rakura. Wolf. Looks like the opinion of Wolf towards Rakura has improved. When it comes to using magic, Rakura is an expert overflowing with talent. Training like this is most likely right in her alley. The one who was provoked by this was Ilias-san. Can I try it out too? Ilias. Okay. Wolf. Ilias grabbed the chain and poured mana. The chains showed drastic movements like the first time Wolf did it. Mew. This is hard to use, but if I do this, HMPH. Ilias. When she did, the chains expanded in an instant, made a strange scream, and exploded into pieces. The air freezes. Wolf is trembling. Ilias, go get one more. Sorry. Ilias. Ilias immediately turned back and came back with around 10 more to have spares. Maybe it might be an unexpectedly good idea to have Ekdoik as a teacher. Ilias can work for high-level mana strengthening, but I am seriously worried about whether she can teach Wolf the concept of holding back. By the way, I tried my best to see if another worlder can control the chains too, but it didn't move an inch. So sad. Popuparo and the others returned to Megis after a few days. They originally planned on returning at once after the harvest festival was over, but they apparently found a place to eat that they liked, and remained there, finding it hard to leave. Just from the fact that it was Rakura who introduced it to them, I can pretty much imagine where it was. Gozu probably didn't even imagine that the Pope would be on the verge of becoming a frequent customer. Ekdoik will be hiding in Taizu for the near future, and Rakura will be keeping an eye on him. He can't come into the capital, so he is living a survivor life in the mountains and forests of Taizu. I felt bad leaving him bored doing nothing, so I gave him the map of Dokura and requested him to search for resources. I have been providing him with food and daily necessities as a reward. He is an adventurer that, not only wild beasts, even your average criminal wouldn't be able to handle. He should be qualified enough for the job. The remaining problem would be Ray 8. Popuparo brought the book back, so he might put his hand on Megis, but he might target us again. The information advantage we have over Ray 8 is that we know that the Demon Lords will be resurrecting. Also the fact that the one who created the Demon Lords is someone related to Hiro Yugura. Honestly speaking, it is weak as a weapon. It would be pretty much useless to use this to corner Ray 8. However, I have formed a hypothesis with what I heard from Archbishop Yuka. I won't be able to welcome a peaceful daily life if we are always on the receiving end. We need to move on the offensive, and so, I would like to head to Ghani. I would like you to explain it to me in a bit more thorough manner though. Marito answered calmly to the topic I suddenly threw at him. It is completely different from Ilias. According to the memories of Archbishop Yuka, Ray 8 had a bright red bracelet as an accessory. After that, Ray 8 has made contact with Pashuro and the others in the form of a young boy. He had a scarlet necklace at that time. If Ray 8 is a demon lord worshipper, wouldn't it be possible that he is wearing the color that represents the name of the demon lord? Is the guess I have. So you think the one behind Ray 8 is the Scarlet Demon Lord? And so, you want to investigate Ghani where the Scarlet Demon Lord has shown up before? Marito. The Scarlet Demon Lord, the demon lord that's said to have strength second to the Black Demon Lord and appeared in Ghani, had an intense battle with Hero Ura and apparently lost by a narrow margin. Even if I say investigate, I am still troubled from where I should begin though. Isn't there the possibility that Ray 8 simply likes the scarlet color, or maybe it might be a necessary magic stone to move his soul? Marito. I can't deny the latter, but the former is not possible. His type wouldn't go for flashy red colors. The magic that Ray 8 used formed a transparent crystal. If he likes red to the point of wearing it on his body, the chances would be high that his likes should be showing in his magic as well. There's no color he would consciously favor. Colorless is what fits him the most. Fumo. Then I will send our RAN bus first. If we feel any anomalies, I will make preparations for you to make an official visit to Ghani. How about that? Marito. I feel like that's roundabout, but I can't complain if they are going to be doing the preliminary investigation. Let's do that. The cooperation of Ghani would be necessary in order to investigate the place. If there's the recommendation of the neighboring country's king of Taizu, the range of things we can do will be wider. Of course, there's the risk that Ray 8 will discover us if he is connected with the higher-ups of Ghani, but that would be easy to read in its own way. I will be sending you as people of Taizu. You won't be able to stay for long, so make the investigation quick, okay? Marito. You don't need to try to tie me down that blatantly. I won't switch sides so easily. No, you don't know. There's the possibility the Ghani king will take a liking to you. Marito. You are the only one with such peculiar tastes. Right, a month should be enough. That's how Taizuan bus was sent to Ghani. The crime rates have decreased drastically with the new king taking the throne in Ghani. I would like Marito to learn about how he rules. I don't know if we will be able to find suspicious shadows in a country like that, but I would like to find a trigger that will allow us to break through this situation. I have gotten used to this office room after becoming a king, but since the time he began to come here, his absence makes it feel lonely. Right now the only one here is Lord Agudo aside from my bodyguard. I am used to this combination as well, but it feels incomplete and empty. And so, will you be sending him to Ghani? Ragudo. We are talking about him here. Even if we were to tell him there was nothing, he would still go on his own. I at least managed to get some preparation time. Marito. I personally wouldn't want him to leave the country. His existence is still needed in Taizu. However, he is an assertive coward. He most likely won't be able to rest at peace if he doesn't settle the matter with Ray 8 himself. What I can do on my side is to dispatch him as a member of the country, and set a period of stay for him. That way I can keep him under watch on the pretext of guarding him. Ghani, Even if we don't wait for the investigation result of the Anbus, it is still a nation I can only describe as bizarre. Ragudo. Right. Even with just their movements these recent years, they have achieved drastic changes. The shadow of Ray 8 being present isn't clear yet, but there are a mountain of factors to draw his interest. Marito. Ghani is a neighboring country of Taizu that possesses vast plains as their territory. Knights are the core of Taizu, the clergy of the Ura Church are the core of Medjus. The equal to these in Ghani would be their army. Ghani is not different from Taizu in that the king holds the power, but Ghani has a conscription law. The young ones that reach a certain age will be made to train as soldiers, and then be returned to their normal lives. In emergencies, the populace will take up arms, and will train in order to be combat ready. It is because of their vast open fields, the production of food entering the top of the world, and their high population that they can take such political measures. Taizu would hold incomparable toughness if it comes to the quality of the soldiers. However, there's a difference of more than 10 times in terms of numbers. The scale of their adventurer guilds are varied as well as their races. You could say that that country has good affinity with him since he prefers tactics that take on roles over individual power. When you consider that, Ghani has a lot more appealing points than Taizu. We are above in terms of the beauty of nature, but the place he lived in wasn't the countryside but an area where civilization was advanced. When thinking about it in that way, there's way too few factors to keep him in this country. I really should have him marry a woman from this country to create a foundation that makes it hard for him to move. But he got the better of me and I can't use the method of bringing him down with numbers. In the first place, if there were a woman he finds fitting for me, I would like to put them as candidates too. It was an amusing proposal, so I ended up accepting without thinking too much. I still regret it a bit even now. No. Wait. If this match lasts for a long time, he can't leave the country easily. Marito, Your Majesty, that would trouble us too. Ragudo, that method of cutting my own flesh may be forgiven by him, but the others wouldn't. I don't want to send him to other countries. If the other countries learn of his origins, and learn of his own qualities, I am sure they would want him. He said he is an ordinary person, but in our world he is unique. In the first place, where would you find a civilian getting chased around by the subordinate of a demon lord? Lord Ragudo, do you have any good ideas? Marito, a way to keep him in this country. Marriage may do the job. How about Lady Ratzel? Ragudo, I have already had that conversation a long time ago with him, and it ended in failure. Marito, Fumo, it would be difficult as long as we don't know his taste. Ragudo, as if it would be so easy to know the tastes of a man that switches his personality on the drop of a hat. I can only think of a peerless beauty with outstanding personality. Marito, in terms of good appearance alone, the level is really high in his surroundings, but with him not taking a liking to any of them, what he prioritizes is most likely the inside. But if you face him earnestly, he won't be able to ignore your feelings, right, Your Majesty? Ragudo, he hates interference to a terrible degree. I would like to avoid pushing it too much. Marito, I have really gotten drawn by a troublesome person. A sigh leaked out from me. Why is he a man? Such a pain. I would have married him in a heartbeat if he were a woman. But it can't be helped if I can't think of any method. Let's just request it of him sincerely as a friend. Marito, what I can do would be to pull no punches in helping him eliminate the threat of Ray 8. If I take into account his dutiful personality of paying back debts, I should be getting him indebted as much as possible. Today I am currently in the middle of walking inside the castle with Ilias. I have been going to Marito's place every day, but he seems to be busy today, so I couldn't meet him. We have come all the way to the castle, so we are wandering around. Marito said he would send an bus to Ghani to check changes, but I honestly feel like that's just to buy time. It would most likely be troubling for Marito since he would like to keep valuable talents in his country, but I am not so heartless as to cut off my connection to a person that has been helping me out. It is true that migrating wouldn't be that complicated of a thing, but I would have to prepare a place with the food of my liking similar to that of Dog's Bone, and a nice-to-live house like the one of Ilias. That goes for my human relations too. It is not like the relationships I have formed in this place will disappear completely, but living in a different country would obviously create a rift between us. The reset of those things as a person who doesn't like to communicate with people is rough. In the first place, I have even begun to grow attached to this country. I would need quite a lot of courage and resolve to throw those away. Even if Ghani is an advanced civilization that leaves Japan in the dust, I probably wouldn't feel like abandoning Taizu and living there. Well, I should switch my feelings here and think about my objectives in Ghani. It won't be long before I head to Ghani. I will most likely be staying there for around a month. If I am going to be exploring, I will have to do it efficiently. What's the matter? You are making a brooding face there. Ilias. Kinda. Actually, after consulting with Marito, I have decided to go to Ghani. I see, to Ghani. No, wait, I heard nothing about that. Ilias. She grabbed my collar and shook me. Man, that's nostalgic. I am dying. Even if I have gotten used to it mentally, it won't lessen the physical threat of having a gorilla grab my collar and shaking me. Wait. Stop the habit of trying to question someone with violence. Your sudden statements are at fault. At least take the proper steps first. Ilias. I want to hurry to the conclusion. Anyways, I felt the need to head to Ghani in order to chase after the traces of Ray 8. I tell her about how I had married to investigate the current situation of Ghani first, and then I will be going to investigate thereafter. Is there a need for you yourself to corner Ray 8? I am sure His Majesty would do his best to protect you. Ilias. How to put it? It is as if you found a centipede, a poisonous insect in your house. You wouldn't be able to sleep in peace until you have dealt with it, right? I wouldn't be able to rest in peace unless I do it myself. Or something like that. I understand the feeling, but I don't know about treating your opponent like an insect. Ilias. Point taken. But this is the most understandable way I can put it in daily life comparisons. But even if you suddenly tell me that you will be leaving the country, Ilias. Let me fix the misunderstanding first. Marito will either be applying for an official stay as a resident of Taizu, or it will be a stay as an individual. The former one would be around 1 month. The latter would be at most around half a year. I guess I will be back by then. I see. But can't you explain in a way that doesn't bring about misunderstandings? Ilias. If you had asked for an explanation without coming at me like an earthquake, a misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. Mgh. Ilias. That said, as long as I have that habit of speaking out the conclusion first, there's still room for improvement. Yup. I teased her while understanding that fault lies in me too, but let's keep that a secret. The problem would be who I should leave to look after Akira and Wolf. It would be rough to look after them with just you, right, Ilias? That's true. Wait, you plan on going alone? Ilias. Obviously. You are a knight of this country and Wolf is currently in the middle of learning. Popupara left me to look after Akira, but I can't just bring her in my investigation of Ghani. Are you aware of how weak you are? Ilias. That's a horrible way to respond. A normal man would have his heart broken here. If I am going to be staying there as an official of Taizu, bodyguards will most likely be assigned to me, so there's no issue. If not, I will be alone, but if I need a bodyguard, I can hire an adventurer there. If I request of His Majesty, I could have him assign me as your bodyguard. Ilias. Ilias choked on her words. That's because she can't say for sure. I know the reason for that. You have finally noticed after getting that far, huh? There's no assurance that Marito will be assigning you as a bodyguard any more than this. Ilias was assigned to protect me after the threat of Ray 8 was made clear. However, she failed. Even if it was against 3, she had her attention taken protecting the people around, leading her target of protection to be kidnapped and used as a tool for extortion. The result is that I came out fine, but her evaluation was most likely not good. Even so, it is not like the actions of Ilias were wrong. When Gyrista tried to attack the people around, I was the one who urged her to stop her. At the very least, there wouldn't have been anyone who would be able to make the decision of letting all the citizens die. Marito and Lord Ragudo might not have hesitated, but I am a young man with a strong sense of justice, you see. By the way, her bodyguard mission has not been taken back as of present, but she hasn't been given permission to enter the room where Marito is. Ilias should be able to tell that Marito is angry at her with just that much. Right. He is kind with just the being no blame. Ilias. I personally would find it reassuring if you were to come. Ilias. I would need to convince Marito for that. Convincing Marito is one difficult endeavor. He is showing me a super friendly attitude, but he is actually a man that doesn't back off when he doesn't want to. Of course, with the standing of Ilias, it would end with just the first refusal. There's not even room for negotiation between a king and a mere knight. The only one with a chance would be me, who is being treated as a friend. Fortunately, Marito has requested time from me. I plan on doing everything I can until then, but don't hold any expectations. Yeah, got it. Ilias. Ilias looks really down here. She has only been doing patrol work until now, so she hasn't failed in work with responsibility. It would be one thing if it were the frustration of being discriminated against as a woman, but her own achievements didn't bear fruit here. The shock of this not being the fault of others but her own must be big. If I can get a bodyguard, it would of course be great if it were Ilias. I can trust in her skills and I am close to her. She certainly did show naive sides in her decision-making as a bodyguard, but she has no ties of citizens she has to protect at Ghani. There's no possibility for her to make the same mistake. I wouldn't like to part from her while she is feeling down. I want to do something for her. Want to check the garden? The garden is a good place for a change of mood. It makes sense. Marito would be so proud of that place. Your heart calms just by being there. Ilias doesn't have the habit of appreciating flowers, but it should serve as a diversion. That's good and all, but I am hungry. Let's go get some light food first. We showed ourselves at the kitchen of the castle. There's a lot of staff members working busily today. It is not only food for the king. They have to prepare meals for the knights working in the castle, the high officials, and the sentries. Food is brought out for us when we come to the castle, but in the case when we come at a weird time, we would show up at the kitchen like this to get some simple scraps. Thanks to that, I'm pretty close to the old man in the kitchen. Old man, I have come again. Ooh, the young man His Majesty likes. Ha. Whoa. The one by your side, ain't that Lady Ratzel? Yeah, sorry for intruding. Ilias. No, are you hungry too, Lady Ratzel? Since there's the opportunity, I will cook up something for you. No, Ilias, just tag along. Since you are here already, it would be tasteless to just eat alone and have you stare, right? Got it. I will only eat a bit. Ilias. The cooking here is obviously tasty. They barely use salt, so it doesn't pack too much of a punch, but their cooking technique is quite the thing to behold. We place the simple meal on a tray and move to the backyard. It is a palace where the staff members would take breaks in, but there's currently no one here and it is silent. It is not a garden made to be seen by people, but even though it is small, the flower beds are taken care of, and it soothes the heart of the people who see them. It is small compared to the garden of Marito, but this has its own flavor. Yeah. Ilias. It doesn't seem like her mind is here. There wasn't much effect even when I brought her to the garden of Marito. If I were a warrior, I could accompany her for some distraction, but my body wouldn't last with Ilias as my opponent. The ones who can accompany Ilias would be Lord Ragudo and the other knight captains, but because of the situation, it is hard to invite them. If Ilias were the average girl like Sarah, I would know a few ways to entertain her. But, right, let's ask Sarah. Huff, fa. Just when I was thinking, a young maid was carrying a whole ton of gardening tools. Looks like she is someone who tends this backyard. Wawa. Lady Ratzel. Also, a councillor candidate. I have actually become a councillor candidate. This may be a bit too late, but isn't councillor a bit too old of a word? Rakura has gotten used to calling me a councillor though. I learned about how this word was used in China in a book when I was living in Japan. TLN, it means minister in Chinese and somewhat of a secretary in Japanese. It is such a complicated word, most translations leave it as just candidate and xiao is completely gone. Lol. Greater than. Maybe due to this, there's terms that are not used nowadays being used here and there. In the possession spell of Maya-san, there won't be any issues once I learn the language of this world, but it is taking time to learn. Right, if I am going to Ghani, I have to think of a way to maintain the possession spell. If Marito points that out, it will be more difficult to go to Ghani. Then should I call you Councillor Candidate Sama? If you do, I would end up having to call you Backyard Maid-san. It is not like my post was added to me, so you don't need to be so formal. Ahaha, then, can I call you Anna-san? A maid calling me Anna-san, I feel like it doesn't match the supply and demand, but it is not bad. There's a lot of old men that call me Nichan, so let's accept this is increasing the female rate. Okay. Then what about you, Backyard Maid-san? My name is Ruko. I am inexperienced, but I am serving as an errand girl in this castle. Ruko. I would say she is a bit older than Ilias, somewhere around the same age as Rakura and Marito. But I feel like it has been a while since I have met a girly girl. Ilias, Rakura, Gyrista, Liliza was Ray 8 on the inside, so let's forget about that one. You are an errand girl, and yet, You are tending the backyard. I'm being allowed to do this as a hobby of mine in my break time. I like gardening and I raise flowers at my house too. This place had nothing and it felt lonely after all. Ruko, I can tell you have done a thorough job here even with my untrained eyes. You like it and your skills are not bad. You could just look after the garden of Mari. His Majesty. Not at all. That garden is beloved by His Majesty and the top artisans of Taizu are taking care of it. Ruko. Speaking of which, I think he did say that. Well, we are talking about Marito who likes gardening. He wouldn't leave the garden he is so proud of to someone just because they are somewhat good. But don't you long for a garden like that? Of course. There are times when I would even have dreams about getting involved in a part of it. Ruko. Even if she is not as passionate as Sarah, it isn't bad to see someone holding aspirations. Just how many years has she spent in order to obtain this much skill while spending the free times of her days? Her choice of flowers and their positioning, she has placed care for them to look beautiful when people are taking a break to watch them, even though it should be a lot of work to take care of a different type of flower in the same flower bed. It falls short compared to that extravagant garden. But this has its own charm. This is perfect to watch when you are on a break. Is it okay if I come every now and then to check it out? Of course. Do you like gardening too, Anai-san? Ruko. It is just the preference of a novice. It is not to the point of being good at it. I am raising vegetables in a small planter at home. That's nice. I am mainly flowers, but I would sometimes raise vegetables too. Ruko. If there were a maid doing her best raising vegetables at your age, I would be telling His Majesty to raise your salary. Ahaha, you are a brave one, Anai-san. Ruko. I had a full-blown conversation with Ruko, but Ilyas barely joined in. Even though they are of close age, doesn't she want to get, it can't be helped in her current mood. Ruko must have noticed the state of Ilyas. She is actively trying to not throw the conversation at her. But she really must be bothered by it. She asked me in a whisper. Excuse me, Anai-san, why is Lady Ratzel feeling so down? Ruko. She made a certain mistake and has betrayed the expectations of someone. She is feeling down because of that. That's why. She must be a delicate one. Ruko. In a sense, right. Do you know what kind of flowers to give a person like that? It is not bribing. But it might not be bad to bring a gift of sorts in my negotiation with Marito. I am sure he would bite immediately if I were to tell him I am staying permanently, but I would like to avoid such heavy things. Let's see. If you give me time, I will prepare them for you. What kind of person are they? Ruko. Should I bring out the name of Marito here? She might end up refusing, saying that it is too much of an honor. But if she is going to go through the trouble of preparing it, I would like to provide the proper information. Someone like His Majesty. By the way, they like gardening too. Oh my. In that case, a potted plant might do the job. Ruko. He did say he wanted to keep a plant in his room. With this and that, we managed to ready a nice gift. I doubt he is going to have a change of heart from just a single gift, but there should be a little relaxation effect from this. It is already this late. Might break time will be over. Ruko. I ended up taking your time. I had free time here, so I will help out. Thank you very much, Anai-san. Ruko. We both finished the tending, and after carrying back the tools to the storehouse, we bid farewell to Ruko. That said, Ilyas would normally help out at least. She must be resisting quite a lot here. Would it have been better if I hadn't told her? But I will be doing my preparations to leave for Garni sooner or later. Hide everything and convince Marito by the appointed day. That might have been an option, but Ilyas hates to be kept in the dark. I would like her to learn a bit of the free way of life of Rakura. Never mind, I wouldn't want that. I am aware of my own dejected mood, and I am being way too moody, unlike a night, which brings me down even more. My first job as a bodyguard. I was confident that they wouldn't get the better of me with my strength. The reality was that I had a winning chance against Gyrista, Egdoik, and Pashiro if it were solely on battle power. But what was the result? I couldn't protect him despite that being my one job. I did win a one-on-one against Gyrista, but I had a hard time against Pashiro, and Wolf settled the fight with the granted knowledge of that man. And then, when that man was once again exposed to danger, I couldn't do anything and he himself settled things. I thought he would be fine if it was him, but that wasn't the case. He stepped into the thoughts of Pashuro and the others in order to get out of that situation. The depth compared to the time when he fought Dokura was different. He even looked like he was a whole other person entirely. If that was his form when I met him by chance, I can say for sure that I wouldn't have welcomed him in the country. Seeing his face when he was talking with Pashuro, who was on the verge of death, I even thought it was already too late. But he managed to return by his own power. That muddiness had returned to its previous light in the time he was making eye contact with me. He must have used my way of life as a landmark to return from the deep darkness in him. But that also means that he was sunk so deeply that he couldn't have returned without my presence. Lunatics that would kill their surroundings without hesitation. He probably would have been able to manage something while captured by doing anything regardless of means. But I couldn't fulfill my mission to protect him as a knight, and I couldn't even achieve my own personal objective of not letting him walk the wrong path. Also, I was once again reminded by him of the reality I tried to not think about. The anger of His Majesty at that time was the real deal. He directed anger at me so strong that it made even me falter despite being far superior to him in physical strength. There's no guarantee His Majesty will assign me as his bodyguard again when he heads to Ghani. I may be able to continue right now temporarily, but it most likely won't last long. While I was worrying about this, we finished our meals, bringing us to the present. I feel like he was talking to someone, but who was it? Let's go back. Why yeah. Ilias. Looks like I have dampened his mood too. I feel even more bad now. We meet a familiar face as we head to the exit of the castle. Oh, isn't that Lady Ratzel? Lord Lino. Ilias. The Lino division that leads the most knights, and their knight captain, Lord Lino. The top of the people that don't think fondly of my position, and the one by your side is. Oh, it is you. Lino. The expression of Lord Lino changed suddenly. Just where did his disgruntled face towards me even go? He is making a face as if he just met his best friend. It has been a while, Lord Lino. This is the first time we meet in the castle. You said it. Even though I have told you to come meet me whenever, you haven't shown yourself once. What a cold man. Lino. His Majesty is the priority when I come to the castle after all. I can't say anything against that response. I was thinking about taking care of you if you didn't have a place to go to, and yet, you managed to get right by the bosom of His Majesty. You really are one man that can't be underestimated. It seems like my eyes didn't deceive me though. Lino. Lord Lino is laughing while talking with him. I couldn't follow this unexpected development. His first meeting with Lord Lino should have been in the barracks, when the first meeting for the bandit subjugation was held. At that time, Lord Lino was directing a belittling gaze and tone at him. What's with that dumbstruck face you have, the Lady Ratzel? I heard about it, you know. Even though you were left with the job of protecting him, you allowed him to get kidnapped by outlaws. Lino. There's no way he wouldn't know. Gyrus rampaged at such a public place after all. It must have gotten to other night divisions too. There's no way he would let that topic pass by when he hates me. So stupid. Even if it is true that you failed, you safely rescued him. What are they thinking about despite you having redeemed yourself? Do they think you have already become a perfect knight or something? Lino. Ilias. I have heard about how you wanted to protect the citizens. You are not telling me that those people should have died, right? Lino. And no way. Ilias. Then, stand tall. You managed to fix your mistake while protecting the people as the chivalric code deems. Seeking more than that in your standing would be presumptuous. Lino. This. Is Lord Lino encouraging me here? But it only sounds as if he is insulting me. It is the very picture of a knight instructing a novice. Good grief. With such a tight-fisted bodyguard with you, it is hard to invite you to a meal. Let's find a different occasion to have a lengthy talk. See you later. Lino. Lord Lino smiled at him at the end and left. He saw that and sighed before turning my way. Surprised? Why yeah. How you are close to Lord Lino and those words just now. Ilias. It is not really that weird though. Lord Lino is that kind of person to begin with. No, but you remember that time too, right? Ilias. There's no way he doesn't remember. He was the one who planned countermeasures after hearing about how I was being looked down by the other night divisions. It is true that Lord Lino doesn't think positively of you. Then why? No, I am not in a position to ask you about how you are close to Lord Lino though. Ilias. It is the undeniable truth that you are being hated by the other night divisions. But do you think every single one of them hates you for the same reason? What do you mean? Ilias. Their reason for hating me. Isn't it because I am a woman? No, there should be no mistake in that. The reality is that they would always say even though you are a woman. He scratched his head and continued speaking. The reason why Lord Lino hates you is because a woman is in the highly respected Ragudo division. So because I am a woman. Ilias. I am saying Lord Lino would have treated someone the same even if it wasn't you. Ilias. The Ragudo division was the ideal knight division Lord Lino aimed for when he was trying to become a knight. Lord Lino respects the knight divisions that have kept on since time immemorial. Putting it in a bad way, he is a person trapped in the old thinking. I see. Ilias. Lord Lino himself would be the one to know that. Did he hear that from him? What's in the heart of Lord Lino isn't male superiority, but the idea of the man for the right job. He wants to keep the historical form of generations. A newcomer girl showed up there, so he is simply feeling awkward. It is because you tried to take everyone under your lead while ignoring the other knight captains that he tried to steal your position. As if saying it is too presumptuous of a woman to gather the venerable knight divisions and try to command them. But isn't that the same for the others? Ilias. Lord Full is self-interest. You apparently defeated him in front of his subordinates. Now that he mentions it, something like that might have happened. He challenged me, saying something like I will be your opponent for a bit. I just fought with everything I had like usual. I did get a hit on him at that time if I remember correctly. He was thinking about testing out a new face, and yet, was shamed in front of his subordinates. Of course he would hold a grudge on you regardless of gender. But it was an official match, so holding back his. Ilias. I am not expecting you to read the atmosphere in those kinds of scenarios. However, understand the results of it. Men are creatures that care a lot about face. Mew. Ilias. There's a lot of other things. Some who had their beloved weapons broken in duels against you. Ones told by their cherished little sisters the person they admire isn't their brother who is a knight but Lady Ratzel. People who had their names spoken wrong and got that nickname set in stone. People who don't really have any grudge towards Lady Ratzel, but are riding the mood. He was speaking out one reason after the other. I was being hated by so many varied reasons. This is shocking in a lot of meanings, or more like, isn't the stuff unrelated to me mixed in there? Yours is not the same as the united persecution of Wolf. There's a variety of reasons why someone hates others. However, you being a woman is being used as the front. But it is not like it is all simply that. It is because the numbers have increased too much that they began looking the same to you. But when did you do all this? Ilias. At the ceremony. There was a guy that clicked his tongue at you. You see, I investigated a variety of things while I was checking the details of that person. Since then. Ilias. Don't worry. I have already made the noble that clicked his tongue regret it, so just act as if you don't know. He was doing something like that in the shadows. Well, let's just believe that he has done it within reason. Even though you told me to change the anger to power, you were punching back. What do I do with you? Ilias. It would only make things more complicated if you were to do the punching with anger clouding you. But here, a friend of mine was made fun of. Gotta get a hit or two in, right? He made a mischievous smile. I really don't know what to do with this guy. However, learning that he sees me as a friend and that he moved for my sake isn't bad. But I was being hated by so many varied reasons. Ilias. That's a given. You didn't make any friends since childhood, concentrated the whole time in training, didn't learn how to form human relations, and didn't spare a glance to your surroundings. Despite that, your skills were high and would take the position of others, pulling so many eyes. Stabbed right to the heart. Now that he mentions it, it is not like they hated me from the very beginning. But I have lived my life prioritizing polishing myself rather than my relationships with others, trying to become a better knight. No, It is obvious that I would be hated if I did as I pleased without looking at others. Was I missing something crucial as a person as I aim to become a good knight? You lost your parents at a young age and continued polishing yourself while there was still no leeway in your heart. There's no need to blame yourself at this point. But it is different now. You even managed to get a friend, right? You can just learn a variety of things without getting impatient. Right. I have gotten a friend like you. It might be better for me to look at others more. Ilias. No, I was referring to Sarah. You called me a friend though. Ilias. Did I? You did. Is there any inconvenience or is it embarrassing to be my friend? Ilias. It is just embarrassing to be told that to the face. Think about it with common sense. I certainly did mess up. But it is not like that's the end of everything. If I keep worrying about everything, I might not only fail to get them back but link them to even more failures. It may be difficult to switch completely here, but I can't progress if I don't face forward. Good grief. Anyways, let me show my gratitude. Thank y, mgh. Ilias. He covered my mouth with his hand. If you do that, I can't talk, you know. No need to thank me. I am the one being helped out and I am in the middle of paying you back. It is not like I have paid you back completely yet. If you want to thank me, do so when I have finished. If you thank me at each instance I help you, I wouldn't be able to pay you back completely. You are worried about the smallest of things. It is not like it would lessen anything just from thanking you. Ilias. It does. Thanking is also a veritable way to pay back a debt after all. Seriously, men are creatures that care a lot about face, huh? Ilias. If he wants me to do that, I will do so. Let's keep this feeling of appreciation for when he has been satisfied. But when that time comes, will a single thank you be enough? Am I not already being completely indebted here? Is it okay? It is fine that her mood seems to have improved to a certain degree with the arrival of Lord Lino. But I got flustered when she noticed that I had deepened my connections with other night divisions. It is not like I doubt the personality of Ilias, but there really is an awkward feeling to learning that I am getting friendly with people that don't think fondly of her and harass her. Ilias wraps it all in the same mantle. It would be troubling if she were to see my friendship with her and my friendship with Lord Lino as the same. As someone who likes deep but narrow personal relationships, creating widespread personal relationships unexpectedly has a lot of hardships. Also, trouble comes walking to you when your face is spread wide just like now. You are the counselor candidate that frequently meets His Majesty, right? Well, yeah, that's right. The one in front of me is the daughter of a Taizu noble. Her name is... If I ever meet her again, I will try to memorize it. I was called to the residence of the noble, and when I asked what their business was, I would like you to arrange it so that I am tied with His Majesty. And well, it is a request smeared with self-interest. Can't really say much myself as someone who is using my closeness with Marito to expand my connections with the knights though. His Majesty is a really late bloomer. Even when he shows himself at banquets, he wouldn't try to meet a girl in particular. I have heard that's because he simply didn't find any girls he was interested in. I am from a distinguished family, cultured and elegant, and have been polished to be worthy of His Majesty. That's right, I am the one who should become the princess of His Majesty. I would like you to share 10% of that confidence you have to Ilias, who is on standby outside the room. Also, about half to Akira. I think that would make them into nice and graceful ladies. If it is you who His Majesty has taken a liking to and speaks to him on the daily, you should be able to arrange a moment for the two of us to be alone. I think I would be able to. Then, please do. As soon as possible. She is not caring about my own convenience at all. I didn't say I accepted. No, you can't refuse. You have a peasant friend that is learning tailoring, right? Yeah. Do you know that she has been practicing at a tailor that is under the influence of my house? That's a first. Do you want to crush the future of your friend? This is one confident lady. Quite the straight threat. It wouldn't be strange for a store that makes high-class clothing to have deep connections with nobles. Even if Sarah is driven away from her current place, a new place could be provided to her if we rely on Ban-san. But Sarah said the place she had right now was a good one. It would be a pain if it were to be stirred up by the ones above. Also, I would not like Sarah to suffer like that. She may look pretty enough to make it understandable how she would be confident about it. But the fate of people who have deluded themselves to be the chosen ones is sad. First of all, the fact that she has mistook my relationship with Marito already makes her completely hopeless. She probably doesn't even have an inkling of a thought that the king is friends with a commoner. I feel like it would be effective just by pointing that out, but it would be a pain to just stimulate her blindly. It can't be helped. Then, I will try to arrange for you and His Majesty to have dinner today alone. If you are coming at me as such, I will answer in kind. I feel bad for Marito, but I will be using that agreement we had before. I was called that night soon after. The noble daughter is not making too good of a face. Of course she wouldn't. There's no way Marito would be able to get along with a girl she doesn't even like after suddenly being arranged to have a meal with her. She can't come out strongly with the king, so it is natural that she would fail an arranged date without any plans. Judging from your look, it doesn't seem like it was a good result. No, it is just the first time, so it is natural that His Majesty is not receptive yet. I will have you continue moving for me. Sadly to say, I can't. What did you just say? Young lady, have you thought about why a commoner like me can recommend someone else to have dinner with His Majesty? What are you trying to say here? It seems like she does have the ability to feel a bad atmosphere. It would be a lot of work to make someone understand if they are completely insensitive after all. I have made a number of agreements with His Majesty. We will definitely meet the girl that we are recommended to. This is the first one. That's how much His Majesty trusts me. In that case, a second and third should be. This will spread. When that happens, people like you will show up. That's where the second one comes. People who try to take advantage of this agreement will be judged as people who bring harm to Marito Taizu. There's no next time for you. What? That's obviously a lie. I take out a single parchment from my pocket. The details of the agreement I mentioned before were written there. At the place for the signature, there's the name of Marito and a seal which only royalty can use. There's no way you wouldn't know about it if you are a noble. It would be a bother for His Majesty too if the same girl were to be persistently pushed at him. Therefore, we have made these agreements. No way. His Majesty and I are trying to find a good partner for each other, you see. However, a third party would be a hindrance if we want to perform this smoothly. As per the agreement between me and His Majesty, the prerequisite is to meet the girl you are introducing. It wouldn't be fair for me if he won't meet them because he is busy. However, if others were to learn about this, there will be more people who would want to make contact with Marito, especially ones who will try to threaten a commoner like me with a weak standing. This is the special measure implemented for the sake of that. Putting it bluntly, it is the agreement of we won't forgive anyone who tries to take advantage of our friendship. You were the one who threatened me first here, so I omitted this explanation. However, it has properly been applied, so don't worry. It is not like we will do something at once. This is not a trap set to make the women into criminals, but a prevention for second-timers. If others knew about these agreements, the only ones who would try to use this would be women who are sure they would be able to seduce Marito, or assassins. Of course, there's a way too competent Anbukan by the side of Marito, so there's no issue with the latter. As for the former, if the first one fails, they wouldn't have the courage to keep on. If they try to cling on despite that, Marito will simply get rid of them as a nuisance. By the way, when it is the opposite, if Marito tries to persistently introduce me to the same woman, it is written that I will be cutting off my relations with him. As for other conditions, there's also that we can only introduce them to one a week, and we can only add more when we both have an interest. Next would be, let's not try to poke at the holes of the agreements, okay? We both agreed immediately to this. I most likely won't be meeting this noble lady again, and so, there won't be a chance to remember your name. The next day, I had a conversation with Marito at his office. Man, it has been a while since I have seen a woman that conceited. Speaking of which, I think I have seen her a number of times at banquets. Marito, I did think you would at least remember her since she has a good face. That said, sorry to trouble you. It is a miss, but meet her please. That one made me laugh though. She hasn't done anything unnecessary to you, right? I personally find it unforgivable with just the fact that she threatened you with your friend though. Marito, forgive the first attempt of an ignorant recluse. It must have been a good learning experience. Ah, right. I brought this today. Saying this, I bring out the gift wrapped in cloth. The bribe, I mean. The thing mentioned before. How's this? I was curious about it, but what is it? Marito, as an apology for the troubles. If you don't like it, I will take it back with me. I personally like it after all. Let's see. Marito unwrapped it and let out his voice in surprise. It is the potted plant that I requested Ruko to prepare. It is a foliage plant that looks like a bakira. It is an interior decoration that goes for warmth more than flashiness. This is quite the rare one. Marito, really? I requested this from an acquaintance and she readied it for me in a day or two. So you say, but this is something that rarely goes around the market, you know? Ah. But you might be able to find it in the Black Wolfkin forest, so maybe there? But can I raise it? Marito. Ah, we considered that possibility, so we readied a manual on how to raise it. I see. When Ruko told me she would prepare an instruction manual, I wondered if there was the need to go that far, but I can understand the need of it if it is a rare one. But that instruction manual, I checked it out and it was written in extreme detail. I am still young and I wanted a monocle for it. You know, would he want to raise something like this? They are very well informed, but from what I have read, as long as I am careful about where I place it and its environment, it looks like I will be able to raise it in my spare time. I shall leave it in my room. Marito, isn't your office fine? No, I would like to leave these ones in a place where I want to calm myself. But this is a really good present. I am truly happy. Marito. He is so excited that I wouldn't be able to believe humans if this is an act. Marito seems to like it a lot. Looks like Ruko's eye is pretty good. Fume. Marito, I have used my turn for an introduction. Is there any lady you want to introduce to me as of now? Unfortunately, I am still unable to get a grasp of your likes at all. I am thinking about introducing you to my unknown little sister or something, but she is not in the country. Can you wait until I catch her? Marito, a woman that would be tiring to be together with would be troubling. Well then, maybe I should participate with you at the next banquet. Really? I am actually having it rough with the ratio of women being so high. It would be a great help if you were to come. Marito. It is something that I brought up because he said he didn't like participating in such banquets. My participation must be a happy proposal. Even if we have our agreement, Marito is pretty much forced to search for a marriage partner. I would like to reduce his stress. But that won't change the fact that you will be surrounded though. Yeah. Can you let me borrow Wolf-chan? Marito. Marito would be able to relax more if he is together with a girl I have prepared. The personnel selection of Wolf is not bad either. It is far from a romance target and she is a familiar face for us both. We could also use the excuse that it is an interaction with the Black Wolfkins. It is too soon for Wolf, but I can bring someone who will not tire Marito. Really? If they are as docile as a borrowed cat, I won't complain. Marito. I am sure they will be pretty docile. Aren't you making a scheming face? Marito. Don't worry. I was just thinking about the shocked face of the person. I want to think this mischievous side of me is because I am in front of Marito. Yup. At the day of the banquet, I wore the formal clothes I haven't worn in a while, and am inside a shaking carriage. That said, I thought I wouldn't have any opportunity to go to a banquet for the upper class in this world. A lot of my facial muscles have stiffened because I have been living a relaxed life lately. Will I be able to make my outside smile? I massage my own face. My companion looked at my state in worry and spoke to me. Una-san, these kinds of events really are a bit. What are you saying, Ruko? You work at the castle, so you should know about etiquette more than me. That dress also suits you a lot. You look pretty. The person I invited was Ruko. She helped me out with the potted plant matter, so I invited her to the banquet. It is by no means because she was a convenient choice. Probably, but I don't know if I can talk properly with the nobles. Ruko. It is okay. The person that you prepared the potted plant for is also coming. He was really happy about it, and most of all, He likes gardening like you. If you feel suffocated, you can talk with that person about the potted plant. If that doesn't work, just enjoy the food and the drinks. Oh, your friend will be the two, Anai-san? I heard he is similar to His Majesty, but what other things can you tell me about him? Ruko. Even if you ask me what other things, he is the king himself. Well, fine. Let's see. He is normally really level-headed, but he would interact with me casually and take a childish attitude. Ahaha, that sounds like a really amusing person. I think I will be able to relax if that's the case. Ruko. It will most likely be impossible, but that's fine. Since I had the opportunity here, I asked her to teach me about etiquette in events like this as we headed to the venue, which is the estate of a noble. This is a bit of an aside, but the ones who are chosen to hold banquets are those who have no daughters, or even if they have, they are already married or already have a set partner. It is because they don't want them to prepare a location that favors their own daughter. Turning that around, it also means that there are a lot of nobles like this who are desperately cheering on for Marito's queen search. In other words, they have properly gathered participants, but I think a one-on-one marriage interview would suit Marito better personality-wise. Yup. We arrived at our destination while I was thinking that. The carriage stopped at the gate and it was time to get off. I get off first in order to confirm the venue. Marito was already waiting there. He ran happily over here when he noticed me. I don't know about making a king wait outside the gate. The butler at the entrance is frozen stiff from nervousness. Hey there, friend. It would be too lonely to go in alone, you see. I was waiting with a vigilant eye. Marito. I'm impressed that you can say that when you come to events like this one often. That can't be helped. This is the first banquet I can take it easy in. Fresh experiences really are good. It is to the point where I am giddy even in a suffocating banquet. I understand that feeling. The feeling of being able to come with a friend to a super formal event that has a lot of hassles. Speaking of which, is he doing well? He was one of my few friends in Japan. The last time I met him was when I visited him at the hospital because he was stabbed from a love affair. After a light chat, a voice rang from the carriage. Excuse me, Anai-san. Can I get down now too? Ruko. Sorry, it is okay. I ended up chatting here. Ruko got down while worrying about her footing. It seems like she is having a hard time with the long skirt of the dress she is not used to wearing. She apparently tripped several times when she changed at Ban-san's place. Even if she is learning etiquette, this is the first time she is participating in this type of outfit, so it can't be helped. You must be the acquaintance of Anai-san. My name is Ruko. Ruko must have been relieved because I was talking with him in a relaxed manner and the other party was also speaking in a casual manner. She walked here while worrying about her feet and did her greetings, but once she saw his face, she froze. Anai-san? Ruko turned crankily here while sounding like a broken robot. Looks like she knows the face of the king. But I love faces like this. Yup. Hey, friend, could it possibly be that? Marito. Sorry, Marito. If I had mentioned your name, she was most likely going to run away, so I didn't. Anai-san? Isn't that His Majesty? Ruko. Yeah, didn't I tell you he is like His Majesty? It is His Majesty in the flesh. Ruko. Pointing at His Majesty and shouting is pretty comedic to look at. She moved back quickly and lowered her head deeply at Marito. My deepest apologies, Your Majesty. Even if unaware, I have been rude. Ruko. It is okay. You can be informal. Can't really do that, but it was out of a teasing heart. I shall ignore it. Marito. That's right, Ruko. Your body won't last if you are so stiff, you know. You will be spending your time with Marito in today's banquet after all. She is frozen with an incredible face. But this is a normal reaction. The attitude of Marito towards me is way too frank. So my sense has gone awry, but he is a king and, if you were to be impolite, it is on the level where you might not even be able to live in the country anymore. Seeing Ruko frozen, Marito crossed his arms with a baffled face and whispered to me. It is true that I could spend a day peacefully with a girl like this, but there's a limit, right? I don't know about being together with a statue. Marito. That depends on your ability. I thought she would be a perfect conversation partner though. Marito glanced at Ruko. Ruko is confused and isn't moving an inch. No, I don't think speech is even possible. We would barely have any topics in common like this. Marito. Really? She is the girl that made the potted plant though. Say that sooner. Marito. Marito turned around and walks over to Ruko. He then gently held the hand of Ruko and smiled at her. So you are the one that made that potted plant? I was thinking I wanted to meet you once. Marito. Anai-san? Ruko. Looks like she has noticed that the potted plant she prepared was sent to His Majesty. I give her a thumbs up to show her she is right. That was a wonderful gift. I have thanked my friend who gave it to me, but I would like to thank you too. Marito. No, Yume. Ruko. Right. I read the instruction manual for the potted plant and there were a few points that I was curious about. Marito. Marito's tone was the usual, but his vigor is almost the same. He directs at me. Ruko seems to be confused by the energy of Marito as she tries to be polite. Marito, don't just run it all out at the entrance. Right. It would be rude to make you stand in the cold night. Then, let's continue our talk inside. Marito. Ruko was pulled by the hand and dragged in. I feel like she asked me for help there, but it must have been the wind. It should be okay to leave them to themselves. By the way, get down already, Ilias. After I said that, the sound of awkward footsteps were made as Ilias came down. It is a banquet, so Ilias has also changed clothes. Maybe she is shy here. She didn't say a single word in the carriage. It seems like she didn't have the courage to show up in front of Marito either. But it looks like she has finally resolved herself. What a guy you are. I feel bad for Ruko. Ilias. Looks like she gave up on caring after witnessing the exchange of Marito and Ruko. I thought they were the perfect combination when considering my gratitude towards Ruko and the change of pace of Marito. If I were in her position, I would feel like my life is sapped away. Ilias. Wouldn't it be more relaxing for you? So you say, but this is my first time in an outfit like this. Ilias. The casual clothes that Sarah made were not bad, but fancy outfits like this don't look bad on Ilias either. It actually looks good. It suits you. You normally are in an attire that reeks of countryside night, so this is fresh. I see, thanks. I now know well just how you think of me normally. Ilias. Ilias answered with a smile that made me feel like something cold ran down my spine. But lo and behold, Ilias has a sword at her waist fastened tightly with a holder. I feel like the dress is inclined here. Isn't the fabric screaming in pain? Why are you carrying around a sword on a dress? I can't help the outfit, but I am still your bodyguard, you know? Not carrying my sword would be the last thing to do. It might come to notice by His Majesty, right? Ilias. I can't really say anything back if she tells me that. But she stands out like a sore thumb. Give it to me. I will carry it. But, Ilias, there should be no issue as long as I am always close to you on the off chance you need to draw it out, right? Yeah, but, Ilias, who do you think is the one that has to reimburse that dress if it were to tear? There's no way Ilias would have a dress like this one. There might be a dress of her mom if she were to look for it. But the size of Ilias's mom is apparently different from hers, and so, this is also a rented one from Bant-san. Nah, it can't be helped. Ilias. I received her sword after she said this. Heavy. Aren't Western swords 3 kilograms at most? Why is this one so heavy? This is not on the level of the density of iron being above the norm. Is this made out of pure gold? Normal steel can't keep up with my full power. You see, it is made from extremely rare ores. It is the most expensive thing in my house. Ilias. No matter how I measure it, this is close to 10 kilograms. Even though I would have trouble swinging around even a 2-kilogram dumbbell, this gorilla swings this thing around wildly. Moreover, depending on the occasion, even with one arm. Anyways, your pants would slide down if you were to have something like this on your waist. The dress of Ilias really did well. I put the holder around my shoulder instead of my waist and carry it on my back. I explain the situation to the butler-san and we enter. Coming into a banquet while carrying a sword around like an adventurer is damn embarrassing. A lot may have happened at the entrance, but the banquet proceeded without any issues. The nobles were somewhat flustered at first by a person carrying a sword being here, but I am used to formalities. I went around having light chats and moving to the next one. It is a banquet where Marito is participating, so the girls were not showing much interest here, but I managed to get acquainted with their parents. As for Marito, young women were coming one after the other like the popular guy he is. But he is bringing Ruko around the whole time, so he isn't continuing the conversations for too long. As such exchanges went on for a while, the ones around must have noticed the intention of Marito here. The amount of people forcefully approaching had decreased. It seems like they are currently having a lively talk about gardening. Ruko was all stiff from confusion and nervousness, but when it comes to talking about her hobbies, she can talk to Marito with a fun expression. With this, she won't be coming later to complain. She will, but I doubt it will be too much. But with the dressed-up Ilias as my bodyguard, I can't actively approach women. I should have considered this. Let's just enjoy a break with Ilias rather than new meetings. Musical instruments. I directed my gaze at the direction where the melody came from and a small orchestra showed up. They are making preparations for a musical performance. The butlers were clearing up the tables at the center and, in just a few minutes, changed into a dance floor. And then, the banquet switched to a ball with the appearance of the conductor. The people around began to dance with their respective partners. The elegant scenery you would only see on television was unfolding in front of my eyes. I am honestly feeling the desire to join in. However, reality is a cruel mistress. Hey, I don't think there's even the need to ask, but you can't dance, right? Yeah, I remember learning when I was a child, but I have completely forgotten how to already. What about you, Ilias? My only memory of it was with a drink in hand and imitating the people around. Figures. That's just like you, Ilias. Most of the young ones around are in the middle of dancing. We two who can't dance were standing there. Even Marito has brought Ruko out there to dance. It has been a while since I have felt so left out. I rarely go to dance parties after all, but I didn't expect that not dancing would instead make us stand out. Yeah, Ilias. Let's learn next time. Yeah, Ilias. The two country bumpkins made a sad resolution. With this and that going on, the banquet ended. The last part had a sad conclusion, but the food was decently good and I enjoyed the drinks plenty enough. Most of the noble ladies flowed over to Marito, but it was a sight for the sore eyes. Ilias in a dress wasn't bad either. On our way back in the carriage, I basked in the afterglow silently. Ana-san, you are so cruel. Or not. She really got angry here. By the way, Marito went back satisfied. Obviously, he didn't have to be tied down by women for a long time, and managed to enjoy talk about his hobbies after all. Ruko seemed to be having fun in the middle to a certain degree, but she is currently venting her anger on the culprit from having been set up. Ilias was watching this with a smile. No lifeboat. By the way, Marito knew who Ruko was. It seems like he remembered that he had seen her somewhere. That said, he probably didn't imagine that he would be dancing with a maid working at the castle. Ruko suffered there, but it wasn't all bad for her heart. She managed to properly keep up with the gardening maniac Marito, so he took a liking to her, and she can now take instructions from an artisan that works on the garden. It is most likely still far from the day where she can work on that garden herself, but her dream is closer to being a reality. If you think about that, I don't know about being criticized this much. Shouldn't it be okay to forgive the person who arranged a variety of things here? That's that. This is this. Ruko. It didn't work. Looks like it was fatal that I got exposed enjoying watching the flustered Ruko. I was rained on with scolding, gratitude, and scolding again for a weird carrot and stick charade on our way back. The next day, Marito welcomed me with a beaming face. That's one hateful smile. This is the first time I have been told that by someone I welcomed with a smile. Anything bad happened? Marito. Ruko scolded my ears out. Thanks to that, I dreamed of being scolded too. Ha 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 ha. Can only say that you dug yourself into that one, but thanks to you, I managed to meet a good girl. Marito. Right on. Even though Ruko has now taken one step closer to her dream of working in gardening, you didn't present her to me as a queen candidate? Marito. Now that you mention it, that's how it worked. Now that I think about it, presenting a girl to Marito came with that implication. I myself just wanted to pay back Ruko for her work of making Marito happy, and made it so she can get a good position from Marito. But Ruko is a maid working in this castle. I don't think the people around would forgive that. As if I care. I don't remember being given a list of restrictions for the candidates. Marito. Obviously, it is basically a silent agreement of sorts after all. Or more like, have you taken a liking to Ruko as a girl? That's the point I am curious about. It is not like there's no noble ladies out there who enjoy gardening. She has ambition but doesn't have the intention of using people. She has a dream and doesn't forget to put a lot of effort in making it a reality. Her education and etiquette is higher than the minimum. When talking about my hobbies, she is not only not taken aback by this, but has knowledge that defeats me. About her appearance, she can shine plenty enough if dressed up, and her smile when she talks gleefully is extremely bright. Her flustered face is especially enticing. What part would I complain about? Marito. So aside from her birth, she is full of pluses for Marito. Huh. Let's hope the last one wasn't the deciding factor. I don't want a country where a king like that sits on the throne. That said, she might have become a queen candidate, but I feel like Ruko herself might run away from the pressure. That's true. But that can be solved if I win her over properly, right? Marito said, full of confidence. Just how much confidence do you have? Who died and made you king? Yeah, that one doesn't work here. But she is unexpectedly scary when she gets angry. Don't corner her too much, okay? She is not you. I won't give her the leeway to get angry. Marito. Oh my, who is this handsome prince? The king. Just what kind of shoujo manga story will Ruko be living after this? I am a bit curious, but poking at it carelessly would be dangerous. For now, I leave her to you. What happens after is not on me. I know. But to think you would beat me to it. Marito. You are the one that beat me to it though. Ah, no, he is talking about the agreement. Huh. That was an agreement made because I didn't like being tied down by forceful methods, not a competition of who readies an appropriate partner first. I thought of it as a competition internally. This is vexing. Marito. You, right. If you lose, let's have you listen to a request of mine. Of course. I don't mind hearing a request of yours regardless of wins or losses though. Marito. The love of my friend is heavy. Well, that will eventually be flowing over to Ruko, so I don't mind. Can you forgive Ilias? Yeah. His expression turned into that of a king in one go. It really was no mistake that there wouldn't have been any room for negotiation if not in a circumstance like this one. I'm impressed. You can forgive Lady Ratzel, even though she prioritized the lives of others over yourself and exposed you to danger. Marito. I'm the one who made her fight to protect the people around to begin with. The reason why I got caught was because I forgot to factor the possibility of a third one and ended up isolated. I properly took responsibility for that one, you know. Lady Ratzel barely did anything fruitful despite that though. Are you aware of that? Marito. Well, it is true that the best scenario would have been for Ilias to defeat Gyrister though. If I were asked who from those three was stronger, I would have said either Egdoik or Pashuro. The difference in compatibility showed up strongly for Egdoik, and he completely lost to Okura, but Pashuro had a hard time fighting Ilias with his full power. Wolf was the one to settle the battle at the end, but it wouldn't have been possible to defeat Pashuro without Ilias. If Ilias wasn't the biggest contributor, I may have not come to ask you to forgive her. Well, there's no assurance I would be standing here alive in that case though. Big words. Well, if that had happened, Lady Ratzel wouldn't even be a knight anymore by now. Marito. That goes for you too. You are saying quite the scary thing as if nothing. You had her protect a glass character that would die instantly, and if she fails, her whole life goes downhill. There's a limit to being merciless. But I wouldn't want a bodyguard who would throw away the lives of others without hesitation. If you are going to be assigning a person like that as my bodyguard, I would rather go alone to Ghani. You say such naive things despite having torn apart the enemies from the inside. How about having a bit more of a core? Marito. I do have a core. The crooked core of wanting to live safely. This won't change even if the world does. Even if it is a normal lifestyle, even if I burn in a sense of justice, even if my ideals were to be dyed by lunatics, I don't plan on changing that. Rather, it is something that I must not change at this point. Ha. Got it. Lady Ratzel will continue as a bodyguard for the near future. However, I will prepare one more bodyguard for when you go to Garni. No complaints there, right? Marito. That's good enough of a compromise. By the way, who are you planning on assigning? I will think of it until the appointed day. Leaving aside their skills, I plan on readying someone who will protect you above anything else. Marito. Looks like he still holds a grudge despite having forgiven her. Let's just hold hopes for Ilias in that front. Lady Ratzel, come in. Marito. Ilias entered the office a while after the call of Marito. She doesn't have a dejected face, but I could tell that she is nervous. You must have heard that just now. Your bodyguard mission continues on, however, there's no next time. Thus, face this with the chivalric code you hold as a core at stake. Marito. Yes. Ilias. The pressure on me is rough if the life of Ilias is at stake though. If you think so, then please tread with utmost care yourself. How worried do you think I was when I heard that you were kidnapped? Marito. Sorry. I was pushed back by the serious eyes of Marito and apologized honestly. At times like this, I feel something of a different realm from the pressure of knights and lunatics. It reminds me of how Marito is also a monster in his own right in this world. The knights must have it rough being directed such pressure on the regular. Now then, let's get right into it. There was a report regarding Garni. The result was nothing off. Marito. I see. But with how the conversation went before, it sounded like it was fine for me to go to Garni though. If there was anything off in Garni, Marito was supposed to officially allow me to head to Garni, so there being nothing off was unexpected. Even if there's nothing off, Garni in itself is unique in a lot of areas. There being nothing off simply means that there are no changes in the ruling since the King of Garni changed. Marito. The King of Garni changed a few years ago. So it is a nothing off in the sense that there's no issues. If I think about it too deeply, I feel like I will have a Gestaltsa fall. So let's not. So you planned on giving your permission from the very beginning. You would have headed to Garni regardless, right? In that case, I would choose the method that can chain you. Marito. This guy really says things outright. Well, I don't mind at this point. So have you already begun negotiations there? I have already finished negotiations with the King of Garni. You will be staying for a long period of time in Garni as a talented individual that wants to learn there. I have gotten permission for you to enter most facilities. He said that he doesn't mind you checking the military affairs documents as much as you want. Marito. That's quite the great welcoming. Hiding the information about military affairs if you are from the same rank is a matter of fact. If they are allowing it with open arms must mean that there wouldn't be any issues even if they are disclosed, and no worries in being imitated. That's just how much confidence they have in their own nation. But Marito is fast. To think he had already negotiated with the king from the very beginning. That's how it is. So I will ask you to inspect Garni aside from pursuing the matter of Ray 8. That way you can hide your main intention, right? Marito. You say it like an afterthought. It is not like I am that in the know of rulings though. I will be assigning you someone with a head for such areas as your extra bodyguard. Marito. That would help, even if you ask me to investigate the greatness of a neighboring country. I feel like I would only have enough vocabulary to say it was amazing. Ilias may be knowledgeable in military, but I feel like she would only be giving musclehead comments like I could defeat them. I won't stop you from chasing the traces of Ray 8, however, don't go too deeply. I'm even prepared to provide knights if you need power. Rely on our power, my friend. Marito. Yeah. If Ray 8 is walking in front of my eyes, I will have Ilias cut him down. But I will rely a whole ton on you on the other fronts, my friend. And in this way, the preparations to investigate Garni are done thanks to the help of Marito. The beginning of all this was a single book. By tracing that book, we have located the truth buried deep in that darkness. What awaits even further beyond our most likely truths that surpass that? I don't want to get involved in it. But it is not like my peaceful life won't be threatened any further even if I half-ass it here. I really don't want to, but let's work hard for the sake of world peace, or maybe, for the sake of a happy lifestyle that fulfills the peace in my heart. There's no one here who knows correctly where this place is. It is a special space that was created by the Black Demon Lord that had the almighty power. There's a giant round table set. There's no chairs, and 8 crystals of 8 different colors were spaced equally around it. The colors that were shining from those were gold, blue, green, purple, colorless, and crimson. The black and white crystals alone had lost their shine and were quiet. The book in question has been sealed in Megis again. End of the report. A heavy voice echoed from the crimson crystal. It is the voice of the Crimson Demon Lord that was linked to Ray 8. So you couldn't steal a book in the end, even though it is the book that has things written about me. So embarrassing. I want to die. The clear voice like that of ice as if it could fade at any moment echoed from the blue crystal. That brat, Ray 8. Was it? It is because Crimson doesn't turn him into a demon already. Crimson really doesn't know how to handle his people. The amused and teasing voice echoed from the gold crystal. Gold, you shouldn't say that. Demons are beings that become your next successor, you know. You have to be super discreet, tease them, and dangle it on them until they can't endure it anymore. The bewitching voice echoed from the purple crystal. The colorless and blue crystals were shining, but they maintained silence. The mistake of Ray 8 doesn't matter. It is a simple matter of, if there's no result, there's no reward. If his desire continues, he will eventually bring about results. However, I heard a bit of an interesting report. Crimson, Fumo, what is it? Gold. I have been told that someone who can decipher the book in question has shown up. Also that he is someone that comes from the same planet as Yugura. Crimson. Silence took over the place for a while. It is a round table with no faces, but the emotions swirling around were varied. If there was a third party there, they would have been on the verge of going crazy from the chaotic atmosphere. That means my everything has. I want to die. Blue. It is certainly true that it is rude to read the secrets of a maiden, right? Purple. This one doesn't know how naked Yugura described y'all. But it is important for the time when it is known that Yagan resurrect even when defeated. Gold. Yugura was an attentive one after all. It might be written. Purple. Even if that's the case, the ones who currently know about this are only Taizu and Megis. We just have to move if they move. There's no weaklings here who would give out excuses like their bodies are dull and can't move, right? Crimson. This one isn't good at manual labor though. I don't mind it for the day of strife. But this one doesn't want to stand on the front lines. Gold. Gold is noticeably weaker after all. You were defeated by Yugura in one hit, right? Purple. If it is in terms of running away, I have confidence that this one would be following right after the Black of Almighty. Gold. Stop the stupid self-deprecation, yellow of ruling. Crimson. It is Gold. This one has told ya to stop with the yellow. Good grief, Yugura doesn't know my likes. Gold. Is that the end of your talk, Crimson? A clear voice resonated from the green crystal. That voice silenced the noise around in an instant. What, you are awake, Green? Gold. Of course I would speak if I find your noisiness to be displeasing while I am dozing off. If there's nothing else to report, finish this already. Or do you want me to finish it? Green. That's all. Crimson. The shine from the crimson crystal disappeared. The blue and purple disappear following that. How scary. The only ones who can threaten the demon lords are black and green. Gold. What, Green? There's no need for ya to stay till the very end. Just leave the jobs for the last one to this one who follows after black. Ya can just continue enjoying your sleep. Gold. There's no knowing how those words were taken, but the shine of the green crystal disappeared too. Scary. Scary. No matter what this one says, Green would find it displeasing after all. Can't even smooth things over like that. Gold. Silence took over the place. The only crystal emitting a voice was the gold one. Hey, colorless, ya can speak every now and then too, ya know? Gold. Gold speaks to the colorless crystal that's still shining, but the colorless crystal silently erased its shine without saying anything. Did this one say something to be hated over? All demon lords are hard to please as always. That said, a resident of the same planet as Yugura, I am really curious. I heard he is in Taizu, but Won't he visit my place in Garni? Fufafu. Gold. The gold crystal also stopped shining after an amused laugh. There were no lights shining in the space anymore. The round table was swallowed by the darkness and only silence remained. Just when the other worlder from Earth had discovered the existence of the Demon Lords, the Demon Lords were also made aware of his presence. The second arc is over. The stage of the third arc will be taking place in the neighboring country of Garni.